There are two television journalists in Nigeria today, Rufai Oseni and others. Some say he is passionate, others describe him as too feisty. But Rufai Oseni is no doubt one TV host that says it as it is without any embellishments. Rufai was born in his hometown of Odogbolu in Ogun State over 4 decades ago. He is a graduate of the University of Agriculture, Abeokuta. He is a man of many parts, a journalist, an investor, an author, a tech enthusiast, a public speaker, and more. He has had speaking engagements in some of the Ivy League universities in the world, including the prestigious University of Cambridge. Before joining AriseTV, Rufai Oseni had worked in various radio and TV stations in Nigeria, including JFM Radio Warri, Unique FM Ilesha, Inspiration FM, Ogun State Radio, and Ogun State Television. As a co-host of the popular AriseTV interview program, The Morning Show, Rufai has carved a niche for himself in the journalistic world. His style is direct and hard-hitting. This has made many political actors loathe him. He has had a run-off with many political actors on live television, including Festus Keyamo, Reno Mokri, and most recently, Ayodele Fayose.
Specifically complained about you and your attack on the people you don't believe in as a politician.
No, I have a right to do my job. You can't complain about me to my colleague.
Excuse me.
That's not
I am
right.
equally telling you.
I
know where you are. That's all right of you as well.
Rufai Oseni has also been involved in a few controversies outside the screen. He was once involved in a traffic infraction incident in Lagos in which he accused a police officer of pointing a gun at him and trying to forcefully take his car keys from him.
I will call the government.
He, however, later apologized for the incidents.
I'd like to apologize to all parties over what transpired during the incident with the police when I was stopped for driving on a bus lane.
Besides his tough journalistic and controversial persona, Rufai Oseni has proven himself as a lover of Nigeria and a supporter of young people. As an astute entrepreneur himself, he has helped mentor numerous startups in the country and is helping young entrepreneurs to raise funds for their businesses and advance their careers. He has also given himself to impact knowledge to young Nigerians by volunteering as an English teacher in various campuses of the Open University of Nigeria. With a career in media spanning nearly 2 decades, Rufai recently revealed he became a target for desperate characters for his strong opinions on Nigerian politics.
When people abuse me for doing my job, I don't relent. People have often threatened my life. See all sorts. We were on a call yesterday and somebody was saying, watch your back. And for me...
An established publisher with over 6 books to his credit, Rufai's passion for a better Nigeria finds its way to his books. An example is his book, Inyis, Nigeria's Journey Through Fire. He argues that to make progress as a people, we need to have veritable conversations, and his published works are intended to stir these conversations.
So we're not having the conversations. Look at the Twitter sphere or the Facebook sphere or any other sphere on social media, the armchair critics all around. We're not having the veritable conversations. And that's why I keep writing. And I hope people read.
Prior to the infamous video where he was seen threatening to call the governor on LASTMA officials who stopped him on a BRT lane, Rufai had spoken about LASTMA officials who do nothing about the traffic situation in Lagos.
Look at it. On the bridge. In the morning. You have LASTMA officials that are not clearing the road. You have everybody stuck up on one another. I'd been on a Zumba Mbadiwe since 7:25.
Contrary to what some of his guests on the morning show say, Rufai maintains a genial disposition behind the scenes and on his Twitter handle, spreading love and living his life in good humor. Every generation, depending on the challenges it faces, must find its heroes. generation, facing its unique political challenges, seems to have found its hero in Rufai Oseni.
Your thoughts on this morning?
So as a journalist, I never love to be part of the story because we report the story, but in a time like this, when it's politics, you have to be part of the story. And you see, it's a record. I've got nothing against Bola Ahmed Tinubu. I love everybody equally because it's my injunction as a Christian to love. I've got nothing against my Egbo, Bayon Onuga, and Mr. Dele Alaki. I love them as professionals in their own fields. But also, the kind of journalism I was taught. Anyway, they abuse me all the time that I'm not a journalist. But I've spent quite so many years in this business. Yeah, I might not look it, but I've done well over 16, going to 17 years. In Lagos alone, I've put in close to 10 years on radio before I came. So I didn't just drop from the skies. I know my stuff. I've worked with the best media brands all over the world. I've also mentored a lot of people in this business. But I think the stress here is objectivity. I will be objective in my coverage of every presidential candidate. And what you cannot fault me for is that I've been objective with all the presidential candidates. Part of the toughest interviews we had here has been with Peter Obi. And trust me, the kind of heat we give to Mr. Peter Obi when he's here, I'm not sure we've been able to interview other presidential candidates
that way
on this platform like that.
Yeah.
And that's the level of objectivity. Because you see, they say all sorts about me. They do all sorts. But what I want them to know is that I love them, irrespective of the hatred that is being meted out of me. I'm a child of love. I was conceived in love. They even went further, and thank God Dr. Abati was there. They took a picture of Peter Obi and me and Jandor at my own father's day of tribute. You couldn't even allow my father rest in peace before they brought my father, my dear father, the love of my life, into politics while I was still grieving. And they labeled it a political gathering.
I have the right to respond. Let me
it's not
finish.
personal between the two of us.
You made it personal, so I have the right to respond.
It's not personal
Okay, so
between the two of us. You
Mr.
can take me
Fayashe,
out of this
Mr. Fayashe, I have a right to respond. I
you
do
can
my
take
job
me out of this interview
objectively,
so that
and I
you can
don't
have a
support
free day. Congratulations.
any political party.
Congratulations for doing your job.
Yeah, please.
Congratulations for doing your job.
Fayashe,
I am not one of those boys, one of those politicians who belong to public domain to talk to anyhow. It is important to note that.
Mr. Fayashe, can we make progress?
Thank you.
This is not a dialogue. This is a conversation.
I'm with you.
Yes, this is a program.
It's a conversation. And let him not get personal.
Yes,
let
Mr.
him not
Fayashe.
get personal on this program. It's his way.
Okay. It's okay. Our job is to ask you questions, you respond. It's not a personal thing.
I told you yesterday, and I mentioned Oseni's name particularly why I avoid Arise Television. And you assured me that you're going to moderate it in a way. Oseni cannot, if it's his job, go for my personality or my person on the live television. I will give it back to him.
It's okay, Mr. Fayashe. Can we return to the issues? Now, I was going to ask.
Thank you.
Your thoughts on this morning?
So as a journalist, I never love to be part of the story because we report the story, but in a time like this, when it's politics, you have to be part of the story. And you see, it's a record. I've got nothing against Bola Ahmed Tinubu. I love everybody equally because it's my injunction as a Christian to love. I've got nothing against my Egbo, Bayon Onuga, and Mr. Dele Alaki. I love them as professionals in their own fields. But also, the kind of journalism I was taught. Anyway, they abuse me all the time that I'm not a journalist. But I've spent quite so many years in this business. Yeah, I might not look it, but I've done well over 16, going to 17 years. In Lagos alone, I've put in close to 10 years on radio before I came. So I didn't just drop from the skies. I know my stuff. I've worked with the best media brands all over the world. I've also mentored a lot of people in this business. But I think the stress here is objectivity. I will be objective in my coverage of every presidential candidate. And what you cannot fault me for is that I've been objective with all the presidential candidates. Part of the toughest interviews we had here has been with Peter Obi. And trust me, the kind of heat we give to Mr. Peter Obi when he's here, I'm not sure we've been able to interview other presidential candidates.
That way.
On this platform like that.
Yeah.
And that's the level of objectivity. Because you see, they say all sorts about me. They do all sorts. But what I want them to know is that I love them, irrespective of the hatred that is being meted out of me. I'm a child of love. I was conceived in love. They even went further, and thank God Dr. Abati was there. They took a picture of Peter Obi and me and Jandor at my own father's day of tribute. You couldn't even allow my father rest in peace before they brought my father, my dear father, the love of my life, into politics while I was still grieving. And they labeled it a political gathering.
Hello, it is Palm Sunday. On this day, Christians all over the world mark Christ's triumphant entry into Jerusalem. It is also the Sunday before Easter. In Nigeria, people woke up this day digesting the implications of a leaked phone call published by the People's Gazette between the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Mr. Peter Obi, and Bishop David Oyedepo, the general overseer of the Living Faith Church, otherwise called the Winners' Chapel. On the eve of the election, Peter Obi begged the bishop to support his campaign. The Labour Party's candidate called the presidential election a religious war, to which Bishop Oyedepo agreed. The phone call highlighted the extent of the religious tension that gripped Nigeria ahead of the election, in which the ruling All Progressive Congress Party, APC, offered the country a presidential ticket that had a Muslim presidential candidate and a Muslim vice presidential candidate. Now, let us pause and listen to a part of the video.
To God's intervention.
Amen. Daddy, I need you to speak to the people in the Southwest. Your people in the Southwest and Kwara.
Okay. I've been in touch with Kwara people.
The Christians in the Southwest and Kwara. This is a religious war.
I believe that. You know, I did the release, Nigeria Going Forward.
Yes,
and I'm coming out with the second one today.
Thank you, Daddy.
I wanted it out before when they won't have any time to do damage control.
Thank you, Daddy.
It is 4:30 p.m. in Lagos, Nigeria, 11:30 a.m. in New York City, 5:30 p.m. in Johannesburg, South Africa, and 7:30 p.m. in Kinshasa, Democratic Republic of Congo. Wherever in the world you're watching us, welcome to another episode of 90 Minutes Africa. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. My co-host, Chibo Onoma, is on assignment. Frank Fanon noted, each generation must, out of relative obscurity, discover its mission, fulfill it, or betray it. This generation of Nigerians, stressed by government failure, societal disintegration, and uncertain future, which has resulted in an immeasurable burden, has found a voice in a TV journalist called Rufai Oseni. Rufai Oseni is a co-host of AriseTV's morning show. He will join us to speak on Nigeria's media coverage of the 2023 elections, Bola Tinubu's impending presidency, and ethnic baiting and its harmful effects. Let's watch and see Rufai doing something he does best. Take a look.
Okay. The dance off of the century. Oh my gosh. Drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot. This is the dance off of the century. Nice. So spry. Nice. Okay.
All right. Rufai. Rufai, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Marga. Thank you.
Amazing, what you've accomplished in the few years. I mean, at Arise, I know you've been there for a long time. Welcome to the show. We're happy to have you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Where do we start? For the audience members who are watching, thank you so much for joining us. I just have to start by telling you that Rufai has limited time. So this is not our typical show where we spend 3 hours. So we have to be quick. We have to get to so many questions. And I will talk to him for 20 minutes or so. I will let you guys in to have an opportunity to talk to him. So Rufai, let me start with a big story today in the news, which was P2B's phone call with David Oyedepo of Winners Chapel. What do you make of that?
Okay, so when I saw the phone call, couple of things. Number one, it was a private conversation between two people. It was their private conversation. It was recorded. Who recorded it, we do not know. And apart from that, it was a conversation about stomping for votes. Like every other person do have conversations. And I think there are some legal ramifications around conversations and all of that, private recording of conversations, which people can go into. I'm not a lawyer. But there's been a lot of reaction. The first reaction was from Festus Keyamo that talked about the fact that, hey, the people, he'll even blame even more the religious leaders and all of that. Fadikari also made a lot of reactions as a result of what happened. The Labour Party also had reactions, but two different reactions. Mr. Kenneth Okonkwo said it was taken out of context and all of that. So which was a confirmation that the conversation actually happened. Because Mr. Debo Onifade has also said, it was fictitious, people arranged, it never happened. So we've got two reactions, from the Labour Party, Kenneth Okonkwo's part and Mr. Onifade. My take on this is pure and simple. We can't build a country where leaders bait according to religion or ethnic baiting. It's not fine. It's not nice. Let's call it spade a spade. People can canvass for votes, but we don't have to say, there's religious war coming or religious Armageddon. No. It's not done. It is not done. Let's say things the way they are.
What does that do to P2B's brand? Because when he is out there, he says, don't vote for me because I'm a Muslim, don't vote for me because I'm an Igbo person. But in private, it appears as if he's saying something different.
So if he's saying something else in private, then he has a lot of answering to do as regards his brand. Because a lot of people ask him that you are saying to a man of God that, it's a religious war. and you're telling him rally the Christians for you, but you're saying no, it's not. So he has a lot of explanation to make.
Well, what would
he's dismissed the audio, but also if they dismiss the audio, a lot of people too are also saying want to have forensic proof that it didn't happen before you can say it didn't happen. But based on what was heard there, I think another newspaper site, I think FIG or something, took it through deepware to see that if they were deep fakes, and the result came out that said there were no deep fakes.
No, the fact that the newspaper reached out to Peter Obi's campaign and they did not respond, reached out to Oyedepo and they
didn't respond before now. So it's as pure as simple as that. We cannot have a country where leaders that ought to speak against religious tension and religious baiting are the ones saying, oh, there's a religious war going on. Rally for me because of the religious war. No, we can't have that.
Right. We're going to get
This is not also to undermine those that are talking about the fact that, oh, there was a Muslim ticket. This is not to undermine them, because you also need religious balancing in the country. But we should not have leaders now saying, oh, there's a religious war, so because of that, secure my... No, that's a no-no.
Now, let's look at the election itself, and let's start with the president-elect. What do you think about the whole election, how it turned out?
There were some wins, but a lot of losses. The elections were very sad, very shambolic. This was not what a lot of people expected. Very controversial. I was part of those that kept on advocating for people to go out to vote, because I thought INEC was going to get it right. But they took us way back to square zero. So last week, because I'm a very weird person, how I relax is read. So I like to read commission reports to relax. So I was stressed and I was reading the Waste Commission report to relax. 318 pages. And the Waste Commission report expressly stated that since 1923, the 2007 elections were judged to be the worst. These elections took us back to 2007. The promises INEC made in front of Chatham House were not kept. There was no transmission for the presidential election where everybody looked for. They said they had a glitch. Till date, INEC has not been able to tell us the glitch. The governorship election, violence. And people should stop using the word. There were no pockets of violence. Almost every area was inundated with violence and prior intimidation. So there was prior intimidation. There were town criers ringing bell in the morning that if you are not voting a certain party, don't come out. And there was voter disruption. After voting in some place, they disrupted. So, please, let's not deceive ourselves. Yes, the beavers work well. Yes, we're having some sanity, but you cannot look away from the things that happened. Let's not deceive ourselves. Let's say it the way it is.
Now, after the election, now we know that the case is in courts. There are several cases. And people feel that the courts may not rule before 29th of May. What do you think should happen?
The court will not rule before 29th. Bola Tinubu will be sworn in. You know why? Because we don't abide by reports. Always report in 2018. In 2010, 2007, talked about the fact that every election litigation must be completed before the swearing in of the candidates. And the argument in the report then was that it gives unfair advantage of incumbency once the candidate is sworn in. 2007 2023. How many years is that, sir? I'm bad in math.
Well, I'm not that good, but I think more than 13 years. Yeah, about 13 years.
More than 13 years.
Yeah.
And we've not still implemented what was written in the report. You see, we are not ready as a country.
Past 60
we
years.
Can choose. So, it was part of the wage report that said for ad hoc staff, we should use NYSC. We picked that because it was convenient for us. But the report that say tweak the legal process in such a way that everything legally is completed before swearing in. We didn't take that part of the report.
So what do you think about young people? Yeah. Young people who are now aware of what you just said, that this is the plan to swear in the president-elect, and they are protesting and they are demanding for an interim government.
Let's perish the idea of an interim government. It's not constitutional. Let's not invite anarchy. In Yoruba language, interim, we call it a very slurry name. We call it fidihe. What it means is you sit down with one part of your butt. Interim government is no good. Perish that idea. It's going to open up the door for all sorts of people to take over, and we might truncate this country. The sad reality is that the youths have to start protesting for judicial reforms, that election cases must be completed before swearing in, like it is done in Kenya. I think Kenya is 2 weeks.
Yes.
We have the recommendation. That's the best you can do. You have a right of protest, but don't forget where your right ends is when the other ones begin. So you cannot stop people from their livelihoods. But as what it is on ground, all right, barring any legal encumbrances, Tinubu will be sworn in. That's it. I like to deal with facts, and those are the facts on ground. So I think part of the fight now for the next 4 years will be how we can change the laws in such a way that you can complete everything about election petition matter before the swearing in. Because it was stated there in the Ways recommendation. Because you see, we keep forgetting that the Ways report was because President Umar Musa Yar'Adua said, I know that the elections that brought me in were fraught with irregularities. He admitted failure. And he said, let me give Nigerians a legacy. Just like the Ways report also talks about, special offenses, election offenses prosecution that we have not really done. So that's what's on ground as we speak today. But please, any idea of an interim government? No. Because you can know the beginning, but you don't know the end. And we all remember where it took us in 1993. And on the 11th of November, 1993, Justice, what's her name now? I think Dolapo Akinsanya, if my memory serves me right, gave a court ruling that says the interim government that was done by Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida was illegal. And there's no judgment that overrules that judgment as we speak today. So based on the laws of our land, interim government is illegal.
Okay, so let's look at the president-elect. Where is he? Do you know?
I don't know. I'm not his minders.
Now, as a media practitioner in Nigeria, do you think he left the country without the media knowing where he went to? How is that possible?
He left the country, then his people issued a report that he was going to be in France, then he was going to be in Saudi Arabia, he was going to be in London.
That was after Sahara published that he left.
After Sahara published the report. They've also brought a couple of pictures and all of that. But I keep telling people, accountability is what builds a nation. All I call for is accountability. His mind that says in Paris. They've shared a couple of videos. It's in Paris and all of that.
3 seconds video.
3 seconds video. They shared a couple of pictures of him. I think I saw one the other day of him eating. That's where his mind is at. But I keep telling us, it is accountability that can build a nation. We must be accountable beyond board. And that's why prior to the elections, I kept on pushing that every presidential candidate must give us a health declaration. Till today, we didn't know what affected Umar Musa Yar'Adua. I think I read somewhere it was Strong-Strauss syndrome. Whatever it is, like it's done in other parts of the world, for the sake of accountability, once you're in the public, tax returns, health records, other files that people need to know about you needs to be out there. It's as simple as that.
Now for someone like Bola Tinubu, let me show you this. Let's look at this picture, if you can see it. This is a news story from The Guardian newspaper of October 15th, 1998. In this news story, it says here, first line, that he was 52. He was 52 in 1998. And he's been celebrating, just 2 days ago, he celebrated his 71st birthday. How does all these things fit into what you talk about accountability and the personality of our president-elect?
You see, you remember what first made me come into notoriety? Go and watch the interview late January 2022 with Abdulmumin Jubrin, and I asked a question. I said, how old is Bola Tinubu? And Abdulmumin Jubrin, that was a surrogate then, was pushing it away, couldn't speak. It was a big accountability question. I think the APC campaign, we need to react to this that is picked up. If a man in this interview started as 52 and it says it's 71 now, then explanation needs to come. And that's why we keep talking about accountability. Because you see, we forget that the world is watching us. After our elections, all the foreign media wrote damning things about our election process. Damning things. The world is watching us. And that's why it is accountability that should be our watchword. It's as simple as that. So this is a work of investigative journalism brought out there. We would like to see the reaction, to be able to balance the story as regards the age. Because we've seen a lot of discrepancy. Apart from only this one, I'm sure you remember T-Mac said he was 86 at a point. So there are variations as we speak now. You remember when T-Mac granted an interview?
Yeah,
T-Mac says I think it's related to his wife. He said 87.
Yeah.
So we've had like different variations as we speak today.
Now,
so which one?
His supporters are saying that these things are not important.
No, they are important too. No. That I will not take. No. Please, let's not say that. That I will not take.
That's what they are saying. And I wanted to
see
explain to them
what they say is not a determinant of how I can think. You can't tell me I'm a fool and I will accept that I'm a fool. No. You can't tell me how to think because my thinking doesn't favor you. My rational, logical thinking says I must ask questions and provide me answers. And let me use my logical input to be able to evaluate the answers. So I can't take when somebody says questions about age, schools gone to, and all those things, accountability questions are not important. Then if they say that, then it's as good as saying that there's no need for every Nigerian to get a passport. Now, if you want to travel abroad, you can just fly. No, we must ask accountable questions. It's as simple as that.
Okay, so let's look at what's going on now. So we are facing this situation where we have a president elect and a case in court, and like you said, it's likely that he's going to be sworn in on the 29th of May, unless the courts rule before then.
Yes.
Yeah. So what happens after that? What do you think will happen after that?
Go and read the Constitution, Ogami. The Nigerian president is a monarchy. Let's not deceive ourselves. Once he's sworn in, he assumes monarchical powers. I don't like to deceive myself. That's what happens next. Like every Nigerian president has always assumed. Once he's sworn in, he assumes monarchical powers. It's as simple as that.
Okay. Now
a Nigerian president is what the Yorubas call kabiyesi. You can hardly question it. Can you see? And that's why people should please also be active in terms of not politics alone, but matters of constitutional reform. Do you see recently there was a bill sent to President Muhammadu Buhari that he failed to assent to?
Yeah.
The bill about the National Assembly having the powers to summon the president. And he struck that out. I thought that was going to make a lot of Nigerian protests on the streets, but a lot of them didn't get it. And that's why we need to keep giving this information to Nigerians. That a president is saying nobody can question me. And even the National Assembly, the representative of the people cannot question me. You see what's happening in other countries of the world now. See what's happening in Israel.
South Africa.
Yeah, see what's happening in France.
Now, let's get to Lagos, where you are. I think you're in Lagos. Yeah, you're in Lagos. Let's get to Lagos. What happened during the election? The one for the governors and the one for the state's House of Assemblies. What is your take on that?
You know, we had a VHS movie back in the days, and I like that movie so much. It was named 3 Japanese words. It was called Tora, Tora, Tora. War, war, war. I'm sure you remember the movie.
Mm-hmm.
It was needless. Ethnic baiting, ethnic manipulation, ethnic fights, people getting beat. It was needless. It was too much. A lot of blood. It was so sad. A lot of it. It was needless. And I keep asking, all of this was for power? But you see, the good thing about Nigeria is that we when we look at things, we have a heart to heal. But you must not say because you can heal, you must take people for granted. One of my favorite musicians, Bono of U2, will always say, not every broken heart mends. And we should be careful.
But it appears as if this one is not healing, because we see what has happened since then. So there is recently this incidence of burning of markets in Lagos, and people see that as a continuation of the election and how it was they handled the election. What do you think about this and the reaction to that burning of markets in Lagos?
I'm sad about the markets getting burnt almost every time in Lagos. And please, investigations must happen. Must bring culprits to book. Look at that Akiri market. People were hooded that came to shoot and kill and burn the markets. How was an arsonist attack? So is it that the police cannot investigate and bring them out? No, we can't just look that way and look the other way. And in terms of healing, you see, our leaders must remember that peace, harmony, restitution, and reconciliation should be the way forward. Nobody leads forever. You can't continue to perpetrate injustices forever. And they must do what is right. And that's why we keep calling on them to cool down the narrative. All the saber rattling. The ones they said before election, and the security authorities too must stand tall. MC Oluomo said all sorts. And he's walking free today like he never said anything. We've heard a lot of things so much.
That's what I want to get to, specific names and what they did. MC Oluomo is one of them, and we have Bayo Ononuga.
Oh, yes. It tweeted so much. Bayo Onanuga said that this should be the last time Igbos will put their mouths in Lagos politics. Igbos that have been living in peace and harmony in Lagos since God knows when, the 1800s or the 1900s. Why are we doing this to ourselves? Because of politics. Because of politics. And please, people should see beyond all the shenanigans of these politicians. They just look for a narrative to rile people up. If you couldn't do well for your people and you're not sure of their vote, say it. Why do you use ethnic sentiments? So people should watch it and eschew violence and get on the path of peace, because we can't build a society this way. It's as simple as that. We can't.
Do you know Bayo personally? As do you know him, and what
I
happened?
met him the other day once, and I just said hi, hello to you. Know me, I'm hardly sociable. I hardly go out. I just, it was a journalist, another top journalist was having a birthday, and I met him, and so I just shook hands with him and said, "Good evening, sir. Good evening," and we greeted, and that's it. That's the only conversation. And I didn't even stay long at the event. I don't know him one-on-one.
What about Femi Fani-Kayode? Do you know him?
Never met him one-on-one. Never even interviewed him before. But I'd like to see him come on my show. Let's talk. Let's spar. Let's see how it goes. I mean, there are questions that need to be asked. I like a good intellectual spar on our shows. That's it. I've never met him one-on-one. But when you look at it deeply, let's just say the truth. Let's not say it because it favors us. All of the things he was going to say online are needless. Even with the spat with the British envoy, all of those things are needless. All of those things are needless. But a lot of people have been referring to his tweet in 2018, and they keep asking what changed. So in the end, these people do this for politics. And let's not allow us, the people, to be used. Because look at all the Agbero they used. Are the people living in poverty and penury today?
But it's dangerous. Don't you think it's dangerous what they say?
Yes. Oh, yes. But they forget. You see, people that do things like this forget that what you mock will surely overtake you. I'm quoting Bono again. I'm such a big fan of you too. He said, "What you mock will surely overtake you, and you become a monster. Pray that the monster will not break you." Remember Victor Frankenstein now? You are using them now because it favors you. But these Frankenstein monsters, these young children that you ought to educate and make better and transform their life, one day they will rise up like the Frankenstein monster. We are building a bad society. I don't like deceiving man. We are building a very bad society. We are building a bad society. We are having militia groups, replica of the likes of the Tonton Makut of Papa Doc Duvalier. That's what we are having. Yes. It's sad. You can't build a society this way. All sorts of boys attacking people, breaking homes. No, now. We need to rein those boys off the streets. And politicians should stop using them to gain advantage for themselves. Because you see, the truth has to be said. When they are stealing money and they are sharing our commonwealth, they don't think of who is Igbo or Yoruba. It's when they want to perpetrate their nefarious act, they remind you of your division. Can't you see that all tribes are united in corruption? Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa, Fulani, Ibibio, Efik, Ijo, Nupe, everybody united in corruption. When two people want to be corrupt, when they want to swindle government officials and take government coffers money, they don't ask you, what tribe are you? But when they want to divide people, they do all sorts. We can't keep building a societal Frankenstein. The Frankenstein monster. That's what we are doing. Because it favors you today. No. Please. Let's give peace a chance. Let's rebuild our society. Let's live a life of forthrightness.
Yeah, I must mention the fact that because of what happened during the election, and then we saw fire burning down markets in Lagos. We also saw an Igbo chief who said that he will bring in IPOB to come and protect the market. And then,
Highly condemnable.
sorry,
Highly condemnable.
yeah, but again, the next day he was arrested. What do you make of that?
And that's the sad reality. Next day was arrested, but MC Oluomo that said the things he said, you even had the police official come to say the next day, because he released a video and said Mama Shukudi, they were joking, that it was a joke. You see the imbalance, the unfairness. It is fairness that can build our society. That's what a lot of people are asking. The other day, they asked the Lagos State Deputy Governor on television. He said if MC Oluomo broke the law, he should be apprehended. So what MC Oluomo said was not inciting. What society are we building? Why do we deceive ourselves too much? Highly condemnable. Like I condemn any attempts in the plane to try to stall the plane and do all sorts. Those shenanigans, no. We shouldn't do all that. But let's be fair to one another.
Do you think that someone like Onanoga and Femi Fani-Kayode should be part of Tinubu's government?
Tinubu has the right to make his own decisions. What I will say as regards Onanoga and Fani-Kayode and Tinubu making his decisions are immaterial, but truth has to be told. People must be made accountable for the things they say. So it is the accountability that we must demand from Onanoga and Fani-Kayode based on what they say that matters. But the question is, where are the societal institutions that will enforce it when we keep doing pick and choose? Yes. So I'm sure a lot of people will tell me now that whatever MC Oluomo said was not inciting, right? Let's not deceive ourselves. Let's build a society that is fair.
Now, let's get to your work, what you do. How is it going at Rise TV?
I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying logic. What I do every morning is just try to weigh and espouse logical dispositions. That's all I do. Irrational questioning. That's all I do. Because you see, logic is the fundamental of everything in society. It is a logic that is behind the science that makes us to be able to do teleconference as we speak. 100 years ago, was this logically possible? No. But once we keep breaking the bounds of logic, we keep getting better. So all I do every morning is to keep questioning people based on logic and say, you are going to do this. How are you going to do it? What did you do with the resource you had before? How can we make it better? So I want to learn. But you see, we live in a society where a lot of people don't like logic. You know why? Because they have always thrived on illogicality. So in a society where you try to espouse logic and people have always thrived on illogicality, they will push back. They will scream and they will say you are partisan, they will abuse you. For me, I've always learned that once your logic is weak, you resort to abuses.
You've been receiving death threats.
Yes.
Why?
I mean, I receive death threats because I'm trying to espouse logic. And for me, my capacity to espouse logic, you can't stop it. Death threats, how do I deal with it logically? The truth has to be said.
How is the sorry?
What? Yeah, go ahead.
I wanted to say, how is the management of Arise TV? How are they? Their reaction to the journalism you practice and the way you do it?
I mean, see, the thing about Arise, a lot of people didn't know is our strength is based on the logical arguments. we make amongst ourselves. And every morning we always want to put the best logic forward. So there's no spin, there's no agenda. That's why you see that we can easily challenge the logic of each other. We want to get the better logic forward. It's not about any spin. We want to do rigor. Logic backed up with facts-based, evidence-based analysis, rigor and research to be able to improve the role of logic in society. That's just what we do. But you see, because society has been conditioned to be very logical, it's not illogical for somebody to tell you, for Madam Philomena to tell you that snakes swallow money when they stole it. So in society like that, when you espouse logic, they'll become illogical and abuse you and say you're stupid, you are mad. So for me, anybody that abuses me, I tell them, give me a better logic. But when your logic is weak, you resort to abuse and blackmail. Like the person the other day that was saying he knows where I am, where I follow and today. It's when people don't have a strong logic, they resort to abuses and blackmail.
Now, someone said to me when you were coming that you and Dr. Abati, that you are the bad cop and Dr. Abati is the good cop. That's the template. Is there anything like that?
No, it's not. There's no template. We don't plan it. No. We don't plan it. Questioning styles differ. He has his own style.
Who will you say is the? I'm just have to let the audience to come in. They will kill me if I don't give them a chance to talk to you. Who will you say is the worst guest that you've had?
So for me, as long as I espouse logic, I don't take a glossary of how debilitating the logic espoused by the guest was. I don't take a glossary. As long as I espouse logic and there's a logical interaction. So I don't have worst or best. Yeah, you can say some people are like the Phantom of the Opera, like Andrew Lloyd Webber. Yeah, but definitely you have dramatic personnel here and there. But I don't take it to heart. Because I see a lot of very funny people. People don't know me. I'm a very happy, loving person that is more passionate about humanity than anything. So people have called me sadist. They say I don't have a life. I look at them and say, you think my life is only about thinking about my interviews for the day? Never. I do my work, but I also interact with people. I used to do a show on Lagos that one of the most listened to radio shows, sharing life issues, and the Sunday morning show on Inspiration FM. My records are there. I help raise money for people's surgery. I help uplift people. That's my life. Thousands of people, I gave them money of my own on the radio. Out of the little I have, I reach out. I bless people. I want to see people do well. That's my passion. This I'm doing because I also want to espouse logic, because the disposition of the leadership can also help settle most of the challenges in the society. And that's why we must interrogate. So I've got no hate in me to be thinking about the worst show and the best shows. No. Every show for me is good or bad.
Now, I know you reach out to people, you are connected to young people. What about the veterans? I know you've been there for 16 or 17 years in journalism, but the older generation, what do they think about your style?
Some of them appreciate, some of them don't appreciate. People have a prerogative of choice. That's their prerogative. But I love them. When I see them, I reach out to them. Some of them will even come out and tell me, I say, Rufai, the reason why I don't appreciate you is because, I'm not aligned to people that are against you. I've had people that came to tell me that, Rufai, I said, last year, before politics started, I was your biggest fan, but I'm no longer your fan. Everybody has a disposition of choice. And I don't fault people for their choices they make. But for me, the question I ask myself every time is, am I able to fashion a better logical thinking? If I'm not, I will keep working at it. And that's just for me. So the capacity to be able to work is what endears me to the job. And I always want to learn. I want to have a spa, an intellectual spa. I want to learn from people. The capacity to be able to work, research. Yes, I'm one of those your weird people. I like research. So there's some things come to me naturally. I can sit at a point and read books for 4 hours and research and don't get off the spot. So I like to work. I like the rigor.
All right.
So
I still have a lot of questions, but I can let me just get people in to just say a few things to you and talk to you, and then I know you're short of time, you have to go, but let's just do that. Do you want one person at a time, or you want to take multiple questions at once?
Double me, multiple.
Okay. All right. So please, when I call you, please just go straight to the question. We don't have a lot of time, and I will start with you, forefathers. You're next first.
Yeah, thank you, Ruda, for having me here, and thank you for coming in, journalist Oseni. I've listened to you talk on the media, and I must say you are one of the few hopes we've got out there. You guys are basically the leaders in the country before, during, and after the election. You have managed to, advise people and get people to see the reason with what is going on. However, since you believe in logic, I don't want to dwell on these issues because for me, I look at something different, which is why our nation is where it is. And I worry that many of our journalists have been sucked into these processes of trying to figure out, who is corrupt and who is not corrupt, why they are not looking at the bigger picture, why we got where we got to in the first place. Like our leaders going overseas for treatment or traveling just for the sake of it. And they don't care about security. They don't care about this in our national defense. They don't care about us as a sovereign entity. And I saw when the U.S. ambassador or someone from the U.S. embassy came to your channel, he was condescending the way he was speaking to you people. And it looks like he was briefed on the idea that you will have tough questioning for him. And you sounded as if you were pulling back. What I fear is that in Nigeria, because this is going to be a question soon, we are not confronting the real issues that are facing the country. We are not developed. We are not secure. We don't have transparency. I gather that you do address this idea of equity and proper civil behavior a lot. You advocate for anti-corruption stuff, but nobody's addressing the bigger issues. That is why we are bleeding. We are not a secure people. Logic dictates that we should be more secure. You believe in logic. Look at all the data around the world. It dictates that we are not secure as a nation. Not at all. Secondly, the resources that we have is being stolen from the country. That dictates that something needs to be done about it. Just last night, we were having a conversation. Why is it that our leaders are not leading when people are divided, people are polarized? Nobody's making any statement. And we surmise that everybody's compromised, from the chiefs, religious leaders, all of them are compromised, including individuals, maybe even myself. How do we start digging ourselves out of this? And you are one of those people that have the mic and the ability to speak to thousands or maybe even millions of Nigerians every day. How do we start getting to the point where we start advocating ideas that are actually going to change things? Because if we keep doing this over and over again, we are not going to get anywhere. The whole world is moving on. So that's the question. How do we actually start digging ourselves out of these things? In terms of security, you believe in logic. In terms of our ability to protect ourselves from our wealth being stolen overseas, and our leaders breaching our security by flying overseas constantly. Thank you.
Thank you, forefathers.
So if I wasn't doing that, I would not be here talking to you. The reason why I'm here logically is because I'm doing that. What we'll have to do is we have to keep talking. There is no country that is perfect all over the world. That's why you keep challenging norms. I can't change Nigeria. The best I can do is to challenge it. And that's all I'm doing. So when I challenge to a certain extent in my lifetime, we push on the baton to somebody else and we keep challenging it. And we can only keep on calling them to account. And for me, you said the American ambassador, not the American ambassador, the American new consular general came. No, I didn't push back. I still asked my questions. Despite the fact that I was saying, no, there are some things that work in Nigeria, I still pushed back. I still asked my questions. Because there's a difference between diplomatic speak narrative and reality. So what we can always do is keep challenging the norm. I don't believe everybody has been compromised. No, not everybody. There are still a lot of people doing great stuff, speaking. For the fact that you're even passionate to come on this panel to speak means you still feel something about the country. So that's the logical disposition. Change of heart comes slow. You have to keep.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, forefathers. Okija, you're next.
Hi, Rufai, welcome. Thank you very much for
Sir.
coming. And I want to tell you, please, you have to make our time to come and stay like 2 or 3 hours, please. We have a lot of fans here, and we thank you for what you did in Nigeria. Someone on Facebook, on Twitter was saying something about you. I think the lady that sang for Tinubu, she was saying something that Rufai doesn't have anybody, and I said, Rufai, we have his back. So a lot of us, have your back. Speak the truth all the time. We support you, please. My question is this: if there is Tinubu's administration, God forbid, I mean the media that's Channel got $5 million naira fine, and I know they'll be putting pressure on Arise to deal with you, and what I see is this, probably they're gonna be fining Arise, to deal with you. That's what I'm thinking. So have you thought about what or the role of media would be in Tinubu's administration? And do you think that you would change, that they would tame you, from doing what you're supposed to do? Thank you. That's my question.
Anybody that thinks they'll tame the media is joking. The media is dynamic. You can't tame the media. Even Abacha with his gulag, archipelago, couldn't tame the media. So it will evolve. So all of those fears, yes, people might talk about them, but you can't stop the media. It has always been there. It will evolve and it will still form a veritable part of society despite whoever gets sworn in. But the sad reality, I will also tell you based on fact, you're saying God forbid, barring any legal encumbrances, Tinubu will be sworn on the 29th of May, which a lot of Nigerians will learn to live with. I don't know how to deceive people. So when it's sworn in, you will learn to live it. But it's a democracy, and there's still going to be freedom of speech, and there's still going to be institutions. The basis of our conversation in a democracy is because of the strength of the institution. And not everybody in the institutions will be hoodwinked. So it's not that it's going to become a pariah nation. No. People will stand up tall. People will have the conversations. It's as simple as that.
All right.
Okay, so it's not going to be doomed.
Okay, thank you so much. And let's go to Jude. Jude, you're next.
Hi, Rufai. You're welcome to Dr. Damage's show. And Dr. Damage's, thank you for this opportunity once again. And thank you all our fellow panelists. Well, I want to first of all start by saying we appreciate the work you're doing so much. I, for one, I really admire your courage and your resilience, in spite of operating in such a toxic and hostile media hostile environment like we have in Nigeria. So I want you to know that there are millions of people that are behind you and that like the work you do and that pray every day that we wish we have 10 Rufais in Nigeria. Then the media landscape and in fact everything about Nigeria will change for the better. Having said that, I want to say that yes, I'm not a journalist, but I understand that the works of journalists, the ethics of journalists is to seek for truth and probe the truth and then report same, without compromise. But what we find in Nigeria is so many journalists out there. I don't know whether it's because of the so-called brown envelope they have often collected. They try to suppress the truth rather than, seeing themselves as the people that stand, that kind of middleman between the people, the ordinary citizens, and those in governance, because we cannot reach them, but the medias can. And we depend on the media to probe these people and hold them accountable and make them sit up to be able to do the job for which we have asked them to go. We have hired them to go and do. But we find out that, this is not the case. For instance, I want you to comment on I'm sure you would have seen the interview that Sheung had with Dati. To me, that interview, that the performance of Sheung was very absurd. It falls below journalistic ethics. Trying to suppress what was obvious. Even a blind man could see what Dati was saying, and he was trying to. I just want you to comment on that. Because I believe that media journalists should also hold themselves accountable. Like in my profession, we hold our peers accountable. Not just you coming. We hold our peers accountable to make sure that everybody is performing or upholding their ethics of professionalism.
Thank you, Joe.
So there are different media styles, and truth has to be told. A lot of people might not understand that styles differ. Mostly when you see somebody that is espousing a strong logic, as the interviewer, most times you try to push in an antagonistic logic. So some people might see that you're biased, but you're not biased. You're just trying to push an antagonistic logic to be able to sustain a very good argument. Because if most of the time in the conversation you have an acceptance of logic, then probably you don't have a show. So probably that's maybe what he was doing. But at the same time, there are some bounds that you must not cross. Because, so in case for a lot of people out there too, there's a broadcasting code of ethics for broadcast journalists that is made by the NBC. So pretty much these are the rules that when you violate them, you'll be fined, so charged for them. So there's a rule book. The rule book has to do with things about incitement and things that are not true, if you permit people to say them without a challenge. But the track back for me is that once somebody challenges them, then you should record it that they challenged them. But NBC goes ahead to fine. I think very soon NBC will be challenged in court because people will even have to check the jurisdiction of NBC to be able to fine people. I think it's a law court that should be able to fine people, not NBC. NBC could put forward an indictment, but I don't think they should be able to fine based on the laws of the land. But I think very soon people start challenging them. So I probably think, that's just a style. So when people do that, it's not that they don't believe in what you're saying or they don't believe that thing is crystal clear. But they're pretty much trying to say proof beyond reasonable doubt. And I want you to look at it this way. If that same person was doing that same accusatorial logic to be able to counter the logic of somebody you don't like, you call him a hero, isn't it? But because he's doing it against somebody you like, you call him a villain.
No.
They're different styles.
Well, I don't think any objective individual will do that. Personally, I wouldn't do that.
So there are different styles, and trust me, when you call it objectivity subject. So I'll give you one instance. I am not a supporter of the Labour Party. I don't support any political party. I have friends across board. I have tons of APC, PDP, Labour Party friends I talk to, but I don't support any political party. I interviewed the deputy governorship candidate of the Labour Party, and I quizzed her. And obviously, it was obvious she didn't know the manifesto. But I saw a lot of Labour Party people attacking me. And that day, I became a hero among the APC guys because they kept on sharing the video. The most important thing, any style you use, as long as you get out the facts possible from that conversation. So the question is, was the interviewee pushed to be able to espouse those ideas even more? Did the accusatorial style push him to speak more? And that's just it. Some people call it accusatorial, some people say it's plain devil's advocate. So most times it's not as a case of bias. But there are some cases that you know is a clear bias. There are some cases you know is a clear bias. When you know it's a clear bias is when people are coming to lie on the platform and you are not fact-checking them because it suits you. So you know there's a clear bias there.
All right.
So I think styles differ.
Thank you. Thank you, Jude. Ralph, next.
Hi, Rufai. Greetings, Rudolph, and everyone. Thank you for having me, and appreciate your work, Rufai. I always enjoy hearing you on Arise. So I don't really have a question. I just wanted to check. Do you listen to #Sisters-in-Law podcast?
No.
Okay. It's just something, a personal recommendation for you because I know you like data and you like history. So if you can listen to this Friday's episode, I think you will like what they have to say because it speaks to the type of things that I've heard you use on your broadcast. So
I'll look forward to it. I'll look forward to it. I want to learn. I'll check it out. Thank you.
Yeah, that's all I just came to say. Appreciate your work. Keep doing what you're doing. And that's
Bless
all.
you.
All right.
Bless you so much. I mean, #alone. I'll look out for it. Thanks.
Thank you, Ralph. Mama Icho, you're next.
Finally, I've met my brother from another mother.
Mama Icho calls me every morning, every Sunday morning on my show from Colorado.
Wow.
Yeah, I say I wait to be there. Because what you present on Sunday, there are more than 1,001 Simon that we go and sit down in our regular churches to get. So that impacts my life and impacts the work I am doing. So thank you so much for being there for us. Thank you for giving us a voice. Thank you for being the big brother we can count on to fight this monster and rebuild a new Nigeria for ourselves. So my question is this. Based on what we know on the president-elect, and you've come to tell us the Constitution has not programmed us to wait to resolve this before he's sworn in. And looking at what his group of area boys have done in Lagos so far, my question is this. I don't trust him. He's a drug warlord, so I don't trust him. But the thing is this, my children are not going, I use the word my children because the youth population, I am their voice. My children will not take it lightly. So I'm not going to say no, they're not going to fight for their work. How are we going to trust the president-elect to let my children stand for what they know they worked for? Because the thing is this, I remember when Boo Boo I call him, that is Buhari, it is Boo Boo I call him. Boo Boo came to US and he was asked, your youth population is increasing. What is your plan for them? And he was talking about climate change. So that was the day I knew that the Nigerian government does not have anything planned for the youth population. And that was what drove me to what I am doing today for the youth population. So my question is this. I hope they will let my children to protest neatly when they swear in because they not make provision. Because I do not want what happened in NSAS to happen to my children. Because if it does, the word that Nigeria is not looking for, we will get it all. Because the truth is this, they are smart, they are intelligent, they are brilliant, they are hardworking, they have resilient personality. But what we have not given to them is a platform to excel. We stole their destiny. We gave them poverty, lack, hopelessness, and they become Yahoo boys and girls. They become Olosho, they become kidnapper, they become all things that God did not create them to be. Now they say they are lazy. they work hard and choose a candidate of their choice, even though that is not my candidate, but because they chose him as a good mother, I supported them. Now they work hard. The man say, I'm not giving 50. They use their own strength, their own money to do the job. Why can't Nigeria government and INEC government give us the real result so that peace can reign? That is it.
Thank you, Mama Echo.
Mama Echo, good to see you again. I'm so happy. So a couple of things. We live in a rule-based society, and we need to follow the rules on ground. The legal system does not work based on evidence and facts. The candidates that feel disgruntled will have to prove in court beyond reasonable doubt why they should give them the case. And their lawyers, I'm sure, are working hard at it now. Couple of things we should push for are part of the things I said earlier in the Waste Commission reports that says there should actually be a provision that all electoral cases are concluded before the president is sworn in. Secondly, people have the right to peaceful protests, and nobody can stop them as long as it's peaceful. Thirdly, the effect of war is not a good one. Because with wars, you know when it starts, but you don't know when it will end. So, I got a chance to meet a couple of Sierra Leonean and Liberian child soldiers. And many years after the war, they still tell me about their nightmares. It's not an easy thing. We fought a war over 50 years ago, but we are also dealing with the psychological effect of the war. I think the new war we fight is the war of the mindset and our thought process. Because that war is bigger than any physical war. And you see, it is the war of the mind that these politicians are fighting. That's why they are weaponizing poverty and deliberately suppressing the youth. So how can we counter it? By also giving the youth the capacity to be able to do great things. And within ourselves, open up opportunities for them. By giving the financial enablement to some of them to be able to do great things. Because if we do that, then we can truly build. It is time for Nigeria, I've always argued, to build an alternative economy from the central government economy, the economy of the young people. And funny enough, they're already doing that with the startups and all of that. But we can do more across board. And we can keep challenging the status quo. So I think those are the things we should be able to do. And because you didn't win now, does not mean you should not be persistent. So the question is, in the downcast moments, what are the plans? What are the advocacy that can be done leading up to the next election? After this election, we have discovered that even that electoral act is not perfect. So how quick are we advocating for the things we want them to change in the electoral act? Because take, for instance, I'll tell you one. We need the electoral act to be able to say that there must be a transfer to IRF. That part that they say INEC may choose its own method, we must be able to strike out that part. So these are the new advocacy we should be doing. As regards ensuring that it is a technological process. So it could be that advocacy you will lead. All right. Also, we must be able to have an electoral act that determines what are the difference between even guidelines and laws. Because those are the problems. And if we go through all of that, we know this. These are the things you see that the court brings out and they call technicalities. So it is a continuous work with CSO, civil society, young people, and all of that. But the way to be able to break young people free from poverty is credit capital. Credire, like it's called. So that's how you can invest in ideas. And there's a lot that can be done in diaspora remittances and bringing people up and foreign capital.
Well, we are
All right,
working on
thank
that.
you.
We have our ADG Sport Academy that are in the process of taking some of our youngsters to Malaysia and Thailand. And we are working on many
so
other.
let's keep doing that. Okay, so
Thank you.
tell you what. Sorry, I just want to tell you this quick story. One of the things I did, I'm so sorry, just a tiny little bit.
No, it's okay.
So I many years ago, I used to do something called the Empowerment Series. I still do it pretty much. So every year I speak abroad, I speak all over the world. And I called something the Empowerment Bank. So what I was doing was, as at 2014, 2015, I was in a soft empowerment loan. All right? I was in a soft empowerment loan of 20,000 naira for roadside food vendors to be able to buy inventories. And guess what? It so helped them that they paid the money back every week. And we turned the money around like 4 or 5 times. And you'll be amazed at the impact of what little credit can do. I mean, like I told you, Oga Rudolph, Mama HQ knows about our radio station in Lagos. There's so much we're using to empower on Voice of the People radio, empower small businesses. So there's so much. So we can aggregate ourselves on that while government keeps doing the shenanigan.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's go to Igbo Basics. Please, if you can go straight to the question, that will help us to get to many people. Go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph.
Bless you, sir.
And Oseni.
Bless you, sir.
You don't climb an Iroko tree twice. And you and Rudolph Okonkwo, I classify you guys as far as character and integrity. You are the Iroko trees. So, in a nutshell, this is what I present you today. A color note. Having said that, I'm going to come at it from the perspective of ethnic bedding, which is one of our topic here. First, at igbobasics.com, which is our publication since 1995 in the United States. Our motto there is that we are custodians of the conscience. So we'll come at it from that perspective. And at basicsexpress.com, we say we don't break news. We do not break news. With all that said, why I classify you and Rudolph into the categories of people like Mazio Kono, people like James Iroha, people like Chief Zerudayo Korigwengobe, people like Clarus Mbojikwe, these are giants in our community, in our society. So I go straight to my question today is, as far as ethnic bathing is concerned, General Gowon had told us no victor, no vanquish when the war ended. So, is our guest still there?
Go ahead. I believe it's here. Yeah, it's the light. Okay. Yeah,
so, as a matter of public policy, do you feel that the Nigerian state has worked or is working in good faith to reassimilate the Southeasterners and the Igbo population? And if that be the case, because I mentioned all those other giant names, what can we do to honor the likes of Chief Zerudea Okorigwe Ngobe, Alliance 430, because you guys will soon join them in the study of people of integrity?
Thank you so much. Very good question. You know, I said something about a war earlier on. That the most debilitating part of every war is the psychological effects. And really, I feel very sad that the Biafra War happened. It shouldn't have happened in the first place. Because not every brave heart mends. And I don't think the government has done enough to be able to heal this. And to a large extent, we've constantly mismanaged our diversity, which is supposed to be our strength. And it's the offshoot of what we're seeing today. Truth has to be told. The fault lines are very deep. And that's why we truly hope and envisage that we'll have a society where we can truly have these conversations with a view to healing. I think healing starts from acceptance. Honestly, that's what I think.
All right.
Oseni, while you are there this morning,
No.
on breakfast table, I found myself singing, "We shall soon go back to the jungle, where mosquitoes are biting." And my daughter asked me, "Why are you singing war songs?" That is the psychological impact of what we are feeling. I'm on a second missionary journey here. What can we do? And don't negate that Zebediah question, because you guys will soon join them.
No, I think we should have a society that gives due recognition to people. But it is also sad that when you look at the structure of our states, who are those we recognize? Just look at the honors list. Do we truly celebrate our heroes? But until we come to acceptance that hurts have been perpetrated in the past, then we can't move forward. So I just hope that any incumbent government does it. I saw a question here I'd like to tackle.
Yeah. Is that one on the comment?
Yeah, the question said, I function based on hearsay journalism. I don't function based on hearsay journalism. You see, in asking questions, there's something called weighted opinions. So when I say people say, I might not be able to give precisely the name, but they are weighted opinions. And those opinions are for you to be able to react to espouse logic. So sometimes you can use weighted opinions. You can also put in your opinion as a weighted opinion. Then you can put facts and percentile distribution and all sorts of statistical analysis also in your questioning line. So when I say people say, it doesn't mean that it's just manufactured. It's a collective opinion. It's a weighted opinion. I might not have the precise name of the person that said it then, but definitely it's a weighted opinion, and it has to be part of the conversation.
All right, thank you.
Thousand logic, everything comes in. Even weighted opinions and sentiments too comes in.
Thank you, Rufai. Okay, Prince, you're next.
Good morning, Dr. Damages, and good morning, Rufai.
Thank you.
I'm so excited to be on this program, meeting you. Of a truth, I don't really have any question to ask you. Rather, I am full of, encomiums, and praises, being the fact that I love what you do. I follow you, even on your Twitter, and keep doing what you do. It's only in Nigeria that you see people talk about, against journalists. In other climes, in everywhere where we are, you have a preference of who you listen to, if they're saying the truth and what you believe in. And of truth, most people believe in you. Keep doing the work, keep up the good work, and don't ever think about the threats. I will not say it's empty, but it's nothing. Better name is greater than wealth. That's all I can say.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. It means a lot to me. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Prince. Let's go to Ike. Ike, you're next.
Thank you, Rudolph, for giving me an opportunity. And Rufai, I'm happy to be here because when I wake up in the morning in Texas, what I'm waiting for, because when I watch that, it gives me an insight of what is happening currently in Nigerian realm. I'm one of the people that believe in Nigeria. I live in US. I go to Nigeria 4 or 5 times a year, except last year and except this year. The reason why this year I do missionary, I do health mission in Nigeria myself. I host it, I pay for it, I take care of it. But this year I didn't do it because of the election, because I normally do it in February and March. But for me, as I look forward to all those things, one of the things I notice about Nigerian media is that you guys don't do what Americans do. Pull archive and say, this is what you said this time. Why did you change? Because there is nothing that makes somebody feel ashamed is when you pull an archive of what they have done in the past and ask them, why are you changing from what you have done in the past? So I think it's a good idea, not only saying you said, but we play it for you to show you that we see you when you said it. Why don't you guys practice like this? I know that it takes a little bit longer, but in American society, once you change and they will play that archive, and all of a sudden you find yourself not being able to defend what you said in the past and what you're saying now. So for me, that is the question I like for you to answer. But at the same time, I'm happy to be here. I'm at work, but I said I must come to talk to you. You're my hero. I believe in what you say because you say it the way it is, without no apologies. And you don't see a lot of journalists in Nigeria doing that anymore because everybody have been bought, and we don't believe when they say the truth and when what they believe anymore because of they are all bought. But continue doing what you're doing. Continue believing yourself. Continue putting it out there. And if there is anything you do and you solicitate to help to do your cause, I would love to be part of it whenever. That's just me. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ken.
Thank you so much. So we pull up a lot of archival materials too. We might not be able to have precisely the video because archiving is a big problem in this country. I think the best archive we have to date is YouTube. If not for YouTube, sometimes I wanted to get some old reel tapes of the NTA in the 70s. And trust me, when I tried going for it and I saw the states those tapes were, it was shocking. So archiving is a very big problem. And most of the archiving pretty much that I recorded material started around 2006, 2007, 2008. And that's why when you even check online with newspapers in Nigeria, I think the only newspaper that has one of the longest archives is Sahara Reporters, because Sahara started archiving around 06, 07. Most other papers, traditional papers, got online 2010 thereabout. So it's a big problem. But it's a big industry itself. There are people that just deal with archives alone in America. And obviously, the budgets are bigger, obviously. So take, for instance, Fox News. So let me give you this illustration. Because I do a lot of work around American media too, as a media entrepreneur and all of that. On Sean Hannity's show on Fox, a minute of primetime jingle, is about $20,000. On Sean Hannity's show, yeah. And on a good day, you might have a couple of ads. But in Nigeria, that $20,000 might be the revenue of a station in a month. So budgets differ. But it's also something we can build capacity. And that's why once we deepen media, they were able to build that capacity and get more of these archival materials. But I give it to you, archiving is a big problem, very big problem. It's something that I'd looked at the point and all of that, it's something I really wanted to do. In fact, at some point, I tried pulling bond members, Association of Nigerian members, and Microsoft Azure into a room to have a meeting on how they can have a cloud system to archive, but it never worked out. But you're correct. We can improve about it. It's a feedback we'll take.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Ike. Odi, you're next.
Rufai,
Malga,
I'm very happy to meet you finally and talk to you. Dr. Damages, thank you for making it possible. You know, I hope you know that you're fast becoming an icon, you know, for the youth, national icon for the youth of Nigeria. And which is really, the youth is Nigeria, right?
I'm
And,
not the Rufai.
huh?
I'm not the icon. I just be Rufai.
No, you're becoming, you know, the truth is anybody can vilify you, but you're quickly becoming, you know, and, you know, and people have better be careful. You know, one of the things I wanted to talk about is your, you know, well-being and security, you know. Nigeria is a funny place when people say go to court, because when people say go to court, there's something there. When MC Olomo says, you know, we're gonna attack you, they will attack you, you know. So I know that you do your due diligence, but I, you know, we would like you to stay there for us. Nigeria is a country where, you know, there's no opposition, right? You know, you're not a perfect man, I'm not, nobody is, right? But you know, we need, you know, you talked about your YouTube station, which I watch. I watch everything about you. I follow you on Twitter and all that, you know. Like my friend, you know, I was going to open by saying that I hope I get enough time to speak because I have a lot of things to unpack this morning, you know. So, you know, one of the things, sorry, Dr. Damages, I like to talk about the wiretaps on P2B, which is this should be the real story. I think we are all talking about whether what he said was right or wrong. We all have private conversations that if we reveal, or if it's revealed, we are going to be very embarrassed. I think that's what the question is: who tapped him? This is illegal, obviously. You know, trust me. You know, many people have said so many things about the, you know, Muslim ticket, you know, obvious, you know, in the open. You can imagine how many phone calls went back and forth. And if those are revealed, Nigeria will probably go in flames. And, you know, if someone decided to go and pick up this, because I know that this will be the news tomorrow, and you guys will be on talking about it. But the idea, this is like the idea of Trump and Hillary Clinton. You know, let's equivocate both. You know, the idea of the server is equal to, you know, doing illegal campaign contribution and espionage. You know, I don't think, because the idea is, oh, P2B does bad too. You know, he's not a perfect man, but the idea is, who is wiretapping who? For me, that's the question that you journalists should be asking. And because if this is allowed to scale through, trust me, people in Nigeria have escaped, but people in Nigeria will be in trouble, you know, because you can't have any freedom of speech anymore. Thank you.
Thank you, Odi.
No, and I think when I commented on that, I talked about the fact that private conversations, you should not have a third party that intrudes on private conversations to the extent of recording them. All right, and I think it's time we start to exercise those laws in Nigeria. I'm sure you remember the case of, you know, it was wiretapping that brought down one of the oldest newspaper in the world called News of the World. There was a girl that died, Millie Dowler, and in a bit of getting information and story, they tapped into a what's it called now? Voicemail. And the inquiry went on, and the inquiry brought down News of the World. News of the World doesn't exist today again. So I think it's incumbent on people to test it in the law court, because people too, you know, actually need to test this in the law court. And this was, and you see, when I talk about logic, I know what I'm saying. This was what I expected Mr. Fayashe to answer me when I asked him the question about his recorded call. I expected Fayashe to say, but do you know that was even illegal, that anybody had taped me and all of that, and I was going to test it out in courts and move on and answer other questions rather than attacking me. All right? So, truth has to be told. That's a very good part of it, and I espoused it before.
And also, I'm going to espouse it tomorrow when the issue is brought in front of me. You know, because we can't build a society where people are taped and all that. Because everybody can be taped. And trust me, I've been on the receiving end of it. Trust me. I'm sure you saw a story that went viral. Anyway, I have said I'm not going to respond to the same character we all know. So that kept on fighting me after an interview. So you get a lot of this. But I've seen how people, get calls at the back, record and cut some portions out, and they start to act all sorts. But I think that's a good conversation to have.
All right. Thank you, Odi. Rufai, there's a question. I just showed it on the screen. It says basically whether you are interested in running for political office.
I just want to be a journalist. I don't know. I don't know what the future will hold for me, but I just want to be a journalist. But with the madness now, obviously, it's not on my horizon. I want a place where I can espouse good ideas. I want to build a lot of media, structure, because I think we don't even have enough yet. And we're building. And the TV, the radio station is not only online, it's on terrestrial radio, actually. So it costs a lot to run. We are actually on a dial in Lagos, 90.3 FM. So it's on your real radio, apart from being on YouTube. So it's, maintenance costs and things. Let's build more media outlets. But I don't know what my future holds, but I'm not thinking about running or office now. No.
All right, let's go to Henry. Henry, you're next.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Rudolph. Mr. Rufai. I mean, I'm one of your biggest fans. I'm really happy to talk to you live right now. I don't have too much questions to ask. I just want to thank you for the good job you're doing. I wish we can have journalists like this, outspoken journalists like this. It could be better. Nigeria could be better. It's going to be better. My question is, the NBC, why they don't give the journalists free hands to go beyond sometimes?
Very good question.
Yeah, because sometimes it's disgusting when I hear when they say they sanction this newspaper, TV house, radio station. It's like the journalists they're not going over, because journalists are the eyes of the people. Because we are not seeing what is going on. We're supposed to have investigation journalists so they can go beyond what we cannot see. But it's like people have to come together to fight against this oppression from the NBC. Because it's not a pain under Nigeria. It's not a pain us we that live in the Western country. It's not the internet. We could not be getting some information about what is going on in Nigeria. And 1 minute, please, Mr. Rodolph, please. MC Oluomo make a comment a day before the election, and the next day it happened. What are the DSS waiting for? Are they doing the job for the Agberos now? Because they are using the Agberos to do the dirty job. Now they are using the DSS.
All right, that wasn't the one that that got him off. I think
it's like the DSS is doing the dirty job from the Agberos these days. I don't know why they cannot arrest this MC Oluomo. Why?
I mean, sad reality. But I wanted to say something about the NBC. So I think the structure of the NBC today is not sustainable in a democracy. Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida put out the laws to be able to have private broadcasting pretty much in 1993. And that was when they set up the National Broadcasting Commission, which was sort of military-esque in the charter that sets it up. A government regulatory body that had little or no level of independence, but dependence on the government itself to be able to regulate broadcasters. So it was a military mindset of, we will still use the NBC to rein them in, despite the fact that we're giving them license for private radio stations. I think what should be done is the laws should be looked at again, and the NBC should have a commission that is headed by different sections of the society, which include civil society groups, women groups, youth groups, and various stakeholders And they should vote before they can issue out sanctions and review every alleged infraction possible.
Yeah.
And the chairman of the commission should be subjected to the decisions of the commission itself. That's where you can have true independence. As the NBC is today, is not independence.
Yeah.
And it will only get worse because anybody that comes in, we only use it as a tool to fight people because it doesn't favor them. And this has always been in my argument. And you see, the very funny thing about the chairman of such commission is that whoever is the Minister of Information just comes and uses them and dumps them in the end. I don't want to mention one of the former bosses of the NBC. What happened to him? He thought he was trying to satisfy them during ENSA. In the end, they didn't retain him. They sent him away. So what should be done is you should have a commission that has a representative of different groups. And I think that model, I think I read about it in the law books in Ghana. So that's how you can have robust media. But if you don't have it that way, you just have people that listen to the say-so of the minister. Because we've had occasions where the minister says, oh, find those people. And they've started finding. I mean, I don't just want to be hysterical. The fines have started going around. And we must not have the government be the one to control. You must have an independent body that controls the regulation of media. My thoughts about the MBC. MCO, it goes back to the pick and choose thing I talk about. And we can't build a society of fairness that way.
All right. Thank you. Let's go to Femi. Femi, you're next.
Bless you, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Rufai, my own Dude Miami of journalism. Quickly, so it was Malcolm X that said something about how if we're not careful, we must be careful of the fact that the newspapers might actually have us hating the people that are actually being oppressed and loving the people who are actually doing the oppression itself. And Paulo Freire, I think that's the name, also mentioned something about the oppressed, instead of striving for liberation, tend themselves to become the oppressors. The reason why I go with these two quotes is because of the general situation of things as they stand now. And of course, you've also mentioned the kids that you spoke to in the years following or the decades following the Sri Lankan war. And of course, if we also, by extension, look at how the what turned out to be the genocide of was it 95 or thereabouts in Rwanda started with just two groups, just two ethnic groups. It was like a joke. You never would have imagined such a thing happening in Rwanda until it happened. The reason why I ask is because of what we see right now, especially in the aftermath of our so-called election, and nobody prays for it to happen, but the signs are definitely ominous, and it continues. I was wondering what your opinion to what may happen afterwards in the light of all of the various, if you will, innuendos that have been flying around in the media amongst people like FFK, Oluomo, and what have you. What your opinion and what your fears about what may happen or what may not happen are. Thanks.
Thank you.
So, and that's why I keep saying people should cool things down. So, another thing is that I have a very funny streak. Most of my friends are from the age of 70, 80 upwards. So my father died at the age of 86. By default, I'm just friends with lots of very old people. So my very dear friend, I mean, he's just a neighbor. And my father, sort of, Dr. Yemi Ogubi, I mean, top journalist, chief of Daily Times at a point, We were talking last week. And I love conversations. I love to talk to people. And he was telling me how he was in boarding school when all the fights around the 1964 elections between Akintola and Awolowo started. And he said he was in school, boarding school in Ibadan, and he knew that there was going to be a war the way they were going, how they were burning each other's homes in what they call the wear tier, where they were pouring petrol on each other's homes. And we all saw what snowballed to, that 5 majors picked that up and they said, okay, let's stop all this rubbish the politicians are doing. And remember what happened with Cardinal Zego and Ife Juna and the likes. That's why I keep saying we should calm down. We forget in a hurry that the events that led to the Civil War started after a very fraudulently held elections on the 30th of December 1964. We forget that all of the events around the lack of peace after those elections that were flawed in 64. You know, if you remember, some regions actually boycotted those elections. The elections started in 64, some were held in 65. I don't agree. And those were the events that led to things, you know, steaming up to a particular point that the 5 majors, Kaduna, Zego, and Ifejuna, you know, attacked. And Ifeju, I think one of them wrote a book on why we struck. I think it was Ifejuna's book. So we must just be careful. Let's cool things down. Let's argue our case out. Let's hope on the courts. If we're going to have protests, let's have peaceful protests. But we can't afford to throw our country away. Because in the end, it is the only country we have. Look at what's happening in Kenya today. I had to send my another very dear friend of mine, Professor Otieno Lumumba, a message. And I said, you know what, please intervene in what's happening in Kenya. And he had even intervened before that time. After the elections have been lost in courts, Raila still feels disgruntled. And because there's a cost of living crisis, now there are protests. You see the killings, the destruction on Northland buildings, the farm of Uhuru Kenyatta, and the killings in general. It's so bad now. And Raila Odinga is saying that on Monday again, there's going to be another mass protest. The last time they said they were going to storm the state. Kenya is in a state of chaos. I was supposed to be with a friend of mine that is a business leader in Kenya. I can't get into Kenya. Please, let's calm things down. I beg all of us. And I just hope those leaders remember history. Please, I beg.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Rufai. Matt, you are next.
Hey, Mr. Rufai, God bless you. God bless you. Mr. Rudolph, God bless you too. You are the giant of the media with my Oga Rufai. I followed you this morning. In fact, you made me not to go to church where I was in your ministry today. I was blessed. I was blessed. I was doing something, but I enjoyed it all through. You know, so you are a blessing to Nigeria, to humanity. Even I thought maybe it's only new, broadcasting that you concentrated on doing. But I found out that you are doing other things, which you mentioned that morning, which is great. I mean, it was great to hear such things from you. And God will bless you, keep blessing you. I love people who live by saying the truth, who believe in truth. That is what that can save us, in this evil, state that we find out. But there is something you mentioned, which I want to ask, and I didn't know about that. But it was about task force. An evidence was gathered by presidential governor candidate who lost the election or whatsoever. I don't know. He then, hello, is he still there?
I think it's not here, but he can hear.
Okay now. Yeah. And okay. And now, and he gathered the evidence, and police came to arrest them, took the evidence, arrested the lawyer. I mean, in this kind of situation, what kind of country are we on? What kind of thing is happening? They released them finally, and they held back the evidence. Release them. Why don't you release them with the evidence? Because they are going to use it in the law, in the court. So I want to know what are the state of things now over there in Port Harcourt based on the evidence. You know how the court works. Are they still going to release this evidence completely so that these people can use it to do their finding? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So I got an update on that. So I wanted to interview Tonya Cole, the APC governorship candidate, but he wasn't connecting. But after I finished the show, then he called me back. So he narrated what happened. Arrested their lawyers. Most of the depositions they had prepared for the tribunal on Monday, they took it with the lawyers. They released the lawyers, but he said, "Oh, he wants the evidence and all the legal briefs they had prepared." But he said no, that he has to go and call INEC. So they didn't give it to him yesterday, which obviously I'm sure that they had copied it and seen all the case they want to push in there. And I'm sure they have advantage now, the opposition party. But when he called me, he said they had told him to go and call INEC to verify what they have before they can let go of it. So I've not called him to get a follow-up. But at that time, he said he was going there, that he had called the INEC record states and he was driving there when he called me. So, but I've not gotten a follow-up as regards that.
All right, thank you, Matt. Assimilationist.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. Thank you for having me. And to our Honorable Rufai, you're welcome. You inspire me because of your guts. I have a question, and I'm going to link them. I'll try my best. Okay, so do you think that the Nigerian media is biased, choosing what to report to the public or not, where the owners of the media conglomerate, crush, or acquire the media solely for their personal portfolio? And as a result, how can journalism in Nigeria be improved to better serve the Nigerian public, north, south, east, and west, to inspire and stimulate public interest and trust, integrity, truthfulness, fairness, independence, and accountability? So the media in Nigeria, the way I see the news, is not balanced. Sometimes it seems as if the news around Nigeria is underreported. What are the things to be done to improve such situations, to bring all the things to balance everything around within Nigeria? Thank you.
Very good, very good stuff. And you observe rightly. Truth has to be told. The solution to the problem is to be able to have more people that are sticklers for the truth do media, to have more outlets. And that's why my passion is about creating outlets. And it is bias. Some media. I won't tell the name of the media. There was a TV station where you can figure it out. There was a TV station that was fined. All right. Why are you guys laughing already? I can see your faces. You're laughing. There was a TV station that was fined. And what NBC complained was that in their news bulletin, they took 17 APC stories and 3 PDP stories. 17 APC stories. And 3. You're laughing. I can see somebody laughing at it. 17 APC stories and 3 stories from the other media for a 20 news item bulletin. 17 APC stories leading up to the elections. And even the NBC was surprised that, Jesus Christ, what level of imbalance reportage?
So why is that then?
he that pays the piper dictates the tune. And that's why for you to be able to counter that, you must have more media stations in place.
Yes.
So that when you see that somebody is skewing the narrative because somebody's paying the piper, then you can challenge that. Simple as ABC. And that's why, I think it was Senator Oseni that gave some people that were ranting at us the best answer. When they said, we're not going to watch Arise. Arise is biased because we say it the way it is. They said, go and watch Maggie cooking show on NTA, It's as simple as that. That's just it. So multiplicity of media is what will deliver our society. Multiplicity of media is what will deliver. But there is a lot of bias. Just imagine that a news bulletin, 17 stories for one party, 3 for the others. But we must be able to get regulators to account better. So I was in France once during the election.
All right. So we will wait for him. So,
Nepa, don't take light. You better come back.
Hi, come back, please. I have not introduced myself to you properly.
Do you know that? I hold you responsible because you did not place the link on
I'll hold you responsible. I forgot to introduce myself to you. My name is Lucia, and I am the founder and a cosmetic formulator at Izmiri London. So I use Izmiri as I come here now to showcase, that young people should not lose focus. As a Nigerian, I have a voice. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you so much. Let's go to Dr. Berichi. The connection, his connection is not very good.
I need to be in a meeting now.
All right. So, Rufai, can you hear me?
Sorry,
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, can I just think about can we just give everybody the chance to ask their questions so and I just do like a summary answer?
You answer them
because I don't want to do that. Yeah, so everybody just maybe few comments, questions. Because I need to be somewhere now, and the person that just called me, that was why the line was flickering.
All right, bye-bye.
So I ended up, bless you so much. I ended up doing more than 90 minutes. You can see, Ogami, I gave extra time.
I know. I really appreciate that.
2 hours.
Yeah. I don't know what's going on with it. Okay, so what we're going to do, Dr. Berichi, if you can hear me, your question, and then we take everybody in the studio, and then that's it. Berichi, you're first.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we can
you hear me? Yeah, I mean, I don't really have, I wouldn't really waste the time of the panel, except to say that Rufai is somebody I follow a lot, and I admire his work, and just to ask him to keep doing what he does. That's all I have to say.
Bless you. Bless you, Dr. Berichi. Bless you, sir.
Okay. Paul, you're next.
Okay. First of all, Rufai, thank you very much. The first Rufai will have used to keep everything to himself. That's the Peter Rufai. But now when we have you, you used to bring everything out. That's a great job you're doing. And Rufai, I want to ask you, when you were worried, do you eat Madiga?
Yes, now.
And you don't talk about that for TV.
No, say I work for GFM. I worked in GFM radio. It was the first private radio station with my boss then, Chief George Ugen, of blessed memory. In fact, he told me to run the station after he passed. I've not just had the money, and I've just been stretched financially, but I'm working out on resuscitating the station because that was the first private radio station in Delta State, one of the first in the South. And we did a lot of good work in that radio.
Yeah, great that you understand. You know Madiga. Rufai, so my this is now my opinion. It's not a question to you, and also it sounds like a question also. The biggest influencer negatively in our country today is the religion cycle, precisely the Christians and the Muslims. But I hardly get in any TV radio stations that even talk about our traditional institutions. The churches are not helping issues, particularly this election time. The mosques, the so-called Islam, the Muslims, they are not helping issues. But you guys hardly talk about that. You guys paint them also like they are also the devil, that we don't even want to talk about the devil. We talk about you see all the pastors' prophecies and the Islam and every other thing. That is even dividing us more. I want to ask for you guys to still talk more about that. That's my take.
Okay, it's a feedback. We'll take it. It's a feedback. We'll take it. Thank you so much.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, Dr. Damages, good evening. Good evening, Mr. Rufai. Thank you very much for
Bless
the
you.
fire. I follow you on Twitter and I enjoy your glasgow. So I wanted to ask that I have a question. I know you worked as a radio presenter for a long time and now as a broadcast journalist. I just wanted to ask you the difference with the guests you have. Which do you think, which platform do you think gets out there more, and which is easier to have these people come on? Because it seems that a lot of them run away from coming on TV interviews but go on radio interviews. Which one reaches out to people more, and which ones are politicians more interested on coming on to, and why do you think that is?
All right, thank
So
you.
every platform is great and it reaches out to people. Why TV reaches out more in Nigeria is because with DSTV and decoders, you can have a network. But in places like America, radio is a big deal. Look at people like Rush Limbaugh. Was never really doing a lot of TV. It was majorly radio. Because you have a network. So the problem with Nigeria is that there are not too many licenses where you can have a networked radio show all over the country. In fact, I've been trying to push for that, and it's been difficult to get it. I hear they don't normally just give it to you like that. I think it's probably only the NTAs of this world that have like the network service where every station hooks up to. So both platforms are great, but I think TV pretty much reaches out more because it's sort of like network. So you can watch Arise TV in Lagos and in Abuja and anywhere, but in radio, except you stream live, you get. So I think it's just a network synergy thing.
Right.
But I enjoy both formats. I love both formats. But like I tell people, I'm a radio man, proper radio man to the hilt.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, Ngazika. Loco P.
Let me boast laugh first. Thank God. First time seeing you face to face. Thank God they're here. Dr. Rudolph, I forgive for you today. I will not forgive you to say I don't follow you the talk. Okay, pick one so that I'll save your time. When you said the media cannot be stopped here by anybody, I will beg to differ a little bit, right? I would say the media under NBC, you understand? Apart from you, because maybe Arise is still watching their back, so to speak. But every other TV media in Nigeria, I think they are compromised. Apart from you, then and also think one thing you should also do as a journalist. I think. Oh, sorry. Let me come this. Judiciary is the number one problem of Nigeria. One,
yes.
Right? Then
the big problem.
The second problem of Nigeria is the journalists, you guys, the media, journalists. And I think because you are the ones we watch, right? They say seeing is believing. I want to say TV media is somehow has upper hand than radio media. You believe in what you see rather than what you hear. You understand? So I want to say you guys should always, flog issues. Nigeria has this situation whereby they talk about negative issue for a short while and they forget about it, waiting for the next propaganda, waiting for the next issue to talk about. But I think journalism should be done the way American does their own. Like you said, archiving. When you bring stories that has not been completed, you bring it back to the fore so we will talk about it and like, oh, this is this and this is that. You get what I'm saying? But in Nigeria, you talk about issue once, only you, and forget about it. You understand? Then we don't hold politicians to their words in the past. You understand? Like you said, archiving, you know, so I would really want to see where like journalists will always talk about issues all the time, hold politicians accountable. You know, I hope it's not gone. Hold politicians are accountable. What, Rudolph? I'm not hearing you. Okay.
No, I was saying that he has to go. He actually booked for 1 hour, and we've done more than 90 minutes. So he needed to.
Okay.
So that's
you have to bring it back. You have to bring it back some other time.
Yeah. I'll try.
You have to not try.
Okay,
you have to. You must bring
okay.
it back.
I'll bring him back.
You must bring it back.
All right.
So Rocco, you managed to kick him out or something? Oh, sorry.
I didn't kick him.
No.
Okay, Ovia, your question, so that he has to go. Ovia, your question. Okay, he's gone.
Yeah. Good morning, Rufai, from this angle. I must say that I'm a fan of Arad News. I watch Arad News every day. So, and Arad News is no complete without the morning show crew. So, kudos to you guys. Let me use your tactics, Rufai. You are fond of quoting books and personality that you actually agree with to either support your question or your rebuttal. So, I don't know if you are familiar with a book called Manufacturing Consent by Professor Noam Chomsky and Edward Hammond. In that book, they come to the conclusion that the media is not a solid monolith, but it represents a debate between the powerful interests while ignoring perspectives that challenge the fundamental premise of all the. And as a fan of Arise, I have to say that within the last 1 year, or let's say the campaign period, they fit into what Noam Chomsky and Edward Hammond are saying, catering to the powerful interests. And it's so obvious in that of Arise that, because I run a small platform that a lot of people actually agree with the question I'm asking now. So, and it's not particular to you, but media in general. So, what do you think that is?
All right, thank you.
Or let's agree with what Noam and Hammond are saying in that their conclusion.
Rufai, we can't hear you if you're speaking. We can't hear you. No, we still can't hear you. No, and you're not. Oh, you're muted. Oh no, you're muted. Okay, go ahead. Try again. No, we still can't hear you.
Rufai is on Obedient Network.
All right. Maybe you can log in and then you can say bye. I know you have to really go. I appreciate the time you spent over.
Oh my God, Rudolph, you are a corporate. I'm calling the media out now. You conspire with him. I
will not forgive you.
That's a media question. I mean, you.
No, I didn't.
Rudolph.
No, you tried.
No, he tried, and
he tried at least 90 minutes to 2 hours. Tried.
Yeah, no, actually,
Adewale was here for 9 hours now. How is he? I don't understand.
I know. Probably he had something engagement before.
This guy has to work now.
Exactly. He has engagement before now. He just squeezed them.
You can go and bring Adewale now. Politics have ended.
It's not
for politics, they can be there for hours.
It's not easy to be on national television every day.
Yeah, it's not.
Hold on, guys. I think he wants.
Oh, he's still here. He's still here.
He wants to say bye or something.
Yeah.
Let me go one
let's
kick one of you guys out and let him say.
Kick Mama out.
Go.
Now who they match that kind of break? I leave church today. I leave church like I did for this program. Yeah, you got a press button. Take time,
Hello, Rufai, let me.
Hold on. Let's
Rufai,
let him say.
Let me ask you a personal question.
No, wait. Now make you answer the question where they answer first now. Sure.
Am I talking to you? Rufai, let me ask you a personal question.
I'm just saying that he has a question to answer.
Can you hear me?
I'm just saying. Let me ask Rufai a personal question.
Okay. So as I was saying, I said non-trust. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Sure. Yes.
Okay. So, Chomsky has got his own views. But one thing I can tell you for free is that media itself is always contention of ideas. And when you look at it's a reflection of years in society. That's what make up our narrative base. So if non-trustee talks about a contention, it is indeed a contention. But the most is what constitutes truth. Some people will say it's base, some people will say it's narrative base. Is visible and clear. It's not alternative reality like Kelly and Company. It's not. In there, there is a focal point of the truth. And I think to strive as possible to be able to uphold. And it's out there. And as journalists, we're much as possible to find it. We keep inquiring. So we put a strong down. Must always talk about an instance. I remember when NSAS happened. There was no controversy in my mind. Sanwo-Olu asked to come and arise. The first question was, who ordered them to choose? Simple as that. Because people had died tremendously. And somebody ordered them to turn off the light, be taken. So that was something we can't do away from. That's an inquiry for the truth. People will push you away and say, no, you have no right not to ask and everything, but we have to. Because for every, like somebody was saying here, media is bad. For every time we fight or we kill a story, then it becomes problematic. But I think the most thing is, and one other part I'm looking at to disrupt is the agenda. For too long in Nigeria, it is the newspapers that set the agenda. National newspapers. It's mostly based on the reaction of what is talked about in the newspaper that most TV stations pick up the stories and talk from. I think the next frontier for broadcast journalists is to be able to have their own setting of the agenda. So it doesn't have to be, okay, what the newspapers are saying in the morning that we have for. Because when you look at the topic of discussion that cascades into radio and television, is the topics that talk. And you can't forget the fact that those editors have their own biases. Except the only media now that is constantly now changing that agenda setting is social media. But everybody must be able to institute their own agenda based on the fact of what is. So in all fairness, I think we have not stories well enough. I know we would like to research more, but it's because of the resource. The investigative journalism we are doing in this country is piecemeal because there's no budget for it. You can't, you see, a lot of people keep saying, oh, Al Jazeera did a report. You want to compare Nigeria with Al Jazeera. Al Jazeera's budget in a year is over $200 million. Al Jazeera's budget in a year run every media house in Nigeria put together for one station. That's why we can't do in-depth investigative journalism. So the costs are there. Can we keep improving upon it? Yes. Compare with the BBC. I mean, I do a lot of stuff with the BBC. I was in Portland. We used to have 6,000 members of staff. That the radio license fee is over $300 million. Let's not deceive ourselves.
This is real money. Ego, yabara. Ego, money. You can't be there without money. You need a war chest. Let's not deceive ourselves. How much advertising revenue? How much advertising revenue? Total advertising spend for television media
Don't worry.
is not up to 100
Me
or
and my
200 million.
children. Me and my
Mama,
children.
may you and your children keep 1 year waiting in the shop.
Wait.
Let me see.
Rufai, me and my children go
You
work.
and your
You
children.
see this area when you identify, we go invest.
So, amen, man. So we need better. Amen, man. I say not be my money, not be business. No. For you
Don't
to get
worry,
it sustainable.
I raise Brigade, I raise Elon Musk. We go do and a new Nigeria we won't build for ourselves and our children. So it go work
Amen.
for our lifetime. Amen.
Yes. It go happen. Okay, make I just quickly talk this one. I'm saying real money. I'm saying, okay, I'll give you. I was in England. Take care. I was in England. There was this TV station that started. It's called GB News, a right wing, very small TV station.
Yes, I do.
Top capital raise was over $70 million US. And guess what? Bill, they are still going to raise more money. 70 million star raise. Series A, not on Series C. They are still going to raise money. 70 million. So it's something that is capital intensive. But I believe we can get there if we keep ourselves. So we need critical investments, honestly. Critical investments. So most of those things they are seeing they were not able to do. The fetch. How much advert they fetch? So you need critical money. It's just as simple as that. See, the money where Hannity, they collect alone in salary from Hannity a year is about half of the advertising revenue in Nigeria. Sean Hannity is on like $60 million. Between $50 to $60 million thereabouts. Even this babe, we tackle Trump, Meghan Kelly. When she go NBC, I heard like $60 million. $60 million is like close to half of the advertising revenue in Nigeria. So when people they talk all those things, oh, you can't campaign effectively. If the resource is there, if people really get the money to do the media, then you'll be able to expand. You know, because I can tell you this, because I'm also an entrepreneur in the business. I know the business in and out. I've built stations. I know the cost end. I know what it is like to pay salaries. So I can tell you, so I have requisite information. And I know the revenue projections. It's not as grand as most of the time it's a labor of love. Most of the time I use money out of my own pockets to take pay for people. So some of the facts. But we have to keep pushing. And we cannot relent. And out of the little we have, we still do. So thank you guys so much. I really need to run now. I need to go as I am. They don't call me tired. Bless you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Rufai.
We go revive that radio station for Delta State to Rufai. We go revive that our own radio station for Delta State.
All right. Thank you so much.
If I get the money, I go. I'm not getting money now.
No, we go do
please, Rufai, I hope you come back again.
I wish I had opportunity of hitting Rufai one question.
Rufai, where is Tundu?
He will be back.
Not be like Rufai. What Tundu said?
Tundu is taking a break. Tundu is taking a break.
He's
taking a break off media.
Okay, Libya. And see, when you send this message to her, please tell her to always smile. Like OG, please. Tell her to always smile. Her face, the key, the spirit for that place. I beg, tell them. Everybody they
Oji
complain.
was forcing
All right, Rufai,
professional
thank you so much.
Oji was forcing
No,
professional manner. Our job was to smile.
All right, thank you.
Okay, what you job to
I
smile?
appreciate you.
Tundu not to squeeze face.
We'll be
Bless
right
you.
back.
As a model, you have to learn how to smile by all means.
I know that Tundu face. Wait. I bless sadist. No, come on.
There was really no much time to talk to Rufai, and hi.
And
Dr.
Mama
Damage,
won't
you must bring
Mama,
her back.
Mama won't provoke me this morning. Mama, hold your side, oh. Make
Tanya,
the mash
always
out.
watching
Mash out.
children.
Mama,
Now
make
you
the
get
mash out.
children. Relax
True,
first.
true. Now, make the mash out, Mama.
Relax first.
Now only you walk out.
Ovie, take it easy now. Come on.
Hey, leave me and Mama now. Leave me and my Mama.
I
now.
know
What you do?
now, but take it easy. People are not going to understand, you know.
No, she understand. That's what
People are not going to understand. I don't understand.
So the court, when they give you last night, I just follow you this morning, Ovie.
Mama, hold your
The
side.
court, when you carry for Colorado last night, that you don't say where they Kolo, Ovie.
The moment you permitted, I receive your supply, Mama. I receive your supply. It's too much. So the network started having issues.
I be not be loud.
The moment you brought Pampa, so the network
I came in to ask Rufai a question. I didn't have chance. I was in the backstage for more than 2 hours. I don't know.
It was fastest finger. It was fastest
the
finger.
traffic was much. It doesn't
I wonder.
We go bring her back, oh.
CM ask, I will relay your question to him. Ask a question.
It's a simple question. The question my question is this, Jude. My question are you not worried that all we do in Nigeria is just politics? All we do that's what life is about now. Life is all about politics, right?
Well, I will keep my question to myself because if it is not Panadol, it can never be Panadol.
Thank you. Yeah, you see what all the politics are.
Yeah, there is paracetamol. Okay, so paracetamol is more better than Panadol.
If it's not Panadol, it can never ever be Panadol. So I keep my question to myself. But the question should have benefited him and everybody. But well, tomorrow is another day. I don't know why. I was on backstage. They put people, they go. I was on backstage for 2 hours. Yes, it's true. I have to say it now. I mean, we are this open society. 2 hours, and people that I came before, they push and they go. Some even wanting to go 2 times. And they are busy here.
Sorry, CM, I didn't see you at all. If I had seen you, I would have put you. Come on, you know you are a senior member now.
When such things happen, I don't know. We're in the season of rigging. Everything can be rigged. So I will go to court. No, there's no laughing matter. I don't get sand safe. I will go to court. I will go to court.
It was forefathers and
so there was a time, I know that as far as I'm concerned on what happened, I let people go according to the lineup. The only time I skipped somebody was when I saw Ngozika, who was in Nigeria and she was far. I brought her up so that that was the only thing. But the rest, I don't know other people who brought people in. There was a time I was taken out. I don't know who did that. I have a lot of moderators here. They have more power.
I don't trust your father.
They have more power than I do.
Normally,
this morning you went and changed.
Normally, the beavers should upload to the server. Nowadays, since they not upload me, I don't since they not upload me. Later they're going to say again hit.
That was why.
Hold on, guys.
They uploaded every other member, House of Reps, Senate. When you reach president like me, they no upload.
There was a glitch.
They didn't.
Oh. CM, you know, like if we saw you there, you would have been up there.
So let's
you have very good questions to ask now.
Yeah, let's do a recap and let's start with people who didn't get a chance to ask questions. So CM, let me start with you.
Okay, but before you do recap, we need to buy we are buying super chat today because today was a special one. I beg, make una help me buy super chat. Nothing is too small, nothing is too big. Super chat. Everybody, we are more than 1,000 people are watching. Make una do super chat for us today.
Thank you.
Vote.
Go ahead.
Okay, first of all, vote Mama HO. Then the thing I want to say is this. In fact, if not for Rufai, although I knew that Nigerian journalism, there are a lot of problems, but what he said today really, although I was sort of laughing or smiling, but money is the issue. Most of them that want to practice the real journalism, they are incapacitated by resources, like Rufai is saying. And I know why. That's why the politicians feel that after you don't have money, if I invite you for interview and I'm willing to dip my hand and give you maybe 200,000, 500,000, you can be writing about me till about the election, no matter what. So because the media, they are privately owned, and imagine comparing Al Jazeera with their Rise or the whole media in Nigeria. So to really practice, in fact, I have a lot of sympathy for them. Like Rufai said, it's a problem, particularly in a corrupt society like Nigeria. If you can't be your own man, you can't be independent. That idea of a journalist should be fearless, independent, impartial, and all those things is difficult. You have to feed and you have to practice. And the politician is breathing down your neck. If you did not do what he wants, you won't get your pay. If you say you do want to practice it the right way, the other chap is willing to take bribe and then shortchange you, and you are in the same profession. But then NUJ should come down hard if they are really serious. But I don't know. It's a problem anyway. But I wish him well.
By the grace of
the
God,
conscience.
every problem a business opportunity for me. So we go solve this problem by having a true journalism station in Nigeria.
All right.
Not worry.
Mama Echo, thank you. We look forward to that. Kulata, you're next. I want to who left? Oseni. Kulata, go ahead.
Rudolph.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I was expecting questions about what type of journalism do we practice in Nigeria. You see journalists bringing up the information from the rumor mill, from social media, and then use that to be asking guest questions. They don't even tell you that we've done a check or we've not done a check. Because, I mean, what is journalism about? You hear the apologies and then you regurgitate it on your station. Rather than, I mean, if you hear something, you can at least leave a disclaimer and say, well, Arise News has not been able to verify this, but this is what we're hearing. They don't do that. They just say, this is what we're hearing. So I was expecting some rigor in the conversation. I just saw a lot of fanboyism. Then another thing I did not see is like, where does objective journalism start? And where does objective journalism stop and where does opinion take over? Because a lot of his style is opinion. He's sharing opinion 24/7 on his social media. And then you now want to say you're logic-based. Then you can't do that. If you want to be a pundit, then get a pundit show like Hannity. You be the Hannity of Nigeria, and then you can be arguing with all your guests. So if you're going to be fact-based journalist and logic-based journalist, then let it be that. And if you're going to be opinion-based journalist, then have an opinion show. Nobody's going to beat that. But at least you know clearly.
What is your own evidence of this? Your opinion?
If you watch Arise News enough, you can tell when someone is sharing an opinion. And if you look at it, just go to
you are accusing somebody of something you are actually doing right now.
Please keep quiet. Let me finish what I'm saying.
No, because you can't just be saying stuff.
Keep quiet. Let me finish what I am saying. Mute yourself,
Be
please.
like your boss. Be like your boss.
Mute
Be like
yourself.
Rufai. Be like a Rudolph. Let him
I don't know
finish.
who is
Then
talking
you
like that.
interject
Please, we just call
Mute
him
yourself, Tunaja.
It's like
If
your
you
boss.
go to,
Listen,
if you go to,
Ovie, mind your
Rufai
business.
has
Let him defend himself, okay?
mute
Mind your
let
business.
yourself.
him finish now. Let
If
him
you
finish.
go to, if you go to his Twitter page, it's full of opinion. You cannot be an objective journalist. Ask Rudolph the ethics to this thing. You just don't do Agbero style journalist. The ethics, you follow the ethics. But there's nothing wrong with being an opinion journalist. Just state that you are one, and then we know. Because there's what's it called, a blur, a massive blur between being objective and sharing your opinion. We don't have that clarity in Nigeria, and I want that clarity.
All right, thank you.
But why do you continue to hide yourself every time?
We do this contradiction all the time. We accuse somebody of doing something. Instead of you to bring up one specific case where he
Can
actually
you go to his freaking Twitter page and stop running your mouth?
But
You see what he's doing now? You are accusing me of running my mouth. You are doing exactly what others are doing. If you want to say something, accuse him
If
with
you want
precision,
to read his
evidence.
opinion, go to his Twitter page.
Okay,
You will
fine.
see it.
Go ahead. Let's start doing the same thing you accuse others of doing.
Rudolph,
all right.
You're not making any sense, too, Niger.
Can I talk, Rudolph?
No, the person I want to speak is Ndubisi. Oh, Ndubisi is not there anymore. Okay, Jude, you can go ahead.
Okay, Ndubisi, yeah.
Okay, Ndubisi, go ahead. Just because you didn't have a chance to talk to us, right? Go ahead. But your connection is bad too, Ndubisi. I don't know why.
Let Jude speak. I'll speak after Jude. I'm here. I'll speak after Jude. But doctor, please add the link on the YouTube so I can use my laptop, please. I'm using my phone. Can add the link again on the YouTube.
All right.
It will be better.
Before I say what I want
But
to say,
Jude, go ahead. I will speak after Jude.
Dr. Rufai, I don't know why you continue to allow Kulata to come here and violate the rules of this platform. The rule is that you have to show yourself. But every time he comes here, he obscures himself. Nobody have ever seen his face. And you continue to allow it. Well, that is my comment. Rufai has been able to at least, let us into what is going on in the media world in Nigeria. Although some of us know, most of the things he has highlighted, but at least hearing it from him, who is actively in the profession and practicing under that environment, is more had lent more credence to what we already know, and that is this NBC, Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation, the way they try to gag, the government try to use them to gag anybody that want to hold them accountable and practice good journalism. That at the end of the day, the journalists in Nigeria have resulted to practicing how would I put it, a journalism of he that plays the piper dictates the tone. Just cowering to those that are playing the pipers. So the question I wanted to ask him, but I didn't have that more chance to do that, is that what does he think that people can do, or is it the public or NUJ? Even NUJ also is in the pocket of this. Their leaders is in the pocket of the so-called owners of Nigeria. So those nobody would even expect NUJ to do anything. But I think the public or the masses, I don't know where the masses can come in to assist or help in bringing sanity into that media space in Nigeria and making sure that they have full independence. Because there's no democracy in any part of the world that can blossom and flourish without an independent and active media. It's not possible. It's just not possible. That is why one of my anger about this guy, this senior Agberu in US, Donald Trump, the way he tried to gag the media, the way he tried to slam and make sure that, in fact, he almost decimated all the medias. But if not, the medias in America have been so strong, and independent, he would have decimated them, so that people, in fact, many Americans have kind of don't even believe many medias anymore because of thanks to Donald Trump. But anyway, going back to Nigeria, I don't know, we need to do something about this, and that is what I would wish that maybe we can share thoughts on how we can, ensure that we have a vibrant and an independent media system in Nigeria that will practice, without fear or favor. Just say it as it is. I don't care what Kulata is saying about opinion and opinion. Is it that Rufai asks a question and then he follows up the question, because it's only Rufai that asks some good questions, good journalistic questions, and follows it up. Some people will ask and even give the people they're interviewing their answers, in order to make them feel good and make them, so that they won't, because they are scared. People like Rufai, not because of anything, because he's very brave and he does it as it is. So just what I want to put out there, so that if we can lend our thoughts to it and see what we can do.
All right, thank you, Jude. And let's hear you.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. I greet everybody on the platform. I didn't join the show on time, so but the last few minutes Rufai spent, I had him. Well, he's vintage Rufai. Rufai is a very courageous journalist. Unfortunately, we don't have many courageous ones around again. Some are afraid of the status quo. The politicians, are particularly those in the ruling class, they bought over many of the TV and radio stations, and they've used NBC as a horn dog against them. So many of them can't do their practice the way it should be. If you see what is going on now, if you compare it to how courageous they were during the military era, you know that what they're practicing now is not. Many of them are not doing the right. But just like Jude said, some have come to the time of just asking questions and not doing a thorough follow-up, or not even doing research. And sometimes when you even see the questions they ask, if you see the questions they ask people in the opposition when they come for interview, you see that sometimes it appears that they are partisan compared to when they ask people in the ruling party, because they want to be seen to be on the side of the government, so to avoid any sanction. That is not the way journalism should be practiced. Rufai does his work very well. He's a human being. He has his own opinion page where he says things the way he sees it. And obviously, what Rufai says, the way he asks his question and what he says in his opinion page, which I've seen some on Twitter, are no different. Anybody accusing him of being pandering here and there is not being truthful. The young man is very objective, and Doctor, I will crave your indulgence to see how you can arrange with him clearly, so he can come around and give us more time, more than he spent today. Because there's so much to be dissected. The media is really the media is really under attack, and it won't get any better with the way this man is the way this APC and the man that is at INEC selected as president-elect, the way he runs his propaganda machine, it will be very, very tough for the media. Even the social media will not be an exception. The attack will come, so everybody should brace up. Everybody should find another alternative way of speaking out and keep it by the side, because where they are going to come against everybody, they will. It's going to be really, really bad for the media. Freedom of press, freedom of expression, human rights abuse will be never never seen before under these people when they come in, if they will come in.
All right, thank you. Let's hear from Dr. Emeze. Dr. Emeze, go ahead.
Yeah, good day, everyone. Sorry, yesterday I addressed you as Randolph, so can you hear me?
Yeah, that's all right. That's all right. Go ahead.
Yeah, I got to know, like I didn't see the something, so I think it's Rudolph, okay? But yesterday I addressed you as Randolph, because there's this my friend that is called Randolph, so I was thinking, because the thing was kind of similar, so and people were saying that,
No, don't worry about it. Go ahead. So, where are you? Okay, so did you watch the interview?
Yeah, partially, not everything. I came in towards the tail end of the interview. But the thing is, I've always been a fan of Rufai. I've always been a fan of Rufai because
Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I say I've always been a fan of Rufai. So because he's one of those journalists that always I think say things the way it is, you know. So he talks based on facts and he talks things the way it is. So I've always been his fan. So I wanted to ask him some couple of questions, but I couldn't because of the time frame and sorry, because of the time constraint and all that. So he was able to I wasn't able to ask him some questions. But generally, Rufai has always been a very good journalist, and I always I totally support his pattern of journalism because he says things the way it is. And again, the one he talked something. He talked about the financing of Nigeria journalism, like maybe is the system is not well financed because of I don't know, maybe I think that too should be a reason why them maybe if they want to perform their job, maybe they try to not to do it to that high level or world class expected level because maybe the money involved is not that enough to cater for them. It's just the same thing. It's just the same thing that we are talking about that is happening in Nigeria across all systems. You know, people are not being paid well, so you find them doing some kind of other things just to meet up, even if those things are not in line with what they should practice. But because the money they make from those systems it won't be enough for them and their family, so they indulge in acts on doing things that will contradict what they really stand for. But all in all, I think I've always supported Rufai. I've always been his fan. I normally watch the Arise Money show every morning if I'm not kind of busy. So I've always been his fan. But it's quite unfortunate I wasn't able to ask him my question that I really want to ask him.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Electricity, you're next. Oh, okay. Oh, that's true. But let's go to, I've called his name. I'll come to you, you're next. Electricity, you're next.
Yeah, thank you. I just listened to a bit, but in terms of Rufai's person, he's always been objective. So I don't know why Kulata have issues with him. It is as a result of his objectivity. I believe there was a time his life it was threatened to be sacked from Arise, and people cried out and said so. I like him in comparison to Dr. Abati. To be honest, I still prefer his point of view, though it gets very emotional, which is which is not good. Now that being said, I'd like to buttress what Mr. Ju said to you earlier, Rudolph. When you make a rule, it has to be across board. When people have to show their face. So please, can you take note of that? Because this has happened to me before, but I decided not to bring it up. But since Mr. Ju brought it up, where to Nigeria refused me to speak, except
Never take right. Never take right.
Hold on. He did what?
Where he refused me to come on the show, to speak, except I have to switch on the generator, despite all explanation.
Switch on the generator?
Yeah. And Mama H.O. actually supported him that is your rule. Who doesn't have camera on cannot speak.
I was there.
So
I was there that day. I was there.
No, you were there that day. So if you want to stick to a rule, let's know what the rule is. Secondly, Tunaja is a very rude person. You have to talk to him, not to be interjecting somebody. It's not good for your show. This is your show. It could be your livelihood, and it's gonna turn people off. That's just the truth. I have nothing much to say beyond that. Thank you. I yield the floor.
All right. Thank you so much. Peter, you're next.
Sure. Oh.
You don't pass me.
Good evening, everybody.
Who said I passed him? Who? Jude? Oh. you're so
go ahead.
No, actually,
No, it's because your cover. That's why I didn't see you.
I'm actually going to people who are here to say something. So, Peter, I'll come to you next. Peter, go ahead.
Okay. Good evening. Today it was very nice to have Mr. Rufai among us, and most of the perception most people are having about this man, he was able to answer the particular question, and I was grateful to hear it from him. he pointed out that he is not supporting any of the parties, neither APC nor Labour or the other ones. And that is very good. That will make people to believe more in him, in all his objectives. But one thing I wanted to ask, unfortunately, I couldn't meet up with his presence here. There's this particular station in Nigeria where they do a program called Journalist Hangout. I wanted to ask, is it okay for a particular reporter, a journalist, to openly say one candidate is going to win the election, and that was before the election, and again after the election, he still came out boldly to say, yes, I told you guys, referring to his supporters, that I said this guy is going to win the election. So I wanted to know, is that ethical or unethical in journalism for a reporter to come out openly telling his viewer, this guy is going to win? I forecasted it, and again, I'm telling you now, see, what I told you has happened.
Okay, let's Peter, hold on. Let me ask journalist Jude. He was raising his hand. He may have an answer for you.
No, okay, I'm not a journalist. Okay, Rufai, go ahead, please. Go ahead. I'm not a journalist. Go ahead. Okay. I just know what the answer is, but go ahead, please.
What is the answer, Jude? Yes.
I mean,
who get TVC?
Yeah, it's TVC now, so it's the owner, so it's straightforward.
Well, journalists are supposed to be neutral. Okay, yes, they might have a leaning to a particular party or anything, but when they come out, they have to show that they are neutral and report what exactly, do an objective reporting. Okay, I'm not being on side. And if you see it now, even if you're claiming that didn't I tell you, did the person he says that he won, did the person actually won? That journalist, in fact, they're supposed to take away his license, because that's a quack journalist as far as I'm concerned. Because the person he said that didn't I tell you he's going to win, did he actually win the election, or he was given he was selected by the INEC chairman? He didn't win the election. When you mean winning something, you compete in a race, and then at the end of the day, maybe 100-meter race, 6 people lines up, everybody on their track, and then they say on your man set, go, and everybody seems to go at the same point and at the same time, and then the first person to get there, he wins the race, and then everybody, because he's going to touch the ribbon, the line, not when the person that came last. Now, because he has bribed the person at the referee, and the referee now say, okay, no, you that came last, you are now the winner. And then one useless journalist or people, mentally deranged people, will now say the person, because they pronounce him winner, when he was in fact the loser, and then he's a winner, then people, a mental deranged human being, will now continue to peddle that is the winner. That is not winning.
All right, Jude, thank you. Let me go to, hold on, there's somebody else who didn't say anything. Ovia, go ahead. I almost forgot you again. Ovia, go ahead before I go to Maska.
Yeah, I think what I want to say based on what Kulata was trying to say about a pundit, somebody, the investigative journalist or an opinion journalist. And I think we that live in America, we will understand that very clearly. Especially when Rufai is using Sean Hannity as an example, using Kelly as an example, it can go on and on and on. But I think that the question I asked him center around all that, and I think he answered it brilliantly, and that's why I will forgive him and my issue for interrupting him when he was answering my question, which is my question was basically, you people are actually projecting the interests of the elite who pretty much own the media outlets. That was just my direct question. And I didn't ask it like that so that I will not come off with. That's why I go use his own style by quoting books and other people. And that's the truth. Who owns these channels? Where is their interest lies? And if you put an Arise on X-ray, go via the owner. You understand where the owner's interest lies, and you understand why Arise begin to behave the way they are behaving during the election period. And I'm happy that Rufai actually gave me a very concrete answer. It's about the Benjamin. Now money runs everything. And in Nigeria, and that's where I need Kulata to understand that. Yes, you might see through what Rufai is doing, but if you are advising Rufai to told the way what you are suggesting to go as a pundit, it's not going to survive. Likes and click is not going to feed him and his family. He knows that. And that's what differentiates the American media and the Sean Hannity and co. It's not the people that Sean Hannity go back and forth with that keep him on here. It's the interest behind those people. It's the interest behind people that actually the 60 million that he's talking about is coming from private interests, companies, and all that. It's not coming from the politicians. So we are not there yet. Our media, everything is centered around the people in power. And that is where our thinking should be getting towards. How do we make sure these men don't control everything? Because whether Arise like it or not, they are coming out because they are there to talk about the payers, which are the politicians. So as much as I disagree with style and all that, I still understand the market that he's operating on. I mean, he has a radio show. If it's that if we like him so much, we can say, hey, leave Arise, just focus on your radio show, will sustain you. But we can't, we are not there yet. The same thing with the radio talking about Delta State. Delta State now is an oil-rich environment. But does that reach go around to the point that ordinary people can say, you know what, I'm with your point and I'm going to make sure stick with your belief, your ideology, and I'll be financing it. We are not there yet. So when that critic is coming from Kulata, yes, I understand his frustration, but at the same time, the guy got to play along that along the line, and that's why we should encourage people like Rudolph. Anybody that has a platform that speaks to the current affairs, current dealings in Nigeria, those are the people we should be encouraging, because those are the alternatives. Even in America, the likes of CNN, Fox, nobody cares. People like Joe Rogans are the way to go to actually digest some kind of issue, that's the time we are today. Joe Rogan, just a single person who is not a journalist, he's just sharing his opinion. But people believe in that, what is coming from that guy, than all the big medias combined. So that's why people like Rudolph and the rest need to be actually encouraged. We need to finance it. If not, that's the only alternative media we have. Forget Arise, forget Rufai can only do to some extent. It cannot go after the line that feeds him. So the only alternative we have are these people on media. Again, that's why Kulata criticism about, they only go to social media to get their news. Hello, who does in today's world? Everybody does that. But I understand why if you get an info, go deeper to understand where that news is coming from. Understand criticism too, but just that we are all in this together. We can determine what is right among the media space, because as it is now, the lives of all the medias are owned by very few people. And guess what? We don't sustain them. Politicians do. And as that is the case, we spend more time on the internet and getting how we can filter through the information we get on the internet should be also our watchword.
Thank you, Obi. There was something that he said that was interesting. It's been a long time I was in the newsroom in Nigeria, but when we were there, when I used to work for a magazine, what we do every morning when we have editorial meeting was to pick up the newspapers and look at what's in the morning newspapers as a guide to determine what we are going to work on for the magazine within the week. So it's important that he said that they are trying to move away from that model of newspaper leading, because what happens, I'm assuming in when I was at Sahara TV, I could say that we also depend on what the Punch, Vanguard, and all those things, they become the lead. So he's talking about moving away from that model where you can have the TV to be the lead. Now,
and he gave a reason too. Sorry, he gave a reason why. He said because even the editors these days, they understand that they have their limit. I mean, who pays you? So I mean, but will they survive? I think it's about surviving. Will they survive? If
that's looking at it on that corner, people sell information. They sell authentic information. You understand? When you talk about investigative journalism, people they may not really go to the feed. They may have their source.
Yeah, but do they have the financial power
The only thing that you still have to pay those source. You have to like maybe
So they don't have the resources to
the resources to pay them, maybe to feed themselves, to maybe accommodation.
Let me ask. I know most people here they are abroad, but if you talk to people in Nigeria, most people don't buy newspapers anymore, and people have not asked the question: how are they surviving? So a typical newspaper, when I was at the Guardian, they have at least 300 staff. I went to this TV station in the Anambra State Broadcasting Corporation, and they had more than 300 staff there working there that are paid every month. And the director, the managing director, asked me that time, I was still at Sahara, how many people do we have at Sahara TV? We didn't have up to 12 people, but the Anambra State TV was not making as much impact as Sahara TV was making.
Exactly.
But it's there are so many issues about the media that the people who consume the media may not know. And that's why every now and then I have to bring people from the media to come here and talk about the media, so that the more people know, you'll be sorry. You won't blame the media for some of the problems that I hear people all the time blame the media. So all the papers in Nigeria, they don't print up to 100,000 any day. All the newspapers, 100,000 copies. Just think about that.
A country of 200 million people.
200 million people. They don't, at this point, they don't.
I know. Apart from that one, people still go to do free reading. They go there.
Yeah, because you are not buying. That's why they are not printing. It's not
free reading and they drop it and go. I remember when I was young, those days, if my dad is taking me to school, if on the school,
but it's obvious now.
You will buy Vanguard.
Online media too. You don't pay for it, so
exactly.
and you expect them to send reporters to go to Zamfara and tell you what's going on. How?
You see, one of the things we don't appreciate, they say FOC, free of charge.
Yes, sir.
We don't appreciate the things we have within our midst. And for instance, blessings come in different ways. Rudolph Okonkwo here.
No, it's not about me.
Hold on for a second. Let me land, sir. Let me land. Rudolph Okonkwo I've known for many years. The guy that we just talked to, Oseni, I just saw him in recent times.
Yeah.
People like us, old soldiers, we don't, I won't use the word, we don't care. You are the giant, you are the owner of whatever you want to own. We come at it straight the way we see it, because that's in our nature. So first of all, I want to appeal to us, all of us that come on this platform, to please let us be civil with one another. I cannot come here and shout, you keep quiet. That's an insult from our Nigerian perspective. That's a bad talk. Some things we should not do when we show up here. We should carry ourselves the way we would like to carry ourselves before our children. Having said that, I want to appreciate the appearance of our guest today. He talked about archives. And if you look at this is Daily Times from 1988. In this particular place, you have Guardian newspaper, you have Daily Times, you have Concord newspapers, you have all those things in this. Why do people refer to the Bible? Because it's written. And when you look at it, there are so many facts behind it. So the power of the written word. And this was when I was talking about make strides into export trade. TAC organizes overseas export exhibition for Nigerians. This one goes, Nigerians abroad should promote African products. And this one is director on how to boost export trade. Why I say this, give me a moment to just land, please. Why I say this is this. The Rufai that we met today is not just a great journalist. We do appreciate the things they have done. I just wanted to point out that maybe we don't know what we are doing sometimes. To people like Ovie, to people like Mama Echo and my brother forefathers from yesterday and Mr. Scribe. Let me say what you bring out of some of us who are old soldiers. Yesterday, forefathers and Mama Echo actually put a thought through me which put me back into the community setting because they asked the question, what can we do because of the eroding of everything that is happening to us these days?
Yeah.
That was why when you saw me today, first of all, I came out, this is who I am. Whether you like it or not, I came out a full chieftaincy. That's who I am. Fear nothing. After that, we are back into this because we're on the street. So why am I pointing out to those things? Somebody on the chat line dismissed the Rudaya as overrated. And I looked at it and I shook my head. You don't realize the power of the things that maybe in years to come, the things that people like Rudolph are doing, people like Zebudah are quoted by PhD researchers. That is in so many ways because those are the shoulders on which Nigerian comedy, those are the shoulders on which Nollywood stands on today. So we should not be dismissing the things, the foundation stone of really who we are. So I just want to say, please, let us, first of all, be civil to one another. When Rufai talked here about the wars and him interviewing child soldiers, you saw me say, we shall soon go back to the jungle, where mosquitoes are biting. It's a rifle. Kwalim is a shelling bomb. Oh, darling, whether you fear at once. These are the things that I would like for you guys to take away because I sang that song on the breakfast table this morning. And my daughter was asking me, why are you going into that mode? Because of what is going on in Nigeria now. Because of what is going on in Nigeria. So be careful what we ask for because we might get triple dose of it.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much. Let me before I continue with the people here who are here to air the view, let me just say something based on what Rufai said. He talked about digital storage and archiving. That's something very important. Just for anybody listening, if you really want to help the media in Nigeria. So, for instance, New York Times, you can find online old copies of New York Times from the 1850 something, I believe. I don't remember the exact dates that they started. They archived it, all the old editions of the newspaper. You can find it online. But there's no newspaper, no Nigerian newspaper that you can find their first edition online or even the subsequent ones. We don't have that. Somebody paid for that, for New York Times to do that. So if you know any foundations and know organizations that it's expensive to do, but it's something that we need to do. There are so many newspapers you cannot find copies, even within the newspaper building. I went to the Guardian, where I once worked one time, and I went to their storage room to find a particular newspaper, and I was surprised. People come there, take a newspaper, take it out, they won't put it back. There are no copies. They don't even have their copies. Sometimes you have to find it abroad, not inside the country, or in private homes where people have. So we have a lot of work to do, and it's not the media that will do all of this. They don't have the resources.
Rudolph, knowing that the YouTube actually have the right to what we are doing right now, but how do you save your own archive from here, from YouTube?
Oh, I can store it. I can download it and store it.
You can download and store it, of course.
Yeah, I can do that. But that's not even the video and digital part. What we're doing here is different. That one is easier to store. But I can tell you that there are articles that I wrote for some websites 20 years ago. Some of them, I can't find it because I've changed computers. I've changed, and they don't have it on their website. You think they have it, but they change, they update their website, they lose some of the articles. The email, you lose the email. It's a crazy thing that is going on. So there's a lot of work, and sometimes the New York Times didn't pay for their own digital storage. Foundation did that. So what I'm saying is that we can't just sit down and think that the media will do the job that we want them to do without help. I can also tell you that in America, the media is also facing problems in terms of money to run. They are closing their offices across the world because they can't afford to have people in West Africa. New York Times, I don't think New York Times has anybody. Before, they used to have people like in Lagos, key countries in Africa. But now I think they only have one person in West Africa, one person in East Africa, and maybe North Africa. And that's it. So they are cutting back because the business model is failing. But what is happening also is that the people who are non-governmental agencies and foundations are coming up to support independent media. So you find out that, if you listen to NPR in America for those, or BBC is sponsored by money that the government is getting from people, but NPR depends on people supporting them. So there are responsibilities for individuals who consume the media to also care about supporting the media. But
You see, the subject that Rudolph is discussing is much deeper.
Yeah.
I face it even Nigerian television, NTA, of all persons. Because of the book we are doing on Zebrudiah and the one we did on Mazukon, we found out that their archives, they don't have it. Because somebody asked me, why is it that we cannot see a full episode of Zebrudiah, the new masquerade? The reason is very, very simple. They were erasing, taping over everything else on the past. So when that is lost, you can just find a snippet somewhere in England or somewhere because somebody kept something. So it is a serious problem that we really, really need to focus. And that's why when I pulled out this thing to show, I try to keep as I have a room.
Igbo basic. That's not the way to store it. If there is, God forbid, there's fire in your house, that's gone. It's not a way to store it. We have to put it in a digital form.
That's what I'm saying now. The digital now. For instance, all Igbo Basics publications from 1995, we have now put them on digital format. Okay? So by that digital format, what I'm asking, some of you who are still younger, what I'm asking, whenever you find people like myself, come in, take whatever you can. That is continuity. That's what I'm asking. I'm just not asking too much because nobody knows tomorrow. You can take it for granted.
Igbo Basics, don't worry. We dey come. We are coming.
I met a 120-year-old
We are
woman.
coming.
Hold on, Mama Echo.
Daddy, we are coming.
Hold on, Mama Echo. I met a 120-year-old woman. The next day, I set up an interview to go and talk to her. I went, sat down, and talked to that woman, and the things that came out of her mouth from the deep, deep past. I made sure that I recorded it, videoed it, kept it aside. Those are the kind of things that I say, good things come for free. Come take it when we are gone. Just say we were here. That's all I'm asking, and that's not asking too much.
Daddy, we are coming to take it.
Thank you. Let's go to Maska.
Thank you very much, Dr. Damages or Mr. Rudolph. What is your own name? Is it Mr. Rudolph or Mr. Okonkwo? Which is the surname?
Anyone. Okonkwo
no,
Okonkwo is the surname, yeah.
Okonkwo is your son.
Yeah.
Of course, the audience. Right. Mr. Rudolph, thank you very much. I actually joined, not to comment, but to appreciate you. I stumbled on this platform, I think, towards the elections. And I then developed the habit of just tuning in to listen to the comments and opinions of your studio members, so to speak. But of course, naturally, we're all human beings. Somehow, at some point, you get to develop an opinion and you kind of have a feel about what is going on. And then the next step is you want to impact on what you see unfolding. But the most important thing really that has struck me is the fact that my opinion about you was from your comedial episodes. But then I listened to this, and then there were times when your studio members.
We can't hear you anymore. Your audio.
just when I want to talk about my
yeah.
I don't trust Mama Echo. Mama Echo, you are now you. Everything
why are
happens.
you doing like
Because in here, Niger camp for fair. We move and make we see you. Internet go come
Mama
answer
Echo.
you.
Can you
Mama,
hear me?
anything happen for this show today negatively. Now you are blessed. Now you,
Hold on,
now
guys.
you
We
be
can hear him now. Yeah, go
Can you
ahead.
hear
If they
me?
send you, you not see me for house. All na
Mama
positive.
Echo, can you, now that you people can hear me, maybe you can take a small rest.
Yeah. Continue, Master.
Continue.
I guess it's the internet because I'm calling from Nigeria. I'm actually calling you from Abuja.
Oh, nice.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So I really am impressed. And sincerely speaking, I wish to thank you from the depth of my heart, because I can see that you've been in this business and you don't come around with the arrogance that some of the other people come around. I mean, and I see the dexterity, the discipline, the integrity you bring to the table. What I would say that may rock your boat a little bit is that my opinion, really sincerely, is I think it's a lopsided studio. Not your own, for none of your fault, right?
Okay, there's still you went off. We can't hear you anymore.
Anytime we want to talk about it,
maybe Pantami is listening to you.
Are you Pantami?
People forgot about Pantami. Do you understand that how bad it is that
we remember him?
But where is he?
Now did you read that?
This
Now did you read that?
I know this campaign. Nobody saw him. Nobody heard from him.
He's working from underneath. Who knows whether he's the one that switched off the beaver?
I'm the SEC man.
All right. You can join us again. You can log out and join again, Masker. But I think what he was talking about is the studio and the composition of the studio, and I hear that a lot. You know, like I said to people who are watching, I don't wake up people and tell them to come and join us, and we let people who want to join us, and they talk. And we're as good as the people that we have, and as much as possible, we expanded how many people can come in the studio to 15, so we can rotate people. So, but it's just about who is here, and we can go home and go to people's home and knock on their doors and say, come and talk because we need you. So that's the nature of what.
But Master, please, can you expatiate more on what you're saying? I really want to know what you're saying. But expatiate more so I can get what you're saying. I think I understand, but I want you to explain.
One more thing in addition to what Rudolph have said. You see, this studio is more of progressive minds, people that want Nigeria to be
better
than what it is. Yeah. That is not lean on any tribe or anything. Okay, so that is what I'll give you, because I've listened to so many other studios. You find out that they are focused on one, in fact, on keeping the status quo, and that is why people like us that want Nigeria to move forward doesn't find it more attractive being in such studio. But we come to where, even if here at times we all may disagree, but at the end of the day, most of the people that comes here want Nigeria to be better, a progressive mind with great thoughts of how things will be better. So just
all right. So while we wait for Master to come back, can you hear us,
Master?
He can hear us, but we can't hear him. Yeah. You can log out and come back in, and then we get to hear you. Let me go to Ikolala. I saw you, but you disappeared when I was about to let you in. What happened? Unmute yourself.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Damages, Mr. Rudolph Okonkwo. Yeah, I came in for some reason. I lost connection. A call came in. So that's how I went, and I didn't bother to come back in. But I thought the number must have reduced. That's why I came back. Okay. But I had a question. I had a question for Mr. Oseni, because I was listening to him. And since he's gone, I mean, I believe you guys can also answer the same question. You see, we keep talking about we don't want wars, we don't want anarchy, we don't want problems. Let things just keep rolling from one end to the other, and in the hope that we will get a desired result. Don't you think we are living on false hope? I mean, okay, look, Buhari came in with the highest of, even though some of us didn't believe in it. I mean, some of us didn't believe in it, but we were not disappointed. We were not disappointed. Now, a man is coming in by blatantly and brazenly. This is not even hidden. I mean, in say the other elections from 2015, from 1999 to 2015, you cannot easily prove that the election was rigged. But in this case, everybody sitting here knows something went wrong. And we are expecting the same people, these same persons, to make things right by saying, oh, then we would clamor, there'll be civil. They already started clamoring down on media. I mean, NBC came out the other day and said some people should not be granted interviews. For interviewing another person of the opposition party, a fine of £5 million was brazenly levied on the studio. And we sit and believe some sort of miracle would happen. You see, this is why I get angry at people who are over 50. I think they failed Nigeria and they keep failing, and they have no remorse in failing. All this obedience movement, all these new faiths we are looking at are from people below 50. Those kids carried it. It was like that. It was what they believed in. If it was the people over 50, it would have been just the same. We've given up. And all we still do is try to demoralize them, sitting down and saying, oh, we don't want trouble. And at the end of the day, the only thing that gives Nigeria pride are these children. They are the stars, they are the artists, they are the educated ones who are doing good in all these schools, and all we do is demoralize them. Are we living on false hopes? That's just my question.
All right, thank you, thank you for that. Let's get to Pascal.
Maybe we should send a protest squad to NBC on a very serious note, because more of what press gagging is about to come down on us. Maybe the protesters should organize us, should focus on places like that. When they do us wrong, let's let them know that we are the people and they should stop.
All right.
For me, sorry, Rudolph, I think it's just like, first of all, the media is power in this media, social media and online media. I think we should start tagging them, this NBC of the people. Hashtagging them, freedom of press. We can write maybe petition, 3,000, 5 million signatures, and letting them taking it to their face. We're like, look, people are aware of what you are doing. Finding media houses just the way you want is not really fair. If you think they breach the NBC code, petition them and take them to court and allow the court to look at what they did, if they are doing wrong or not. Not you just wake up on one side of your bed to please your paymaster in the federal government. You're like, okay, no, hey, for you to allow this guy to come to your studio and talk trash, I find you this money and this and that. Come on, man, because like you are the prosecutor and the executioner, the same. So you can if you feel they breach the NBC code, hey, look, I'm petitioning you for this, take you to court. If the court find you guilty, then they can fine you. You understand? Not you waking up and just turn to this boogeyman to every media house that before they interview anybody, they want to check are they going to find us or not. Like you're tying their hands, and that's not freedom of press.
All right, thank you. Masca, can you finish up your thoughts so that we can?
Okay, can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right. So, like I said, it's not your fault that the studio composition is lopsided. And what I mean by lopsided, it's not in terms of ideological leaning, but I think it's that of perspective. I do have a good understanding of what the issues in Nigeria are. One of the fundamental issues is that of lack of understanding of each other because we are completely different. I'm a northerner, but I've worked a lot of my years in the South. Okay, the perspective from a southern person is completely different from that of a northern person. And if you can remember, there was a day somebody, I think Mohammed, is a Kanuri that joined your platform. I was listening and I was quite amused because you could see the ignorance. And this is not a Nigerian problem. Everywhere across the world, people don't understand what they don't know. You can't know what you really haven't interacted at very close quarters with. I mean, you go to, say, for instance, even in Africa, you go to, say, Cairo, for instance, people are looking at you strangely because they don't really understand what your culture is and stuff. So, but for me, what I like also about you, Mr. Rudolph, is you're a positive, result-oriented anchor. I see every time you're saying, okay, what do we do? What's the solution? It's not enough to sit down and cry over what are the issues. I would say, for instance, what I would like you to do, I can see you are a very seasoned journalist. I would say people like you in Nigeria should really be respected within the journalist cycles. Okay. So, having said that, I think you should make an effort. You made a statement that you can't go to get people from their house to talk. But I think really, if you want to walk the talk, sometimes you have to do what looks seemingly like what you don't have to do. I think you can go out of your own comfort zone. Try and get a couple of northern journalists, for instance, just like you called Rufai to this platform. I can make the contact. I don't know. I'm not very friendly with journalists, but look, if you need me to, if you find somebody, I can take a flight, go sit with the person and say, look, this person sent me, whatever it is, you need to begin to balance. The solution to the problems in Nigeria is very simple. The people in the north feel the same pain with the people in the south. But the issue is, of course, naturally, the first thing that comes to the fore is our emotional being first. You know, you feel aggrieved. The next thing you're looking for who to blame. You say it's the northerners or the Hausas. Once you do that, for instance, Lagos now, the Igbo people in Lagos are complaining, but they are complaining in a way that looks as if they are the only immigrants in Lagos. And once you begin to do that, then you miscolor the problem. Because people will now, a Hausa man can sit back now and say, okay, it's between Igbo and Yoruba. But the reality is that is not it. So we need to begin to close ranks at the lower level across the divides that are there.
Okay, Masca, we lost you again. But
it's a Nigerian network.
Yeah, when you I sent you a message on private chats. I gave you a number, my number. You can reach out to me, and I would like to talk to you outside this, and then we can take it from there. And just for everybody also who is watching, if you know any particular guests that you want us to bring on, I'm encouraging anybody, reach out to me. I'm reaching out to a lot of people. At any point, I have 20 people I'm trying to bring on the show. It's only when they say yes. You know one. Okay. All right. When they say yes.
His name is Ovie on our politics.
Okay. When they say yes, we bring them on. So thank you so much. I appreciate it.
I have a governor candidate.
I'm saying yes. I'm saying yes.
Okay, hold on. Maska is still here. Okay, finish up.
Oh, I'm back?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right, so forgive me, it's Nigerian internet. I mean, it's what it is. We have to live with realities. Not all of us will be lucky enough to go out of the country.
We understand. We actually give preference to people from.
Yeah. So just to conclude, I think all I would say, thank you, Rudolph.
We lost you again, just in case.
Went bad again.
It's clearly on obedient network.
All right. So whenever
why is everything attributed to obedient these days? Why don't we get away from that concept?
It's in Abuja now, so it's Kwakwaso network.
How would you be that?
All right.
Hold on, maybe I'm trying to cross over.
Can you hear me now?
Okay.
Yes.
Who can hear him?
Okay, I'm actually from Kano, so and I
you
may
see,
not be
Conquest Network, you see?
but
You see, Conquest
anyway,
Network.
in summary, Mr. Rudolph, really, I doff my hat for you, and I wish you well. I wish the country well, but the key to our solution is to close ranks at the lower level. As long as a Hausa man is going to be suspicious of an Igbo man, nothing, no matter all this, I hear somebody saying hashtag, it will not tag anything, it will not hash anything. We need to close the ranks at the lower level.
NBC is neutral. NBC is different.
Look, I am here, I can tell you, and I'm almost 50 something, and I've been around at very senior levels also, you know, so I can tell you what will work, what will not work. So let's be a bit more serious, because yes, I mean, I have 6 kids, even though some of them are, but the thing is, we have kids, we still need to work, make the country work. And I believe that the starting point is to close the ranks at that lower level. Let there be, for instance, I can tell you for free, if Peter Obi really is running together with, say, Kwankwaso, for instance, the story will completely be different.
Of course, everybody knows that. Yeah.
It will be different. But the reality we have on ground is that as long as I suspect for any reason that this man is working on a tribal or a religious line, no matter how educated.
Ah, shit, man. Come on. Network, man. I wanted to say something to you before.
All right. I know you have, we wish, hopefully you join us any other time you have the chance, and we'd like to hear from you. We encourage diverse opinion. If there is anything
ask him to invite more of the northern people to here, because for me,
but you had Mohammed say that one of the reasons why they don't feel comfortable in this kind of platform is the way people talk to people and the kind of things that people accuse. And I've been talking about that all the time when people say, "Oh, Igbo people are this, Yoruba people are this."
Generalization, you generalize,
you know, and people still do that.
And that was the appeal I made earlier on. For heaven's sake,
it's not something that
you don't look at an old man and respect ourselves. I can't come out here and say, "Shut up, Rudolph." Brother, you can't do that. Let's respect one another.
There are cultural differences. Some people can take stuff like that or be in an environment when people talk that way. Some people cannot. So it's something that we have to work on. I know that people have this passion, but you have to be able to control it. And like I said the other day, my goal, and I'm actually talking to people who have TV stations and radio stations to have some hours of this show on Nigerian radio and TV. But we can put out something that people will be wondering, are these people from, you said they are abroad, they are in the West and they talk like this, you know.
Toxic. We can't do toxic.
We can't do that. So we have to get to that point. But what we may have to do, I'm still talking to them, we may have to select people who will be on that special show where we can, the one that will be on radio and the one that will be on TV. And we are not going to bring people who will, you know. So go ahead, Isimele. Go ahead.
I hope you'll be brave enough to have some women on that day in your show, please.
Yeah, okay, that's another thing I do.
Minimize us, because we are just few of us that at least gather the courage apart from the punches that going flying left, right, and center. We still come back.
Yeah, you guys are much. You guys are much now. You have good numbers. You will be.
And let me use this opportunity to extend my hug to my beautiful sister, but my HO. Always one love, okay? I love you. Thank you.
All right, so yeah, there will be women.
I know all these bad belly, they know they write me off. When I know if you write me off, now tika go tika.
They don't burn them well. They don't burn them well. Even the ones who carry Rastafarian for their head, they cover their eyes like say they receive punch where they go do 100 meters.
Me? It's me. Me.
One last thing.
Is it me? Is it me?
Abi, come on, that thing for your eyes, man.
I love you too.
Hold on, guys. We have to end in half an hour. So there's something I want us to consider. Rufai said something, and I don't think a lot of people picture or captured it. He said that unless a court rules, which is not likely, in the next 60 days, that Bola Tinubu is going to be sworn in as the president of the country. And I have a lot of people who come on this show every day and pretend as if it's not going to happen. So I want to make sure that because yesterday when we were trying to discuss the cabinet of Bola Tinubu, people were thinking that, oh, no, that you have to, and if you're in the media, remember, I want you guys to think about the media as a newspaper, because we're still, even though this is a digital form, it's like a newspaper. There's a page that is for sports, there's a page that is for education, for agriculture, you can't come and discuss only one thing because you like the conflict in Lagos. You start discussing it, that's the story. You have to go and talk about other things. So that's exactly how we see things. So you have to think about who is going to be in Tinubu's cabinet, even if the rest of the country or everybody else is saying, "Oh, he didn't win, we don't want him." What's going to happen unless something else happens. So that's the way to understand some of the things we do. It don't make sense. People may think, "What the hell? I don't want. What are you people talking about?" And this is not going to happen.
But what if the court finds against Tinubu's presidency? He will have to step down.
So be it now. No problem.
Yeah, that will happen. Whatever the court says, especially
it's final. Yes, because it's final.
So but the point is that at this point, people should also be open-minded that this could happen. The way some people sound as if they are going to bring down the world. The guy in the plane that was, although I'm hearing that he has mental health issues, but there are people who may not have, but they are thinking that they are going to stop this from happening. I don't think, unless you have other plans, I don't think anybody can stop it.
It does make sense that he should be sworn in, because all the governors, all the governors before now that have won elections were already in office before they were removed. All the governors that won elections that was revoked were already in office before the stuff was revoked. So
this
it makes sense that he should be sworn in.
This GCFRO. This is GCFRO. Different from government.
Hold on. Let's have order. Let's go one by one. Forefathers, finish your thoughts.
Yeah. So what I was saying was that the previous governors, like the one in Bayelsa, was already in office when his election mandate was revoked. The same thing with I think the Osun one, if I'm not mistaken. So they always have this tit for this thing. So it shouldn't be surprising that he is sworn in. That is not a big deal. When the court rules against him, is he going to block it? I don't think he can, because that will mean that the military will have to intervene, because their job is to protect the constitution, not the presidency. And if the court rules against Tinubu, he will have to step down. So it's just that.
I don't think he will have any option at that time.
If it's the Supreme Court.
Yeah, if it's the Supreme Court.
Go to Supreme Court.
Yeah,
I mean, Obi is not a stranger now. Obi has gone through the route before, so he's used to this format. The first time as a governor was through the same process now. Another person was sworn in before the court, I think after 3 years. So you understand the procedure. Yes, if the court rule on his favor this time around, of course, the Bola Tinubu, they will approach the Supreme Court for the final say. And if it's against them again, I think they have no choice now. I don't think they can. If you all go to the Supreme Court and the Supreme Court rule against them, they don't have choice. They are not. No, they are not that powerful to say they will say no and they won't back it. I don't think they have.
Some people are worried that because he's commander in chief, that he may choose to refuse.
No, that would be a concern.
Nigeria is a big country.
It's difficult. Let me hear from Matt. Let me hear from you.
Okay, Dr. Rudolph. Good evening. Good evening, panelists. I don't know which one are we going to be talking about, because there's a lot of things. This one, forefather don't show. A lot of things done, but so which one are we going to be?
No, we're just rounding up based on what we had today from Rufai.
Okay, let me just start from, I followed Rufai this morning, so he said a lot of things like what you just said. immediately he, made that statement, I now calm my nerves. I didn't want to, further, hold things like, ever before, because I was thinking, how, but, when he, explained it, just on a light note, I now said, anyways, let's just do the right thing, because I know Obi said that he has tested the INEC, he has tested them and they have failed. Then let's test the judiciary, how it goes. But I know that in all, truth will prevail, and we have to, regain our mandate. And furthermore, concerning this OB issue, we should not take it lightly, because tomorrow is going to be a bombshell. Many newspapers and radio stations, they are going to carry this propaganda. All they are doing now is to divide obedience, you understand me, and divide, Labour Party cause problem and all that, so that with what happened in the flight, in that plane. So that I think last this week, what happened in that plane? That man was shouting obedience, obedience. These people are using every tactics to see that they disorganize us. But we have to stand strong. We have to stand firm. Just keep pushing. But one thing is that I may not stay long on this program, depending on depending on how things go. But Dr. Rudolph, I have to say something to you. I mean, you and Rufai. I mean, you have. I don't know. I have been writing on the comments section. I don't know if you see it. You're kind of person. I mean, it's hard to get. I mean, the way you have the patience that you have, the way you moderate this place, and the way you take bullets with smiles, the way you cuddle things and all that, the temper of people here, the way you handle it, I mean, it's very, very unique. It's very, very unique. I must tell you, you are very professional. You are very, kind in handling issues, I must tell you. So I will tell you to keep it up. You understand? Keep it up. You are going to move higher than this place. And what you have created right now from us, in this platform, is don't stop it. Don't stop it. Don't think you started it gradually. Don't stop it. I know it's tiring, but keep up. This thing is going to go worldwide. The way I'm saying it is going to be talk of the town. This program that you have started, and make sure that, like what is Igbo, what is it again? Igbo basic. Our uncle Igbo basic, he says something. We should learn how to to tell people shut up, shut up. And I want to still use this opportunity to tell Ovie, I'm not having any issues with you. Yesterday, I came to tell you what you did. It's not based on anything, not hard feelings. But you said it, but you said that you didn't say it. It's okay. I've let that one go. We are not enemies, We are not enemies.
Okay.
It's just that the way I feel about it.
Let me apologize. Let me apologize. Yeah, from the depth of my heart. No verse.
It's all
Okay?
good. No. Look at hombre. See, hombre. Let me speak Spanish to you, hombre. Yo te gusta mucho. No hay problema. Eres mi amigo, mi hermano, y no hay problema. ¿Vale? Tranquilo, que vamos a estar bien aquí y mejor. ¿Vale?
Vamos,
Cuídate
vamos.
mucho.
Ovie, you get us to apologize. If not, that's Spanish. If we told you that to Abolo today, so you get us
No, on a more serious note, man, Matt, I'm sorry.
No problem. No problem, Mama.
Lala, go ahead. You wanted to say something.
Yes, I've placed my question. I think it's either been addressed or been looked at. I wanted to take my leave, so I said I should say that I don't just walk away. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Damages, and thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. There's a good man that joined us and a man of prestige. I like if I were to choose a name. Good man. It doesn't look like you have good network. But maybe it's man of prestige. Let's see. Man of prestige, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I think he's good man. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. I think I have not been following, but the last time I was here, that I listened a little bit when I joined. I think when Kulata was speaking, so it was in reference to Rufai, right? That's the main subject we are talking about. I know he spoke earlier, but I was unable to join, right? Yeah. But I mean, referring to journalism in Nigeria, that's what we are talking about today. I mean, I've been following Rufai for a long time. In my own opinion, I think he's the only true journalist we have in Nigeria. Of course, you know how I feel about you, Rudolph. You are with me here, so you are not in Nigeria, so I can't put you in that space, in Nigerian space. I don't know why I have some Nigerians, particularly the ones here, you know, I mean, they think that Rufai is biased. I mean, Rufai is the real authentic journalist we have in Nigeria. You may agree with him or not agree with him. Of course, he has his own sentiment and opinion. That's happening in CNN, MSNBC, Fox, and everybody, apart from the so-called, starting with 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock or whatever, like, Tucker and the rest of Handy and show. That's an opinion. But Rufai is the true journalism. I don't know why we can't celebrate this guy just because of party sentiment, tribalism. I mean, he's a Yoruba guy, it doesn't really matter. But if you talk about this bad, how they hate him, if you listen to other platforms which I used to go before, some of them anyway, I mean, they think this man is the worst journalism in Nigeria. If you can't pick this guy to be the true journalist, tell me anybody in Nigeria you can, are you going to talk about Channel TV, whereby they can go there, I mean, pretty much tell them what to do. They don't be able to handle that. I mean, Rufai can bring out can bring out the true in you, what you're trying to say. So in my own opinion, I didn't listen to what he said. So I'm not going to say I know what he said on this channel. But I just want to comment on that, that I like him a lot. So whatever other people said, it's just a shame that we're in America, we cry about journalism. We don't have anybody, true journalism in Nigeria. When you have one like Rufai, I mean, regardless of his downfall or whatever, I'm looking at where he was combating with something happened, I think about last year or early this year, when he was driving the wrong way. I mean, we are all human beings, we make mistakes, but you can't hold that against him. I mean, I probably have done something worse than what he did. But true journalism should be celebrated. That's all I have to say. I'm for Rufai.
Right.
Yeah. Can I make a comment briefly?
One minute.
Yeah, and just to add to what Brother Prestige have said, is it I don't know anybody that will still continue to listen to Kulata after all the shamble procrastination or forecast he made during the election, where he comes he comes every now and again here on this platform and say, oh, this one is not going to win, this one is going to win, this is what is based on, it's based on evidence. I don't care what you say.
Kulata prediction came to pass though.
It didn't come to pass, excuse you. What is his prediction that came to pass? Go to INEC download of all the results now. I think all the results is almost correct. Calculate everything you have there. Tinubu did not win the election. What INEC have downloaded, go there now. Calculate everything. Tinubu didn't win the election.
Hold on, let me ask you something.
Just because they announced Tinubu, so which means he won, right? Just because INEC chairman gave him,
are we supposed to believe?
Selected him, so he won. Come on now, why are we doing this to ourselves?
Who are we supposed to believe now?
Why are we doing this to ourselves? And yet, we want Nigeria to move forward. We can't stand on the truth.
As today,
we can't stand on the truth.
We have to believe INEC.
INEC go down to INEC download on the result on INEC platform. Calculate it. Go ahead and calculate it.
Okay, hold on, dude. Hold on.
Let me ask you something, please. One more. Let me ask you something. Ovie, you said that Kulata prediction come to fruition, that he came to be rare. It's not quite correct. You are bending the truth a little bit. Let me tell you why I said that.
How?
Kulata is an APC person. Tell me any APC person who didn't say that Ashwadi will win. There's no APC person, and there's no obedience who didn't think that Obi was going to win. So let's put that aside.
Yeah,
If you go with, hold on, let me finish. If you go with what
he
he
did not just
presented,
say it now. How is permutation? Back to what he's saying.
No. Just listen over here. He's an APC person, so you can add in my own opinion. Every APC person say APC is going to win. That's what you're basing on that. But let's go with his permutation. His permutation is not even close to what he came out here. He gave us. He has three charts that he presented. Nothing close to what he presented. He said Obi was going to lose. He said Obi was going to lose a those state. Obi wasn't going to get 25%. He gave Obi 25. Then he took it back. So tell me where he's right.
And then also said Obi was going to lose at Lagos.
Right. So his permutation is not right.
I'm not going to agree here and say no.
He just based his permutation because he's an APC person.
Hold on now. Everybody has who is supporting. You're asking me a question. Everybody has who is supporting, right? Kulata, yes. Whether I come out as a supporting or not, but it's permutation, it's data collection. Everything leads to Tinubu is going to win. Until otherwise, until court says otherwise, it's permutations are in order.
We're going by what we have.
You don't have to need to say. Go right now and check the IRF.
Every day for like 3 months straight. Me and I argue with Kulata against Kulata every day. So I'm not going to hear say, oh no. I argue with him every day. I put all this before him, but whether we like it or not, as far as INEC is concerned, everything Kulata says, all his data came to pass. His candidate won.
Hold on. You finished?
Until otherwise, if the court came out.
No, hold on, everybody. We can't let me about Kulata. When Kulata comes, you guys can challenge him on this. Let's hear from people who are yet to talk about the interview we had today. That's what we're trying to do. Mama Icho, hold on. Okay, we'll come to you. Let me hear from you.
I've not spoken since anyway.
Who is that? Oh, look. Okay, let me hear from Goodman and then Uzo. Then I'll come to you, Loco. Goodman, go ahead.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, fine. So actually, I came in late. I didn't listen to the interview, but I just came in because of the guy came in here. Just my observation that anytime somebody from the north comes in here, the way people just treat them different, like they are different from other Nigerians. He came here and just said all the things he said. It's not like it's new. Something that when he was talking
about, we can't hear you very well. Can you guys hear him very well? We can't hear you very well.
Can you hear me now?
Okay, it's better.
No. I said I came in here because of I didn't listen to the interview. I came in late. But I just came in because of the guy that came from Kano that came in here. It's just my observation on this platform that when somebody from the north comes in here, the way we treat them differently, like they are different from other Nigerians. He came in here, we don't pay attention to him, and he talks all those things like your platform is like one-sided or something like that, and everybody like was thinking, and he was talking about the Lagos issue that Igbo people were doing as if the issue was about Igbo. But we all know that these people are mentioning Igbo in Lagos. It's Igbo property they burn, and it's coming here to talk the truth about Igbo who are complaining like it's just them. And again, this hypocrisy is just too much. It's coming here to tell us that the North to pay so much attention to them. They come and talk that we are like a good of the sense the way we attack them. We don't attack them. We are Nigerians. We are loud. Even one man comes here, we attack one man. One man attacks us back, and he still comes back here. So why will they come here and we say we don't want to attack them? If they don't want to be Nigerians, so they stay. We are Nigerians. We are loud. We attack ourselves. Doesn't make us enemies. Okay. One man comes in here, we attack one man. One man attacks us back. He still comes tomorrow. We still talk to him. So when the Northerners come here, we all pay attention and see they are more important than they run in Nigeria. This is what we keep doing to them in Nigeria. Further character, we suppress our children just for them to give their children better living than our own children. When our children get high cut off marks, they go to university. They got lower cut off marks. We see it's not different from every Nigerian. So please, every time you know that I come to this program, we just keep quiet, pay attention. We don't attack them so they will not come back. We are Nigerians, we attack ourselves. That's what we do. Like here now, we attack ourselves. We don't make it, we come back, we laugh, we play. You have to blend with Nigerian system. We don't have to blend with their system. We are Nigerians. That's my observation. That's why I came in. Because I've been observing it when a northern have come here. You know, we treat them differently like every other Nigerian.
Good man.
So they're more important. They're not more Nigerian than any other person.
Good man, where are you?
Thank you.
Good man, where are you in the world?
I'm in Scotland.
Scotland, okay.
Yes.
Okay. I just want to understand where you are, and I wanted to, to see if I can find something from where you are that I will use to explain to you. Different people. I've never been to Scotland. I've been to England. I used to live in London, but I know that there are different people in London. I don't know how it is in Scotland, and the reason why in a workplace, sometimes I don't know where you work, but where I work, when I was in London, there are some rules and guidelines. And part of the reason why they put it in place is that they recognize that you can be what you are at home, but when you come to a workplace, a public place, there is a requirement so that you can accommodate everybody. So this, in fact, in most workplaces now, they have cultural sensitivity. The reason why they do that is not because somebody is special or somebody is not special. The reason why they do that is to make sure that everybody will feel part of that group. When you say that Nigeria, we're used to shouting and it's okay, it's okay. But it's not just the Yoruba and the Igbo people that are in Nigeria. And it's not just the Hausa. You never ask the Ibibio. And there are so many other people we never heard from. We never heard from. We don't know how they feel. We don't hear from them. And part of the reason is that we overshadow them, the big ethnic groups. We shout and nobody cares. That should worry us if we want to build a nation. We can't say because you're in the majority, what you think is what, and that's what some people complain about, certain things in other groups. We have to accommodate other people. It's not pretty. It's not, there are some cultural things where I work, we have to go through that training every year. There are people you can't look straight in the eye, or when they treat you this way, it's not that, you have to understand people. I don't think it's wrong, if you marry from outside, if you marry, I don't know your personal life, but if you marry from a different ethnic group or marry somebody who is different race, you have to adjust. So that idea that you have a nation where there are multiple people, you can't say because we can shout at each other and come back tomorrow and smile. Everybody must learn to shout at each other so that you will be happy. There are adjustments. We all have to adjust to be able to live together. Anyway, but thank you, good man.
Can I say something?
Okay, go ahead.
No, I'm not saying we should shout. But what I'm saying is, like what you are saying, that's where they come. Like, it's as if everybody in Nigeria is just antagonizing them, but it's a lie. Like what he said about the Lagos issue about Igbo. I'm surprised that nobody even challenged him when he said that. If someone like Obi said that thing, we all going to tell Obi the position that Obi what he said was wrong. But he just said that thing that he said was wrong. I was looking, nobody challenged him. Nobody told him that this thing was wrong.
What did he say that? What did he say?
He said the thing happened in Lagos. People take it as if it's just
they are the only ones that are being attacked.
But it was not that it was only people were mentioning Igbo. Europe were mentioning Igbo. It was Igbo voices they want. It was Igbo they kill. But it's coming here to say Igbo are taken as if it was them alone. So and nobody said anything. Because the law don't speak as if it's more important than every other person here.
Good man.
I'm just saying, someone like other person say this other person or look to say this now. We're going to tell them no, it's a lie. But nobody said anything. Keep him quiet. If he not said I'll move on, as if you have saying something that nobody has had before. That's what I was saying.
Yeah, my brother, good man. Yeah. I understand what you are saying, and actually, I picked out all those things he was saying. Right? I wanted to respond to him, but he left. Okay, what you're saying was correct. And then Rufus, you didn't understand where he was trying to go. Maybe you understood, or maybe you didn't understand. He was trying to categorically say that people here are always hostile to people from the north when they come in. He tried to cite Mohammed that came some time ago as an example. And I wanted to tell him, okay, imagine Mohammed coming on this platform. I still remember the day Mohammed came. I was saying that P2B, nobody know him in the north. The name is not a household name. That if you want to, if you think there's no way he can win election without north, without northerners, and that he has to come and campaign like Tinubu, everybody knows him in the north. And then somebody amongst us even told him, okay, this same Peter Obi campaigned as a running mate to Atiku for 4 years ago. So why is it that somebody that campaigned with Atiku, and Atiku is a northerner, and went around all the northern states, and up to now they still don't know him? I mean, those are the kind of things that people from, his people come here and try to paint a different picture that is not a true picture. Okay, and he said that Peter Obi cannot win any northern state. But look at, if you go to IRF download now, or the presidential election, even if despite all the mutilation and all the changes and all the T-person and all the inversion of results, to favor Tinubu, Peter Obi still clear many places in the north. He still clear. He still have more than 25% in many places in the north. So what Mohammed said, was that now actually the correct situation? The answer is no. And him also coming out here saying that Igbo are crying in Lagos, shouting that the Igbo, that are they only minorities or strangers in Lagos. Why are they crying? I mean, such words are very inciting and very, very annoying to hear from him. So if somebody attack him like he said it now, he will feel that people here on this platform are antagonizing him, because what he's saying is totally wrong, because it's the Igbos that were targeted. They called them out before the election and said they were going to target them if they didn't vote APC. And this was exactly what they did. And they carried around, it's only Igbo market and traders, they went and burned their shops and everything. So if those people who you have burned their market are crying out now that they have lost their livelihood, you have destroyed their properties, why is somebody like that man that just came in now say, why must Igbo cry? Is it only Igbo? Now, has anybody seen any Hausa man that came out to say that Yoruba people, Tinubu Agberus, Yoruba Agberus, burn their items? No. It's only the Igbos, they burn their items. They destroy their items and kill. So these are some of the things.
Jude, I think he's making a bigger picture here. Nobody's denying the fact that Igbo were targeted yesterday. So today na Igbo. Tomorrow it could be my tribe. Next tomorrow it could be Bibio. That's the guy what is saying. He said that we should.
No, that is not what he's saying. No.
I said we should approach the solution based on those premises, not necessarily okay. If we solve Igbo,
how do you approach a solution? People are crying. People are already in distress. People's property were burnt, were destroyed, and those people are saying, "Why did you destroy my property?" And you are telling me, people, you are telling, "Come on now."
No, that's not. Listen, Jude, that's not the point I'm making. That's not the point. I'm saying yes. Today, Igbos were the one being targeted, right? Tomorrow it could be my tribe. Next tomorrow it will be another person's tribe. So he is saying that we should approach the solution based on that broad spectrum. Because if it's a we just face what is happening today to the Igbos and solve that problem, then what happened tomorrow if it's another person's?
When a problem of a situation occurs, you have to first of all solve the situation, solve the immediate problem before you plan for long. Okay, how can we stop this thing not to happen?
The immediate problem is that people are being killed and people are. No, the immediate problem is that people are being killed. So how can you plan ahead? That is the immediate problem.
All right, guys, hold on there.
The immediate problem is that people are being killed, the property are being burned. That is the immediate problem.
Solve that first before you now begin to plan how can we do to stop this from happening to any other tribe?
Stop this. You are not defending something. Stop.
Okay. All right. Let me hear. Hold on, guys. I don't want this to go away from our conversation, and we are rounding up unless I get help from somebody. Uzo, welcome to the show.
My greeting to everybody.
Yeah. Uzo, did you watch our conversation with?
When you say any name that is to Krikri, my platform, say it's only me that has a Krikri in this Okriki one na his thing. That's only me, not that person. So I was there. I listened to it. I listened to it from beginning to the end. You know.
I would have moved on to somebody else if you didn't watch and you are here.
Yeah, I was Okriki. So on my own, I don't have much to say about Oseni. You know, we all know him. He's the only person that have gotten the back of the youth. You know, that has seen the black and call it black, the white they call it white, the yellow they call it yellow. I remember during when Obedience started, he is the first person that attacked Obi. He's the first person that asked Obi, Peter Obi some questions that people were so angry. Why are you asking our own person a question? That when I know them, when the table changed, now he become obedient. I just imagine if one man call here to one man will call him Chibozodo. You say he will call him an Igbo name, you know. But due to the way he his journalism is, but I really wish we can have few of more of him down there in Nigeria. All right, things will not be the same as it used to be because the power of information, as we all know, is the key in some sense. If what is putting out, if you have 2-3 people doing that also, I think Nigeria will need to change. Journalism can change Nigeria because informations, something people doesn't know, can always make people to change. Or look at this how it is. Not being biased, not partisan. So when you see black, call it black. When you see yellow, call it yellow. You know, so that's why it's facing like he's like a hero to everybody. Not that we will see the truth, and we see the truth, we see the lies. So we put everything together, then we say, okay, this is the way to follow. When Shemu, everyone was doing that for Shemu, when Shemu started diverting little by little, people also told him, hey, guy, you're not doing good. All right? Shemu was a hero one time, all right? So then when he starts going the other way around, people like, yeah, that's power journalism. So that's my own takes, you know. The guy came here, and nobody that listen to him that will not tell you, yeah, this guy's a professional. The way he answers the question, the way he take them, not too much story, just little by little, just give it out little by little. Everybody understand everything he say. And at the end of the day, he tells you that there's no money to fund Nigeria journalists, all right? There's no money, at the end of the day, no money, all right? And you're talking about newspaper and Akara, they can sell. Like, newspaper tomorrow today, tomorrow Akara. Nobody can sell Akara for streets. So let's forget about going back to get a newspaper of 1920. I always say, we don't the Akara. Nobody can sell Akara and the Suya. So let's forget about that, about bringing back the old newspaper. The one thing I wanted to also want to contribute is just the argument that OV is making here. Let me tell you guys something. Have you seen Igbo and the Yoruba fight before in Lagos? They can't fight. Igbo, you have not seen a riot to say Igbo and Yoruba are fighting. It's not. I have not seen that certainly in Lagos. All right. The only comes like this in the election, and it's not fight. And let me tell you guys something. Those people burning houses and burning, they don't even know the difference between a dog guy and Igbo person. If there's an Igbo person, they don't. Some of those area boys, they don't what they know is Igbo. Anybody is Igbo. If not Yoruba, you also are Igbo. They don't even know if you're Ibibio. They ask you who is Ibibio, who is even who is data. Because they see everybody that don't speak Yoruba as Igbo. Local school from the south, we see everybody in the north as Hausa, as a Muslim Hausa, but that is not the case. So we should all learn this. Saying that it's Igbo turn tomorrow. There's no other person turn. It's Igbo turn. Whether you are Bini, you are Shekiri, nobody knows. All those guys causing down harms. They don't know if you're Shekiri or not. What they know is that if you're not Yoruba, you're Igbo. If you're not Igbo, you're Hausa. You know that tribe doesn't exist in their own brain. So let's get that to us and work together. And the much better with the South, the Yoruba and people carry together, the much better Nigeria will be. We will continue this way. Behold, we are not getting it. That's why the Northern will tell you, you guys have not started yet. They have the power to do what they want to do. That's why when we are protesting, they won't protest. They won't do anything. Even they will just looking at us. Who protests the South only? The North doesn't even. They don't even like. Nigeria is not even their business. Whatever they wake up every day, see like they take it that way. So let the Southerners. I will say the Yoruba and the Igbos. The Igbo comprises everybody. Yoruba comprises everybody. That's the two names we know when we're growing up. If you can come together and get it right, not to all the political actors and political criminals to put our head together and beat us up. Then if you look as a history, who born in the Araba? It's outside that born in the Araba. If you kill one kind of get person in Lagos, the outside community will attack everybody that's on the street. Have you seen Igbo do that before? You know, when they kill Igbo, we see pray for peace. They don't kill one person in Agege. You try kill Malu in Agege, those community, other community will come after anybody see that is not an Hausa person. In my case, the same thing. So all this, no year, 2 years, they don't have a fight. People will die. Upon not, they still see the Igbo person as not as the enemies of the South. But that's not the case. It's only the political actors that make this. But I will also ask my own brother, Yoruba brothers, my friends, and whoever they are, some of them that educated that know easy, they know that we don't have a problem. Nobody have a problem. The BBO, Igbo, Shekiri, we are all one. Yoruba, we are all one. We eat the same food. At the time, they would eat a so most of our own Yoruba people, they eat it, we eat. But when we come like this, do election like they put our head together to tell me that Ajokuta money means insult. Which is my place, not insult. I don't say as an insult. Something we joke on the street with. We move on. But the election, they will bring that as an insult, which it doesn't make sense. So let's jump and pass that level. That's my own contribution here. Thank you, though.
All right, thank you. Ngozika.
Good evening. Good evening once again. So, when Rufai was speaking, he said something that I know most of us said, but we won't like to talk about it because it is not.
Your audio
it
is
is
not.
not. So I said that when Rufai was speaking, he did say something that caught my attention very well. He said that the difference, the way to know a journalist that is biased is by fact checking. That a journalist that is biased will not fact check what lies or mistruth or misinformation that a guest is dishing out on his show, and that's where you can spot. And I think that is the major issue. I find it difficult following conversations on mainstream media because of that very thing. You will see somebody lying through their teeth, a guest lying through their teeth, and the host is just sitting there shining teeth like Malu, nodding head like lizard. They won't even try to correct, let alone fact check what the person is saying. And if you
like Sambo in Arise.
I don't want to start calling names because if I start calling names, you're going to sleep here. I don't want to even call them. I'm trying not to call names. I'm just holding myself on not calling them. The one that even irritated me recently, I think 3 days ago, I was watching, I forced myself to watch a mainstream channel. I had free time. And the man was just lying. Hey, he was lying. I wanted to break my TV. He was lying. And the host was just like, yes. I said, can't you tell this man to stop? Can't you just tell him, but it is not like this. I have seen Rufai several times call his guests to order. Sometimes they don't even know that they've deviated from the truth. That is just sometimes they don't even know that they've gone off track. I have seen there was this man that came on the show. What is that his name again? And made certain accusations against Obi Ezekwesili. Rufai stopped him right there, took the moment to school him, correct him, and made him apologize to Obi Ezekwesili on air. That is the difference between. So when people say that he's obedient, I find it very funny. Because the day just like he said, the day he says what favors them, Rufai, the torchbearer of journalism. But the day he fact checks them, all these LP people, Rufai the LP bearer. They can't take what they hate. It's a Nigerian thing. We do not like taking responsibility. Most Nigerians would not speak against corruption. They will not speak against ills so long as it benefits them. You see somebody that the brother is head of a government parastatal, he will tell you, I don't want this government to go. Why don't you want that government to go? My brother is the head. They will not come and start doing inquiry. Do you want them to bust my brother? Do you want them to kick my brother out? So you know your brother is a thief. You know it's a general thing. They'll tell you that you eat where you're working. Can't you see that it is embedded in us that you have to rise above this kind of, I don't even want to call it myopic. It is something, it is so ingrained that most people don't even see anything wrong with it. They convince themselves that you have to benefit where that is the language they use, that you have to benefit from where you're working. So pilfering is nothing to them, as just taking it more. And so when people like Rufai speaks to their conscience, he becomes obedient. But when he doesn't speak to their conscience, when he doesn't prick their conscience that day, oh, he's a good guy. Let's stop all this all these double standards. It won't help us. And please, about the ethnic baiting, I wanted to say this. See, it is not just politics. So relationships are going down the drain because of what is going on in Lagos. Relationships are going down the drain. Families are being torn apart. Relationships that took years to build. I'm not just talking about lovers. Friendships are going to hell. Business partnerships are going to hell. And you people are here thinking it's all about politics. Oh, it doesn't matter. Very soon we should all move on. Handshake across the Niger. People are beginning to reevaluate their relationship to certain people from that tribe because of what is happening there. Because you think I remember the last time Mr. Franklin was here and was talking about the what leads up to a genocide, and the two gentlemen that were the guests were taking offense because he was telling them that they were throwing the part of genocide. And the truth is, this is exactly what is happening. I, for one, I keep thinking, okay, I might have Yoruba friends that like me, but God forbid, and this thing continues and it spirals out of control. This my Yoruba friends like me, they won't hurt me, but in trying to defend me, their people can hurt them. They can be put on the spot where they either hurt me or be hurt. And that is the truth. And they'll never choose they'll never choose you over themselves. It can get to that point. And we're not even thinking about that. We're just saying, let's shake hands and move. We can't shake hands and move. We need to keep talking about these things and make conscious efforts at reconciling, really, really reconcile. And the only way to reconcile is by admitting our biases, taking responsibilities. That is the only way forward.
Thank you, Ngozika. Mama Echo, just few.
Ovie. When he reach business, let's face business. When he reach play, make we do play. The thief mandate, and you come here, they use the word win for me. Make you just stop this nonsense, oh. Because I just press myself to they control myself for this rubbish one at they put. Define it as it is. We have younger children, 10, 20, 6 years. They've seen all this. They are crying. And we adults, we miss road. If you don't care about what this means, care about it because of these small children.
But
so that when we
can only go by INEC.
Call out the name when it be. He don't win election. The selector. Period.
That's not why
of your match break. Make sure no one at the top. Because this time you don't provoke me.
Now you the joke now. Now you the joke because what the INEC does Tinubu is president. Anything outside that we have to wait for.
Of your
now you the joke now. You are the joke here.
Don't interrupt me. Because when I interrupt you now, they go put me for backstage. Who don't put of you for backstage? If you interrupt me again, you not put her for backstage. Now you can get motors out. Because when I interrupt you, go put me for
stop calling me out.
All right.
I'm calling you out.
Mama Icho.
I said today, now you be one man when you want to provoke everybody.
Mama Icho, hold on, okay? I have to welcome
the rig election, period.
This is not the propaganda platform. This is not the propaganda platform.
Obia, thank you. Yeah. Obia, thank you. Dr. Haruna, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Rudolph. Thanks for having me, and thanks for the great work you've been doing. Relentless.
Thank you. Hopefully, Haruna, I know this is not the right way to say it, but one day we'll have you as a guest, and we really want to. So if you can share your number with me on the private chat, I would like to. I know you've been here, I think, a few times, and I didn't get your number, but I'll reach out. I will have you as a full guest for the show. All right, so we're rounding up. We had Rufai come on the show today, and we spoke to him about journalism in Nigeria and the state of the nation. I know you do your wonderful work. And what do you think is going on? And based on your own perception, what do you think will happen?
Okay, thank you very much, and to everyone that's made a meaningful contribution. You know, I think everything that's going on now, especially with the APC, they're using the tactic of provocation now, because initially they had said the obedience, they really don't have any structure, which we all know. They later realized that they had it, and then they thought with the election it would just be a sweep over. Then they realized, wait, they are losing, so they did what they did, and that's why the nation is like in mourning. We've never seen it this way, where people are, it's like somebody has died. So people, instead of celebrating their so-called victory, they're busy trying to provoke, and they're looking for any excuse to ensure that they put Peter Obi behind bars, which will not augur well for the whole nation. So what they are doing now, because they can't find something against him or against the obedience, so that's why they are planting things and claiming it's obedience. So I will say to everybody, we've done what we need to do. Let's be optimistic. Let's not give up. That's what they actually want us to do. They want us to give up, lose momentum, and out of frustration, start doing things that they will now capitalize on to use against us. So we shouldn't allow them. We shouldn't play into their hands. Whatever they do will backfire against them. You know, sometimes it looks as if silence means weakness, but I'm telling you, in this case, silence actually means strength. That's why they are panicking. They are in so much fear that they are doing everything to ensure they cause violence, and then by so doing, they will go after some of the key players. But then I just want us to know that even though our confidence is not in man, it's in God, but looking at the case is too obvious. The same people that said go to court, they're now the ones scared of the court because they can see the outcome may work against them. So let's be confident, do what we are doing, and keep on maintaining that confidence. And with what is going on against the Igbos, it's still an obvious thing that has always happened: divide and rule. They want to cause confusion between the tribes, but we shouldn't allow it. And I will call on all Yoruba-speaking people that know what is going on to speak up and not be silent, because not speaking sometimes makes it look as if you are also siding with what is going on. So we should unite as Nigerians. The time is now to take our nation back, and we should stand strong until this comes to fruition. I'm still very, very confident. You know, the way they stole the election is too obvious for any court to come up now and tell us on technical grounds or that we don't have enough evidence. The evidences are everywhere. And it's now a battle that is not just between APC and Labour Party. It is now between Nigerians and a few people. And I believe that people will win. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
I want to ask a question to our brother Haruna. Just a question.
Okay, go ahead, man.
I'll go straight to the question. So, Dr. Haruna, please, I want to ask a question because I know you come from the north, and I've been though not always. I used to follow your program sometimes because your broadcast, because it's wonderful. It's wonderful. You are wonderful. You are wonderful. I must say it. And I want to ask now that this stage that we are right now, now that at least you are the eye that we have in the north, I'm obedient. But I want to know, what is the tempo in the north concerning these issues that is happening? Give us percentage about what is going on in the minds of people, both the Muslims and the Christian, you know that they have bring up a propaganda now that what happened between Oyerebo and all that. How are the North and the Muslim North taking it? How is it going and what is going on right there, right now? Are they still in full support of Obi in what is going on? Thank you.
Okay, regarding the propaganda, you must understand that the North of those days is not the North of now. A lot of people are enlightened. Somebody like, if there's anything that has happened to Nigeria, especially with Labour Party, that we should celebrate, is the choice of somebody like Deti. Instead of that alliance, many people were asking that should be with Kwankwaso and the others. Deti is one of the smartest northern Fulani that we've ever seen. So somebody like Deti, and there are many other northerners that know what is going on. They know what APC is busy with, and so they are not buying into it. So it's just noise. They are using the mainstream media to create that noise, but we should not believe them. You see, because sometimes lies have a way of pushing on your face to intimidate you and make you go kind of believe this lie. But the people, to them, they are just, and that's why there's no celebration. If APC was really a northern party and they got a candidate who has won, you would have seen celebration in the North. But the North is like funeral. And many of the states that they said APC has won in the North is a lie. So just wait and see the true figures come out and you will know where we stand.
All right, thank you. Mama Icho.
Okay. Oh, shit.
Yeah, Dr. Aruna, thank you for all you are doing. I always listen to your words on YouTube, so thank you so much. You are in the North, and I would like to work with you, so I will be dropping my phone number behind, and I would also like to drop your phone number. I'll reach out to you later, and let's talk. Thank you, sir.
All right.
Please, I want to ask Dr. Haruna a question, please. I don't know if he's
hold on, Ngozika. Loco, go ahead. I don't want to be a question.
Thank God. Okay, doctor, welcome, sir.
Thank you.
First time I'm seeing you anyway, so I've not, because I'm not into social media. Rudolph show is the first show in my life that have brought me to social media. I don't do any social media because I think many Nigerians still have a long ways to go in terms of thinking. So, but Rudolph, I think he has successfully purged himself from being an African, from being a Nigerian, to be a human being. So I think that's why I'm here on the show. So having you here is also a great honor too. I believe, yeah, you are a man of something. That's why you came here. But I wanted to ask, are you a Christian or a Muslim first before I go any further?
I wouldn't want to divide that. I'm a Nigerian.
No. You know why? Because of we have some people from the North who came here first, right? I think Ikalolo, the one Kanu guy that came here first, it made mention about what's it called, Muhammad that came here. We've had Muhammad, we've had IB, we've had another doctor, one more, something like that. Yet among the three of them, two of them seems to be talking like the way a normal Nigerian is supposed to talk, or the way you are talking. It's only the Muhammad that is talking that old Hausa mentality that you're talking about, that now you guys have opened your eyes, you guys are now aware of what's happening. But I think that guy Muhammad is still lost in way back the way Hausa mentality used to be about Nigeria. You understand? So why I ask you about your religion, he came and said Babacha Lawal is because he's a Christian. That's why he's talking like this. That Babacha Lawal is not a good person, and this and that. That Babacha Lawal is selling a Christian narrative that like is against Muslims, something like that. That's why I ask you first if you're a Christian or a Muslim. Probably maybe if you're a Muslim, then I will not know. Okay, fine. I don't know if you're someone coming from.
Okay, you know what? You know why I wouldn't answer that question, and it's not about hiding of identity. Okay. Those are the things that have brought our problem. No, we are not seeing our humanity It doesn't matter what religion, what part of the nation you come from, what tribe you are. We should push the thing about being Nigerians. And I'm from the far north. I'm Kaduna State.
Good.
I lived in Zaria City, and I don't want to go far. Ango Abdullahi was my vice chancellor, and I don't want to go far with that. I'm from the same city with Deti. I speak with him, you know, often, and I don't want to go further than that. I want us to push being Nigerians. The more we talk religion and talk tribe, we will never come over this whole issue.
Okay.
Religion is our private, let it be our private beliefs. When we meet privately, I'll tell you where I stand.
Okay. Sorry for asking that question because I was
No, I mean, it's fine. I understand, but I'm saying let's push the Nigerian factor.
Yeah.
I want to see Rudolph as my brother. He just happens to be of a different father, different mother, but I want to see him as a Nigerian. We can do business together, we can eat together, and I'm not going to differentiate.
Yeah. So like I said, why I asked that question is because the guy that came in before, he was saying like, we here, the way we talk as if we castigate the northern people. You understand? Because of maybe religion, because of region or whatever, ethnicity or whatever. I wanted to tell him before he left that no, it's not like that. That is people like him that we need, and people like you that we from the south need, because we from the south, we have the southeast, we have the southwest, and we have the south. But all of us seems to think almost in the same direction. You understand? Excluding that middle belt, that middle line, upper north. You understand? So we want a situation whereby people like you who are now informed, educated, and look, these people from the south, we don't hate you guys. You understand? I know what the politicians are doing. They are selling a negative story to you guys in the north, seeing us as your certain enemies, not knowing that we from the south, we are seeing you as our brothers, but we don't have way of reaching you guys more than the way your politicians are reaching you guys. You understand? Because I think you believe more in your politicians than believing us from the south, or having an open mind to accept anybody. You understand? That's why I'm asking you if you are from a Christian or a Muslim, because those who are from not or from the Muslim side, I think they have this, pre-notion that everything from the south is against the north. You understand? And everything Christian is against Muslim. That is what has been sold to them from time memorial. So we need people like you to come out who we can reach out to, so that you can go and tell your brothers and sisters over there, look, what we had, the impression we have about these people is not correct. These people are different. They are, in fact, they even want, we want your welfare, because we see the sufferings, the northern sufferings, the Amajiris, people coming from the north to come and beg in the south. We don't like that, we from the south still. So we want you guys to be okay the way we are okay in so-called, we're okay in South anyway because of our education or whatever. So we need to talk to people like you more, so you can help us synthesize your people and making your people know that, look, we are on the same page. The way we love our
Can I just say something? Can I just say something briefly? I think there's something that maybe a lot of people don't see or know what's going on. It's not this whole thing about North. It's a few people, politicians, that are using this whole concept of religion, and they are weaponizing poverty, and they keep people, this whole Boko Haram, that means Western education is forbidden, keep the people completely ignorant. They should only learn the Quran and not any other thing. So by so doing, you push them to only belong to a certain school of thought. And now you ask yourself, the people that have suffered more, they are from people from the southeast and the southwest. Northeast and northwest. They are also Muslims that are being killed by so-called fellow Muslims because they believe there's a certain group that believe they are the only ones that must take charge of Nigeria. They pushed that narrative and now came to the south, divided the southeast from the southwest. That's why an Igbo person, a Yoruba, will prefer doing politics with somebody from the far north than the Igbo. And anytime there's an Igbo chance, that's why Tinubu now is doing what he's doing, and the Yorubas that are doing what they are doing to ensure no Southeasterner ever becomes anything in Nigeria. So, and the thing is that the Igbos didn't know what they were dealing with. So the Yorubas now are trying to, they are saying that the chances of Obi becoming president is too obvious. So that's why they're doing what they are doing. So the moment there can be unity between the Igbos and the Yoruba, there are more people that want Nigeria to work than the few people that are working against it.
All right, thank you, Haruna. Let me.
And this is why I said there are only two tribes in Nigeria: the tribe of the oppressed and the tribe of the oppressors.
Ngozika, you're next.
Okay, thank you very much. So, Dr. Haruna, please, I wanted to ask you, before the elections, a lot of people, I know a lot of people said this same thing I'm about to say. We felt that, given that we had candidates from, I want to use the word, 3 major tribes, it was going to, and seeing that 2 of them were Muslims, it was going to split the northern votes into 2 halves, and that is considering Kwankwan. So that is, it was going to go 3 ways. Now that it's looking that there will be a possibility of a runoff. Let's say, in the case of a runoff between the PDP and the Labour Party, or the Labour Party and the APC, how do you think the North will go, given everything that has been happening after the elections? Now, not before the elections, with everything that has happened after the elections, if there is a runoff with either PDP LP or APC LP, how do you think the North will go?
Okay, whether North, whether Central or South, Nigerians united together as one people wanted change, because Northerners have suffered more in the hands of our Northern brothers that call themselves politicians or leaders or rulers. So Nigerians want change, Northerners want change, Southerners want change. So those people are still going to stand. All we should pray is that there will be everything with security to ensure there's no rigging, and people should not, there shouldn't be voter apathy. People should come out if there's a runoff and actually go out to vote, and that nobody should be disenfranchised. The moment that happens, it's going to be, it will be like between day and night, because Nigerians actually came out to vote for change. Whether you call that change obedient or you call it Peter Obi, they just want change. So if there's a runoff, they will now say, thank God we now have an opportunity. It's now even obvious. It's so simple. The game will be over now. So I can tell you, it's not a matter of go come. It will just be Obi.
All right. Any other question?
I don't have a question.
Yeah, Prince, go ahead.
You know, I've been at the backstage all this while.
I'm sorry, Prince. Sometimes I forget that people are there. I have moderators helping me, but sometimes they are not there. I think they are watching, but they are not watching too. So.
All right. Hello, Dr. Goro. I just want to thank you for what you do. I am a very, very ardent follower of, your program or your page. If you look at my name, you will see it. And I share it a lot. I gain a lot with your show. It has given me a more insight into how the Northerners also, feel, how they are reasoning with which is everywhere. Everyone wants change. We all want change. You are not saying that like I've tried to tell people several times, I am not supporting Obi because I'm Igbo. I'm not Igbo. I'm not supporting Obi because I'm a Christian. No, that is not me. I'm a Libra, and I think progressively, for the betterment of Nigeria, we all need, the right candidate to win. That everybody in Nigeria will feel, a sense of belonging and all that stuff, because things that we see all the time, most especially those of us in the diaspora, every day we get calls from back home. This one is not from my family alone, friends, associates, people that simply that they knew you while you were there. Once they get your phone number or they get any of your link, they call you. It's all about, and they tell you all these things. You end up crying because it don't used to be like this before. This is not how it used to be. So if we get a candidate that will be able to work for the Nigerian people to see, that's what every one of us desire, and that's what we want to see. So I want to say thank you for what you do. Keep up the good work, and I will keep following you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Who else has something to say? We want to take a break. Jude. Okay, Jude, go ahead.
Yes, what I want to say is that Dr. Goro, thank you so much, and it's a pleasure meeting you today in this same in the same platform. I have been following what you are doing, and in fact, I just want to say God bless you. When we see people like you, it gives us hope that we still have people in Nigeria that stands for the truth, irrespective of where they come from, and that want a good, want Nigeria to move forward. You see, people talk about this platform that is kind of one-sided. This is platform for progress, for those who desire Nigeria to move forward. Not just for selfish individual who politicians have bought over, and then they want to, deceive other people to believe in their selfish agenda. No, this is not what this platform is all about. This platform that is about the truth and the progress of Nigeria, so that everybody in Nigeria will benefit, irrespective of where you are or where you come from, or the tribe or political or religious affiliation. And that is what we see you, Dr. Goro, stand for. And that is why people like us continue to feel happy when we see people like you, and appreciate you for all that you have been doing, and hope that God will continue to strengthen you. I know you must have been getting a lot of stress and stuff like that, because Nigeria is a country that don't like any good thing or any good individual like you. But God will continue to protect you, and know that you have a lot of fans and a lot of people that are rooting for you, and that also praying for you. We are not there at home to do this, but wherever we are across the world, we see what people like you are doing, just like Rufai that came up here. I'm sure Rufai will be amazed how many followers or fans that he has abroad. Okay, so God bless you so much. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Kija, do you want to say something before Haruna responds?
No, I don't want to ask Haruna a question. I was
okay.
Yeah, but if I wanted to say something, you were saying something about having a guest, and I was thinking, one day we should have you as a guest so we can ask you questions, because you come here, you moderate, say things, we don't have your opinion. Like one of the questions I want to ask you is this: do you think there will be a President Tinubu? I mean, something like that, things like that. We want to sit down and ask you questions.
All right, yeah, that will happen one day.
So I know that we should be expecting you next week, Saturday or Sunday.
Yeah, but anyway, so I want
Dr.
to say
Rudolph would allow you to do that, or he would.
about the phone call.
No, we are all booking him now. We are booking him. Doctor, we are booking Dr. Haruna for next week, Saturday or Sunday.
Sunday is Easter. We are off Easter. I will talk to him privately. I just shared my number with him on the private chat, so we will talk and find a good time.
I was somewhere yesterday, and someone was talking to someone close to Big Camp regarding the audio leak, And I don't know, the way they say, they said that, he was not talking about religious war in terms of, Christian and Muslims. He was talking about, like something like a jihad. A jihad is, like a, self battle you would wage within ourselves all the time. He was talking about in terms of good and evil, not in terms of, Christian and Muslim. But even if at that, like people would have used religion to divide us. So if it's a religious war, yeah, it is a religious war because we need to stop people from using religion to divide us. So we need to, rescue ourselves from religionists and people who, like, politicians that create this divide. So that's, the way what they say. But from what I've read in the newspaper, it's a newspaper already today. I think it's in the Guardian. One other spokesperson was saying something else, and Kenneth Okonkwo was saying something different. So I think maybe they have confusion, but probably maybe tomorrow they're gonna come up with a better release about what happened. But that's what I heard. I don't know how true that is.
All right, thank you, Dr. Haruna. You want to respond before we take a break and round up?
Yeah, I don't have much to say now than to appreciate you for what you're doing. It's not so easy to still maintain this momentum after all that has happened. But I want to let you know that devoting most of this time to do this is not going to waste. Nigerians have already done what they needed to do, which has shaken the other camp. Their evil deeds have come to an end, and now they're in big panic. So let's just trust and believe for the best that the courts will do the right thing, because previously or in the past, they've always just sneaked judgment from the backside, but because there were no eyes looking at them like now. So for the Nigerian judiciary, and I don't want to preempt what they would do, however, the handwriting is very clear on the wall that they will not want to jeopardize their reputation, because this is not just one party watching them, it's the entire world and the whole of Nigeria. So I'm confident that something is going to happen that will put a smile in all our faces, where we will know our labor was not in vain after all. So keep up the good work, and I appreciate you all. Let's remain very hopeful, optimistic. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Shalom.
We take a break. When we come back, your final thoughts, everybody who is here, and then we end it there. Well, yeah, of course, I got it. No.
Well, be making his network television debut. This is his most recent album right here. It's called Spirit of Love. We're very pleased to welcome Majek Feshek.
Arise from your sleep, Africa. Rise from your sleep, America. long time ago, when we used to live like prince and princess. Remember the pyramid of Egypt, when we used to live like prince and princess. Remember Marcus Garvey, who are the dream for New America. Oh, remember Martin Luther King, who are the dream for New America. They say you are black, they say you are brown, they say you are black, they say you are brown. Only the angels of Jah is white now. Only the angels of God is white. So long, too long, so long, too long. We've been sitting down so long. We've been a fool around for too long. Arise from your sleep, Africa. Arise from your sleep, America. There's work to be done, Africa. So much work to be done, America. But if we unite, hey, we will be free. So long, too long, so long, too long. Pressing down for so long.
All right. Thank you so much. So we just want to round up and let me announce that coming weeks after the Easter break, we're going to have Professor PLO Lumumba, Chika Onigwe, Nia Shundere, Oluogibe, and so many others. So we have interesting guests coming up, and if you have your dream guests, let me know. Send me the contacts. We'll reach out to them. All right. So final words. Let me start with you, Okija or Nokija. If you watched anything about anything.
Doc, please, can I go first? My battery is about to go
Okay,
off.
Okija, hold on.
Go ahead.
Bazika, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Okija and Okija. That's the regular number. Please, I want to say that in the spirit of Easter, I know it's going to be really tough. I want us to go easy on each other in the next few days. You see, festivities are really a time where most people get a break, and I mean literally. So, with everything that has happened this last month and last 2 months, I really want us to be kinder, make a little bit more effort to be kind. And I'm saying this from a place of deep sadness. Nigerians are going through a lot, so I understand the lashing out. I understand the anti-behavior. I understand the defensive behavior that sometimes spirals into insults and everything. What I will never understand is hurting another person. That is where I draw the line. But every other thing I can understand and actually make excuses for. So I'm asking each and every one of us on this show, whether you're in the studio or you're watching, please, in the next few days, the next coming days, let's make an extra effort to be kinder to each other. Yeah. Things are about to get really tough down here. So a little kindness will go a long way. Thank you so much, Dr. Damages. Thank you, Mama Hichi. Thank you, everybody. You have a good night.
All right. Thank you, Ngozika.
Thank you.
All right. Okija, let's go to Okija.
Okay. Yes. I read Kulata was in the in the chat. He said something that the audio has damaged P2P, and I was just laughing because just like Trump said, he could shoot someone at Fifth Avenue and he wouldn't lose anybody. So P2P is not going to lose anybody, for this. So I mean, the election is over. What you're waiting for? Tinubu has been declared president-elect. What you're waiting for? We're waiting for the court, to fulfill the constitutional requirement. Say something about the election. But there are so many issues, and we're supposed to be talking about. We have a certificate Tinubu presented to INEC that was forged. We know it was forged. We know that there was a woman that went to school that graduated in '79. She was admitted and graduated in '79. She was given a certificate, and the same certificate, Tinubu claimed that certificate. But instead of making a replica copy, he did the fabricated one, and it's out there, all over the internet. I don't know why people are not talking about it, and they want to talk about audio. The court, Tinubu has a lot of. I don't know. Kulata, saying damage will be. I don't know. Is Tinubu? Tinubu is a damaged goods to start with. Where are we going to start? We saw was it Vanguard or Guardian when he was 52 years in 1998, and this year we make him 77 years, and he just celebrated his 70 years. So who are we talking about? So how are you going to compare, the audio leak with all the things that we have against Tinubu? But I thank God, I have this instinct that the court would just look at everything, and hopefully, from when all the evidence I've looked at right now, because I've scoured the internet, checked the IRF, checked things. Tinubu did not win the election, so the court, accepting the court, they overlook those evidence and just rule on other sentiment. But Tinubu did not win the election. Tinubu is damaged. Tinubu cannot be, Nigerian president. It's not going to happen. Except if those judges, they are so stupid and dumb that they don't know, what is acceptable in this age. Thank you guys, and have a lovely day.
All right, thank you. We go to Igbo Basics.
Okay. I just want to be appreciative of every effort that you've been making, Dr. Damages. Keep up the good work. Having said that, I put down a couple of things. I thought Dr. Haruna Goro would have still been here, but nonetheless. But this is the message. Dr. Tanko Yunusa, I made that one January 4, the previous year in Oka, along with a lot of other ethnic nationalities, Pandef, Edwin Clark Group, Padebanjo Group, and the rest of them. That was in Oka the previous year. But through the progress of the just concluded elections, I have observed Dr. Haruna Goro's activities, very appreciative. But I also want to link it up to the Berekete family in terms of what's happening as far as enlightenment in the North is concerned. The Berekete family is also doing a very good job, and I would wish that Dr. Haruna Goro would also link up with them. For me, here is my comment. Before the Civil War, I always refer back to that because that's the foundation of a lot of things that's going on. I, for one, Nigeria Makaranta Awojeng Ejos, 1962. St. Teresa Boys School, Ejos. That's where I went to school, 1962. The relationship between the North and the South was squarely different. The Easterners sojourned a lot in the North. And when I say Easterners, I'm including both Cross River and all the rest of it, even though headed by the Igbo. So I lived through it till 1966. And then we have to be forced to go back down south. The rest is history. That war brought something that we seem to be overlooking lots of time. That relationship between the North and the South got decimated. It got damaged. The basic trust between the North and the South was really mutilated. Why was it so? And I go back to a couple of statements that I've made on this particular channel. When the issue of war came down to being, it became a case of, don't forget, if you declare Biafra, I will declare Oduduwa Republic. Look into your history. Biafra went, Oduduwa Republic did not go. That sowed a seed, very serious seed of discord between the West and the East. With that said, we've been trying to climb out of it, out of National Youth Service Corps, out of sojourning in the West and everybody trading and all the rest of it. We've been trying to climb out of it. The basic trust is what is lacking between the West and the East. And he who comes to equity should come with clean hands. And this goes to Tinubu and the rest of the people who said it's their turn. If you truly believe in one Nigeria, you should stop these fabrications. You should stop fabricating and trying to say it's your turn. It's not your turn. It's the turn of the youths of Nigeria. And that is why massively the youths of Nigeria have risen to take back their country, and the older folks should please give way for the youths of Nigeria to take effect. With that said, our guest today talked to us about the reality, which is what all our politics will say. The results are there. We know what has happened. Even Nadeko said it. Results were being called to out of the way. Somebody did not like the result. Koro. Somebody made a phone call and they scuttled the election of this presidential election, to be specific. With that said, a thief knows when a thief has stolen somebody's mandate. It is like a hot cake in their pocket. In as much as only INEC has the authority to declare and issue a fake certificate, if I dare say that. But let us hope that the judiciary is the final hope of the Nigerian state before we sing, we can soon go back to the jungle. And that's my case. Till next time. Thank you so much, everybody in the panel. And let us, again, like I said, let's keep it calm so that we can all come back here and be as civil as possible. If we meet for a bar, if you like, make we box there. But for this place, make we just take them softly, I beg you. So that
Thank you.
I broke that kola nut, I broke the kola nut and I don't chop them. So when I see you next, I'll give you your own portion. And when I see our guest, I will give him his own portion.
Thank you very much.
God bless us all.
Yeah, for the rest, please let's make it. I was supposed to leave here by 5. 4:30. You have 3 minutes. Forefathers, you just showed up. I sent you a message. You didn't respond. All right.
So I didn't see that on time. I just saw it just now. I have responded anyway.
Okay. Local P, go ahead. You are muted. Can you unmute yourself?
Okay, yes, sorry. Let me ask one question. I don't know if that is true. The guy, the plane incident guy, like they said his wife works with TVC. Is that true?
I don't know. I don't know anything other than that. I read somewhere that he has some issues or some mental health.
Mental issues. Okay, because I've seen on social media. I don't know if that's true anyway. Like the wife works with TVC
No.
and your view. They won't call her name. Something like that. BC. Say that's her name. I don't know. But that, by the way, anyway. The only thing I have to say here, finally, I think we are running up, right?
No, I don't think we can continue because Forefathers is here. You guys can continue.
Father is here to continue.
Controversial. He's like see, ego does he's happy. Controversial.
Okay, on that note, let me set the ball rolling.
No. I have something to say.
Let me speak now. Let me
Uzo,
speak.
you don't repent, oh.
Me? I hope you will emulate Rudolph, please. I know.
Remember how it's going. Remember how it's going. It's going this way. It's going this way.
No, it's my I'm the
intimidating. I hope you let us speak free and fair, please.
After Loco, please go ahead.
So
Loco, can I just say something? I'm not staying.
Yeah, you know where one man will work. Okay, so for me,
okay, you want job, you not go work.
I think we should Rudolph, the only thing I have to say, Yasha, from what we've seen so far, the miscommunication that we have between the North and the South, that you should try and maybe see if you can get more of the Northern people here on the platform so we can interact. At least that will help us, solve majority of this ethnic clash and tribal clash we have, so that the minority who is using these tools to weaponize these tools to divide us so that they can conquer us. I think we should, try and destroy their plan and close that gap between the tribes so we can move forward. I think that's all I have to say.
All right, thank you, Jude.
Okay,
it's my turn. No, Jude, it's my turn.
Well, Emiloko, what I want to say, our local, what I want to say is that yes, Rufai might have made a proposition based on his understanding of how the political system and the judicial, the Nigerian system works by saying that Tinubu is going to be sworn in. Well, the truth of the matter is this. One might ask, how do I know? But the truth of the matter is this. It's either two things. He's likely not going to be sworn in. Okay? But even if, let's assume, Nigeria goes the way they normally go and is sworn in, at the end of the day, Obi will still take up his mandate. That one is guaranteed. You can take that to the bank. If it's a check, it's not going to bounce. Take that to the bank. So people like Kulata, who perhaps have been promised a position in Jagabandi's administration, I'm sure he will be feel disappointed. So he better get used to it now that he's not going to get that position he's looking for continually coming to tell lies in many platforms and pretend he's more knowledgeable than everybody in the world. I don't even know which, the kind of education he has that he's more knowledgeable than everybody, that almost everybody on this platform, even those at home, even major, I would say if you take a poll of Nigerians today, more than half of learned people in Nigeria will tell you that Rufai is one of the best, if not the best, journalists in Nigeria, except only Kulata and perhaps his partner in crime. One man go to hell or one man go to
Good. You know that if you were talking to Rufai, he would say to you, how do you know that that Kulata has been promised employment? He will query you on that if you are talking on his platform.
How do I know is this, right? How do I know is this? The only people that are supporting Ashiwaju, I can categorically say is either two things. Either they are benefiting already directly from that man, or they have been promised something they are going to get from him.
So hold on. So does that mean that the people supporting Obi are benefiting from Obi or where?
I hope you understand what I'm saying. Number one, Obi does not give shishi. Obi does not give anybody anything. Obi does not give anybody anything. And anybody that is
hold on. The other option is that you're already benefiting. If it's not given, then you're already benefiting. Then that's the other option.
No. I am talking about Ashiwaju. Obi's case, anybody that is supporting Obi, I believe that person has a pure heart. He wants Nigeria to move forward and is not ready to get any dime. He's not expecting any dime.
Mr. Ajuki, you are wrong on this one. Mr. G, you are wrong on this one.
I'm coming. However, I know there are some self-serving human beings that have hidden themselves under supporting Obi with anticipation of what they are going to get. But I want to say people like me, and I want to say also some people among us here that comes out here every day are not, expecting to get anything other than to see Nigeria move forward and then get better.
What is wrong? What is wrong in getting paid, Jude? What is wrong in getting paid?
No, that's not what Jude means. Ovie. That's not what it means. But sometimes you don't talk about yourself. You talk about somebody else.
Okay. What is wrong with collecting money from a candidate to work for him or collect a position? What is wrong with that?
Okay, collecting money from a candidate. That candidate, where is he getting the money from?
All right.
What are you talking about?
Thank you.
See, that's the problem here. What's the problem? You work for somebody, you get paid. What's wrong with that?
The thing be say, Ovie, they indirectly they announced to us say he collect money for bank and so.
No. Ovie is saying the truth. Ovie, you saying the true stuff that goes on. People collect money to fabricate lies. They are being paid to fabricate lies. So people are being paid.
You don't know what I just said. People collect money to fabricate lies, just like Kulata is collecting to fabricate all the lies.
How do you know Kulata is collecting?
Okay, all right, that's enough. All right, thank you guys. I have to go. I won't stay anymore.
Let me say something, please, Doctor.
I wanted to hear what you wanted to say.
I wanted to ask you. So beginning of the month, you tell about your rule, regulation, and implementation of this group.
The committee is still on it. The committee they've not delivered it to me. So
okay, because you are not giving us feedback update. That's what let me answer.
There's a committee.
I want to clear something, right?
But you haven't told us the committee, the consequence of the committee.
When people come here,
you're not a member. If I didn't call you, you're not a member.
Let me clear something here, right? When people come here and say call Bola Tinubu as president, people are calling that person name. It's wrong. Who are we supposed to believe at this point? Right? Even Weshuenga has done interview about that.
Okay, I didn't hear you. Say that again. When people call what?
When people come here and refer to Bola Tinubu as president-elect, people seem to talk offense of that and start calling people names. Why? He is the president-elect, whether you like it or not.
President-elect. Come on, stop twisting the line. Stop telling lies. He's not president-elect. People in Nigeria did not elect him. They did not vote for him.
It's my turn, though. It's my turn.
Hold on, guys. Ovie, you have to know that someone like the governor of Imo State, they still call him Supreme Court governor. So it doesn't really matter. You can't stop people from calling anybody what they want to call the person. So that's not the issue to worry with.
No, they should stop harassing those people who are referring Bola Tinubu as president. Stop harassing them. Why are you calling me name just because I say Bola Tinubu president-elect?
They are not president-elect. The people did not choose him. The people refused
for your head.
That's not the point. That is not the point.
Not everyone else rejects him. The land of Nigeria
authority is powered by the constitution to declare anybody. When I said that, Bola Tinubu is the president-elect.
All right.
You decide otherwise. You have the right to say it's not your president. That's a given. But you don't have the right.
They will not go to jail. They will all go to jail.
No, it's my turn. It's my turn. So let me speak my mind.
Forefathers, good luck and all the best.
It's my turn for you. It's my turn, though.
Those at home, thank you so much for watching. I will see you guys on Saturday. And
all right.
All right.
It's my turn.
God bless you.
Emilonko. Let me start by sometimes my man. Now me they doing that ganga together as to support you. So like Matt, one finish it the other day. I was not online. You for Beckham. No, who does you ganga now? No, whether you accuse for Beckham. Just whether he says they spoke. If what Beckham, so we do him. Like we don't beg us. I'm sorry. That will go. But thank God today. You don't come today. You don't come today. But that's not the day, though. Let us say the truth. The truth is this. Let us say the truth. Whether by back door, by front door, all right. Tinubu don't enter house. All right. Now for all to fish and out to come out town, that's the only thing remaining. Whether you follow back door or follow front door, is a president elect. It depends on honor of the house now to do what. It depends on.
Use the right language. May not they talk bullshit for you. President select, not be elect. Are you elected?
My point is
Once I said.
Now you a letter.
Mama Gio. I said.
I not be Gio. I be Mama H.O. Now president.
Sorry guys.
Okay. Let's be civil. See, Mama H.O. Allow them to identify the way they are free to identify the way.
Let me finish now, Mama H.O. Mama H.O. Let me finish.
Yeah, let me finish. Sorry, what I'm saying is that if anybody is not Bola Tinubu elect, you can disagree with that person, but don't antagonize that person. Call him whatever you want, right? Call Tinubu whatever you want. That's a given. But if anybody says
it's you because you are teaching my grandchildren nonsense.
Yeah, children don't want children. I don't want to want children.
Since when did rigging of an election become an election?
Who is the right thing?
You cannot teach my grandchildren.
I think I subscribe to.
It's my turn, no, Mama Gio. You don't talk about my turn just like that.
This is not
Listen, Ovie, I get where you're coming from, and I think the others too. And I have said it to Mama H.O. that people are allowed to, describe the way they see it because people understand it differently. But I understand where Mama H.O. is coming from too, because she doesn't subscribe to any legitimacy at all. But that's the current state of affairs until the Supreme Court or court overrules the stuff. That is what we are dealing with.
So, who declared illegitimacy?
Exactly.
Is it all? Or the court or the INEC, who declares it legitimate?
Exactly, it doesn't be tested in court. We don't have a right to declare it as it stands. So, but I see where she's coming from. She believes it's right.
Let's do the right thing.
Okay, let me continue now. And also, I have one point to make here. People should not jubilate because the audio you're talking about that between Daddy GO and the Obi, Obi will respond. We all know who he is. He's going to respond by Monday or Tuesday. If it's him, tell you it's him. And then when that be a backlash, all right? Backlash in a way that he may sometimes a bad thing says a bad may turn to good. If Obi comes out tomorrow, you say his voice. Yeah, it's his voice. People will like, okay, if this man can come out, the way people think, can come out to carry his voice. Now, the more follower he's going to get, all right? Now, end of the day, on the tape, I listen to you over and over and over. It don't like the way people interpret stuff. Yeah, the guy was wrong if it's his voice to say it's a religious war. I don't know who is fighting. Even at Babalawo war, and because how many religions now? We have Balawos. We have the one in Igbo land now. It's a tradition. We still have the Muslims, the Christians too.
He says someone talking to his father. I don't see anything wrong with that. My papa begin the talk. There's nothing wrong with the audio.
Obviously, since that day, you put this glass on.
I saw a video of someone analyzing the audio, and he seems to think that the audio is fake because of the greetings and some of the way the salutations went and how P2B was sounding. It didn't seem like it is real because obviously there's something that we know as deep fake. So we can't take it for granted that the audio is real. And I said it before that the trick for P2B, let's say Tinubu becomes president, the trick is for P2B to maintain its integrity from now till the next election. They will do everything to destroy it because they know that is his greatest strength.
Artificial intelligence has come to stay. There was so much daddy on that.
Exactly. I don't think Obi will get
audio.
Daddy. Daddy. Come on,
so let's take a step backwards. That's why I said at basicsexpress.com we don't break news, because if you hurry up and go and break news,
let's wait until Obi comes and respond.
The issue is this: people gazette that break the news. I just listened to that. They said they gave him 2 days. The guy, are there 2 days given? They break the news of Jesus. They start getting 2 days. They don't get to. They don't. How they even get the? They don't know what they are doing, because end of the day they're going to put themselves in trouble. Just as Oseni said, for you to tap somebody's personal conversation, it's a different ball game here. You're right.
His children, right? When she they talk to her children, now so the Daddy Gio talk to his own son. So there's nothing fake or about that. It's nothing wrong. Mommy H they talk to his children every day. But for you, they talk to his son. It should not be something of
who be his son? Who be his son?
Now.
When did Obi tell? When did he get birth
between son and father?
When did he give birth to Obi?
No, he shouted daddy. Who do you call daddy? You know your father, they call daddy.
What is it called? On politics or whatever. I know you never liked Obi, you never wanted him to win. We understand that you are not obedient. You are not. Neither do you believe. Do you believe in the progress of Nigeria?
Right, daddy.
You understand
right.
this. Okay,
right,
fine. It's your right.
No, but he turned obedient at the end. Don't forget that he turned obedient at the end.
He didn't turn
This
any
is one
obedient.
man that means to malign my good
right.
name. This one wants to malign my good name. He says it's me that's in the audio. And you see, there's always people that are going to be saying this type of stuff. See, we have to be careful what we believe.
That voice
and
looks like God forefather's voice.
we really should be kind of P2B should be more nimble. They should be coming out a bit faster, because this type of stuff has been out there for how many hours now, and they waste too long to respond. I don't know where he's been. They should be responding, because this stuff is, if it goes to the north, some people will not hear his rebuttal. They will not hear him deny it. All they will hear is him saying it. For the next 3 years, he will be spending time trying to reverse
that. There's something that you should know. There's something that you should know about. There's something you should know. You know, in this kind of situation, you don't just quickly come out. It will look as if it's something that is just orchestrated. You just have to calm down. Let me tell you. On Monday, I don't know if you are here when we asked Dr. Arona. Were you here, forefathers? When we were asking when I asked about this audio, how is it? How are the North? I mean, the Muslim, how are they taking it? He answered it. He said that their eyes are open. They know that APC are doing all kind of propaganda, trying to put one or two things together to make sure they frustrate obedient and to frustrate Obi.
Forefather, don't you think the Onos is also on Oyedepo to come out and speak rather than Obi? It doesn't.
I think from what I gather, the pastor has denied it already. That he didn't. I read something that he said he's not the one. He didn't say anything like that.
It's very unfortunate that many of.
But on a more serious note, I don't see anything wrong with
there are a bunch of.
But it doesn't sound like P2B. That doesn't sound like P2B at all. That's what makes me
I am believing you. I am believing you. You know me. When I entered today's program, I told everybody here that I don't understand why we are taking this thing as a big deal. Like you are saying that it's a daddy in a funny way, but it's true. Somebody goes to his father, a spiritual father, to discuss with him, to lay down his certain plans and the things that he wants. I mean, brother, this is not like something that he's planning to kill the whole Nigeria or destroy or to rob or to kill or to maybe do election fraud. This is just a kind of to help me talk to these people. This thing is going. It seems it's going to. Let's just assume that he is
my brother. Can I say something?
Just get late.
Can I say something? We're here talking about this thing. The first evidence that thing never is not even Obi and is not Oyedepo. Number one, Obi was not at Onitsha at that time, and that in the audio that I'm at Onitsha. Obi was not at Onitsha. Obi was at Agolo at that time. From what I know. You understand? So the whole thing is APC, they are ready to come up with their propaganda, and they're gonna come up with their propaganda. You know, that's what it is. It's just propaganda. Yeah.
You talk about it is propaganda. According to the video, according to the audio, it was sometimes around the election time. Okay, and that was where the pastor was saying, "Oh, okay, that is where you are voting." Right? So, I mean, you can't be speaking as if you are a big spokesperson. And meanwhile, according to this, to the information on this clip, they said this Kenneth Okonkwo of a guy who is supposed to be one of the spokesperson of the Labour Party has come out to confirm that, okay, fine, this audio is original, but according to just say, oh, probably maybe they just doctor something out of it. But this, you guys are here, you know, doing all the defending.
But there are two men. There are two confirmations. There are two confirmations. There are two confirmations. Not only there are two. No, the Kenneth Okonkwo said something, and another spokesperson said another thing. Maybe that is why I'm telling forefather. Your forefather, you see how quick response goes. Maybe by tomorrow now, Kenneth Okonkwo will come and tell you that he didn't go through this information very well. That was why he released this statement. You understand what I'm trying to say? So you have to be articulated before you can be able to, you know, respond in this kind of issue.
To come out again, to come and deny what they said yesterday. I mean,
no, I'm not saying that he would deny. No, I'm not saying that he would deny. I didn't say there's something like you say deny. Like you say, I did not get this. I did not, get through this information very well before responding to it.
I don't have a point, but if the fact out there is this, you know, I mean, because I've been, you know, reading about the information, like, I mean, all day, and according to the fact-checking people, they said they have fact-checked that audio. They use the AI and everything to confirm the authenticity of the audio. And they confirm that this audio is actually real. Actually, you know, barring any new information, maybe Peter Obi will come out tomorrow and say, oh, you know, he's not the person on the tape. But as of now, nobody has come out to actually say, okay, this is not me. And
can I now ask you a question based on Alhaji Atiku Abubakar? What happened to him based on what happened, the accusation and the audio leak, whatever.
Bro, that is in court. That is a case that is already in court.
Wait, I'm coming. But do you remember that he was even, they were saying, even his spokesperson, were saying that was, you know, doctored. Look, they didn't even believe that. They didn't even say that it's true. Okay, they said court will prove it.
Even let them catch you like this. When they catch Ganduje Gandola, handing out dollar, what did you say? You say, oh, well, they say, oh, the technology they used was a very, very advanced one. They will always come out to deny it. Even if they catch you stealing meat inside pot like this, and they have camera watching you, and they play the tape for you after, you say, oh, that's a very, very advanced technology. I mean, all
let me still add up. Forefather, you are here. When Dr. Aruna said, there's something Dr. Aruna mentioned that we didn't even take, maybe take note of, because he talked about the Amaje race. Now I remember I now record what happened to Jonathan. Forefather, you were in this show when I was talking about how the politician in the north, how they just messed up the young people and then use them for what they are using, I mean, as political talks and all that, and the same thing, Dr. Aruna repeated it. You were asking me a lot of questions that very day, trying to, see if this is possible. I told you, I was explaining to you, if these people, if they are properly educated and get their, traditional education, which is Quran and all that, nobody is against that. But if they are being educated, knowing that these politicians are using it for all this errand and killing and destroying, it will not be a business as usual for them. And that is exactly what Dr. Aruna explained to us here. You understand? So you see the things that is happening in the north, all this divide and rule and all that. If those guys, if those young boys, like Mama Hecho you usually say here, if they are educated I'm telling you, these people, it will be very hard for them to succeed and keep doing all this evil they are doing in the north with all these amajeries.
Yeah, from what I gather, the pastor denied it. At least I read it that the pastor seems to have denied some of the content of the audio, because some part might be correct, because they might just stitch some part together. I wanted to share some this thing about this technology that is used to put audio, and the best ones, the best fakes, may not even be able to be detected by these checking softwares, because these checking software tend to be always behind the curve when it comes to the sophistication of the people that are faking these things. So it's not impossible, and clearly we know full well. I personally, that's one of the things I always say, that after this period, you're going to see that they're going to target Peter Obi's personality. They want to destroy the movement. This is the way they want to do it. And they won't find one way or the other. Nothing good in Nigeria tends to survive, because they will find a way to destroy anybody that wants to clean up the system. And this is why I was even saying that the Obi campaign and his people, they have to protect him and be careful whatever they are doing, because they will be looking for every opportunity right now, create division.
But forefathers, they are doing it. Forefathers, they are doing it. If you go to the news today, because I was following it, and because of what they have been doing it, they have been coming out, they have been talking, they have been saying about it. So they are not.
Let me share this audio so you can see some of so people can make up their mind what they think. Let me see. Let's see.
Like Jordan Peele.
This is called deepfake.
This is called deepfake.
This is called deepfake.
It generates a video of the person and the voice, in this case, Obama. The same technique was also recently used on Zelensky, the Ukrainian president, where the deepfake character told Ukrainian soldiers to lay down their arms and surrender. So this tech actually exists. We are in 2023 anyway. So it shouldn't be a surprise that they cloned Peter Obi's voice to make it look like he was in a phone call with Bishop Oyedepo. Microsoft will be taking this tech a step further with their AI chatbot, which will be able to turn just a text to a video. The tech used in cloning Peter Obi's voice doesn't require the kind of computer hardware resources that a deepfake video needs. So it's actually very easy to clone a voice online. There are free sites where that can be done quickly, although you need to pay to get something useful. So definitely the person that did this used a paid one. As you can see here, it's as simple as uploading a sample voice. You just download audio of the person you want to clone his voice, Peter Obi in this case, and Oyedepo. When you upload the sample voice, you now type the text, what you want the voice to say. It will generate the voice, you download it and edit it to make it look like a recorded telephone call. It's as simple as that. This is why there is serious discussion on the future of artificial intelligence, because of not just how it will affect humans, but also the fact that people will use it for malicious purposes, like you've seen in the case of Obama and Zelensky video. Anyway, that's for another discussion. It is very easy to get voice samples of famous people. There are literally thousands of content where you find Oyedepo speaking. Also, Peter Obi in the past few months alone, during the campaigns and far longer than that, he was a governor for 8 years. So finding videos and recordings with his voice is not a problem. There's a lot of deepfake videos on YouTube. With the help of AI programs, you can clone a voice. You can even clone your own voice if you are a content creator. So what you need to do is just to write an article or text of what you want the voice to say, and it will read the article and you record it to use in your content. In fact, we've done some videos like these, although not very, very realistic, but you get the picture. First is...
I'm Daddy. Praise the Lord. How are you, sir?
Number places don't use normal calls. They use the ones that have encryption to protect what he says during the call, because he knows that Nigerian security agencies can eavesdrop on his call without the permission of the network provider. So in order to keep their conversation secret between themselves, people in high places don't use normal calls. They use the ones that have encryption to protect their privacy.
Good morning, Daddy. Praise the Lord. How are you, sir?
Number two, it's funny that Oyedepo responded to a good morning greeting by saying, "Praise the Lord." Maybe the guys that did this are Muslims. They think being a pastor will make Oyedepo lose natural behavioral traits. This is not even taking into account that Oyedepo's voice was somehow fixated in a single tone. His voice isn't accurate at all. They should try harder, and the thank you, daddy was just a robotic repetition. Number 3, P2B's character sounds so stressed out, like someone in real distress. No matter the pressure on him, P2B can't sound this way. If he wasn't feeling well, he wouldn't be making calls to people that will arouse their curiosity to find out what is wrong with him. And being a popular person, the news will spread like wildfire that he's sick. In a nutshell, they failed flat. This isn't his voice. It's very obvious. Number 4, what magic can Oyedepo perform for P2B on the eve of the election? Can he reach the thousands of his followers in Kwara, Kogi, and Niger State within hours before the election? Even if he's able to reach all of them, can he really command them to vote for P2B? No further explanation is needed here. This one is the main giveaway that this was AI generated, because P2B can never beg in the manner as portrayed, never. A man that spent about 3 years to recover his mandate in court, he was sworn in as governor of Anambra State. Within a few months, the Anambra House of Assembly members wanted to impeach him because they were all PDP members. They invited him to the assembly complex and gave him conditions that he must fulfill, or else they will impeach him. Let's take a listen.
Go and ask the 30 members of House that impeached me. We sat down and they said, if you give us this, we will stop impeachment in front of everybody. And I can call you names and I said, I'm not going to give it to you. I'd rather go. My name is Peter Obi. My name is not governor of Anambra State. I'm not desperate to be president of Nigeria. I'm desperate to see Nigeria that works.
So a man that it took 3 years for him to recover his mandate and faced with impeachment, he still had the courage to tell them to their faces that he's not going to give anybody anything, that they can go ahead with the impeachment. He knows that he didn't do anything wrong, which the assembly members did anyway. They impeached him and he went to court and got judgment again. So this type of man can never beg anybody. P2B is not desperate. We know politicians that are desperate in Nigeria. Why will he beg anybody? P2B marketed himself very well. He told people what they wanted to hear and they bought it and voted for him. Many people spend their own money campaigning for him because they believed that he was telling them the truth. Also, his antecedents really worked for his image. It is very easy to trust P2B once you hear his story, someone that tells you that it is for your own good. He didn't need to beg anyone and he will never need to, even in the future. He went to Bayelsa and told them that their oil is worthless and it's a depreciating asset. The same thing in the north. He told them how poor they were, how the politicians have impoverished them, that they've only succeeded in creating poverty instead of wealth, and how he plans to use the north as a launchpad to eradicate poverty. He told people what politicians don't tell voters. He told them
so it doesn't go on too long. I think it's clear from the case he's making that he appears. Does anyone disagree with his assessment of the way the stuff is presented?
Yes, I do.
Okay, go ahead. Why?
The reason why I said I do is that because, first of all, these are all damage controls and, coming so sooner. And the reason why I said I disagree is that this is a very, very big allegation. I understand some of you don't see it as a big deal, just because of our personal sentiment and emotions and all of that. But the fact remains that, this is a conversation between two VIPs, okay? And so far today, Pastor Oyedepo, he already had the program in the church today. And I understand that this man doesn't really want to go deep into that conversation because he doesn't want to lie. Okay? Because at the end of the day, if they realize that, okay, fine, this tape is actually a genuine tape. How does it look, in front of his follower? And in this kind of situation, if it's a kind of a fake something, Baba Oyedepo is not somebody that shies away from, you know, conversation, he would have come out and say, oh, some people, some devil, and you know his own ways. I mean, pastors way of doing their thing. And as a matter of, I mean, I won't be surprised if Peter Obi come back tomorrow and say, oh, it's fake and all of that. But the fact remains that if this thing is fake, Peter Obi is very, very active on Twitter. He would have probably, you know, go on Twitter and send a message to it, because he knows he has millions of followers, you know. And as a matter of fact, somebody already came out and said, okay, fine, this is real, especially somebody from his camp. So who are you? Who am I to say, okay, this is not real? You know, who is the person doing this damage control? Maybe one social media influencer. I understand there are, you know, I mean, all this AI, something that you can use to clone, but this doesn't sound like it is fake. Whether you believe it or you don't believe it.
But hold on. You're just saying, I don't know why you say it doesn't sound like it's fake, because clearly we know they can synthesize voices in a way that you can't even distinguish. That's one.
Absolutely.
And secondly, there are certain things that would, like good morning, and pastor will be telling you praise the Lord or something like that. That doesn't seem normal.
Pastors greet, they could greet you like hallelujah
over the phone. Praise the Lord.
Of course. I mean,
I don't know about that.
I mean, I don't know.
Bello, my brother. Bello, my brother. Oyedekpo is 68 years old. Peter Obi is 62 years old.
Absolutely.
I will come back to this. My daughter is calling me.
Okay.
Yeah,
what Mr.
Bella
does not go in tandem when we're talking about spiritual leaders. Oh yeah, I mean, so I might be 50 years old today and be talking to a 40 years old Daddy Gio and be saying daddy. I mean, people do that all the time. You know, this does not apply in this kind of conversation.
The night before the election, his Kwara State is going to be called about. It sounds a little bit. Kwara State is not the area he wants to win. Something tells me that is not the area Peter B will be calling about. But if you think logically it makes sense, we'll see.
Okay, if you don't understand something, okay, let me put it this way. You might not agree with me, but this is my own opinion. And I always say, from the result of the elections, it is, I mean, Peter Obi's demography and his campaign message is written all over the numbers. And according to their conversation on the phone, okay, what was he soliciting for? The argument here is that I need you to talk to your people. He's talking about the Christian communities in those areas. Okay? He talk about Kwara. Pastor Oyedepo has a big
a night before the election, just before the election.
Absolutely. Pastor Oyedepo has a big church in Ilorin, in Kwara State. Okay. Then he talk about from the phone conversation. He talk about places like Niger and Kogi are where we are having some kind of issues, which is right. Which even from the numbers, from the poll numbers, it's all. I mean, it's all written all over the poll numbers. That okay.
My brother, can't it be fabricated also? No APC, knowing that is a problem.
Why exactly? Why are you choosing to believe something that when you know it can easily be fabricated?
That's what I'm asking now. I'm not saying that what you're saying is lie. I'm not saying no, but I'm still wanting to think it the other way.
Apart from that, if it's a night before the election, then why is he greeting good morning? If it's a night before the election, why is that? Why is it? I don't know what time of the day. Let's wait. We're not arguing. We're not arguing.
Brother, let me tell you another thing. You know that tomorrow, as we enter, I don't know the time, as we enter Monday, you know that a lot of things will happen in the news.
Absolutely.
You know, now, like Forefather said, I just gave you an example about there are two persons that which I have seen that responded in this situation. One is the lady. I don't know if you know her name. The lady, the spokesperson to LP. Exactly. She responded, in another way, and Kenneth Okonkwo responded in another way. So what am I trying to tell you? Tomorrow, a P2B, who is our principal, will still come out to respond. Okay, if you see that, you know that Rufai came today in this program. Rufai said it. If that is what P2B said, like what I'm saying also, maybe personally, my own opinion, Rufai condemned it. But my own opinion, I'm not condemning it like I said it in this program. He is a Christian. He is talking to a Christian father or a pastor or whatever. Ahmed, who is the deputy, when he wants to talk to someone like a imam, he will still talk to him in the same way that Muslim relates. So it is not something I didn't see any. This thing is just like they are trying to, the APC are trying to use, like Fofara said, trying to use every tool they have to make sure he said it. Fofara said a key point. They know that this is main what do you call it? That's what he has as a tool, which he holds, which he have that holds every point in Nigeria, every part of Nigeria is his character. And that character is what they are trying to hold on to destroy. And let me tell you, it's not going to be easy for even what APC is doing. It's not going to, because even what they plan, their own principle has no reputation, has no character.
I beg to differ.
So what are they looking for?
And try to digress into another thing. Look at, let me tell you something. I mean,
but the pastor denied it, that he did anything like that, that he even campaigned for anybody, that no politicians has ever made him do anything of such, that he doesn't do that at all. So, and if the audio is showing that he is doing that, and he's saying that he never did anything like that.
Look, this is it. When you, how else can you support somebody, other than when somebody comes to your church and you make your congregation recognize that this person is in your midst today, just like Peter Obi, just like many other pastors, treated Peter Obi to that, that kind of give it Obi that kind of treatment. Whenever it goes to the church, today we have the presidential candidate, Peter Obi and and everybody's like, boo.
Bella.
He's a Christian.
Let me ask you a question. Wait, Bella, just suppose this.
Okay, since then, since the election has been, far gone, how many times Mr. Peter will be gone to to go and watch? How many Sundays that have passed? Today is another Sunday. Has he gone back or has he gone back to the Living Faith Church? I mean, let's just
listen now. Bella, listen. Just suppose this with this guy's inauguration. What's it called? Anambra inauguration, right? You understand? Election has passed. He got there. He just went there. Probably they didn't even invite him. I don't think so. That guy invited him.
I believe he was
invited. He invited him when they met.
Okay, no problem. Okay, no problem. Wait now. Let me finish now. Even if he invited him, you understand? And the guy went there. You understand? And he went there. What they do unexpectedly, the guy saw him. He didn't even know Peter was coming, and immediately saw the crowd raising the alarm, shouting, cheering. He had no choice than to say, "Oh, the former governor is here, because he's working in disrupted even his own speech. You understand? So if he's going there, not because of maybe he wants vote or not, for my brother, election.
That was during the campaign period.
My brother, hold on. No, I'm talking about Soludo's own 1 year speech.
The conversation we had that you are trying to digress was
he's trying to let you know the same thing that you said, that when he appeared, when he comes at the shout, that's what he's trying to say.
I'm telling you, him walking into a place, you understand? Because
it's like
take it or leave it. The guy is a VIP.
Look, okay.
Wait first now. Bella, listen now. Wait, let me finish. Take it or leave it. The guy
a religious
is
event
a VIP. Wait first now. Listen. Whether religious or no religious, we are all human beings. Whether religious or no religious, whether tradition or whatever, whether it's in a secular meeting or whatever, apart it's in a gathering, we are all human beings. We have our own emotions, devoid of religion. You understand? The guy, take it or leave it, is a VIP. If you today, or you have 10 people in your midst in a beer parlor drinking, and Peter B walks to that place, everybody will stand up, hey, they will see him. It's normal, it's human. You understand? So saying he's going to a church and is getting that kind of ovation, it's not his fault.
This is what
okay, my brother, forefather, can I ask him a question? What about in Taraba? What about in Taraba, where P2B visited one traditional ruler? After visiting that man, I don't know, in Taraba or somewhere in the north. After visiting that man, he's an enemy or whatever. That man died. You know, maybe the man welcomed him and supported Obi. It didn't take time. The man died. Do we go and accuse APC that APC killed him?
I don't have any information about whichever.
I'm just giving you. I'm not just giving you an instance. I'm just giving you an instance. All these things are circumstances that can happen, but you may not just say, "Hey, P2B said this, say this." They are targeting these two personalities. That is what I am saying. Even though it happened, this is a private discussion.
Let me build up a premise for you. Okay, we are talking about a conversation between a presidential candidate and the GEO of a notable church in Nigeria.
Any church of a pastor, just anybody of a pastor.
So and fine. Now, the build-up is this. And all this happens, building up to an election, to a general election in Nigeria. First of all, during the campaign, besides the people who are obedient and the lovers and supporters of Peter Obi and Labour Party, they are the only ones that did not condemn this what's it called, act of Mr. Peter Obi of moving from one church to another in the course of shopping for church votes. Now, he has come out, even like how many days ago, he came out to say, people should stop attributing his movement to other religion or tribe. But now, a few days after, a leaked phone conversation came out. So how do you separate? How do you separate?
Let me not comment. Let me not correct you. Correct you. Reverend fathers, there are many reverend fathers in their churches who told their members, who vividly came out that they are supporting P2B. And if you don't have your voter's card, they will not give you communion. And they want them to vote for. Let me tell you one thing. Are you not telling me that Obi? Wait now. Are you not still telling me that? Are you not telling me that Roman Catholic? Are you not telling me that Roman Catholic or Roman Catholic the same way Oyedepo speak with the? Let's just assume that this is true. Is it the same way this man P2B spoke to other reverend fathers and bishops?
It is all shade of wrong because people should.
Oh, why are you seeing it wrong? Why are you seeing it wrong?
Let's welcome the new speaker so that they can also speak. Both of you, don't worry, you carry on with your exchange. David, you have not said anything. Please, what have you got to say about the audio this in fiasco?
Well, thank you, forefathers. I've just been on the background watching and listening to the conversation. My brother Bello. I respect the fact that everybody has their own view and opinion on anything that happens, but you're just sounding as if you're totally against Obi, and what because as much as you have every right to, you know, air your view or your opinion and say whatever you believe, but I think you also have to understand and try and see things from other people's point of view. The video that Forefather played earlier on, yes, you made a point that probably is people that are supporting Obi, that, you know, damage control, that put up that video out there just to control whatever damage you believe that has already been done. Now, the video, the voice message that was put out there, I think every one of us has listened to it. I was following the program when Rufai came. Rufai did make a point. He said, if at all that message was genuine, that, you know, he stand to, you know, disagree with such message. But you have not even considered whether that audio was a fake. In your heart of heart, you've already made your own decision, your mind, 100%, that was P2P, and that video was genuine. I mean, we're living in a world of technologies, and, you know, anything can happen. And why don't you just try to understand there's a possibility after all this argument and the point that you're making, but eventually tomorrow morning, and Obi comes out. Yes, you said that he will come out on the television and say, no, he never said anything like that. Yes, they all do with their politician. But what if it happens that tomorrow that all those things were all fake, that Obi never made that comment? What will you say, please?
Oh, see, my brother, thank you, Mr. David. You see, when I first heard this clip, I mean, because I was just hearing it, you know, this morning, okay? So when I heard that conversation, before me and you, especially the obese part, I was like, why would Obi be sounding like this? You know, I kind of, you know, felt a little kind of way about it. Like, could this be a situation of a kind of doctor tape? I thought as much, because I really don't dance to fake, you know, I mean, I know where I get my own information from. I don't just, you know, just pick up on any information and, you know, just like, okay, yeah, this is fake. No. So I've been watching, you know, following the story on Twitter. I've been following the story, you know, I've seen different, you know, I heard from people, you know, different, you know, people, you know, some people have come to like, say, rubbish, like, okay, this is fake and all of that. Then I you know, from my own research so far, I mean, I've seen people who have put this audio to test, okay, and they have been able to come out and say, oh, this tape is not a deep fake. Up till now, I can't say, well, maybe those people are right or those people are wrong. But according to the news that is still, you know, out there, the people that are involved in this tape, they have not been able to come outside and say, oh, this is me or this is not me. They have not been able to debunk it. But so far, the information that we have is that one of the spokesperson of one of the party involved have come out to confirm it. So what else do we need, since nobody has come out to deny it? Okay, so now, but according to you, we are still waiting till tomorrow for somebody to come and deny. But as at right now, the information that we have is that
what was the confirmation that you are claiming that they confirmed?
Come out and say, okay, fine.
No, what was the confirmation? He was defending it. He wasn't confirming it. He was saying that based on the context of the you don't know. The audio could be genuine, but maybe they put different things together. The way they put together, they make it the way it is.
I believe the audio is genuine. Come out and and rubbish it, because like
Bello, my question
may not
to
be
you,
exactly the way the context may be pulled out. Somebody could be talking about religious war in a different context, and they put it together, and you just make conclusion based on that. I'm not sure we should jump to conclusion based on just that audio alone.
Bello, what is the actual word that kind of like tries to would I say kind of like upset you? Is it that it says war? Religious war. He didn't mean, you know, in my own context, the way I see it, he didn't say, oh, carry your arms, carry your weapons, let's go. Religious war is prayers. It's prayers. You understand what I mean? It's prayers. Probably ask your people to pray for me or pray for the election and all that kind of a thing. It's all prayers. I don't say anything, to me, everybody sees things in different perspective. The way I'm saying it, he's talking to his, whatever it is.
I don't see the thing to be for me. No
There's no big deal about it.
Look,
He didn't say, your church in Kwara, do they have those weapons that we're gonna go and fight? He just said that.
Okay.
He only said, that's it. It's prayers.
Okay, let's see it this way. First of all, he came out the other day to debunk, to try to make us not see his movement as a sectional religious or a sectional tribal movement.
Is it? Hold on. Is it?
As pulled down.
Bello, is it? I'm asking you, is it the tribal or
and which body said it was authentic audio anyway? We don't which body confirmed the audio to be authentic? Because people keep saying, oh, there's some group that confirmed it was authentic. Who confirmed it was authentic?
Coming out to say he doesn't see anything wrong about it, and I'm trying to give my own 1 cent.
No, but you actually said it. I don't know why nobody called you out on that they authenticated it. Who?
No, he said because one party. No, he said because one party, which is Okonkwo, came to say the video is real. And
no. Before he said that, before he talked about a member of the party confirming it, he also said that
he said people. I think you realize that.
Can you let him confirm it? You missed that one. If you missed that one, let him confirm it. He said that. He said it.
He later, I listened to him. He later run away from that part, because he wanted to base his argument on people said.
No, not people.
He later no. He didn't run away from it. He stated that as a fact.
One of the party means one of the those involved in the tape, which is Oyedeko and Peter Obi. And Kenneth Okonkwo.
Kenneth Okonkwo is not involved in the tape. You don't know whether he's spoken to Obi.
One of the spokesperson of the Labour Party.
Understanding of what he said before. I believe
you are not paying attention to what he's saying. He didn't run away from it. Can you let him talk? You are creating confusion because you are not letting him talk.
What you're listening to now.
But let him talk. He's here. He hasn't gone away. So did you not say that they authenticated the audio?
He said he confirmed the audio.
No. About whether they checked whether the audio was deep fake. That it was confirmed that it wasn't deep fake.
Well, he hasn't come out to say it is deep fake.
No, but you said some group confirmed it that it wasn't deep fake.
Oh yeah, when you are online.
Exactly.
Yes.
What group did that? What group did that it wasn't deep fake?
Because they said they subjected that audio to a test.
Yes. Who did?
Yeah, they subjected to a test.
Who is they?
You said what?
Who is the they? Who subjected it to a test?
It's all over I don't
exactly. I think
it would be nice. It would be nice when we are saying something, because you are using it to lend credibility to an argument. You need to specify who tested it to confirm it's not deep fake. You see what I mean?
I've that on Sarah Reporters. Then I saw those on some other, what's it called? Some other media pages so far.
And so my brother Bello.
Right now, because I'm using my phone right now, I can't actually go back.
That's fine. I can as long as you don't have the information. That's
if
fine.
I may, my brother Bello and the rest of us on this panel. There is something that I said earlier on, and that was about our work at basicsexpress.com, and I said that we don't break news. We've been beaten a couple of times when we thought we were breaking news. None of us here was present when the phone calls were being made. None of us here have engaged ourselves in the authentication of the information. None of us here is either Kenneth Okonkwo or Adebayo or Peter Obi. None of us. We are just based on what is flying out there these days. It is a scary world that we live in now. very scary world. But that is the reason why we should take a step backwards. My mother would say, they sit down, they look. Sometimes you just keep your eyes looking at them. They will bring out the case, put it on the table, prosecute the case, contradict themselves, judge the case, and find themselves guilty. And I'm learning a lot from that, which my mother used to do. Silence is golden. When she's not talking, you'll be waiting, prompting her, trying for her to say something. She ain't saying nothing to you. And that's a very big lesson that I learned. So for me, it's an advice that I'm putting to us here. They say when the elephants fight, there's so much fake stuff going on out there these days that you, as a reputable person, unless you are directly involved, and I'm not saying you are involved in any way, shape, or form, none of us. Unless you are directly involved, stay back. Let those who have been paid to go and be propagandists, let them continue doing their work. The fact is that the truth will always prevail. There's no smoke without fire, and you cannot bury smoke. You cannot bury fire without the smoke coming out one way or the other. So, in the end, all this barabo that everybody's doing, the truth will prevail, including what the youths of Nigeria, Nigerians generally came out, expressed themselves. 90 million people were supposed to have registered to vote. 27 million people were supposed to have voted. Give me a break. What happened to 63 million people? Can we continue to deceive ourselves in any way, shape, or form? It's only you can tell yourself the truth and nothing but the truth. So let's learn from each other that this game, when I talked about earlier on, and I look back to what we were subjected to during the war, and I say anybody where they say fight, JJ, slow down, because when you have been through a situation of a war where personally I was almost eaten. Hello, did you hear what I just said? I was almost eaten, like in cannibalism. So when you hear about that, that is what war brings into a situation. And when you have escaped all those things, and you stand talking today, no amount of money can buy you unless you are somebody who is generally, you don't have character. So let us pray for our country, Nigeria. Let us pray that by the May 29th, let the justice system, we pray and hope that they will tell themselves the truth. And when they put their judgment forward, Nigerians, we should be going forward. We should be progressing, not letting anybody hold us back. That is the so painful thing about it. You live in a country probably where things are going fine. Security, electricity, water. This guy from the other was talking about how his wife has refused to go back to Nigeria because of the situation there. Let us say to this old brigade, enough is enough. Let them, they have eaten their breakfast, they ate their lunch, they ate their dinner, they want to eat the lunch, breakfast, and dinner of our children. No, that should not be, please. So if you know they're there when it happened, just sit back.
Labour Party members have denied it, though. Labour officials have said that it's fake. That I think they call it doctor, not fake. Doctored is different. They can sew audio together to make it sound for a different context. So it says doctored, this thing, and that there is APC thing that they are doing to discredit Peter Obi. And this is something that, if this is fake, then Peter Obi, they need to be prepared. This is the beginning. They are going to do everything to try to damage him, his person, as much as possible. And, this is going to be a slog.
The question I wanted to ask us here.
Yeah, go ahead.
In our Nigeria, do we have religious conflicts? Do we have tribal conflicts? Do we have class conflicts? Do we have individual conflicts amongst ourselves? If the answer is yes to that, let's think twice on how we forge forward.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Phils. Go ahead. Welcome.
All right, thank you. Please, I have a question. Like when Dr. Damages comes on, like the earlier part of the program, how do people get in the studio? Because at that point, you can't find the link, but you see people in the studio. How do you guys do it?
they have special passages, tunnels that they go through. The internet have different plugs. The one you are using is not correct.
The way I do my, I will start writing. Sending messages. Doctor, please repost the link.
The best way to get this link. The best way to get a link is through Facebook. If you don't see it here, check Facebook listing. You will find it on the video there. It's there. So that's
in the chat. In the chat room.
Just follow the chat. Screw the chat.
Follow the chat.
Sometimes the chat is not present. Sometimes, like when he's having guests, it's not present during the chat. You have to go to the Facebook.
But I keep sending repost the link, please, doctor, the link, please.
Let me just add something to this, this tape that is out. Let's not confuse what the religious organizations do in our society. They play a major role, a very major role. Some people, what their life has become today is because of the religious organizations, either their imam or their pastors, considering our society where there are almost zero opportunities. Some people came to Lagos with nothing, sleeping under the bridge. Suddenly they find a way into a church, and their pastor begin to lead them, or their imam begin to lead them through teachings, motivations, and encouragement. Some of them have, if you see what they've become today. So that being said, our religious organizations are not just a place of worship, especially in our societies. There are places where people go to interact, where people find friendship, just like another social gathering outside the social gathering. Outside the church, they make friends, their family friends, where they get to create kind of a social link. So for P2B and the kind of campaign he ran, it was not based too much of money. So the church is a good place for him to find people to be able to pass his message to, and that is totally acceptable. There's nothing wrong with that. So, and even in the north, they've been using religious organizations to speak, to kind of direct people on the way they should go, for a long time on how to vote. I don't see that as wrong, So insofar as they're not telling you go kill people, you can suggest, based on what you believe in, and say, okay, it will be good if you vote this way. There's absolutely nothing wrong with it. Let's not just see the way, because there's no way you can separate it in our society. We are so deep. We are so deep religiously, So that's the way I look at it. So let's not, because the way P2B used it, people they want to try and berate him for him, berate him for that. But I don't think that is right. I'm telling you, tomorrow, in the next election cycle, a lot of politicians will adopt that. They will adopt that method, and you see people will not be too aggravated about it. Okay, now look at during Jonathan's time. This APC, they used the social media a lot against Jonathan. And the PDP being people who are just stuck in their old ways, they are not fast thinking, they're just so backward in their politics. They didn't catch up. This is what APC used. But now when these Labour Party young people are using it against them, they're now accusing them that they are arrogant, blah blah, all kinds of rubbish that they're saying. A lot of people because we don't buy it. We know it's just trying to give a dog a bad name just to hang it, basically. So for me, it's perfectly all right. And that's my take.
Mr. Field, please. I don't know. I have a different view to. Your opinion. You've spoken very well, but I have a diverse. Actually, our religious centers, Absolutely. You talk about, okay, some of us, I mean, Africans, we started off from our religious, maybe some of our pastors, maybe we've been supported in one way or the other. At the same time, there have been many people too that have gone from high to low just because of this our religion that you are talking about. But all that being said, you also talk about well, you don't see any problem in Peter B using religious bodies to kind of show up his popularity and all of that. For me, I think it's wrong, because I think we are setting setting a kind of a situation whereby tomorrow is going to come back and blow off in all our faces, and we are not going to like it. The reason why I said that is this: if you want to finish a people, use religion. Because
no, excuse me, let me interject before you continue.
I'm going to be using my church to propagate my.
Can I direct a conversation so that you can continue?
Finish. I allow you, please. If another person come out back tomorrow and say, okay, let me use my church or let me use my mosque to propagate my campaign, at the end
it has been done, my brother. It has been done. It was done this campaign season, which I saw. An imam did it.
Not seen it.
But religious people do it all the time now. The religious people, sorry, Bello.
This is not the first time.
Religious people, it's not controversial. See, Bello.
Don't pretend. This is not the first time.
Bello, religious people do endorse people during the election. They actually endorse people to be the young
Imam endorsed Tinubu.
It's not like they don't. It's just like they don't use their
mosque. It started from the mosque. And this is it. When Sanwo-Olu started moving from one church to another after that presidential election, I'm like, no. This is not the way to go for us.
Okay, but excuse me. Do you know the
Orange case? You know he's pretending. It's Sanwo-Olu's case. You know he was pretending.
The Orange Revolution in Ukraine. One of a Nigerian, the Nigerian was majorly involved in orchestrating that revolution, and that revolution turned out to benefit the society. I'm not saying that going to the church to say, or to a mosque to say, kill the, try to be violent. I'm saying that you could, like, if you go to churches, sometimes the churches, I know, they will bring some finance experts to come train, to come pass the message of how to be financially prudent, how to grow wealth, amongst, the members. So, likewise, they do it in the mosques too. That's what I'm saying. It can be an avenue to pass a message. It's not a violent message. It's not saying that go against people, go kill people.
Let me come in.
You can never divorce it, no matter how you say you separate state from religion. Even in the US, the evangelicals, they supported Donald Trump with all his faults. They said, okay, fine.
Let me use the Donald Trump case study. In America, during the 2020 election, okay, that was when we started having we heard about people called the QAnons, right? Okay, and these people were the ones that after Donald Trump lost the election with some other groups like that, they were like, so they're a kind of fanatic set of people, that they were like, oh no, we're never going to accept it, even though Donald Trump lost. We're never going to accept it, and that was why situations like January 6th happened, and now we start seeing it in Nigeria now. After Peter Obi, it came third, and now we have started seeing people who have started saying no. Tinubu must never be sworn in as president.
No,
We just saw something that just happened in the plane. Just because
no, don't
Bello,
you see, Bello, you getting biased now. You're getting biased now.
I'm telling you, this can go down nowadays, and we have to be careful about it.
My brother, can I correct you? My brother, can I correct you? Let me tell you, don't go there. This thing that you are saying now, you are trying to propagate something that is not, right based on what is going on. Excuse me now. Let me comment. You are saying that they are protesting. Protesting for what? The rigging they rigged and select who they selected. Was that the same thing they did in United States? The killing they killed, the things they said, all that is that the same way it happened there? Let's not compare US. Let me come in here. Let's not compare US to Nigerian politics.
I get your point.
Because
the situation in Africa is even worse. Okay, now let me now tell you.
Can I complete what I'm saying now before you continue, please? Do you know that the people that are protesting, P2B, my brother, let's just be fair to ourselves. This is all the things, at times what is happening to us in Nigeria. We always say it so that we will not say the other side, so that people will understand the full story. P2B came out, said that he has tested the INEC. He wants to test the justice. You understand me? The court. Now, let me the judiciary, especially the judiciary. Now that nobody should protest in his name. The people who are doing this are the Nigerians who felt their vote did not count. Please, let's separate all these things and when you are analyzing issue, please analyze it so that there are people, I don't know how many that are watching now, so that when they hear us, let them not go and carry it verbatim the way you say it, as if that what happened in US, that's exactly what is going on in Nigeria. No. Remember, let me ask you a question. Remember what you were saying, that Showolu took a pattern of P2B and went to church and to be campaigning and doing what he did. After campaigning in the church, what happened? He lost, but they still used force to rig the election. This is all the things that we are saying. It's not because it is the person. It is the person that is very important.
Bello, hold on, so that other people can speak. I think apart from that, Bello, quickly,
Bello, the guy you're talking about that went on the plane, he's not even labor. It has been found out that the guy is APC. And he's from Ebonyi. He's from Ebonyi.
They're not the same guys.
No. They brought him out.
They are not the same person.
My brother, all these things are all propaganda. All these things are all propaganda, man. They are all propaganda.
Bella, say what? What do you say? Bella, Bello, what do you say?
Bello is saying that they are not the same
person.
They are not the same person.
I've been seeing videos.
Okay. Are you related to the one that did it? How do you know they are not the same person? Are you the brother of the one jumping in the plane all over the place? How do you know? You choose to believe what you want to believe.
Do you look like Mr. Matt?
No, I don't. He's just choosing to believe what he wants to believe. How do you know they are not the same person?
Because I saw the two videos and I just thought they don't even look alike.
Who and who? Wait, who and who?
The guy that they saw on the plane. And now they were comparing him to one guy that from a video or a purported video in one of the eastern states, where some so-called terrorists were trying to arm him and talk about what has Peter done to you, and they were like, okay, man, these people were just kind of playing a kind of script. So I mean, if there's any other picture, people can bring it out.
See, from what I even got, the chief that was even saying that stuff in Lagos was also an APC supporter. Some of the things we say, we don't know. There are games that are being played. they are targeting the obedient movement. And if you look at it, and this lady was on. Let me just finish what I was saying. Hold on now. Let me just set the record straight, because we have to speak the truth regarding some things. And I saw this lady on, I think AriseTV or something, and she was from the Obi campaign, and she made it crystal clear. She made it. That lady, I've never seen anybody speak so clearly about the facts. She made it crystal clear that the true victims of this election are mostly the Obi supporters. The death toll is on their side. The violence is on them, and all this manipulation that you see is on them. And the reason why they keep attacking them so much is because of the credibility of their candidates. This is the target, and if you look at this, it's part of the target.
You don't have your fact for that. You talk about the death is more on their side. Do you know how many people died in the southeast during the gubernatorial election?
That's why it's these people that are dying, not the other people that are dying.
Who killed them?
From senators, APC and PDP people. That's what they are telling you.
Even in the east,
a senator died in the southeast. Obese candidate, I think a House of Assembly, a Lagos candidate,
women leader,
yeah, in the north. So I think that was Kaduna, one of the states in the north. Labour Party candidate. Most of the officials that died are from Labour Party. So there's a little bit of a narrative going on here that like the Obi people are the violent and crazy ones, but in reality they are the ones being attacked. That's what they call serious gaslighting here.
Let me clear one.
Come on.
Before we go, we're talking about Obi people are being targeted. Even the ones that are going as far as going to the defense headquarters to go and we're talking about people are just.
But they have a right to protest. That is their civil right. They are protesting peacefully. There's nothing wrong.
No. And those ones stated it clearly. They don't belong to LP, anyways. They said they don't belong to LP.
Exactly.
So what are we talking about?
So they don't have a right to protest. People don't have a right to have peaceful protests anymore.
You know,
that is a non-issue, really.
Talking about peaceful protest, we talk about Trump came out the other day.
Let me just put something in.
Pennsylvania Avenue. Look at what they did.
Okay. Look at Asari Dokubo. Asari Dokubo in Port Harcourt. Is he not supporting APC?
I am building up a.
They said they won. So why is he protesting? He said they won. So why is he protesting?
Bello is getting it all wrong.
Bello, how can you be saying this? How can you be saying this?
Seriously.
We just reeled out a list of people that died in Labour Party, and you're still holding that position.
More
don't you
people
think when you
died
get
in the East in the PDP? If
okay.
You are talking about
no, not for PDP, not for PDP. No. Okay, no. Matt, let's get somewhere. Matt.
The kind of narrative that
Bello, we need to get somewhere here. Let's not shout over each other. We need to get somewhere here. Are you saying that PDP members died in the East more than Labour Party members?
No.
Let's just pin. I need to pin him down because some of the things you are saying, you are just shouting. But in reality, we just reeled out several people that were running for office or campaigning for Labour Party, top officials that were killed.
No,
and you didn't say anything about it at all.
I'm not talking about the candidate. I'm talking about the casualties of people.
Most of them were still
Labour Party that has the greatest casualty, my brother. Where did you listen to
even in River State, who do you think they want to suppress from voting? Wike wanted to suppress the obedience from voting.
Virtually everything that Bello said here have been debunked. Everything he said here have been debunked right here.
Including the ones that went to the defense headquarters.
Which one went to the defense headquarters? What did happen?
The people that were protesting at the defense headquarters.
So they don't have a right to protest anymore. Is it not peaceful protest? Is the defense headquarters complaining to you? Bello, is the defense headquarters complaining to you? Why are you the one complaining for defense headquarters?
Look, see, you see,
seriously,
tell us the offense.
Try to be fair and be human. Don't act as if those lives that are lost, shops that are burnt, all those things, you still make it look like these people are the ones that are doing all this stuff wrong. It's not fair. We can't be doing this to each other, and that is pretending as if you are not seeing their own pain.
I don't support all these, casualty
Violence.
or anything concerning like violence or anything in any way, I don't support it. I call a spade a spade. You understand? I'm not a politician and I don't take no money from them. I'm just a normal person. I'm just a normal Nigerian, just like you. You understand?
Bello, you're simply showing
Now
your
that you have the numbers, then what do you say? Now that you have the numbers,
you've just been showing that you're actually against the Obi movement. Everybody has
I
seen
don't
it
have
here.
to support.
he has a right to be. He has a right to be
Everybody
against
here
it.
does
No,
not.
I'm not saying he doesn't have a right,
Everybody
but
does
the
not
way
have
No,
he's
he has
going
a right.
about
He has a right
it,
to say he doesn't support Obi now.
he doesn't. No, even if he's not supporting Obi movement, but the way he's going about it is too obvious because he's actually, it's like convicting everybody who is like, if you're Obi, therefore APC is innocent of this. The deaths that have been happening have been APC, have been Obi people. And you talked about the rumor, the telephone issue. It was debunked before your own very eyes there.
Did you condemn Oluomo?
The only thing is just that if you see people who
in any sane society, that could not be happening. You can't be threatening the people. Say, oh, don't come out and vote. I mean, I'm not for that.
But do you know I expected you? Do you know I expected you to
remember when I said
we should
I
all
expected
condemn
you to say
the guy that
I
is talking
expected
about,
you
oh,
to
they're
say
going to
something,
bring IPOB to Lagos, and the same way we should
brother,
condemn the guy that talk about, oh, you're
I expected you, brother. I expected you to say something about the way Oluomo, you are there. Oluomo is walking in the streets of Lagos freely, and the other man who is a journalist, old journalist, is walking freely. And but Eze did something, and they went to pick. They go down and pick him wherever he was. That is what we are talking about, and that is the same thing that you are exhibiting here. You are not being fair. You are not saying it the way it should be. You are not balancing the equation. You are just telling us because there is someone that you want to, elevate. There is someone that you are expecting to hear evil about. Forefather, let me tell you something. Forefather, let me tell you something. Do you know what they are doing now? What they are doing now is that any slight negative thing that they think or they feel that can bring down obedient or Obi, they will, increase it in media. They will, and Rufai has said it, that if you watch Rufai today, he was saying something. He said, media, they say there's going to be a lot of brouhaha in the media. That is what you have never seen in the media, that you will see it. You will see it this time.
My brother, we were talking a few minutes ago. P2B have just debunked it. He just came out. I told you guys, and he said it's not him. He wasn't even at Onitsha, that he was at Agolo. So whatever they're saying, you see, all those lies is all bunch of propaganda and other stuff. He had just spoken 7 minutes ago. Look at it. I'm watching Mayegu.
Mayegu, is he a good source?
He balances it sometimes. No, it's not him talking. It's not Mayegu talking, but P2B himself. He just showed the video.
Oh, that's good. That's good to know. But that should be a warning to P2B, because I've been saying this, that P2B needs to kind of insulate himself somehow, protect his integrity, because that is going to be their target. Because what P2B represents is a due process and how things are supposed to run normally in a nation. When he talked about testing the electoral system, now he wants to test the judicial system. He's going through the process. He's doing stuff the right way. He's setting a good example for Nigerians to copy. And they want to destroy that. They are going to look to destroy him. They are going to use his party members. They're going to use everything. And he needs to be
let me ask you a question, forefather. In this issue now, in this case, what do you want obedience and P2B to do? Why they are doing the right thing? They are
debunk it like they've just done. Let him just debunk it and keep going like that, and don't get trapped, because they're going to use all kinds of close companions to track him.
Do we expect P2B to leave Nigeria now and to stay abroad, go abroad and stay?
No. Abroad is worse. Abroad is worse. See, the reason why I say this, I've seen it happen here in the UK and in the West. They use people around you against you.
Look, Peter,
no, go ahead.
According to the news that I just, slide a little bit, digress to go and watch. One Valentine guy has also confirmed that conversation. Peter Obi has not come out to debunk anything as at this time.
Okay, please let me just ask a simple question. What's anything that Peter Obi discussed with Oyedepo or whatever on telephone? Does that affect the result that came out? Was that anything in any form or nature affected the result of the election? And now that it's in the court, did it, all those people that went to the northern part and said they don't want the president they need is not from the east or west, but that the person should be from the north, or that Emiloko people, all those people, you're not talking about them, but you're talking about the one that went on telephone and said something, probably even before the election. The election result is out now. It has been rigged and it's now at the court. So what is this thing you're shouting now? What is it going to affect? What are we going to gain from it?
Well, the fact remains that, first of all, Matt was talking the other time, we're talking about, we're trying to, dismiss this video as if it doesn't mean nothing. As according to people like Matt, okay? For me, this audio is all shades of wrong. But now, talking about the election, how do you come toward? And you are going to need a lot of documentation to take to the court and to prove to us that you are
Well, you're not. I don't know why that's why it's in the court. That's why it's in the court.
Let me ask him a question. I have a question to ask him. Were you in this platform when were you in this? Were you here when Rufai came? Were you here when Rufai came, brother? You was okay. Do you heard? Wait. Let me come. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Now, you are talking about evidence. Do you know, you heard what happened? This one now, I'm in the side of APC. For you to see how obedience are. We are rational.
Matt, let people speak soon because most people are
before you in Port Harcourt, I will stop in Port Harcourt. An APC man went to court, went to INEC, gather evidence and all that, and police came for them. Both the lawyer picked them and picked the evidence, took them to the police, take the evidence. Because of pressure, they released the lawyers. Is it not the Nigeria that we are living in? You are talking about evidence. Is it not evidence? Is it not? Now, they are not supposed to see those evidence, but now police have seen it. They will know that now go and photocopy it, expose it to their opponent. Now get prepared for the APC governorship candidate. All these things is what we are saying. All these things. I asked the question here, ask Rufai, what is the position of this case since this thing has happened? Rufai said it here. There is a lot of things that you need to balance news. Don't be. We are all human beings. Don't say because it is APC. If it is happening to forefathers, God forbid, I keep quiet. When it comes to me, the same person, another person around me, we keep quiet. We need to always balance anything that we are saying so that when people are listening, they know this is exactly what happened. This is what I'm trying to say. Thank you.
Can I say something? Okay, please try to keep it brief. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
All right, thank you. My question is just to Bello again. I said something to him earlier on about for those of us that are a bit civilized than more than others, and as much as we all have who we support or who we want him to become the president of Nigeria, and when we come in a public platform like this, I think it's fair. You will try as much as you can not to be biased in your viewing, in your views or what you say. But Bello has made it clear to everybody to know that he's against Obi. And it shouldn't be so. As much as I respect the fact that you have every right to support whoever you want to support. But once we come to a public place like this, and this issue that we've been hearing, that we haven't had any concrete confirmation that yes, this is Obi actually made this comment, or no, we should at least be on the edge at the moment until this person actually comes out or debunk it or accept it. But you're just speaking as somebody that you've already made up your mind. You have something about these guys. No matter whatever happens, Obi said it. Obi said it. I mean, come on. I mean, you try as much as you can because you're making it too obvious. Try as much as you can to at least be on, be honest.
Can I just ask a quick question then? Since we are all trying to be, dispassionate, we want people to be dispassionate and not too biased. Do you see anything good in Tinubu or Atiku? I'm just asking. Yeah, I'm asking you, David. Do you see anything good in them at all? Where are you?
Yeah, as much as me personally, I wouldn't come out and say to you because the campaign seasons are over. I can have a private conversation with somebody, whatever I feel about it. But when I comes in a public place like this, I will at least mind how I say things. Because those some of the things that we say will arouse people. There's things you will say here. We should mind how we say things once we come in a public place. That's what I have my views about those two people, the individuals that you mentioned their names. But even though if I come out here and speak, I will still know how to, at least control myself.
Try to be objective about it. You mean?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Madio Olaguro. Sorry, we've kept you waiting for a long time. You've been very patient with us. What do you think about what we've been talking about? You're muted.
Oh, thanks for fathers. Everyone is just hungry.
They're just passionate. They're not stay angry.
No, we are not angry.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to try to be as brief as possible. I kind of like respect the obedience, although I have a lot of issues with obedience. But the respect I have for them is born out of the fact that the first condition of emancipation is the realization that the present structure is faulty. So we would have different ways of trying to emancipate ourselves, right? And we do not need to like always. So one thing I respect the obedience for is okay, you see that the system is faulty, and perhaps they see Peter Obi as an instrument to emancipating themselves or each other. I see it in a different way though, because I'm a student of the civil rights movements in the US, and there are two people that I respect a lot, Dr. King and Malcolm X. So and I'm in the US myself, and I kind of like even things that are as little as being in the bus and having white people coming, and the fact that I'm able to sit down without the white people asking me to stand. We take all of these things for granted, right? But some people actually led the fight. A woman decided not to stand up, right? Rosa Parks. And there was a woman before her. And that kind of so some of the freedom some of us are enjoying here, it was because some people felt, yeah, things should not continue the way it is. Some of them paid with their lives, I beg your pardon. So the way I see this, obedience, non-obedience, I think obedience needs to sometimes, sit down to, you know, accept the fact that not being for them does not mean one is against them. Uh, just as I said, we the fact that someone does not support Peter Obi does not mean that the person is a supporter of Tinubu or Atiku or any of these rogue elements. So my contention here briefly is that I have tried as much as possible to lay my hands on, because it's very easy for us to just talk about this without looking at antecedents. My own concern is that people should have food to eat. Police should not profile people on the basis of maybe how they appear, maybe they are young and they're driving big cars. Our schools, there should be teachers in schools. The justice system, we've got at least 70% of Nigerians that are awaiting trial. Some of them have spent time behind bars that they would have more time behind bars that they would have even if they were guilty of the offense. Now, so my contention, this is why someone like me, and of course, you guys are free to call me Tinubu, Atiku, or anything, but this is why someone like me was not really like motivated in the OB project. Also, although I respect, you guys, is that I have not really found enough evidence that demonstrates that Peter Obi rebelled against the system. The system. So, if Peter Obi did not rebel against the system, the justice system, then perhaps they are using the same system to deal with him now. And this is why I respect Shuro so much. I respect Shuro so much. We need to rebel against the system because if you do not rebel against the system is going to be there waiting for you. And I think that is exactly what is happening to him now. For example, when Peter Obi was maybe governor of Anambra State, what did he do to reform the justice system in the state? When Peter Obi was governor of Anambra State, what did he do for portable water? How was the access to potable water before he got into government? When he left government, how many people in Anambra had access to potable water? How many classes did he build? How many teachers did he train? How many hospitals did he build? That is what I think, we should. That's I keep asking myself that question. Perhaps I've not read enough, or perhaps I've not met enough obedience to educate me. In some ways, I see this as being occultic, like cultic following. If in truth, I'm still waiting for to hear about the veracity of the clip, or if it's true that Peter Obi mentioned, although it's a private conversation, which we should condemn, even if it's true. But I feel if Peter Obi comes out to say that okay, the clip is genuine, then we should be worried about the person of Peter Obi himself, because Farotimi used to say something, Daily Farotimi, and obedience love him a lot. He's a mentor to me. He says something, what you tolerate becomes a culture. If it's true that Peter Obi mentioned war or anything, as private as the conversation is, we should condemn it. We should not tolerate it. Because we should learn to separate the kind of country we want from the actors. For kind of I'm sick and tired of being here. I've been outside Nigeria for less than 2 years. I'm tired already. I miss my family. I miss my home. Nigeria is like heaven. All right, God has really blessed us. So I think we should try as much as possible not to follow personalities and really be objective and look at the food. Do people have access to food? More than half of the orange in Benue State gets damaged because of lack of processing facilities. So I think we should be very careful in excusing the deficiencies of people all because we love them. In some ways, I respect Peter Obi too, but don't you think that the system that he is trying to fight, he also enabled it in some ways, because not talking against it in some ways, also you are also complicit. Yeah, so I think I'm going to stop
Yeah.
here.
I think you have said a lot. Just hold on, this is Matt. I know you want to jump in. I think you've said a lot, and it's good that everybody allowed you to finish what you were saying, because, like, there are some areas I would like to question you on. That's because you said something about rebelling against the system. Sometimes, to change a system, you have to pick the way you rebel against the system. And I
Exactly.
think this is one of the reasons why someone like me, I wouldn't tolerate Peter Obi if I didn't think what he was doing had a chance of success at all. Because if you want to change the system, I look at the world today. If you want to do the kind of stuff Shore wants to do, it will fail. Almost guaranteed it will fail, because you can't control the outcome. The powers around you, even within the continent, will decide the outcome of that conflict. When things go crazy on the streets, the people that control the outcome are the ones with power, and you're not, so that will fail. But what Peter Obi is trying to do is to change the people and change the system from within, and that
The
is something
mind.
you really have to value. Yeah, he's trying to change the people from within, letting them know how things are meant to be. He's setting an example with himself too. You don't see him saying careless things and causing problem. When Peter Obi went to this press conference after the election, after that press conference, one guy that is often Showore supporter said he was going to join Labour Party just because of a press conference. Because what he saw there, and I saw that press conference too, what he saw there was somebody that was trying to set the right tone and example for Nigerians to follow. Because if you look at Nigeria right now, all of us are compromised to an extent. We have all enabled the system one way or the other, either by giving bribe here and there, or those police officers that refuse to do their job during the polling at the polling station, and some of them that cannot recognize an adult or from a baby child anymore, and not arresting Oluomo. You can see, you can go on and on from oil theft. Nobody's accountable. And what he's trying to do is to change that trajectory. If you look at the way he governed in his state, from what we gather, he tends to hold himself accountable and hold people around him accountable. He doesn't buy He doesn't buy into nonsense. So that is the reason why. And if you talk about, you also went. It's interesting that you went back to Malcolm X and Martin Luther King. Peter Obi is one of the only candidates that I've ever seen in Nigerian politics. You know, I'm not exactly very old. I don't know whether in the 1960s they were thinking like that. That has an idea of the greater diaspora. 2010, this guy went to Haiti, donated $200,000 and worked as an aid worker in Haiti.
Mm-hmm.
So you can see there are many reasons why I support him beyond all this stuff most people think about. And he, in his foreign policy, he said he's going to pursue an Afrocentric foreign policy. How many of them do that? So for me, for someone like me to be supporting P2B, believe you me, it's not because of most of the reasons why people support him. It's for greater reasons. And that guy has potential beyond what we think he does. He's not the kind of person that just going to go and throw fire everywhere and let the whole place burn and hope that, because he knows he's not going to get any results. So I will leave it there. And sorry, Matt, you want to come in?
Let me respond, my brother. You know, please, anybody, you are free to support who you want to support. I can't come here and begin to question. Someone should convince me about Showore. You know, Showore came here in Spain. I was the person, one of the people that organized where he hosted. I was one of the campaign. I mean, I was crazy about. My wife called him where I go. They call me Showore. Even everybody, the picture is here. If you want, maybe when next Saturday I'll post it here. When I had my son, I just want to tell you, it's not about who you want to explain to you, who want to you. Internet is there for you to read. You are a learned person. You know about Anambra. You can put on anything that you want to know about P2B. That guy is a very simple guy. I've seen how you talk. You're very mature. You're a very nice person. You know, you don't need to. You need Nigeria to be good, a good place. Likewise, all of us that are here. Sure, I look at him. Why did I say, okay, not that I'm not supporting him or I don't like him now, but in this state that we are in, we need someone who is there, who we have tested, who, you know, have gotten, you know, the mind of the people. That's when I mean the majority of the populace of Nigeria, right? Nigerian people. So this is what we are doing. And this young man, he proved himself in Anambra State. He left a huge amount of money, both in Naira and in dollar, which they converted and they use it to build an airport in Anambra State. So, I mean, there's a lot that he did. He built roads, hospitals. You understand? Okay, you want to know about it. Go and read, go and check in the net. How did P2B win the Ngige and become the governor after Ngige has spent so many time? He said, I have spent time as a governor. I think, if I'm not mistaken, it was years or months. But this guy is a man that loves and respects rule of law. This guy does not go out of. IJ is here. When I finish, let if he please, if he finish and tell us that she's from Anambra State. She will tell you a lot that this man. Okay, now, Abia State, the one that won in Abia State, LP, the what's his name again? Oti. Alex Oti. Alex Oti said that he is going to rule, he is going to govern Abia State with the same pattern. You see now, Obi has a legacy that people want to learn, people want to emulate. Why didn't Oti said I will govern Abia State like the way let's say the way Bola Tinubu or the way Buhari govern rulers. He is trying to follow a line, a pattern that people rejoice. My brother, this is my last word to tell you, for you to know. Tell me a governor who have governed a state and left that state and come back and people rejoice. This is assignment that I give you. Just take it there.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is it my turn to speak? I think it's not my turn, Abi. Is it my turn?
No, if he hasn't said anything at all.
Okay.
So we need to give us, she's been here a long time. Please, if you're welcome, what do you think?
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
Hi, Bello.
Hi, Ife.
Bello, listen, I'm not mad at you. Everybody, we have our own supporter. I'm not a fan of politics, honestly speaking, until this election. However, you said so. You were asking questions about the phone conversation, and you see me shaking my head. The truth of the matter is that we don't want to accept the truth in this country called Nigeria. We are still not telling ourselves the truth. Do we have war in Nigeria? Yes, we do. Do we have tribal war? Yes, we do. Do we have religious war? Yes, we do. When Tinubu chose Shetima to be his vice president, a lot of people were mad, especially Christians. They felt that, okay, this is Muslim ticket and that they are going to be marginalized. I came here, you know what I said? I said, listen, I don't have no problem. I'm a Christian. I said, I don't have no problem about the Muslim ticket. The only problem I have as a person, somebody who will fix Nigeria. It's not about Igbo, it's not about Yoruba, it's not about Hausa. That was my stand, right? But as time goes on, other stuff started emerging. Before I change my topic, let me tell you something. I'm an Igbo. I am a Christian. If my dad is still alive today, and somebody, a Muslim, come to my father's compound to ask to ask for any of us in marriage, my father will tell you no. I'm not gonna lie to you. We have to be. Well, let us tell ourselves the truth. It is realistic. So it's nothing personal. Based on the conversation, let me tell you something. I'm not saying this because I'm a supporter of Obi. No. But we know we have religious war in Nigeria. We do know that. Whether Obi said it or not, there are other stuff that has been said in private that we don't even know about. Just because this one leaked, everybody's now trying to talk about it. My brother, my younger brother, I've said it on this channel, he doesn't support Obi. Among all 8 of us, he doesn't support Obi, and he lives there at Onitsha. You can never tell him anything. I was in Nigeria in December. There were, I think, either 27th of December. Our house was almost on fire. If you see the debate, hey, this is one person versus all of us. He doesn't believe in Obi. And when you ask him more, Obi will tell you, he saved a lot of money. Tell me why he should save the money. He should have used the money to do this, do that. That's his rationale. By the way, let me ask you a question. Do you like the way Nigeria is at this point? Because I don't. I was in Nigeria in December, and I've said it here over and over again. The poverty I saw in Nigeria, I have never seen that in my life. Even the people that I used to do well, I know a lot of my family members. I mean, when I look at them, the only thing I keep asking my mom, Mommy, gini pneumonia, my mother will say, if he's sick, meaning hardship. That's how bad it is. Obi is not the Messiah for Nigeria. I'm not saying that he's going to save Nigeria, but let us have a stepping point. I don't have anything against Tinubu. I don't have anything against Atiku. My thing is that whoever that will fix Nigeria, let it fix it, let the person win. You ask your question, how will a third person, the person that come in third, they all of a sudden come on? Let me tell you what they did. I'm not a mathematician, but I will tell you something. They did it very well, and it's very plain. You know why? Because if Obi had come second, they will know that they will have a bigger fight to fight. That was the reason and nothing more. So now people like you are talking about it. People like Kulata are talking about it. People like, what's the other guy, are talking about it. How can somebody that come in third, all of a sudden we come in first? We come in to challenge. We have a judiciary system. I'm not confident in our judiciary system. But Obi says something, he has benefited from it. They asked me to go to court. I'm in the court. Remember, they took the position from him when he won the election. He went to court twice, and he won twice. That is why Anambra is different when we are having our own, when during the governorship election. It's because of Obi. I'm not saying that he's perfect. I'm not saying that for you to agree with me. We can never agree. But I am here in America, and I will say it, and I'm proudly saying it again. I am comfortable. I have a good job. I am doing well. But I've said it in this channel that I have a lot of family members constantly calling you, either for school fees, either for money to go to hospital. And on this show, Mirage, if you look at the private chat, you can see the conversation I'm having with Mirage. I have a friend who is in Nigeria that cannot afford the money to pay for her dialysis, and she was recently diagnosed with cancer, breast cancer. What I keep telling her, the only fear, my only fear is that she's in Nigeria. Had it been she's here in America, I don't have no problem because insurance will take place. Imagine going to dialysis 3 times a week. Each day, each session is 45,000. Check that in a month. I keep calculating what is how much is dollar, about $600 and something a month. That is how much everybody's chipping in just to support this girl to live. And me being in a medical health, I know the future is not bright. I know, except God intervened in her life. But we have the president-elect. First of all, I even ask, where is our president? All these things that have been going on in Nigeria. Nobody has ever come out.
Where to borrow money.
Can I ask you a question? What's your solution?
Hold on. And where is the president? Even during the governorship election, nobody came out to say something. Is that everybody's doing what they like in a country of 200 and something million people? It's like we don't even have leadership. It's not about me. And I'm sure it might not be about you. But we are sitting here talking about a country that we got our independence 60-something years ago. We don't even have common light. We don't even have roads, security, healthcare. Tell me one thing we can be proud of in Nigeria. Nothing. When I went home in December, everybody was saying, fly, don't go by road, fly. I said, let me tell you, anything that will happen, either by air or by road, I went by road, and it was smooth. But immediately I came back, everybody went, oh, thank God, oh, thank God, oh. I'm like, what?
Yeah, that's true, you know. That's so true because they are praying when you are traveling in Nigeria. They'll be praying here like, oh, your life is at stake. It's crazy.
Yeah. So that is my thing. It's not about Tinubu. If Tinubu is going to fix this country, let's go. But let me tell you something. When you go to buy bread tomorrow, the bread seller is not going to sell you 200 naira because you're APC supporter and sell to me 500 naira because I'm an OB supporter. He's going to sell the bread the same price to everybody. Exactly. If you want to go buy the fuel, they're going to remove the subsidy. They're not going to tell me, oh, I'm going to give you 200 naira and give the other person 700 naira. We are all going to pay the same price. And guess who is going to pay more? We, the masses. If you ask Tinubu or Obi the price of bread, they don't even know because they have never bought bread, apparently, in a long time. But it is me and you that is in this fight. Let's forget about tribe. I was talking to my other brother that lives in Lagos, and he said, this thing happening in Lagos, I put everybody in panic. I have always said, divide Nigeria. If Paul is here now, Paul is going to disagree with me. I said, divide Nigeria, let everybody go. You people refuse to let people go. Oduduwa people are asking their own. IPOB are asking their own. Arewa is asking their own. My brother, let me tell you, see this one Nigeria, it is not gonna work, no matter how much we try to pull everybody together.
Why do you think the beauty will work?
Hold on. No matter how much we try to patch it together, we are just like a time bomb waiting to explode. I am so surprised. Honestly, I thought this election that by now I was so afraid there will be war in Nigeria. Thank God there is no war. If Peter Obi is not the type of person he is, there will be war. What happened over there in NSAS will be small thing compared to what is happening in Nigeria. Have you seen an election where somebody won an election and there is this controversies everywhere, all over? 8 million people voted for Tinubu. And I'm not seeing the 8 million people rejoicing. I'm not even seeing the people trooping the street. I might be wrong. I might be wrong.
The winner is not
honestly speaking, let me tell you the way I feel. Do I like the country I live? Not really. When I got at international Murtala Mohammed Airport, I felt like relief. I was like, "Whoo, welcome home." Then I started the main journey. I love my country, Nigeria. Where I work, let me tell you, is about 15 providers. 10 of us are Nigerians. 10 of us are Nigerians. It's Igbo, Delta, and Yoruba. 10 of us are Nigerians. And we don't look at tribe. We don't look at religion. As when I had a surgery last year, guess the people who came to take care of me? Muslims. The people I work with, they're not Christians. Food was everywhere. At some point, I was like, I'm not going to eat all this thing. Take it. I'm not tribalistic. I'm not. But with what is going on in Nigeria, I keep asking myself, where do we go from here? Where? Look at all of us here. I know all of us want, we all want to go home. We all want Nigeria to work for us. But it's not about who is going to be in charge. It's all about who's going to do the job and do it right. I don't expect it will be, like I said, to perform miracle, because there will be no miracle to be performed. Nigeria, we are way gone. We are way gone. We have to start by talking to the ordinary woman selling vegetable along the road, that this is the right thing to do. Corruption has eaten the depth of everybody in Nigeria. Paul kept asking a question. Paul on this channel every day. Nobody has ever told him the price of official price of international airport. Let me tell you something. International passport. I got one. It's still in Nigeria. You know how much I paid for 10 years? 150,000. And guess what? Even when
Your
I
own
came
is
back,
even cheap. My own. After paying the official price, I went to the embassy. They asked me to pay emergency price so that they can handle my case that day.
I'm coming to that point, Miraj, I'm coming to that point. And when it's time for me to capture, the guy called me and said, in order for me to go home with this passport, I need to pay another 20,000. I said, by who? I said, it's not going to happen. I paid for this in September. August, you never said anything to me. Now you want me to pay 20,000. I said, you know what? You people can take the 150,000. When he saw that I was not going to pay anything extra, let me tell you, he started calling me. Finally, I had that passport done. We became friends. Listen, check this out. He lost his father while his father was in the hospital while we're doing this passport thing. Now he's testing me that he lost his father. Why are you testing me that you lost your father? What is he for? There is nothing else other than, I wanted to tell him, you never know tomorrow. Don't worry about what you're going to get at that point. Maybe 10, 20,000 immediately. You finish spending the money. But my sister was like, oh, don't be aggressive. If you want to give him something, give him. If you don't want to, just ignore him. That is how greedy we are. Even to pay for NIN, they're supposed to be free. We paid 5,000 naira. By the time I got to do a capture, they said that they can't find my NIN number. My brother had to bribe again 3,000 naira. That is 8,000. And then we had to come back to Asaba to take the passport. This is the country. When I renewed my American passport, it took only 1 month. I did it in February. It came here in March. 1 month. I didn't pay any extra money. If you want to expedite that, you pay extra $60-something dollars. I had to compare Nigeria with America because we have a long way to go. These things can be done, but we
Very easy. Very easy.
It sounds like a long way. It's just
very
right.
easy.
Once we
do
just
your job.
get the lock, like let's say someone like Peter B ended up in office now.
Mentality.
This our
We
culture
need
will
to
change
change.
in 4 years. People can change very quickly. That's the thing people don't understand. People can change very, very quickly if the right person is in charge and the direction. The people are giving a mission statement. If you look at the last 3 weeks or 1 month, it's been hell in Nigeria. There has been no leadership. Buhari is absent. Nobody cares. There's no currency. There is a tribal polarization. There's religious polarization. There was no leadership. It was leadership by the press, basically. Wole Soyinka is missing in action. All of them are all missing in action. Pastors, religious leaders, traditional leaders. I had a conversation yesterday. I said, where are all our traditional leaders that are supposed to be protectors of our heritage? Why did they not come back and say, maybe we should learn how to get on with each other? Let's not be divisive against each other. They said, oh, they too have been settled.
Can I finish what
all
I'm
of them
saying?
are being settled. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, you see, when you're going home, like when you go into Nigeria, right? You know, we have 2 passports. You have your American passport. You have your Nigerian passport. You know what my sister will say? I bet hide that passport, put them here, because when they see it, they will give you one kind eye. And it's exactly what happened when we went to Turkey. She met us. We all met at the airport, right? I flew with Lola from from Georgia. We got to the airport. Come see the eye they give my sister safe, just with that Nigerian passport. Fine. As we were going, you know, shopping around, where are you people from? Nigeria? They would throw away their face as if they're not talking, talking to human being. Immediately we said that we are Black American. Oh my God. Don't see. Oh, you have dollar. Oh, you have dollar. My sister, she has to claim, say, you people are going to leave me behind. All of us be American. That is not good. It is only in Nigeria that we pray to get visa. Only in Nigeria. You pray and fast. You get a visa. Somebody is giving a testimony. It is only in Nigeria. The people we got our independence before, look at Singapore. They have the strongest, one of the strongest passports in the whole world. Look at Saudi Arabia. Look at, not Saudi, Dubai. Look at how they are treating us. We got our independence way then. I think they got there as 11 years after us. 1993. And look at Dubai, it's like heaven now. They can even control rain to rain, and it will rain. And look at us, we don't even have anything.
We're doing Festac Festival now when they were busy.
Tell me what we are proud of.
When we were doing away, when they were busy building.
We are busy. These politicians are busy instigating fight among us. I see you, Bell, as my brother, but because you're Yoruba, a politician will tell you no. You're more Yoruba. Me, I'm Igbo. Why?
Let me reply you swiftly.
We are not one people. That's right.
Let me tell you something. I understand your point. Everybody is feeling the bone in Nigeria. Okay, I have families too in Nigeria. Okay, you know, recently I lost my parents, like a year, and part of the problem was that the system failed them. You get what I'm saying? But at the same time, you know, this is the same system that's always been there. I'm not saying, okay, Nigeria is good or Nigeria. Everybody wants a better Nigeria, me and you. If Nigeria is good, there's nothing we are doing in this country. You get what is there? You know, I mean, the state that I live, you know, I still have to go outside now. I still have to put on some jackets. You get what I'm saying? Now I can't walk freely, you know, because it's cold. You get what I'm saying now? Because the weather is not really too good right now. But the fact remains that, you know, going back to the obedient or no, I respect the obedient. I respect Peter Obi. I respect the obedient movement. And what has the obedient really done so far? They have really changed, you know, our political landscape like forever. Okay? And it's just like a need, you know, they make it feel like a new day in our political history, because never again will our politicians take us for granted again. I said the other time, like Sanwo-Olu was going to the church, and you see me in the market after the presidential election. You know, trying to do like the average people. You know, we saw a lot of a picture of him on the social media playing soccer. You know,
that's what they normally
the
do
election,
every 4 years. Even
after the
Dino
election,
Melaye sold groundnut.
you know, shaking people and all of that. You understand? This is what the new movement has, you know, done to our political system. It is good. And the other time, Modi was talking about, you know, Shogore, you know, talking about, you know, rebelling against the system or something like that. A better way of rebelling against the system is a movement like Obi. Because, like, when you look at that presidential election, it's not a joke. You know, somebody coming from out of the blue with a political party that cannot even control one state before, and you know, ending up winning like 12 states. I mean, that's like a miracle that nobody can ever, or any politician can never think about. Like, okay, maybe it's going to happen in the next like 20 years in Nigeria, but now it's happening. It's good for our polity. You understand? But now going back to the Obi himself as a person, yeah, he himself, I see him as somebody who has also, you know, enjoyed the system. He has enjoyed the rotten system. I mean, that we are all talking about. You know, I mean, according to you know, the way you talk, like, okay, you talk like you are from Anambra, and you yourself, you talk about your brother, your own blood brother, is against Obi. And with a point, you buttress it with a point like, okay, why was he saving money? You know, I'm coming. Like, why was he saving money? When there were a lot of things to be done with money. Where were you saving money? Okay, all those money that he saved then, what did Obiano do with them? You know?
Airport. He built airport.
No.
I'm still talking, please. I didn't object anybody when you are talking. What did Obiano that he left the money for? What did he do with them? What is there a legacy that will be left behind that was continued by Obiano and is still being followed today? You know? So, I mean, if there is none, then I'll count his legacy as a failure in Anambra, except if there's still something that he left when he was Anambra governor, that, you know, the other governments that were still leveraging upon, and it's still working up till today. You know, as far as me I'm concerned, Obi is just riding on a movement that he never even.
But you asked a question. Can somebody answer? Somebody answer whether he left a legacy?
Everybody,
I want to answer him.
Because a lot of people have not said anything there. You can't go on for too long. A lot of people haven't said anything. We have to respect them. Oh my God, there are five of them at least. Yeah, Luke hasn't said anything. RBL, I'm sure has a lot to say. UFO Brown hasn't said anything. Mirage hasn't said anything. So
fathers, let Loco P talk.
Okay, finish. Round up in 30 seconds so that the others can speak.
He can never. Populars can never call my name. He can never call my name.
No. I will call you. No, don't worry. I will come back to you.
We're having religious and ethnic war or something like that. But as a matter of fact, even if we might be having disagreement. I don't agree with you that we have a kind of religious war in Nigeria. What we're having currently is not a religious war, except we are going to be stocking it up, you know, with the occurrences that is going on right now by taking our political, you know, using, you know, religious environment as a religious space. But as a matter of fact,
no, you can't go on now. It's 30 seconds. It's 30 seconds I give you. Come on.
You know, because Buhari has done a lot of things that are bad. You know,
my brother,
Bello, we are going to come back to you. Matt, you have to wait. Let's respect the others now. Matt, hold on. Let's respect the others. They have not said anything. Okay. Who's next? I think it's UFO Brown. I don't know whether you have anything to say. You have not said anything, and I know you've been here for quite a while.
Forefathers, now Loco P, I just came in, not quite a few minutes ago. Loco P has been there for like 10 hours.
Oh, no. Loco P has been with us. He has said things before. It's just that the new people haven't said anything. But if Loco P, if you wanted to add anything, you can add something so that the others can speak if he wants to give his space for you or something.
Okay. Thank you, everybody in the house. For me, see, Obi movement or no Obi movement, people should take their time to think
where did this movement come from? Was it there before? No, it wasn't existing before. It wasn't existing. Okay, where this legacy or glory that Labour Party is enjoying right now, it was born out of nothing. Obi self was even born out of nothing. You understand? But Labour Party, Obi, and obedience came together and they formed something. Yes. What are the three things that these people have in common? Especially two things, or most obedience have in common. They are tired of the system. So it's not because Obi is the Messiah. Everybody want Obi. See, look. It's like you have cards. You put them on the table. Like, okay, let me choose. Which is my best shot? That if I take this shot, if I don't miss, I'm going to take down my opponent or whatever. You get my point? So Obi luckily became that shot that everybody wants to take. Everybody who's tired of Nigeria, regardless of your religion or your tribe, everybody is tired, or who is tired of Nigeria wants to become an obedient, so that they will join hands together and take out these old people first. Because if you say, okay, yeah, we don't want, if we take them first, then what? There's no, take them out first. By the time we take them out, then we will now start having a different perception of how Nigeria is supposed to be like. So by the time Obi gets there, he will now know that, look, these people who have brought me, I think I don't have to fail them. You understand? So by the time we've succeeded in changing the perception of how Nigerian political system is thinking, I think we'll have a way forward. So people saying Obi, yeah, it's not the Messiah, it's not going to do this. Yeah, everybody knows that. Every obedient knows that. What they just want is, you see, this is anti-APC, anti-PDP. We don't want to hear their name. That is what Obi movement stands for. Not because they want to change Nigeria tomorrow. It's just a step, just one step forward from where we are now. Is the first step to take. So Obi is the first step. Then followed by, maybe after Obi, Eshowore might be the next person after, because Obi has the might. Now he's the system. He has the might. He's the only person that we have that can throw these people away successfully without any issue once the obedience has the support. So that is what I just have to say. When this Obi, why Obi, no Obi, or whatever, Obi is good, Obi is not good. I think that's what Obi is for. Anybody else can say something.
All right, thank you. UFO Brown, do you want some other person to go ahead?
No. Good afternoon, father.
Greetings, welcome.
Wonderful moderators. Well done. There are so many things that we shouldn't be doing, as men. You understand? If you got bald head, you got gray hair, you got rasta head, you shouldn't be lying. You understand? So, I mean, it seems like Bello got something against Peter Obi or obedience, personally, because he's always objective about anything that comes out from Obi's camp. Obedience is not the party. It's just frustrated people. He's talking like as if maybe he doesn't like the Western world. I live in Chicago. I know how winter is here, and I never complain. It's just cold. I love it. I wouldn't trade it for any other thing. You understand? Some people don't like heat. Some people don't like cold. It all depends. Nigeria's atmosphere is not something. The corruption is like engraved in stone in Nigeria. It's like, it's not normal. Here, it's not normal to lie. You understand? In Nigeria, it is normal. It is not normal to be honest. But if you come in to be honest in the Nigerian environment, they look at you like alien. Where did they come from? Oibo, this and that. You're thinking like Oibo people. But it's so funny that the way they hold corruption and evil in Nigeria is like the way they hold their idols, up to today. So it's very funny that we're still in this, because if you live abroad, you pay taxes and you work here in the system. At the end of the day, you notice that you start looking back at Nigeria. It's like, did I come from this country? You understand? If it's like, did I come from this country? I'm still doubting that, did I come from Nigeria? How savage Nigeria's situation is. It's so scary. Before, I don't used to be scared in Nigeria. 12 o'clock, 1, 3 a.m., I'm walking on Allen Avenue, But now I don't think I can stay outside till like 7 o'clock because it's so scary these days that so many things that we see. But back in Nigeria, sometimes they don't even see anything because they don't have data to watch news or get updates. Here we see even more than they see in Nigeria. So it's so funny. I don't know, Mr. Bello. I don't know. You know, the obedient movement is not about party. It's not about, you know. One thing is, I didn't just started liking Peter Obi all of a sudden. I listened. I listened to the all three. I give everybody benefit of that. I listened to Atiku. I know Atiku right from time. Tinubu, when he was governor in Lagos State, I was there when he was campaigning in Okwebi village. Peter Obi came around. He won the people's hearts with honesty and truth. And truth has always been constant, right from time immemorial. So, I mean, when you come out with truth, people want to buy the truth, no matter how much. They sell everything. People can sell their life just to get the truth. You understand? So it's not about, he was talking about Peter Obi is riding on something. It's not about riding on something. Peter Obi is riding on truth. Honesty. He's the only one that had the confidence to say, go and verify. I mean, even though we want to amass wealth, we have stake in APC or we have stake in PDP or whatever bad corruption system in Nigeria we have. Even though we have stake, what kind of wealth are we looking for in this world? How many years do we have to live? You know, when I study the white people, the white people, they somebody can just be so rich, have a line of company, and at the end of the day, don't have any family, they sign off to charity. Everything he has for a particular hospital. You see, this block of hospital was donated by this particular person. This block of hospital was donated so and so hall, so and so pavilion. You know, but then you never see things like Wale Adenuga, like Tinubu go say, oh, you know, say what you call it? This particular block of UBTH was donated by Tinubu, all the equipment in there. You never see anything like that. All they do is take the money, loot everything, and go abroad and build properties they will never live in. Who are you building these things for? It's not about somebody leaving a legacy. You leave a legacy, you do something right. It doesn't mean, it's just like, you know, government is like a toilet. If you finish using the toilet, you flush it, you clean it, and somebody come in there and mess it up, are you going to blame the first person that used the bathroom? You understand? So, I mean, you're talking about somebody leaving a legacy. Somebody can leave a legacy and somebody else can come around and mess it up. There are so many rich men who left properties and wealth for their children. And at the end of the day, their children came around and messed it all up. It doesn't mean that the man, their father, did not try. So, you know, when you talk
Of course,
about,
it's
say,
true now. Awolowo did leave a good legacy, but it wasn't carried on. And
right,
so, yeah, it's
right,
true.
bad
You can't always
management.
count on continuity, which
Yes.
is something Nigerians, we have proven ourselves not to be capable of doing. So, yeah, if you can round up, take 30 seconds if you want to
Okay,
round
yeah.
up. So that,
Thank you for fathers. Sometimes when you're in this situation, you get so a little bit overwhelmed. You know, what I'm going to say is anybody that wants a good Nigeria, a true Nigeria, I'm not going to be among the people that are going to say Nigeria divide or don't divide. It's all about this new generation that we have right now. They all think differently. You know, we are in the AI age, we are in the technology, everybody's connected. We are all connected, like you know, connected. You understand? So it's not the only connection that the people that are, you know, the ruling class have is about the political affiliations that they have.
but do you
They
think
don't,
that that's why the youths are not on the street in Nigeria protesting? Is it
yes,
because
yes,
they are
because
all
of
online, working
yes,
on the internet and doing
yes.
AI and all those things?
No, one thing I'll tell you, forefathers. One thing I'll tell you, forefathers, is that before these days, I'm telling you, these days, the way we are so dependent on technology, before I go out, I must check the weather, the speed of the wind, the direction of the wind. I have to check it on the weather forecast before I go out. That's how much I depend on online situation. So we use this day, we all depend on the online platform to get information. Everybody come out to if somebody announce on TV or online, Facebook, say everybody come out, let's go riot. Nobody will just jump out of the street and say riot. They'll first of all check different platforms. Let me check social and so platform. Let me check Rufai platform. Let me check Forefathers platform. Is this saying the same thing? You understand? If everybody is now saying the same thing, you don't want to be left out. You join them. But if everybody is not saying the same thing, this and say no, it's fake. Don't come out or don't do this. Don't do. You get so much data, you just don't do nothing. You just sit put. But we so depend on this technology information so much that before we do anything, we must check it. And we must check the internet. So that's how it is. The connection of this internet world, the web, that is what is giving us this peace of mind. Before, when there was no connection, people would have been on the street now. I'm telling you, in Nigeria, war would have been going on. But everybody's online. Say, who is going to be a fool? I don't want to go out there. Everybody go online and watch it. They even prefer to watch it online than to say they want to be on the street. So now
that is very interesting. I think it's a topic that we probably need to discuss some other time. And let me just I think it's something we need to address some other time because I muted it. Yeah, it's something we need to address because if let's say 20% of Nigerian youth have access to the internet, that's a whole chunk of 20% that will not participate in all the stuff going on in politics. They will be aspiring to get better jobs overseas because you can technically work from the internet for people overseas. So, and I know that many of them are doing that. And I also know that some of them are looking to jackpot at the same time. The ones that are not escaping are looking to jackpot. So that could also explain why you see that the feelings of Nigerians, even if it seems like it's inflamed, but it's not seen on the streets. There have been several cases where people call for protests, and the amount of people that came out for the protests is not as high as you would expect, given that everybody's exercised about all this stuff going on in the country. That's it anyway. Let me this in. Who is next? Is it RBL? Okay, RBL, you have been very patient. Welcome.
Yeah, hi. Good evening, everybody. I want to talk about this tribalism I keep hearing. I would like to say I beat my heart fully. I'm tribalistic. There's absolutely nothing wrong with being tribalistic. Everybody is tribalistic.
Hold on. You see, I don't want to stop you. However, you know that every, like religious, you believe in your religion, there's a toxic part of it. You understand the difference? There's a toxic tribalism and there's tribalism.
No.
Leave him. Let's know. Let him finish.
Tribalism is not it's not racism. I call it self-preservation. You're preserving your people. Even your Oba of Benin, he's preserving. He's the custodian of your culture and your land.
Yes, it's good to preserve, but you understand the difference between the toxic one is because to preserve your people, if you say you have to kill the other people, that's toxic tribalism.
Well, then that's what you call racism. But to me, anything of anybody championing for their region, they use it and term it as tribalism. I don't see that as a problem. To me, I beat my heart.
You know what? When you finish talking, I will show some video about these things so that we truly understand what we are talking about. Because sometimes tribalism is not a bad thing; it's just an affinity to your own kind. There's nothing wrong with that.
Absolutely nothing wrong with that.
Well, you have to also know where to draw the line.
Great.
What is the definition of tribalism? What's the definition of tribalism?
I think it's been seen as a negative thing now, like preferring your own tribe over others.
Now, let all of us know now. What's the definition of tribalism? What is it?
You want me to get the definition? Let me get
Please.
Thank you. So we don't talk over tribalism definition.
I'm sorry. I say RBL. You can go ahead if you want to speak. Go ahead.
Again, to me, tribalism, as I see it, is like if you got a building that's on fire, you're gonna go and your family is in there with your children, your wife. You're gonna go into that building and look for your children. You're not gonna be going to that building and looking for other children to help.
I think that is blood is thicker than water. I think that is blood is thicker than water.
You could term that as tribalism because that's your family. So some people say, "Oh, you see, that's tribalism. Why don't you help other
No.
families?"
I think there's blood before tribe. There's blood before tribe. Blood before tribe.
Some people might term that, but anyway, let me come back.
Okay, hold on. Okay, wait. If your family is there, your wife and children is there,
and your elder brother.
Forefathers, it
And your
means
mother is
nothing
dead.
bad. Eh?
Who will you save?
It means nothing bad.
My own children first.
Exactly. But what
Forefathers.
about your brothers? I didn't know your tribe. Your mother's not your tribe.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's why I said his blood. Is not that one is not about that. Is
Okay, let me read the definition that I saw here of tribalism. It says tribalism is a social phenomenon in which people identify strongly with their own group or tribe and tend to form close-knit communities based on common characteristics such as shared language, culture, beliefs. Tribalism can lead to a strong sense of loyalty, and solidarity within the group, but it can also create divisions and conflict with people outside the group. Tribalism can manifest itself in various forms, such as nationalism, sectarianism, oh God, sectarianism. Forget it. I know there's no hope for that one. Racism, political tribalism. Hold on. It can have both positive and negative effects depending on how it is expressed. This is exactly what I mean.
It's more negative than positive. It's more negative.
It does have positive side.
Can I read the one that I have here?
Okay.
I have another one. Okay. This one just stated it very simple. He said the state or fact of being organized in a tribe, in a tribe or tribes. Another one said, tribalism is a tribal consciousness and loyalties, especially exaltation of the tribe above other group. How to use tribalism is essential. So this is another. But the first one is the one that you can see that tribalism is not a bad thing, but it is the art of that which you portray.
Yeah.
Exactly. That is exactly. That is what we mean by that evil way of practicing that tribalism.
That's why I call it toxic. You want to? Yeah. That's why
it's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing.
No, tribalism is not a bad thing. The toxic part is the bad thing. Water is a good thing in the right way. Another way to drown you.
And it can kill you.
Yeah, exactly. It can drown you in the same thing. So you have to differentiate between that. That's why when he said that. So go ahead. RBL always comes up with interesting talk. Go ahead.
There's another one I want to come to. That's where Mama Pejo talks about the oppressed and the oppressed and the oppressors. Now let's critically look at this. Who are the oppressed and who are the oppressors? Now, Nigeria, the oppressed are Muslims. The Christians, the people in the south, and the Middle Belt Christians, and the Christians in the north. Now, who are the oppressors? Fulani, Kabal, Sultan of Sokoto. I'm not going to say the presidency because it depends who is the president. Jonathan was president. He was still oppressed. He's part of the oppressed. You understand? The Fulani Kabal were controlling him. They were bringing up terrorists, Boko Haram, and all this thing. They were going to Barack Obama to tell them what this Jonathan was doing and all this thing. Nobody could try that with Buhari without feeling the consequence. So when people say that they do it to deceive people, to make them think all is well in Nigeria, it's just, there's the oppressors and the oppressed, to try to look critically into what is going on in Nigeria. So people need to be careful how they term these things, because Nigeria is a country you have to be careful, because they're designed to keep people oppressed, especially from the south. You understand? So I don't know what you guys think about that thing there, but this is something that
I concur with you, bro.
I think Mama Hecho is correct when she said there are two tribes in Nigeria: the oppressed and the oppressors. If you get that one twisted, you're going to get confused a lot.
Well, who do you think is the oppressed? Tell me specifically who is the oppressor, who is the oppressor?
The oppressed are the masses, while the oppressors are the leaders that have ensured not to do the right thing by the masses.
You have
because
specific.
But the North
There
and the
are
South
people.
lack
There are people
development.
that determine. There are people that determine those that leader.
Forefathers.
That leader.
But
There
they
are
are
people
all
who
the
determine.
leaders in the Southeast are elected by Southeasterners. All the leaders in the your
No,
governors
no,
have
no, no,
immunity.
no, 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 no,
Who
no, no,
elected
no,
these
no, no, no.
other
Forefathers, you are
leaders?
going. You are deviating now. No, no. Hope who's on the mind is we did not voted for him.
Abbas
The
Oludo.
cabal placed him there. Wait,
Is it
I'm
Kabal
coming.
that
Let me
puts
come.
Oludo there?
Let me see. Let me come again. Let me come again. Let me come again. In the one we have in Ebonyi State, the one we have in Ebonyi
No,
State, the
please
same thing happened.
let Rubiel say something because I think he is his turn to be fair.
Tinubu, who
Okay,
allegedly
sure.
won selection you guys just conducted, he will be repaying his Fulani masters, Ruga, and Fulani settlements everywhere. So he's still oppressed himself. So that's the
I think we should not get it twisted. The entire Nigerian population is in a serious
it is.
state
This is
of
why
this thing. It's not only the one side. That's why you have to be careful about saying one side is oppressing. It's the elites are in cahoots. In the last 1 month, 2 months, should tell you that police people are not following the rules. A military man doesn't know who is a child and who is not a child. Oluomo makes statements and get away with it. Leaders abandon their people to become polarized. They are not coming out to defend. Even the president didn't make one speech to unify the country at all. So it's not about North or South. They are doing it to all of us.
Forefathers. I saw something in the news today where they said Tinubu built Lagos, and they said what's his name again? The one that is the current governor now. That what they did in Lagos is fantastic. I saw them. You see that blue line they say they built in Lagos. They were pushing it. Human beings, we are pushing.
Oh my God! Is there nothing like that's not going to screw up?
Forefathers. I want you to confirm this thing when we see on Saturday. I can't lie.
What is going on with
I've
Nigeria?
seen
Nigeria
Nigerians push plane before. I've seen Nigerians in the airport pushing plane out of the runway to the runway.
I've also seen them use ladder to climb into a plane. Ladder. And what should scare you more is that Nigerians businessmen were climbing with ladder to climb into a plane. And they didn't care. We'll go wherever we need to go. We don't care. They climb ladder to get into a plane. So some weird things happen in our country. But I think I want to share this in. But I will allow everybody to speak first. So I will share some video about how easily people can get divided in terms of tribalism. Why we can't see each other the way we are supposed to be seeing each other. Who is next? Is it Mark?
Igbo Basic.
Oh no, Professor Data. Prof Data. I think it's your turn now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Welcome.
Yeah, good day.
Are you a data scientist or something?
No.
All right.
No, but it's just a name nickname I gathered for myself. Thank you for inviting me that time. Welcome to everybody in the panel. You see, the problem of this country, Nigeria. See, I say it, I want Biafra, but I'm somebody. See how I operate. I'm quite objective most of the time. My objectivity now is looking at what's going on in the country because I have people there. And I cannot say because, okay, I want Biafra, that those people in the country should just perish. No, that's the type of person I am. You understand? You see, I keep saying, if things are done right, things will go on and on and on wrong. Yesterday, I mentioned it here. I remember if he was there. I said Nigeria is like you bring this together, bring this together, tie it with a rope.
Yeah, you gave a prophecy yesterday. I know it.
Yeah, it breaks. You get that same rope, tie it again. Patch.
And you can never change the rope too.
These things can be done, but we have leaders that don't want to do it. Now, you mentioned of the everybody. Yeah, it's clear. Everybody's being oppressed. But we have some core There are people that are really the core people, and we all know it's from the north. I'm not missing my words. And that we Nigerians know about it. There are people that know about it. Obama, yes. You see, Obama regime, there's something that regime did to Nigeria. I'm not happy. It was Obama's regime.
You are going to carry on. Let me ask you though. But this thing that we think that the power is in the north. But if you look at what Tinubu has been able to pull off, this guy, you see how people, when he was being chosen as the candidate for the party, they were stepping down. And this is against a candidate that the current sitting president supported. And they were stepping down for Tinubu. The northern guy didn't get his way at all. And so I don't see.
You can't rule out the fact. See, Tinubu, you think he just vocally said it's my turn for saying something fake? No, he not. Maybe if they don't let that go on, here's the road. That statement is my turn. You think it's
because that tells you that the point. The reason why I said that is because it means that he has got leverage. He has got power to exert his will. And that it doesn't say a lot for the northern cabal.
Let me give you an example. When Obama was in charge, when this man came to Nigeria, the Secretary of State of US, Kelly, did he see with Jonathan? He went and visited Sultan of Sokoto straight. Carry Buhari saying our go and watch what happened then. That's what.
Oh, come on, man. Maybe because Jonathan didn't support the gay right thing. How do you?
Why
do we always make it look like because the Sultan of Sokoto has power? Are you talking about Sultan of Sokoto that Abacha removed from office and put another one in office?
See, that is why I praise Abacha. That is one man that did something I like. Abacha, I don't care. Abacha was a dictator, but that's one thing that man did. I would give him a thumbs up. Abacha. Now let's leave these things aside.
We do not support dictators. No way.
You said?
We do not support dictators.
You can speak for yourself. If the dictator is going to help us get ourselves out of this mess that we are in, I don't care.
Forefathers is compromising.
No. See. North Korea has 100%. North Korea is a dictator. They have 100% literacy rates. Life expectancy is over 70 years, while Nigeria is 53. Come on, man. If you use any matrix, they are doing better than us.
I won't like you. Nigeria needs a dictator. We don't hear one.
Oh no, I didn't say we. I'm not recommending dictator. I'm just saying.
We know the year word. That's from small picking now. We know the year word. Now beating. Now we need beating.
Beating. No be beating we need. Now the beating where they don't beat the people. How they go? They buy naira. They buy naira.
I don't talk the shooting. No, now beating. I talk.
Okay, that is a shame. And we have a government that have condoned, I don't care what people say, they condone the Fulani headsmen very well. I was in Nigeria for my mom's burial in the month of August. I saw something I will never forget. In Abuja airport, in the premises, cattle. Headsmen were moving cattle around.
They cattle have got to eat. That will be a problem.
That a problem.
Cattle have got to eat.
They came to eat grass at the airport. Now, no airport used to have grass everywhere.
Okay, when you there, they go bring cattle.
If that is our problem, that would be
easy. For America, yeah, I see there the crossroad now every minute now. They jump and there for you.
These are the things the people in power, as far as I'm concerned, are doing and all right. These things have to change. And they have to bring sanity to that land. And part of the sanity to be brought this time around is to make sure this Tinubu of an entity does not get sworn in. That is my own. You know, because that man, as far as I'm concerned, I don't care what people say, he doesn't merit to be a president. He read himself in. He's somebody that's not of truth. Obi is not a saint. Obi keeps saying he's not a saint. But I still believe Obi will do better. The last guy that left, that spoke, that was like criticizing Obi, I raised my hand. There's something that man did. Maybe it might not be great, but I cherish what he did. In Anambra State, the public schools were dying. It was Mbadinuju that really slaughtered the public school. It was him that slaughtered the public schools and brought life to the private schools. But Obi came in and was able to bring life back to the public schools. Go and ask. If there's not any the other things maybe he could have done, but at least I can credit him for that. Now, for him to be someone that could, be a good fit, that is clear on that seat. That is clear. You understand? I like what Ify said. That it was on purpose. They just rigged that election and placed him third. The only thing I laughed when that man came out for campaign. Let me simply say, I told one man this thing. I told him, Obi in Wapota, I'll say it in my language, in Wapota, I call ya Adobe. Manonya oba Adaka. I make a talk on Adaka call. What I simply said is, when that man came out initially, we saw him as Adobe, a lady. But with time, we realized that man's he's a chimpanzee. What I mean in this term, someone fortified. That is one thing that I know that will lead him to present, like on something, revive the nation a bit. Because Nigeria has a lot of problems. Let Dora Akunyili say something. It's now I'm seeing meaning what she said. She said Nigeria needs rebranding. Then people were laughing, but it was later I now realized that lady said something clear, true. Because when a nation that you see light, you see black, you call it white. You see white, you call it black. That what goes on and on. I remember yesterday on this same show, someone asked of what burned the market in Lagos. It was mentioned it was an electrical problem, and I was very happy here. Someone made it clear. Which power does Nigeria have? What power do they have?
For the electric.
Born anything.
Even for roasted corn.
So that is it. So
thank you. Yeah, I think Mark Kunsanya. Yeah, thanks for coming in. The way you are smiling is like you've had something very nice today, and you are chilled. He's always smiling. It's all good. Welcome, Mark. Mark, what have you got to add?
Welcome, sir. Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Not electricity, but just even to the roasted corn.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. My own contribution first about the audio. This type of interference with the audio properties exists. It does exist. That's number one. We might think it's far-fetched, but it does exist. Then number two, what Obi personally, I don't know much about politics law. I don't see much problem with a Christian going to a pastor to ask for prayers. I don't see anything wrong with that. But I do know politics, they don't really like religion to interfere with them. I know that. But I would say Jagaban would do the same. If they gave him a microphone, he would ask for support of all the millions of Muslims in Mecca right now. but that's by the way. You can see that I'm not in favor of any religion in particular. So that's that. That's about the audio. I think you said tomorrow he's coming on live to talk about it, whether it was him or not. So I would say let's hear from the horse's mouth. That's the best about that. Then make a give an opinion afterwards, because this could be a fake. So we don't know yet. Anyway, that's about that. About the professor was saying something that he doesn't merit presidency. There's nobody with such a history or certificate or date of birth. I don't want to give names, but it's already in the open. Certificate, date of birth, narcotics. How can someone, do you want to turn Nigeria into Mexico?
So now,
So, this, if you ask me, I agree with Professor. You have to be, they're going to call him Your Excellency. So if they're going to call him Your Excellency, you have to be excellent. Unfortunately, in all the records that the person has, Your Excellency is like his appellation is given to the wrong person, sort of thing. And that's my contribution.
Thank you. Yeah, some of these things, regarding the issues in America and his date of birth, and the other day I was hearing him talk. When P2B talked about, there was not P2B. I mean, Tinubu said something about the date of birth issue. He says, if I had known when I was being born, maybe that this was going to be an issue, maybe I would have done a better job. The reason why I felt a little bit sympathetic to him on that is that sometimes we focus on technicalities a lot. We know he's a Nigerian. We know he has run a state. He's not a Qaeda. And as a matter of fact, he performed probably better than many governors that we can name in Nigeria. Example, the one in Abia State. So sometimes when we go around these things, for me, what I am focused on is, did he win the election or not? Did he rig the election? Did he rig it to the point whereby the outcome was affected? If he did, that's the one I think he should fall by. Not whether what he did overseas or
Everybody was bought.
technicalities, because
Everybody was bought.
it will be looking like all those voters have actually, because if he didn't rig, or let's put it this way, but everybody did some element of that. So if he didn't rig, you are disenfranchising those people that actually voted for him
Corruption
by
is
using
the tallest
technicalities to
building in
knock him
Nigeria.
out. And sometimes they are even using the deputy governor, that's Shetima, the technicalities of Shetima being able to run as an issue. Personally, I don't think that should bring a potentially elected president down. If anything, you can say Shetima should step down. This thing that we do in Nigeria, whereby they did it in Bayelsa, where the second in command, that the deputy governor, forged a certificate, they removed the entire thing from office. It's like, is it the fault of the? It doesn't seem fair in Nigeria why they do that. In the UK here, they've sentenced people to prison. They came back and they went back to their office, their political office. So even in America, there's no criminal record that should prevent you from running for office. As long as you've served your time, you should be able to run for office. So I don't understand this thing that we do in Nigeria. We look for
Tinubu does not have WAEC.
out of this
Tinubu
office.
does not have WAEC.
But he has managed without that WAEC to run circles around the people that have professors and all the rest of it to go and rule as a governor. You have,
so when you make money from drug, you can easily buy people, buy professors.
Okay, that one, I take that one on board. But the point is that he's run the state. He didn't run it as a drug state. Did he run Lagos as a drug state? I don't think so. So there are certain things we have to be fair about. Just as much as I support P2B, this thing where we make the other side look like they are just devil incarnate, they are not human beings.
Yeah,
it's just like come on. It's just like what the other side does to obedience. They don't see us, and I think this is a good time to play this video so you understand why we see each other like this.
Please,
and I don't want to do that to my own fellow Nigerians and people. Sorry, go ahead.
They'll catch somebody of armed robbery. The person will be shot, obedient to help. Why? What's going on
No,
now?
you know now. He's looking for publicity party now. He's looking for publicity party. So, you know, it's not man. It's not
Yeah,
man. Everybody will definitely
let,
hide on the moving train.
let me just play this thing. And this will tell you why we don't see each other when you're on opposite side. You don't relate to each other very well. It's very weird how human beings be, but just see. I will just play it quickly.
Negotiated compensation paid off our country for our religion, for any amount of money, under any social pressure.
Increase the volume.
They respond on all
It's
of
not
the
very
levels
loud.
of willingness to fight,
Interesting, but
to die, sacrifice for one another, to torture, to have their families suffer. And so, if you have a group of people fused around a set of ideas they hold sacred, for which negotiation and compromise is possible, then you have the most formidable fighting force possible. And ISIS is no exception.
Scott's work has shown how terrorists are single-minded and absolutely committed to a cause. But how did they take this behavior so far as to load a car full of explosives and blow up a building full of innocent people? How do we shut down our ability to care for others? According to psychologist Jay Van Bavel, our brains have a remarkable ability to dehumanize others under the right circumstances. Jay has designed a test to demonstrate how we recognize humanity in the first place.
People came in, we took an image of a doll and morphed it with a human face that looked very similar.
When does this face look human to you? Jay asked participants the same question.
And read about Luna?
Just past the halfway mark between the doll face and the real face, most of us perceive that the face is human and has a mind.
Right there.
In Jay's field, it's called perception of mind, but he says it's not fixed. Jay adjusted the experiment and told his subjects what college the person in the photo went to, their own college, an in-group,
And right about now.
or a rival college across town, an out-group. This rivalry had a measurable effect.
What we found was that these students were able to see a mind behind the in-group face much faster.
And they were slower to see the humanity in students from another college.
Right about now.
These are subtle kinds of dehumanization. How do we get into the mind of a terrorist who can view a tower full of civilians as a justifiable target? Jay believes it's easier than you think. For a second experiment, Jay divides subjects arbitrarily into two teams, the Rattlers and the Eagles.
We told people that we were keeping track of points, and the winning team would walk away with the money.
Jay is creating the essence of conflict, two groups competing for resources.
So now I'm going to read both teams a number of statements.
He reads the groups short stories about people who supposedly belong to neither team.
Jane managed to get indoors before it started to rain.
These stories are designed to measure empathy. If you empathize with the person's story, you put your thumb up. If you don't care, thumb down.
Brandon got soaked by a taxi driver through a puddle.
Eagles and Rattlers give equally empathetic responses. Then Jay changes the game.
Andrew sat in gum on a park bench. Andrew was a member of the Eagles.
Serves him right.
Even in an entirely artificial setting, the results are profound.
Once there's competition added to the mix, conflict can escalate very quickly towards the outgroup.
Team members actually take pleasure in the other team's pain. Remember, they've only been assigned to these teams for a matter of minutes.
The thing that's really remarkable is that there needs to be no history of conflict or any stereotypes towards the groups for them to start to feel negative towards them.
Right there.
Jay's tests revealed that dehumanization can happen with very little prodding. Whenever groups compete, the dehumanization process begins.
That's what it called
Yeah.
MK Ultra.
So you see what I mean. This is, if you don't understand these aspects of our psyche, you are easily manipulated. How quickly, within a few minutes, people turn on each other. They don't feel each other's pain anymore. And this is why some people, when they call obedience, they don't understand that obedience have been the one suffering all the casualties. They don't care because they can't see. And we see this manifested every time in our communities because most people are not equipped with this type of knowledge. They don't understand how quickly human beings can turn within a few minutes. And I can play another one that shows you just one page of reading one page, they changed one pronoun and it altered their total behavior. It tells you how human beings behave, and these our leaders, they understand these things and they know how to manipulate people. And if the more people that are aware of this, they can immunize themselves against this type of manipulation. Because this is why you see why they did what they did in Lagos. They try to polarize the people so that you don't empathize with your fellow Igbo people, because they know it's going to give them power. And it's so that stuff is so powerful that it works all the time, except the people are aware and fight against it to protect themselves against such division. You can see it clearly. If you are not aware, you are easily manipulated as a people. So that's why I thought I should share that. I don't know if anybody has something to add to it. Ogusa, if Igbo Basic has something to say about it, or Samuel can go. Igbo Basic hasn't said anything for a long time, so I don't know if you want to add something to this.
Welcome to the club of haves and have-nots. When they say that money is the root of all evils, you can take that to the bank.
The love of money is the root of all evil, not just money. Love.
Let's go with your definition of the love of money. What has been going on in the society where we come from? I refer back to when life was good. Life was really good before the Civil War in Nigeria. Life was even better after the Civil War, when people, in actuality, pulled themselves by the bootstrap and moved right on to the town. Many things we take for granted. It's a system that we are living with. The experiments that you have just shown, I don't know, whenever you go to Nigeria, forget about your luxury hotels and stuff like that. Go into the street. Go beyond the street, go into the bushes. You will see things that will amaze you. Even in Lagos, while in the street, all the street hawking and everybody just trying to survive. The rich have found out that the best way to do is to keep getting rich, and the people will come and knock on your door. You mentioned something about Abia State earlier on. I'm just going to talk generally in terms of life experience as far as Nigeria is concerned. Okay, the last guy that attempted to rule that place. During this period of time, I saw a video of his son traveling in a convoy and being called His Excellency. That's the son of a governor. The man had gone through my school, Eziama High School, Aba. So we used to be, say that, yeah, our old boy is getting into office. I even designed a banner and sent to our people on the day of his inauguration. The first thing that the man did, we showed, besides the corruption that they have already, he traveled to Atlanta. Listen, you all very carefully. This man went to Atlanta. I will send some people to go and advise him and be there with him. He was so much trying to get into the big office. The governor of the state of Atlanta was not there. Whoever made the arrangement for him to visit Atlanta, of course, your kingsmen usually, This man went to the office of the governor not being there. This man went and sat down on the governor's seat, hello, and took a picture. I don't know if any of you ever saw that picture, but I have that picture. And took a picture. And he came back to Nigeria, that he went and visited Atlanta. I was so ashamed. And this is an example of what people in Nigeria, it's almost like a system that is so much our way. You must find another way. You must find a way to, don't do it right. It must be done in one way or the other. Just get there. That's what you see there. And subsequently, what did that translate to? The man went in, gathered the monies of the state. I understand their bank account had been frozen. And towards the end, thank God that an obedient movement came and swept him out. Otherwise, we would have seen a continuation of rape the people, rape everything that you see, just to build your own and people surrounding you. So in Nigeria, during the time of Babangida, that was when corruption was institutionalized in Nigeria. Prior to that, there was corruption here and there, just like there is corruption everywhere, even in America. There's corruption everywhere. But the Babangida era brought corruption to such a height that you'll be surprised they'll be holding up an airplane. In holding up an airplane, they tell you that the minister is coming. One of my kinsmen was one of the people holding up the airplane. I know it's not a minister. That was happening in Nigeria. Since that time, it became a case of one way or the other, high sea. The 419 became something that even if you ask a young kid, what do you want to be? I want to be like Nebulisa when I grow up. Well, so directly, we started damaging the psyche of the yet to be born. And since that time, it's been a matter of everybody's now looking at you. Come and speak all your grammar. Everybody's looking at you. You don't have money. You don't have money. Money became everything in Nigeria. Don't get me wrong, money is good, but the way that we have taken money in Nigeria had made people to go and steal. Before, it used to be if you come home with a Mercedes, all of a sudden you became rich overnight. Your people will question what happened. How did you manage? Did you win lottery? You didn't win lottery. So it's so much corrupted everything that now it went into the political system. And in the political system, that corruption has dug in so deep. It is not funny. It's not funny. So we have a chance. We have an opportunity. Don't get me wrong. There was a time that people in Nigeria used to think about, oh, okay, how do I manufacture cocaine? They say that's the end thing. How do I manufacture anything that you start today and somebody see is successful? Everybody would jump into that tomorrow. And sooner or later, that's the trade of the time. So we have a chance. We have an opportunity. I won't even go into the history of who did what, Tinubu, because if you look into the system of all these persons who are in politics, majority of them, only very few made their money clear. Here is the key to it. Did you ever hear about Chemical Bank? Chemical Bank here in the US, Abiola owned quite a little bit of piece of that Chemical Bank. So you can find out what Chemical Bank metamorphosized into. The real issue is that since everybody must now kill, talk about Otokoto. But in Nigeria, one human organ harvesting has been the issue for quite some time. It seems like Kweremadu Ekwuremaru's case wasn't even, I don't know, you wouldn't even, that's compared to what was happening. People were missing in Imo State on regular basis. Now we'll come to dig deep and we'll find out that, oh, what was happening at all those people who were missing, it was organ trading. Organ trading. So, for where we are today as a country, and when you talk about the tribalism, look around you, I don't know wherever you are, I went into, I wouldn't even know what to call it. I went into a soccer field and tried to play soccer with some Mexicans. They looked at me as strange. I don't belong there. I quickly recognized that I didn't belong in there, so I had to leave. You know? That's just it. So, but in Nigeria, it has become a matter of the rich who don't want the masses to thrive unless you join them. If you don't, that's the them I'm talking about now. The them. There are still people who are genuinely still believe in the true character of a human being. There are people who are like that. Forefathers and Mama Echo pricked my mind yesterday. And that freaking of my mind yesterday still leads me into, because you were asking me, what are we going to do about this? And we started talking about what do we do from the villages? What do we do from the village heads? What do we do from the kings of our villages to sanitize them, to let them know that go back to being who you are, not because this big man came and gave you money, then you wholesale the future of the town of which you are the head. So one block at a time, we're going to have to do that as far as sanitizing is concerned. Otherwise, we have something else coming. What you are seeing now with the Tinubu coming or not coming, and I pray that it doesn't happen. That's prayers. I don't know how much prayers does. Don't get me wrong, though. Prayer is good, though. But if based on prayer alone, did you see all the churches, their interests? The same person that you are eating with all of a sudden become a deacon. From being a deacon, he owns a church. From owning a church to keep it going. It is very, very scary. But the scariness of it, when it becomes the institutionalized agboroism, that is a problem, because it's now not even a case of dog eat dog. It's beyond the case of dog eat dog now. That is what we're having. So our prayers, once again, is that come May 29, let it be that the judiciary, for the sake of that country, will do the right thing. And if they do the right thing and call the right result, then Tinubu will not assent. If they do the wrong thing, we are in for another hopeless situation. And you find out that all those people who have not been participating before, who came out, 90 million people that INEC told us that registered, 27 million voted. What happened to the 63 or something million people? You just want to dampen the spirit of a genuinely ingenious country. The people of that place, Nigeria is so blessed, it's not funny. Go see what they're doing. The kids, they are always thinking of a way to make something out of nothing. But if you keep dampening the spirit of the place, I
think it's almost deliberate that some of the, especially the top ones, get their instructions from the people that they serve. Because okay, you were talking about missing people. I just checked missing people in Nigeria. It is showing us 25,000, while that of in the US we are looking at about 500,000. This is something that this is another aspect of our culture that we don't always. Our people are good people. And you can say that they are good people to a fault, because sometimes it leads them to be too self-righteous, like they don't want to do anything to even to defend themselves. even when it's their right to defend themselves. They don't do that. So I would like to go to this, because if I start reeling out all the numbers, it's scary, because you'll be surprised that Nigerians are better than a lot of other people. Yet look at our country. Yet look at the country. Look at the life expectancy in that country, 53 years. There are countries that have been at war for 20 years that people live longer in, like Somalia. When I checked it out, my mouth was open. How does Somalia have a higher life expectancy than Nigeria? They've literally been at war since most of these Gen Z and millennials have been alive. But yet their life expectancy is higher than Nigeria. It shows you that something that we are doing is very, very wrong in our culture. Something there that is obstructing us, because there are so many things we got right. Let's not make the mistake. We got a lot of things right, but there are so many things that are also wrong that we really need to fix. Who was raising their hand?
I want to ask basic question. Igbo basic.
Okay, go ahead.
I was supposed to speak.
Samuel, yeah, you're gonna speak. Yeah, you're gonna. I know it's your turn. Let him just ask his question. It's gonna be very brief. Whatever he's gonna say is gonna be very brief. Yeah.
Igbo basic. You said you were about to play. Yeah. Good evening, sir. Yeah. You said you wanted to play soccer with some Mexican guys, and you felt like you didn't belong there. Did you feel bad about it?
I haven't gone back to attempt to play with them again.
You shouldn't feel bad. You should just blend in, because if you were, like, for example, if a Mexican guy come to Nigeria, for example, to play soccer with Nigerians, he's gonna feel the same way as well.
Oh, you know what? Before coming to the United States, I have no idea there was such a thing called racism.
Please keep it brief, because of Samuel. Okay.
Right. No idea. So what I'm trying to say, even in the churches, okay, I attend the Catholic Church here. The Hispanics have taken over. We have been struggling to keep up the English Mass for quite some time. And our population, and that's a church that was built in 1978 or thereabout, beautiful church. But the people who originally built the church, they have so dwindled. And I saw all these things happening systematically. See,
it happens in Nigeria too. If you go to some Yoruba church, they speak only Yoruba there. If you go there, you'll be looking like a stranger.
That's okay.
So that's the way it is.
That's okay. That's okay. But what I'm just trying to point out here is that in the country where we come from, ranging from the time that Delegeva was blasted away, that reminds me, I just saw a pro-Russian blogger blown away in a cafe moments ago. About 30 people were killed. I thank God that we haven't gotten to that yet, but we're almost there.
God bless. God bless. Yeah. Forefathers, I want to tell you that Nigeria cannot avoid corruption, just as fish cannot avoid water.
It depends on, you see, the corruption is, for me, is not even necessarily the core of the problem. It's the fact that the money that is leaving the economy and going to overseas these territories. If the money was being spent in the economy, you find that it go to somebody, and from that person to go to the next person, and eventually, when people get more money coming to their pocket, the system will become self-healing. Corruption will reduce automatically. That bleeding is what needs to stop. This is why I'm always very keen on ensuring that we are secure.
You know what is paining me? Yes, forefathers. What is paining me is with the politicians, they steal money from Nigeria to the foreign countries.
To build Dubai.
They do that. But I don't know why we that came here legitimately, we are working and sending money back home. What's going on?
But if you notice what the money you send back home is barely 5% of what you make there. So it's the same mess. You do know how much it takes to educate Nigerians in Nigeria? Nigerians are highly subsidized. Fuel is cheaper in Nigeria than in Saudi Arabia.
Of course, I know it's cheaper here. Yeah, 1 gallon is about 3.7 liters, which is almost $4.
Exactly. Then we go and work for the people that our leaders have just put the money into their accounts already. You see how we lose and lose and lose. Almost every turn we are losing. And this is why we are bleeding. And maybe this explains why Somalia, there has been at war for 20 years, have a higher life expectancy.
One question again.
Before I go.
One question before I go, before His Excellency Samuel Nnamdi speak. why is it that when you sending money back home, right? Western Union or whatever it is, they give you limits of how much you send. You send certain amount for a certain amount. They say no, you can't send anymore. They block it. And meanwhile, the politician can move billions and come abroad, and they don't give them limits. What's going on here?
They want the money now. They want the money to come to their side and to be.
They don't want
will
the money to
trickle
come
it
back.
down.
Remember that sometimes they move those money illegally.
By special, I remember a special purpose vehicle. All right, let's go on. Excellency. Samuel Nnamdi.
Samuel,
Special
thank you
purpose.
for your patience. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you for your patience, Samuel.
Forefathers, I always like that your name, forefathers. And
thank you.
I want to greet everyone on the platform. I pray you give me a little bit of a time, but I just want to bear my mind to the best of my ability. I was born in the 80s, and a lot of people who are born in the 80s can only relate with what they were exposed to after they were born. Something like Igbo Basic would relate with more because he was exposed to more, being that he was born before I was born. And he just mentioned a few seconds ago about how there was a time Nigeria was good prior to the Civil War and even a little bit after the Civil War. I felt like agreeing with him, but I can't debate him. I felt like agreeing it should be more prior to the Civil War than a little bit after Civil War, because I understand that after Civil War, a particular kind of people were, something that belonged to them was taken out of them, and almost no reasonable money was given to them to start life again, right? So after Civil War would not be said to be that good. But few years, about 10 years or so after the war, I was born. And what happened to me, I could imagine that it happened to a lot of Nigerians, unless this Gen Z and recent generation have been taken by, have been overtaken by so much of data generation, internet generation, that they don't pay attention anymore to what happened. I was interested. I came into this world and into this nation, and I heard there was a war in my nation. I asked my father what happened. And not only did I ask my father, I began to make a research. Well, I don't care who wants to hate on me, but my personal research as a young child, teenager, getting into adulthood, please, with all apology, we are talking about tribalism here. You cannot hate on the Spanish people for their dominance mentality. Really, I'm in Dallas, and I really appreciate these people. There's nothing like tribalism. They are dominating. Every form you feel in America is either you are feeling it in English and you have a Spanish version of it. It is lovely. It is what it is. Instead of you to be angry with them, go and create out your own dominance approach to rule the world. But these guys are dominating, and I can't hate on them. And it's not being tribalism. If I go to play soccer with them and they welcome me, praise God. If they don't welcome me, I just wish Nigeria will understand the community mentality. One thing we lack in Africa is community mentality. Something that have helped these Spanish people is that they are strong in community mentality. It helps Indian people. It helps Indians a lot. It helps Spanish a lot. It helps almost everybody. Dominates by creating a strong... Sorry, somebody was interjecting. Somebody was saying something.
I think they were just murmuring something to themselves. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, sir. So almost every other people group dominates by creating a very solid community, mentality, and it's helping them. We should do that. I love to play soccer. I don't see where to go play soccer. And if they admit me to play with them, oh, God knows I'll play with them. But I love them. I look at them, I say, what kind of people are these? And I love them. But when I researched about the war, I began to love the fact that God allowed me to be an Igbo man. They might kill me tomorrow, that's okay. They have killed a lot of us in the years past, but killing us never took away that uniqueness. And this is not trying to feel superior than anybody, but there must be a uniqueness to a people you left with almost no money and they were able to bounce back. There must be a uniqueness to a people that went to anywhere they go, not even a particular place. They are burning markets like crazy in Lagos, no problem. Burn it all you like, give them another 3 years, they will bounce back. So question is, what kind of people are these? And I asked myself, could this be why the war happened in the first place? Because I didn't see any bad thing anybody did to anybody. I saw envy. I saw a group of people being killed in the north like crazy. I saw them being accused of dominance. Same thing that is happening to Spanish people, which is why I use them as an example. These people are dominating anywhere they go. They want to take over. So Igbos were in the north, being the lecturers in the university, working in the bank, being in the rail corporation, being in the civil service, and suddenly there was a massacre. There was a pogrom on them. They were being killed. And Ojukwu wasn't, I didn't believe Ojukwu did what he did because he was eyeing the oil. I think Ojukwu did what he did because, man, my people are being killed. I have to secure my people. It was not about the oil. Listen, I want to believe that take away the oil. I wish there's a way they can extract the oil, this stupid oil from Igbo land. Leave us without oil. You will see that our uniqueness is not oil. So having said that, and this is how I connect today with the foundation I gave in my speech. Today, election came, an Igbo man came, which honestly had a passion to fix Nigeria. People might doubt P2B, but I believe P2B is very genuine. P2B is like all of us. I believe it's like all of us that the situation of Nigeria is causing us headache. It's causing us heart pain, heartbreak. I believe that man feels what we feel. And just the way, if they give any of us an opportunity, we do our best to bring that country to where it should be. But instead of them to give a man who can save us an opportunity, they will prefer that we remain where we used to be. And then sudden hatred to Igbo people in Lagos, no problem. But my very lovely Yoruba people, this hatred is not needed. If truly a truthful man relies on equity, on equality, on fairness, on justice, on inclusiveness, if truly a truthful man relies on those things, everybody knows that it will not be a bad idea to let P2B go. And this is not even a matter of letting P2B go. This is a matter that I believe P2B won that election. I believe that the people that turned out are more than the people reported to have turned out. I believe that we have so many things to suppress that victory and take it away from him. The humiliation was too much for them. They called him structureless. They said he just joined the party how many months ago. They say he can't do nothing. But when they saw the numbers coming out from the votes, they went bananas. How can you announce a presidential election by the time, according to one man, when witches and wizards used to come back from their coven? What kind of thing is that? How can you announce presidential election by 4 a.m.? Everything looks so unprofessional. And they did it with their full chest and they say go to court. Now, the madness of the nation is that after they say go to court, they will come to shame you for going to court. You say go to court. You turn back to shame P2B for going to court. And in shaming P2B, you are comparing this thing with MKO. Well, excuse me. MKO, when he won the election, there was a widespread jubilation in Nigeria. If you are comparing this with MKO, when you won, why was there not a single jubilation? The Dr. Haruna, they came up here to speak, surprised me because I thought that this morning everybody began to mourn like somebody died. I thought it was only in the southern Nigeria. But Dr. Haruna came a few hours ago to say that even in the north, nobody jubilated. And you are comparing it with MKO. Sir, I was a young boy when MKO won. I was, should I say a child, but a young boy. I noticed the joy in the nation when MKO won. How can you win and there's no single joy? How? And then you have the heart to go ahead. I don't care whether they rejoice or not rejoice. I must be there. Hey, people, man, let me conclude, forefathers. Let me conclude. And sometimes when I think Nigeria, I feel like crying. You know, when people say there's hope, there's hope, there's hope. Let us tell ourselves the truth. Too. Hope only happens when we get on the right path. I'm not arguing with you that there's no hope, but you see, if we keep talking about hope and being on the wrong path, brothers and sisters, that hope will not come. It's like making the trip. If you find yourself in a airplane going to London, but your destination is USA, you will never get to USA. We are on an airplane going to disaster, and we are talking about hope. We will never get to hope. That's why process is actually more important than products. Process is more important than product. The product they gave to us, the process that led to it is questionable. Let them be clean. How can INEC promise heaven and earth, make law by themselves, and then disobeyed the law they made by themselves? How old are we? If this doesn't make somebody feel like crying, I wonder, how old are we? How many years do we have left? How many years do we have left? Okay, it has been taken away from Igbo people, and this is my concluding thought. It has been taken away from Igbo people. There's no problem. I questioned before and said, Tinubu, you're a Yoruba man. Did you forget that Obasanjo ruled when it was time for the South? Or Yoruba had their own share. What is wrong now that he has come to the South again to go to another part of the South, especially the part of the South that have been suppressed forever? What is wrong with that, right? Now, you are going to take 8 years to rule, and then it will go back to the North. So Igbos have missed the opportunity for another 16 years. 16 years plus how old I am, I'm in my 60s. Jesus, have mercy on me. What kind of thing is this?
Nandi, can I say something?
My brother,
Forefather, God bless you for your time. And my people, let's respond to my thoughts. Somebody that wants to say something, please say something. Forefather, thank you for giving me the time.
I want to.
Thank you. Let if he says something, she hasn't said something, then Matt can go.
Hey, good evening again.
Wow.
Nandi, you know, when you're talking about you want to cry, I actually cried. When you're talking about you want to cry, I actually cried. In fact, I even said that I'm not even going to come to Dr. Damage's show anymore. That was how bad I felt. But let me say something. Honestly speaking, when I'm looking at Tinubu, I know likely he's going to be the next president. I don't have any doubt that that he's not going to be the next president. But the question remains, so we're going to be like this in the next 8 years? Because he said he's going to continue from where Buhari stopped. And that's already, we know where we're heading to. And I have another question. Up until now, even 2 months for Buhari to hand over, we are still borrowing money. I'm just trying to understand. The ones we borrowed, what did we do with it? We have borrowed up to the point that China said no, that they're not going to give us money. That is how much we have borrowed. Somebody was just saying or said something not quite too long ago that he saw a train where they were pushing a train. I saw that somebody posted it on Instagram. My question was like, I mean, the train, if they're telling how many billions or millions of money they spent, that train, it doesn't even look like a train. To me, it looks like what is the name of that bus? The long bus they use in transportation in Lagos. That's what it looks like. That thing doesn't look like a train. So we have a long way to go. Bello asked me a question when he was talking about Obi. He said, what happened after Obi left? And this is the problem of our leaders. And also, it happens here in America. For example, let's take Trump and Biden. When Biden came in power, he started changing all the policies that Trump put in place. That's what happens with leadership. When one leadership leaves, another one comes in with a different policy. So you don't expect, Obi, maybe Obi's legacy, even though it's still there. Because when I went home, I was like, oh, look at this place. Oh, look at this place. The same brother that doesn't like Obi will tell me it was built during Obi time. It was built during Obi time. And then I said, what did Obiano did? He said, we should Obiano. I said, Obi, this is the problem I have with you. The other day, you wanted to beat all of us up because we don't agree with you. Now you are telling me that Obi did this, Obi did that. So the 8 years that is about to come is going to be in fact, we're going to miss Buhari. With what we are seeing now, no matter how much you want to pray, go and pray all you want to pray. In fact, if prayer will help Nigeria, it would have helped us a long time. I've never seen any nation that pray like Nigeria.
It will help.
The poorest country in the whole world, go and check all of them out. Both Muslims and Christian nation, they are the poorest country in the whole world. Go check them out.
Prayer will not work.
We are far. I don't even know where to begin.
You know, to interject between Ife and Samuel, Nnamdi, I really feel for you all. And my prayers to you, if you go to igbobasics.com, you can get in touch with us. Why do I say that? I believe it was Ife yesterday or somebody who said that I could have been her dad.
That's me.
Okay. Nnamdi, you could have equally been my son. I have a 40-year-old, in fact, 41 years old, born in 1981. So, yeah, 1980-81. Called me yesterday in Arkansas, reporting about the tornado there. Okay? That's my son. And when you talked about my Hispanic experience, when I walked off the field, I just felt like, it looks like these people are the band together. That's what I felt like. And you were wondering about their dominance. Let me put it this way. Igbo have certain spirits of which they were created. And by Igbo, I'm even talking about the Southeast, including the South. They have certain thing that comes with them. I have a next door neighbor, bought a property. And in there, I saw them petitioning. Hello? This is a house that was built in 1918. They have petitioned it so much to the extent that little, and you see them coming, and they're in there, they make their way. They move, they make their way, they move. They do the same thing. The Pakistanis are doing it. So the Igbo spirit was such that you come from the East, again, before the war. You are sent to your uncle, either in a Hamufu, or you are sent to your uncle in Jos, or in Sokoto, or in Boko, or wherever. You send there, you go and boy for them. From there, they send you to school or something, and you see us living. I remember that my brother had one room that was divided into two, okay, with a curtain, okay? So the other side is so you have a room and parlor, and all of us will band in there together. The Igbos are still doing it because that's the same spirit that you're talking about and people finding their way. So for you, the younger generation, you are blessed in the sense that your research today is just tap on your computer and you are there. And you find so many things from what is in your hands. You guys think faster than us now. I'm walking out from the church with my daughter and she's playing a video game. I'm saying, why are you doing this? That's the kind of mind that you guys have now. Your brains are sharp. You are very quick. You discount whatever that is going to bother you. So keep up the good spirit. Do not be dissuaded. It will come to pass. It's either an Igbo man rules that place called Nigeria, or it will come to pass that everybody would go about their own business. We're not praying for a quick breakup. It's not going to happen easily. Do not lose hope. There is every hope, and you are the hope.
The two will come to pass. The two will come to pass.
Yeah,
you are the hope.
Calm down. I think Matt wanted to say something. You wanted to say something, Matt?
Well, yes. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. Yes, I have listed Nnamdi. They have just made a good point, and Ife and Igbo Basic and a lot. I've been listening. It's quite, painful. Like I don't want to tell you how I felt that very day. It was a strange feeling. It
Were you
was
on set
something.
that day with us? Were you on set?
Huh?
You were anchoring that day, right?
Yes, I was
Yes,
there.
I was.
I was
Yeah.
here.
4
I was.
4 a.m.
I was.
Yeah.
I was. Didn't you see how I was? People were saying that I was raged. I'm angry, and all our politics said something. I said, you know why? I love that guy, but that thing, that write up, I know he didn't mean to offend nobody. That's a write up his name. But each time I come across that, it seems to me that the life of people are we keep saying na politics, but
Let me pause you a bit. On a
I've been looking for
we
that clip.
want one man
If you have
show.
that clip, I need
Because
it.
he uses that phrase a lot.
Pardon?
He
I
adopted
was
that.
looking for that clip of
okay,
that 4 a.m.
no. You don't understand
Yeah,
what I mean.
it was from
It's not.
one website, newspaper website. I got it that day.
No, I'm
It's
talking
not.
about the clip of the moment when the announcement was made. I have been looking for that because I didn't find it in the backup.
You can find it. It's supposed to be online now. It's supposed to be online now. You can see it online.
It should be. It should be on the live. Yeah, it should be on the live.
It's online.
It's online. So what I was just trying to make up is that is all in politics, people keep dying, but the way they turn truth to lies in Nigeria, it makes me I can't get it. Sometimes I don't know if let me begin to shout, come out on the street to shout what is going on. It makes me go crazy sometimes. And you see people, you will see people defending what they know that it is true, and now they have turned it to lies.
Bros, Nigeria atmosphere is like that.
Can I explain this? I can feel your pain. It's a very it's a really painful thing to watch.
It makes me go crazy.
Nigeria atmosphere is like that.
I think what is going on.
Explain before I come in. Explain before I come in.
I think what is going on is because when these things are happening, you are not in the position of the side that is doing it in terms of denying it. But if you remember that, if you look at your own life too, you will probably find a situation whereby you too participated in this same type of behavior that denied some reality. So,
yes, you're right.
And the other side that is receiving it might like, why? Because we are 200 million. By the time one person do it, we keep doing it. That this circle keeps going round and round. And to just make it easier on Nigerians, from my own observation and what I've seen in other nations, the reason why we do these things is because we have not. That's our group IQ is not as high as those of other people. It's like when you are in a house that is on fire, you find out that even people that are in that house that don't agree with each other, they work together to solve that problem. But we have not been put through the kind of problem we have. Is like the only problem we see is ourselves. We have not been tested by an external force that unites us. Nothing like that has ever happened to us. And this is part of the problem. That's why we as Nigerians, we see ourselves as enemies and we see other people as friends, actually, which is strange because we know they kick us out of their countries all the time. They treat us bad all the time. All our stolen wealth goes there all the time. But consciously, even if we know it intellectually, we don't feel it. If you look at all the nations that have developed now, where you can say, okay, their group IQ is higher than ours, they've had something that united them. And that's why they drive themselves to achieve what they want to achieve as a group. But we as a people, the only thing that unites us is against each other, because we don't see any other greater threat. Why the truth is, there's a greater one. And let me finish with this one. The reason why we don't see that greater threat is because when they came to Africa, they fought our forefathers. Our forefathers lost that conflict and they colonized us for 60 years or so. All the people that experienced that problem, King Jaja Bopopo, Ovarawen Ogbaisi, all of them that could have told our people, if they were around during our independence, they would have told our people, Don't go to sleep. Oh, we are all in trouble here. But they were all dead. Then Europeans left. When the Europeans left, they handed power to us. We didn't fight them. Nothing happened. This is why the only enemies we seem to see is ourselves. And it is
Another
different
thing.
from other people. Other people didn't have that experience at all.
Now I add up something to this. You know, another thing. Nigerians, I don't know why they I don't know the way we store things in our head. Why is it that if somebody kills somebody now in Nigeria, the next day, the next month, that person comes out to contest for something? What you will see in Nigeria, I stand now on the part of truth. I said, no, my brother, see this man, he just killed somebody last month. How can this man come to rule us? Leave that in. This man is a good man. It was a mistake. He killed it.
Okay, but who killed somebody? Is there any case of somebody that killed somebody in Nigeria that came out freely?
No. I don't want, because
yes,
I don't
now
want
there are plenty now.
No, he's giving an analogy.
No, the reason why I'm doing that, because we have to be careful here, because
no, but there are plenty now.
You understand where I'm going. I'm not saying anybody particular. This is what I'm trying to tell you.
Okay, sorry, I'm not going to interrupt anymore. Go ahead.
Yeah, you know, they will automatically forget about it. They will start telling you beautiful thing about that person instead of standing on the truth, irrespective of what it is, to say this. Yes, I don't think this thing is not good. It's not good. Let's look for another person who is more cleaner and who is more, responsible to handle this, but that person will stick his or her head to defend that evil. This is the things that I found out in Nigeria. And this is something that has been killing and killing and killing and killing us all the way. And whenever you stand, let me tell you, standing on the right, on the truth, on that, saying that, yes, I just don't want to do wrong thing in Nigeria. Let me tell you, even your pastor self will be against you when you are fighting it. Even your family members will be. Why is it so in that place? Because in other places like where I am, that is a mistake of $1 or $10, 10 euros get into your account without knowing, by mistake. And they find out, you will see that person, even if he's contesting, you will not hear about him again. He will just go back and relax because he doesn't want anything to come out to stay. Is rather he doesn't even want to go. But you see Nigeria, you know why they do this? You know why I think they are doing this? Because we are quick to forget. We don't put them, we don't put their saying on their face and tell them, this is who you are. You cannot rule us.
Forefathers.
Okay, go ahead.
You know why it baffles me? You know why it baffles me? Because,
who is that? I can't hear. I don't know who is saying something.
Forefathers, what I was trying to say is that, please, just a few seconds. Nigeria actually need reprogramming, refining. Because I'll take myself for an example. When I came to the United States, a couple of years ago, it was like running this, I was running stop sign, I was speeding, I was running red light. It was like a normal thing because that's what we do in Nigeria.
It looks like Ife has done all of them too.
Let me tell you what I did most.
When I go to court, I got the ticket. They suspended my license. My head started walking. I get bald head. Look at my head. My head can't begin bald all of a sudden because of my head. They reprogram my brain. Even though it's midnight, there's a stop sign. I will stop. Left, right, midnight or no police, so I will look. In fact, I'm so good, even when nobody's watching. You understand? So that's how they need to refine. Our Nigerian mentality is like evil is a normal thing. You understand? We run stop sign. I went to court. Ah, my goodness. I suffer.
This is what
I
this
suffer.
this,
I can't enter bus.
this is
I can't buy keke. I bought bicycle. Me will
this
get
is
motor. I bought bicycle because they suspend my license.
let me round up. This is all these things, like what our brother said. This is the problem that we have because there are no consequences
Yes,
for all
they
the
punish me.
things
They
that
punish me.
we
Oh,
do.
I spent.
Because this is, do you know, forefathers?
No,
From our
Nigeria
forefathers.
don't accept consequences. That's another thing. They rebel
No,
against
no, no, no,
consequences.
no,
Judiciary do not give it. Judiciary do not give it.
No. Let me tell you, if the judiciary, let me tell you, for example, let me just give you a typical example. I don't want to mention Obi and what do you call it, and the Tinubu. Just let's use the case study of Atiku Abubakar and Buhari, for example. If they rig the election, Buhari, during his time, there was too much rigging. And they said the fact came out that Atiku Abubakar won. And you saw what the court did. They delay. This man has finished. They just ruled what they ruled and said what they said, and that's it. Because the incumbent has power like God in Nigeria. And this is very, very wrong. Even when that person, hands over and, become an ordinary citizen or whatever, they don't go after him. You see still party men going to worship him, to even bring him to help them to rig or to help them to secure one post or the other. This keep going on and on and on and on. My own is that I want to summarize. You see, all these men who saw the war, who fought the war, who did all these things, you see all of them. We are supposed. In fact, if there's any way to wipe them out of our politics, in Nigeria, in any way they can do it. I don't want to talk their fathers. I don't want to talk about they have families. You see those people that fought war in Nigeria, they are still in the political circle, and they are still in ministerial jobs and all that. I mean, it shouldn't be, because they are the problem of Nigeria, because they have soiled their hands in one way or the other. I'm telling you, you see those people, as long as these people live, as long as these people are still operating.
We all not soiled our hands. The other day I saw in Lagos where they impound cars that were seized, and people were arguing for the people that that they should give the cars back to this couple that they seized their car. It's as if we don't want consequences. In many cases, you see that happening in Nigeria. Even in the case of the big one is like in case of Kano, you see that many people will say, no, he did nothing wrong. Even if they know he did, but they will still say he did nothing wrong, because our people, just because it favors us, they will say, no, nobody should pay.
Let me not ask you a question. What about the people? What about the people who are taking the taxpayer of other states, sharing it, enjoying it, but when it comes, they say they are not drinking beer. They destroy millions and millions but still they share. Let me tell you, there are
I agree, there is corruption everywhere.
Let me tell you, injustice that is in Nigeria don't even have. I mean, we are working, for example. Let me tell you one thing. I'm telling you, we are working. There is nothing like, I don't know, maybe other people. What the only why they say I'm only black guy. They knew that they know black people is through me. Because inferiority complex, they hold me. I don't even know the language, but if I speak, they hear, I blow you English. If you ask me, I know they hear this one. I tell you, you understand the one that I speak. That I'm a new person here. I had to learn. And they knew me through that way. Know that I'm not like, you can't put me in the pocket. And I start living my life that way. And they see this is my way. This is my life. But, I don't fear nobody. I don't cause problem. They begin to trust me. You understand what I'm saying? But imagine me in the north or Yoruba. In the West, I got a job there. And all of them, they speak Yoruba, they speak Hausa. Imagine what will happen to me. Imagine that me, myself, I came back to Nigeria last year, August. I wore Igbo cap in the airport. If you see what these people did to me, if you see what just because I wore that, I dressed Igbo, you can't even, because of that.
Which Igbo are you talking about? The red one?
No, the one that has colored.
Okay, that colored one. What does that mean? Is
Whenever
that
good. That is the whenever
what does that
you
one
wear
represent?
this. Do you know what it represents? Truth. Whenever you wear this, whenever you wear this thing, you need to speak. Whenever you wear it, anything you say should be truth. Everything. So, yes, it will be true.
This look like Oyibo people heart. Your forefathers wear this one. That looks like made in Scotland or something.
Head warmer. It's head warmer.
No,
it's the war dancers.
You know what? If you stop wearing Oyibo people hat and say that that's how we go, you wonder why we have problems.
No.
When did he start? Was he started in the year 2010 or what year did this one practice start?
Matt, hold on for a second. Hold on for a second.
It has started long ago. Let me tell you, because
after the Portuguese came.
Matt, hold on for a second.
Okay, I'm just trying to make sure what is going on here.
Matt, you see this cap I'm wearing? It's from the war dancers, the Ohafia war dancers. What this signifies is that prior to this, our own civilization now, when they go to war and you kill the enemies, you bring your head home, you cap it up with this. That is the myth about it. Now,
okay,
when it comes to the Nigerian
Igbo basics, I want to ask you, when did it start? That hat, where did it come from?
It started way before I was born.
Yeah, I want to know, because if it was after Portuguese came, that is their hat. I'm concerned.
You see this one.
We want the one where the Obi was wearing 500, 600 years ago. Where is that hat?
Hold on now. This one is made.
Forefather, don't worry, you will see.
These those things they used to deceive us. Those lawyers who wear wig and be lying.
These things that you see here, these things that you see here that we are talking about. This thing that we are seeing here. Okay,
Matt,
sorry.
Hold on for a second. What is happening here, as far as the Nigerian space is concerned, when you wear this, you're automatically an Igbo man.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but
when you wear this, you are automatically an Igbo man, specifically from Ohafia.
Yeah, but when did that turn to an Igbo man symbol now? That's what I want to know.
I'm trying to say to you, like Babariga, the national outfit, traditional, when you see them wear the Babariga, as it's called.
We wear
dashiki. That came from the colonial times.
Dashiki? What is dashiki? Agbada we are wearing, is it for colonial period?
No, it's for stealing money, for stealing dollars.
When they handed over power to the north, that's a northern outfit.
Hide money inside.
So yeah, I just want to be sure, because the other day I just found out that stockfish is not our own traditional food.
It's in Norway. It's from Norway now.
Every day we are eating things we don't know where it came from. And we are wearing hats, we don't know where it came from. You know, we wonder why we are acting as if we have forgotten where we are from.
No,
asking this question.
This one, the cap is it has been there for many years. I'm telling you, anything. Let me tell you, there's program, you know, for a long time. Anytime you see, they will put kola nut like Igbo Basic does. you know, with who knows about Oko, they put Osoji inside it and so many things, and with this cap, exactly. And with this, it's been an old. This is, let me tell you, this is what you use hand to do. They use hand to do it with one thing, like it's like pin. They use it in the olden day. They use it to. This is what, you know, somebody can do. Look at it.
Now I think we are beginning to get closer to our proper tradition. That bowl you have there sounds like something that has been around a long time. It looks like something that has been around a long time. We need to go back to basics.
Igbo basic. Igbo basic. Yeah. Igbo basic. The basic part of
carry Igbo material. That is.
Igbo basic.
I'm smiling because we are getting into culture.
Yes. You see, now we are talking. This is African culture. We are talking. You know, Igbo didn't bring that one here. We have to be careful sometimes. When we say we have our tradition, we are wearing our tradition on our head.
Igbo basic got the whole shrine.
That looks like my heart.
Igbo basic got the whole shrine.
How is that your tradition? You see what I mean?
Basics. I bet. Tell us which Jew they serve.
Is that Osokwa? Is that Osokwa in America? How can one get Osokwa in America?
Also, you can get it. Special. There's Osoji here.
Osoji. This one. Let me tell you.
But follow me for a second.
This one.
In Nigeria,
alligator pepper.
You automatically a Southerner. You automatically an Igbo man.
Yes.
When you wear something, somebody will identify where you are coming out from.
Exactly.
So
that one sounds okay. It's just these hot ones that, you know, because when Scottish people see it, they'll like that thing looks like our traditional. They say, why are they wearing it on their head? Oh, they will say because the Igbo came, the Portuguese came. That's where we got the hat from.
Yeah.
And we make it
It's
our
a head
tradition.
warmer.
We have to be
I
careful.
used to think about it too, forefathers.
This one is not for Portuguese or whatever. I'm just trying to tell you.
I was wonder why we wearing head warmer.
No, you are thinking about it. You didn't ask your elders, You should ask your elders now. Why are you wearing this hat? Where did it come from?
Yeah.
Okay.
I used to wonder.
When I came on set in the morning, I came with a full regalia.
Yeah, full regalia. Yeah, we saw it.
Igbo basic. I want to ask you something. You know, forefather is saying something now. Now we are in the cultural base now. Akwete, what do they produce?
Hey, hold on. You know, Masker has been here and he hasn't said anything. I don't think that's fair.
He's been very patient. I think it was getting very funny.
Very okay.
Masker, so that we don't leave you out, please. If you have something to add there.
Please tell us.
Welcome.
Join the fire.
Join the fire.
Talk to us, Masker.
Okay, thank you for at least being benevolent. I was just curious, you know, listening to all the opinions. Very, very curious, really. So,
this is after party something. No, we'll discuss.
Let me say two things. The two things I would, now that I've been given.
Oh, Masker again. This happened in the afternoon.
Yeah, no sound is gone again.
Oh.
The sound is gone.
And Masker has a lot of good stuff to share with us.
Yeah, it does have interesting contribution. So they call it Akwago. That's the name of the Akwago. Yeah. So I want to find out when it started.
Forefathers. There was a time.
Come back.
Right. Okay. Go on. Come back. Forefathers. This.
All right. Or you can turn your camera off, maybe to allow the data to be able to come through, the audio data to come through.
All right. Can you hear me now?
Yes,
yeah.
Okay, very intelligent suggestion there. I'm seeing you're living up to your name.
Even me as oppressive.
Seriously.
Yeah.
It's just a suggestion, I guess. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, okay. So I would like to say two things, and then, but please, people should forgive me.
No problem, sir.
I've been brought up to speak my mind. I will try and be very diplomatic. But let me start by saying that I'd listened to the conversations. It's a spectrum, which is good. But I think I've said when I joined, I think in the afternoon, my contribution basically is that it's good for us to talk about the progress of our country. But my sense is that sometimes on this forum, I tend to feel as if we mix apples and oranges. It is one thing to say that you want Nigeria to progress. It's another to say you want an Igbo man to be a president. Especially in a country like Nigeria, the moment you make such an utterance, I'm a Hausa man, true and true. I'm from Kano State. Buhari, who is a Hausa man, has been in the helm of affairs for the past 8 years. If he has done anything, he has done nothing but complicate my life. My kids, half of them, they go to school outside the country. When I started that relationship with American schools, I used to work for an American institution. They used to pay for my kids' school fees. I found out that the educational system there is very good. It allows you to think rather than cram and have a lot of redundant knowledge. So I tried, even when I was not working with the company, to squeeze out of my pocket to send them to these schools. When I started, the exchange rate was almost about 100 or less than 100. Today it's almost 780. My son that is in a school in the UK, for one term, I have to pay about 10 million naira. Yeah. For 1 year, I have to pay 30 million naira. Yes, how is Buhari's president as a Hausa man helping me, for God's sake? Yeah. There's no electricity. As we speak to you, I had to spend about 4 million naira to put up solar system in my own house in Abuja itself. As we speak, there's no water in my estate. Okay, I can't go to Kano from Abuja by road because of bandits. So how is Buhari's president as a Hausa man helping me? It's not. So anybody who is wishing for an Igbo president to rule the country is just deluding himself. Because bottom line, what we should be talking about is a good leader. And the good leaders, I'm sure if we sample some of us on this platform, we can make good presidents in this country. Sincerely speaking, what does it take?
Right.
Really? We have all the, when I was working for that American institution, I used to work in a couple of other countries. Wherever I have a problem, all I have to do, for instance, if there's a technology problem, like Fofather just smartly identified part of the problem, bandwidth. Okay, let's reduce the weight on the bandwidth. Take away the video. All I have to do is call 2 Nigerians and they solve the problem in that country. And I look like a hero. The point I'm making is that any one of us on this platform, if he gets to be the president, irrespective of where he comes from, there's enough intelligent Nigerians that can make his presidency a success. Be it even the politics, be it economics, be it religion, be it technology, be it science, education, agriculture. We have enough intelligent Nigerians all across the place. So really, it's not a big deal who or where the person comes from. Sincerely, I've said in the afternoon, what I think we need to really focus on is to close our ranks. And unfortunately, it's not a Nigerian problem. All the African countries, I've worked in Democratic Republic of Congo. The challenge was that all the people in, what's his name? This guy that Mobutu Sese Seko's tribe, nothing will make them convinced that the man is an evil man. As a tribes person, they want to protect him. If you go across all African countries, it's the same problem. We need to move away from this our tribal instincts. Sincerely speaking, it is the one major problem. And I listened to Igbo Basics. He even went as far as saying that, okay, look, if an Igbo president don't get to be a president, sooner than later, the country will quietly disintegrate. Even if the country quietly disintegrates, they are still going to have problems. I know, for instance, Yoruba people, they will tell you this and a barman. If you leave Yoruba people alone, among them, they will find differences. They say it's an Igba man, somebody like
and Ife.
This one I will tell you is from Ife. That's when you will know now that somebody from Ijebu is different from the person
Lagos.
From
so this is something that there's not going to be an end to it. I'm telling you, we need to move away from that. I listened to the forum. If you listen dispassionately, you start wondering, is this an Igbo forum or a Nigerian forum? And unfortunately for you guys, this is a global forum. Everybody can listen in, even if you don't get into the lobby or even into the studio itself, you can listen to people. And at the end of the day, the forum today, I can tell you bluntly, is doing a disservice to the Igbo race. Why? Because somebody like me, a Hausa man, if I listen to it now, just the sketch I listen to now, I'll write it off and go back and tell my people that, oh, these Igbo people, actually, that Peter Obi is being supported, not because he's a good man, but because they truly wanted an Igbo president. But the good luck I have is that I've listened across episodes. There are times when, especially Dr. Damages, and even today I see Forefathers is doing a good job where he's telling people, no, look, you can't say this. What's your evidence? There is interrogation, there's pushback, there's drill down. So even if people who have sentiment are putting it up as if it is the universal sentiment of the platform, I have had the opportunity to listen to the people who are hosting the platform, pushing back and making sure that people do not portray the platform as a, okay, maybe I have talked to, I'm a passionate person.
No,
so
continue, sir. I'll get your point.
Finish your thoughts,
Finish your thoughts. Speak freely.
Finish your thoughts. All right, thank you very much. So I want to stop there. Bottom line is we need to consciously move away from that, because if we continue, if the platform continues, it's only going to engender the suspicion among us.
Thank you.
Masker, we're learning from you, Masker.
Masker. I'll just say I appreciate
anyway, so
you patient and allow everybody respond.
Let me. So the second point I wanted to talk about also.
Okay.
I see the platform. We tend to hide the credibility, the goodness of the white people, especially because we are in their environment that works well. I just want to make this point. We cannot be running ourselves down and be praising these white people. I give you a typical instance. The America that half of you probably are in America, I've read extensively, and these are books written by white people. The kind of atrocities they have themselves have conducted on other people. Probably, let's take, for instance, the local population there. Okay, the kind of atrocities they have committed in Africa. There's no human being, technically speaking, I want to say, that is better than the other. All of us are guilty of our vices, and we all have our virtues. So when we start praising the white people, that they are good, they don't tell lie and all that, yes, maybe that's how it looks. But I just want us to temper it down also, that we are not completely bad people. We have our own good sides. We have our virtues, as well as, yes, we have vices that is very prevalent now. I live in Nigeria. I've been in Nigeria almost all my life. I know it's a bad place. It's a difficult place. I left the country not because of economic hardship, but because I just couldn't stand the mental torture where you know that this thing is bullshit. You listen to the news, it's very annoying. You know, there was a time even in Nigeria where the news is all about government have done this or government have promised this, government, that time where there was only NTA. Thank God now you have alternative channels. But I'm just saying, let's temper it down. The white people are not superior to us in terms of character and integrity in any way. They are bad people as equally as bad as we are. Yeah, so maybe if they are getting things right now, we should also acknowledge that they are getting it right, hoping also we will also focus on our issues now and then try to get it right. But they are not better than us in any way. Thank you very much for the...
Yeah, Master, that was a wonderful...
Thank you.
Expose.
Okay.
Put on your camera.
But I have something to interject on what
you can put your camera on now.
I have something to interject, because let me tell you one thing. As he has really presented, is lovely, it's beautiful. If you are wealthy, if you are feeding well, if you're okay in Nigeria, it's like fantastic. But when you go on the street to ask someone in Nigeria how, or you drop a kind of a jet or a plane right now, say who wants to go, you will see what will happen in the street. It is good to say so. I'm not, for me, I'm not painting. White man is not better than any black man that is here. No, we are all human beings, and we have our best, we have our worst, the same like white but what we are talking about, majority of what they do here, you understand me, is based on truth. But what we do in our own is that we like to cover lies. We like to cover wickedness. That is what we are saying. Let me tell you, like what you're saying, bro, my brother, I'm asking you, in the north, you are a northerner. Let me tell you, I'm from the east. I have told you something. And
Can anybody hear him? I can't hear.
I thought you would respond to that, because this is something that affected me and my family, because I wore Hausa people, they wore their cap, wear their clothes. Yoruba people, the same thing. But Igbo man wants something. They figure me out and make things difficult for me in the airport. This is what I'm trying to say. And I'm trying to talk about the Amaje race, because let me tell you, I love how you are here, because those difficult questions, if we are in National Assembly now debating for this,
okay,
I will still tell you.
Matt, sorry, so that the discussion can be, I can write things down, but I just want to ask you a quick question. So, do you think that the people that made life difficult for you at the airport, do you think they are doing it because they are not Igbos? They are
But we are talking in general now. We are talking in general, whether they are Igbos or they are not. I don't care who they are, what they are. But I'm telling you, there are other people wearing their cultural dress and all that. And because of the way I dress, and they knew that I'm coming from so tribe, and I know their behavior. Wait, let me come. I'm coming. I have two things that you can address. Now, do you think that what the elite in the north, because this thing is what we have to talk, we have to call a spade a spade. Is this, nobody's hiding, nobody is going to be hiding on this one. In the north, this thing they are using their majories to do in the north. Why don't the north make those that are learned stop this thing they are doing, which Jonathan tried because of they know that Jonathan wants to enlighten those children, and they form every propaganda and every wickedness against him to push him out of the system. Now, I'm still going to ask you the third question before you can, come in. Now, Nigeria, the way it is now, we are saying, we should forget. We should talk about good about Nigeria. We should present it. We should do this. We should do that. If somebody's father has been killed in this election, shops, bond, no compensation, no way to, calm those people who have lost their loved ones, who have lost their goods. We have not addressed it. Well, we should address it and leave it and move on, say something beautiful. And this is not how to heal. If you want to heal, you have to start by asking for apology. You have to start asking for forgiveness. You have to start addressing the issues that have caused damages, before you can talk about healing. But this is what Nigerians always avoid, always hide under the carpet. But Jonathan was the person God gave wisdom to treat that. And after treating it, they took all the whole document and threw it, whether, I don't know where they threw it, whether in the toilet or whether anywhere where they keep it. That is what would have helped Nigeria to heal and to move forward. This is what I want you to address if you want.
Can I ask you something, Matt? When was the last time you went home?
That was August.
Last year?
Yes.
Okay, because I just went in December. There has been a significant change at the airport. So that's why I'm asking.
Because you're not wearing an Igbo
You
cap.
mean improvements or?
No, I don't mean in terms of structure. I'm just talking about in terms of, how they ask you for something.
Okay, let me ask you. Let me respond to that. Let me respond to that.
Sorry. We need to establish something. We need
in-laws.
to establish whether it was good or bad. Has it improved or gotten
For
worse?
me, for me, quite unlike before, it's like they are forcing you. You must give it before.
What Mas is saying is different. He said he was stereotyped because of what he was putting on.
Exactly. Even when the entrance, the entrance of the airport, the entrance, I was coming with my in-laws. I was coming with my children, 2 children, with my wife. And you know how the rowdiness of that place is. You know how they will be asking you rubbish questions, asking who will hold my children. Is it not my in-laws and my in-laws that came with me? They said no, that I would go only if you see the load I'm carrying. Is it those children, the children that don't know anything, that they will take care of?
You're asking these questions.
No. Is if I was just okay.
Okay, let him answer some of the questions you've asked. I take it that Maska, you had the questions.
For you asked 2 questions.
No, 3.
Okay, so let me go over the questions so that you can remind me of the one I missed. You spoke about the fact that the Albajiri issue seemed to be
weaponized.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah.
So that you asked on that, okay?
Yeah.
The second thing you raised is that you have been stereotyped at the airport. Okay, that I should respond to that. So what is the third one?
The third one is about healing, about killing and maiming, burning something down, and finally we say we should paint it with, be nice in talking and all that. That's another thing. I don't know how that should be.
We sweep atrocities under the carpet.
Exactly, and we want to be healed.
Okay, let me start on the Almajiri thing, which in my mind I think is an easier question to deal with, and it's a question
Oh shit!
I think too many people are online now, so his data is also now being affected now. We can't hear you anymore. Yeah, when you get back, I guess you can carry on from there. I just wanted to share this picture. Whether anybody can tell me where this person is.
He's back.
Yeah, is his audio back? Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right, good. So maybe I think part of the problem, maybe I'm not speaking to my mic. Can you hear me now?
Loud and clear.
Very good. Okay, so I would like to start with the Almajiri question. And I would like to take responsibility for that, because by all standards, one can pass for a northern elite, whatever that means. Okay. I've gone to schools. I am an alumni of Harvard Business School. I've been an alumni of Wharton Business School. I've worked for very serious blue chip companies. So I can take responsibility for the fact that, yes, you are absolutely correct. I mean, our people have weaponized Almajiri system. Okay, yeah, there's no hiding from that. Okay, but the challenge really, and this is why I say we need to close ranks, because individually there are problems that individually we cannot be able to deal with. Okay, let me give you a typical example. I am confident that a lot of the Igbo people are not of the sentiment that the Southeast should go. All this Nnamdi Kanu, a lot of things that people are saying on behalf of Igbo people, not all the Igbo people are okay with it. But because there is some sort of division, and within the Igbo enclave, you cannot be seen, you don't want to be seen to attack certain things, because you will now be given a tag that you are anti-Igbo, for instance. So people that would want to come out and attack Nnamdi Kanu may not likely want to do that. I'm saying it's exactly the same thing with this Almajiri issue. I cannot go on air and say stop Almajiri issues. The first thing people would say is that he's anti-Islam. Okay? Now, I give you a typical example. Somebody like Sunusi Lamido Sunusi, if you follow him, he has said severally in all kinds of forums, we cannot continue like that. One of his major grounds was with our state governor, Ganduje, well, I cannot go and borrow money from China to come and do rail line when your people are not going to school. Okay? So it does not make sense. But I can tell you, one of the reasons why our people really loved Kwankwaso is nothing but because he valued education. It's a lot of story I'm telling you, truly. It's not a solution, it's not an answer. I'm taking responsibility that yes, it's a problem. People are trying to deal with it. It's a complicated problem. And one of the reasons why it's so complicated is because all of us as regions, there are things, there are caps that we want to use and cover. If I talk now, people will say, oh, he's anti-Islam. So we have to deal with it carefully. I can tell you, just to show you the level of importance personally I attach for this, go and check the newspapers. Last Tuesday, there was a public hearing on this Almajiri system on the House of Reps. I have a very serious business in Lagos, a meeting that I had to go, but I had to postpone it because I wanted to attend the public hearing, because I know that that is one of the major problems, not only for Nigeria, but for the whole continent as it is. I run a foundation, Africa Development Foundation. My conviction is that we have a lot of, what do you call this thing, geniuses, people that are Chinua Achebe's, people that are Albert Einstein, but they are all going to end up from beginning to end as Almajiris. Just the struggle to eat is what they will spend their whole life on. So we'll never get to know what blessings God has given them. So I take that point. Yes, our people have weaponized Almajiri system. That's true. I will send you a paper I wrote for one of the political people to go and present, even in Harvard, on this Almajiri system. I liken it to a nuclear reactor. You can use it for peaceful power energy, or you can use it for warhead. This is what the Almajiri system is, unfortunately. But I'm saying that if we have a unified country, just like you said, Jonathan is a Southerner. It's easier for Jonathan to deal with the Almajiri issue. And more so if the whole country is united, knowing that you can attack it, and when the next election cycle comes, northern people cannot be galvanized against him just because he attacked an Almajiri system. So I'm just saying that, yes, it's a problem, and that the solution to it is more complicated than ordinary it should be, simply because the whole country is divided either on religious lines or on tribal lines. And across the board, not only, see, well, you can say that these Almajiri people are the ones that are not, but I can tell you also that at the end of the day, part of the problem is not just, these Almajiris, they are not by any chance illiterate. It's just the way we structured the country. For instance, you are just saying they are illiterate because they can't read, but almost if they put them together with some of us, an Almajiri will have to recite the whole Quran offhand. This requires
no, I withdraw that. I withdraw that. I maybe it's a slip, but let me just correct it. It's
no,
just
don't worry.
I wanted to say that not based on not illiterate based on the way you are saying it, but based on going to school, as apart from apart from your Quran, going to normal school and acquire education, knowing the history, knowing how to vote, knowing that violence is bad, knowing things that will help them to be able to be when someone wants to use them, they will tell that person, no, this is not. That person in the South is a human being. That's exactly what I'm trying to.
You're absolutely on point. When I submitted the paper. My suggestion is that, look, if, for instance, these guys that can recite the Holy Quran offhand, okay, it shows a level of intelligence. All we have to do, like you rightly.
Gaga.
Yeah, audio is gone.
Lost.
As in,
No, we
I
need
wanted to
the
respond to him briefly. Oh.
we need the knowledge. Oh, we need the knowledge. I beg.
mute on your
Um,
camera and put it off again.
forefathers, I
Mute on
wanted to
your
respond to him briefly, please.
Okay, keep
Can you
it
hear me
brief
now?
so that.
Yeah, we hear you now. Yeah,
Okay, go
yeah,
ahead.
I hear you.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Maybe I have to be very, very brief. So, Matt, you're right, and don't bother apologizing. Okay. I mean, look.
No, I have to.
Don't worry. I'm not gonna take. I mean, if you say people are illiterate, that's okay. It's fine. But I can't get angry for what I know is not. Okay, I have deep respect for these people. I'm just simply saying you're right. We have weaponized that, and it's ultimately going to implode on us in the north. Okay, because half of the kidnapping that is happening is simply because of this kind of populations, people you didn't plan for how they should live their life. You didn't think about their own life. They will think for themselves, and when they think, they're not going to think whether it's comfortable with you or not. So it's a problem, I agree. Okay, no northern elite will run away from this if he knows his metal. It's a problem that we need to deal with, but that does not mean I don't think that the northern elite are doing that because they want to do anything for an Igbo. It's just simply because people are not thinking correctly. Let's put that. The second question you raised, because you put an Igbo cap and people identify you and maltreating you, I'll be blunt with you also, and so please don't be angry with me, okay? You're listening, Matt, because I listened also.
Yes.
Where you are asking for an apology from all our politics. So please.
Speak up, Mr.
The mic is on again. It's just audio. It's little.
Sincerity. That's what we need. Sincerity.
Put it on for like 5 seconds. Okay.
Sincerity.
Okay. Samuel, you wanted to say something quickly while he's off?
Yes, it's gonna be really quick. When I spoke initially, I think it's not fair because Dr. Damage's platform is never a how do I put it? It's never a platform that is to any group of people. It's not fair to push back that way. And I cannot be shamed, right, by stating the obvious. For crying out loud, I am stating the obvious, and shaming us or using the approach of shaming the Igbo people sincerely will not work. Now, if we know the truth, let us face the truth. Now, this bigotry thing is not necessarily coming from Igbos. Igbos are not bigots. We are loving, we are accommodating, we are accepting. But the thing is against us. All right. So when I spoke, it doesn't mean, or anyone, Igbo basic, whoever, aligned with what I say, it doesn't mean that these people are bigots or this platform is for Igbos. And you might even be looking at Dr. Damage answers or maybe his platform is for Igbo. You guys should take that thing away from your mind, please. This guy is so enlightened, I don't know if his doctorate is medical or academic. We are not bigots. We love people, but we are being hated. And if I cry out that I'm being hated, don't shame me about that, because you can't beat me and ask me not to cry out. Since that nation started, or since after the war, there's no fairness, there's no balance, there's no equity. It's very obvious to the blind. So when I call it out, why shame me? Let's face the truth. If we, my good brother from Kano State said he's not an elite. If we are truly elite and we can approach the truth for what it is, let's face the truth. Let us save the home truth. Are these people not being marginalized in a very dangerous proportion?
Yeah, but so hold on. I think before we start getting this thing, because if you notice in Nigeria, the largest ethnic group in Nigeria has never been elected as a president in Nigeria. And sometimes this is why that video I played it. When it's your side, you feel the pain more because you don't think the other side exists. And we always have to try to set a balance because there are consequences that flow from it. It's not just immaterial. It's not abstract. It's actually real. Because if you ignore something that actually exists on the other side of the fence, there will be consequences. You can't just pretend as if Hausas don't exist, other groups don't exist. You can also argue that when Jonathan came to office, maybe he shouldn't have. Maybe he shouldn't have done what he did, because if he didn't do what he did, I can tell you that right now, either a Southeasterner or a South person will be the president, because it will be an obvious, it will be so clear that it
Then
has to come
how
there.
do we solve our problem? This is what we are
Because
still
what
coming
the
back.
South
We are
South
still
did
coming
was,
back.
let me explain to you now. What the South South did was, after Yoruba man was in office, then because Yaradua died, the South South guy became president. They
But it's
ran
the right
again.
thing.
No,
It's the
they
right
ran
thing.
again. See, from the
It
point
is
of view of the
right.
North, they don't believe that. You see, because you remember, this equity thing we keep talking about, it was done outside the Constitution. So
But is
even if
it
the
is
Constitution
right?
says,
Is it is right?
no, hold on. Even if the Constitution, to them, it's not right. It's very clear it's not right to them, because it's based on an arrangement. It's not the Constitution. So when they now decide to yank it and do the same thing, that the game that we play, we don't necessarily see that game. And this is the thing. We have to always realize that they too feel pain, and they say it. It's not like they're joking around. They say it. This is one of the things Atiku was doing to Jonathan when Jonathan was in office. I think they said whether Jonathan or one of them was kneeling down before Atiku, begging Atiku. And Atiku refused. Said the only thing that will solve it is whether Jonathan resigns or something like that. So it tells you that they feel the pain just as much as we do. It's just that there are differences, that they are complaining in the North, we are complaining in the South. You don't talk to each other. And it's not because it doesn't exist. They feel exactly the same thing we do. And I think that, Matt, you have been relatively conciliatory. And Samuel, when you generalize that not all Igbo people are not prejudicial, every group has them. They always have somebody that goes out there alienating other people from that group. There's always troublemakers in every group. They will go out and start giving the group a bad name. You see that with some people that come from the Southwest. You see that with some people that come from the North. You see that with some people that come from the Southeast and the South. So if we start understanding this about ourselves, it's going to allow us to actually talk to each other properly, so that we don't start.
Has Maska finished?
But so far, what can you say about?
Please, let Maska finish. Let Maska finish, please.
Maska, please.
What can you say about the national whatever this guy did, Jonathan, constituted, and they came out.
Please, let Maska finish.
This is a Harvard graduate right there. Let's listen to knowledge.
Okay, he's on now. Sorry, I'm sorry, I didn't.
See, look, at the end of the day, the bottom line is that we're all brothers. Take it or leave it.
I like that, Jerry. I like that.
And it's more true than we realize, actually. So I'm going to test.
If they are going to send Nigerians away from the US, they are going to send out both Igbo, Yoruba, and Hausa people.
They don't care.
All
They
this
don't
while
care.
you are making it sound as if you are different from me. The truth
No,
is
we're not different though.
Exactly. In fact, there's a movie you should go and watch. It's a new movie. The boy is saying that white people cannot differentiate even our facial structures. So he was there in I think a sorority house of white people, and he was there for some reasons. They say they have seen your face. He said, don't worry. Or even if they think they see me, they don't want to risk the chance that if they say, oh, I saw you, somebody will say, oh, no, it's because black people, they all look the same. All I'm saying is that, look, let's forget these differences that we are concocting among ourselves. For the white, and the real difference in this world is between races, the white people, the black people. Go and write it down, sincerely speaking. That is the end game.
The Nigerian elite do not even have difference. The Nigerian elite, they don't see themselves different. They see themselves as one.
More so, because if you look at it,
not even America.
The reason why they see themselves as one is because of their exposure. They have the same exposure.
No, it's because of the same. They have the same interest.
That's what I'm saying. They expose for money. They are exposed to dollars. They are exposed to a lot of things.
It's same interest. They have the same
So,
interest.
so that I can
You know,
address.
I was asking forefather, say, what did they do with the conference, national conference, which they did that would have helped Nigeria? I want forefather to answer this because the way you are,
don't need to ask forefather. I can answer that question. I can answer that question to you.
that would have helped Nigeria.
No, hold on, Matt. Let me respond to you. The reality of what happened was that after the constitutional conference, Jonathan, who was the president, what he was supposed to do, he was supposed to have sent that report to the National Assembly, which he didn't. Are you with me? And there's no way when Buhari came in, will carry a report that it is not his government that did it.
And I think that what happened to it is what tends to happen with recommendations to governments. They choose to ignore it or uphold it, and they hardly uphold any recommendation that is given to governments because government just do what they want.
But that would have been, that would have been some.
Buhari regime also did something. I believe it was Kano State, Kaduna State Governor. There was the Jonathan did was set aside, no problem. But when Buhari regime came, they reviewed what Jonathan did, and they by themselves came out with a conclusion that could have also helped save Nigeria. They still trashed it, even the one.
So this thing you are saying,
restructuring in their manifesto. You are right. Restructuring.
The fundamental assumptions you guys are.
So what was the restructuring that was demanded really that would have made a big difference?
No, most of the things that was in that constitutional conference was added to their what do you call it, manifesto, which they wanted to, but they didn't go through. They didn't work with their manifesto. They start doing what. That was when things.
But what I wanted to know, what was the recommendation? What were the good things in that recommendation? That's in terms of restructuring. What were the good things? Because I know that recently the government decentralized power generation in Nigeria recently. So the constitution is being manipulated, is being updated regularly. So what were those things what is still missing from there? I know that exclusively we keep talking about power. That one has been taken out now. And I think there is one other one that has been taken out recently from the exclusive list. So they keep taking all these things out. So what are the things?
Do you know that restructuring means different thing to different group of people in Nigeria? One thing they mentioned was restructuring.
What is
that
it?
But this is what I'm saying. They talked about restructuring, but I cannot, say that they want to restructure this or want
to. What I will advise, so that this forum can go forward. I haven't read the report, but from across a lot of people I respect, I hear that constitutional conference was one of the best conference. So maybe what you guys, the host of this show, can do is probably get that report and probably share it with people, because if we really want to move the country forward, a lot of work has to be done. We can't rely on the starting point is for us to begin to say, okay, something good has been done, it has been buried, dig it up, push it forward. So that, I think, is the answer for it. What I can tell you is that I hear a lot of people that are speaking good volumes of it. That's why I even have to get to know that. So what happened to somebody?
Exactly. That was how
didn't pass it to the National Assembly.
I think what I was looking at was whether some of the recommendations, let's say the stuff generated some, let's say 10 great ideas, and let's say 5 of them has already been inserted into this constitution. And you can see that, okay, once you know the ones that have been inserted, then you fight for the remaining 5, isn't it? That is worthy of implementing. So those are the kind of things so that we know our bearing.
Why that report is good, because part of the challenge in the country.
Your audio is gone again.
The forefathers, most of the things that those two problems that we have in Nigeria, that was one of the things that was settled in that the constitutional conference that they have, because every part, both minority, majority, they have representatives that represented them and say what they want, and it was added. This is what Nigeria needed to do as at that time to, solve at least 50% of our problem. But I don't understand. This is this has come to what I used to tell you. When Nigeria have good things and when they see the truth, they intend to cover it. They don't want to.
No, but that is what you should expect, Matt. Okay, that is what. Listen, and this is part of the things that I see on this forum. People do a lot. The idea that there is no division, there is no enemy, and there's no enmity between people in Nigeria is fallacy. There are real enemies.
Oh my God. Nigeria, we need to pay for Nigeria. Our data in Nigeria is trouble. Okay, let me make if you give me 1 second, let me do my last submission and bow out.
Same thing, yes. Let me speak so I can leave.
Hold on. I want to ask this question first before we go. Just before you start submitting, I want to show something, and somebody tell me where this person is from. Because I may be confused. Let me see. Where would you say this person is from? Those that know Nigerians, how they look.
This is Yoruba.
This is a traditional look.
Is that tribal mark on the voice? Is that tribal mark?
Yeah, it's
is
not.
It not Yoruba? Is it not Yoruba?
Animal.
Sudan, South Sudan.
Suggest.
South Sudan.
Okay, let me put it down. It's a Nigerian.
Nigerian. Maybe it was nomadic people.
Is you no? This person look me like a Yoruba.
I'm trying to look at the forehead to see if there's tribal mark. Is that tribal mark on the forehead?
Yeah, it's tribal mark.
Yes, tribal mark. It look like Yoruba man.
No, it looks
like
northern
this
to me.
No, that's not. It doesn't seem Yoruba because
It look northern.
He's far from Yoruba. He's from is not northern person, not Yoruba.
So the conclusion is northern, isn't it?
Yeah.
Would you be surprised to know that this is an Igbo person?
Jesus Christ. Igbo basis, you feel me?
This is why I was saying that we are more the same than we realize.
Was that mark inserted or did the mark come originally?
It was original. It's an ancient mark from the Igbo people. You see, this is the thing about Igbo culture. Let me pull the page up so that we see what is going on. This is from the Igbo culture. Look at that. This is an Igbo man with Ichi mark as a sign of Ozo. So you see, now he knows. So that's why I'm trying to show that we need this office.
Enugu State.
No.
You form my hand.
Everybody thought he was a northerner. This is what the point I'm making is that what we think we are so different, we are not as different as we think.
We are not at all.
Some of these differences are more recent. And
you just in Lagos, they say people look like Igbo people. They didn't allow them vote.
I'm just trying to show you the truth because that's what I see.
Are you gonna
How do Igbo look like? How do Igbo look like? Like me now, they call me like I'm an Igbo person, but I'm from Edo State. Full Edo.
You see what I mean?
Okay.
So it's not of the way we dress. That's why we look very different.
Please, I want to say something.
Yeah.
Loco P, go ahead.
Muska, I wanted to ask you. Sorry, Mask, I wanted to ask you something, right? Before you came, your first submission, I think probably you have only two perception about you thought this was like Igbo platform or whatever.
No, it's not.
I'm from Edo State, right?
I'm from Edo too.
So, but now that you've spoken with everybody, we've laughed, we joke. What is your perception about this platform right now? Even the Igbo that are here, what is your perception about everybody here right now? If you don't speak, I go head you now. If you don't speak, I go head you.
All right, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
When I speak, I go head you now.
Can you hear me?
Online
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Can hear you now.
All right, good. All right. So I'm very clear that this is not an Igbo platform.
Okay.
How do I get to know it's not an Igbo platform? Yes, Mr. Rudolph is an Igbo man, but I was privy to listen to some periods where he's clearly making this point. Don't say that. And I've listened to a Kanuri man join the platform, raise some of the issues I'm raising. I've also seen other people raise other issues. But I'm saying that the overwhelming positions, and it's not the fault of the people who are hosting the show, okay? And I don't even blame the Igbo people that are making it. I'm just saying just the effect. I understand it's not an Igbo platform, but if you listen just for a snippet, that's what I said. If you listen for 1 hour, you will go away with that conclusion. Unless if you are patient enough to listen for 2 days, 3 days, then you say, okay, no. It's just that.
How do you think? I think the issue is that Northerners are not clicking on.
Exactly.
So how do you get Northerners to click on?
Right now?
Exactly. How do they
I've told
so
Dr.
Father, he need to see one man. He need to see one man and understand.
We've all agreed that we've all agreed. Sorry, gentlemen, so that I can just respond. So we've all agreed with Dr. Damages. What I suggested is that I will take the responsibility to get him a northern journalist of repute, somebody who people follow, maybe a Kannywood person to come and speak, so that, because the truth also is that why the propensity of people here are from the southern extraction is simply because Dr. Damages is of the southern. You can't just, these are the people you know. No, I'm just telling you.
Hold on, man. Masker. Hold on, guys. Hold on for a second. Masker, I truly do appreciate your submissions, both in the afternoon and now. And let me also say to you that, personally, as a one Nigerianist, if I use that word, because I received the cup in 1960 and a flag, and I have stood the ground all along. Forget about the fact that I'm Igbo. That's who I am. But when you listen to me carefully, you'll find out that some of us are the most blenders of the Nigerian project, the Nigerian concept. And why do we do that? Because we believe that even the Igbo, as we call them, what they are looking at is that population of 200 million. Economics. Economics is not stupid. That's why everybody, Russia, China, they are heading out there because of the economic situation. So what you have presented here is the path to follow in terms of forging that national unity, which we so badly need as far as the Nigerian project is concerned. And we come, listen, we do truly appreciate every submission you've made here. And people like you are truly the ones that we need to not only shed light, but to take to the people the reality of what is on ground. I think it's what somebody here said, if they were to send away 10 people from the US or something, it would be a mixture. There'll be an Hausa there, there'll be an Igbo there, there'll be a Yoruba, there'll be all kinds of people. That is correct. That is very true. So let us find the things that bind us together. And like I said in the afternoon, I went to school in Jos, 1962. And the few years I spent there before.
Which school did you go to? Because
St. Teresa's Boys School. St. Teresa's Boys School, Jos.
Okay.
I lived at that
also.
You schooled where?
In GSS Rio, Plateau State.
Okay. You see, we're having something in common. The Toro that was said to have lived for 250 years at Jos Museum. Some of the things that we treasured. The few years, 4 years that I spent in the north, grinded in me the much Hausa that I can speak. put down in me whatever I carry on through tomorrow. So I understand some aspects of it. We blend together, but when I see my brother like Samuel here, it pains me because we are depriving them of the true history of that nation called Nigeria. And if I date it back when Sir Abubakar Tafawa Balewa came to the United States here during Kennedy time, Nigeria will held thee. No tribe and tongue, though tribe and tongue shall differ, in brotherhood will stand. That man was being bowed to by the Oyibo people here.
I love Tafawa Balewa.
Welcome here as a hero. That man was an educated man.
Oh my goodness, yeah, English. Hey, back then.
And he didn't talk much, but you see, he came with good conscience and he went back with good conscience. Things have fallen apart since that time. Really, Masca, please put your number on the private chat. Let us.
I want to ask Masca a question. Yeah. Masca, hold on. I just want to ask Masca a question. When I put that picture up, who did you suggest it was? Just be honest.
Actually, no. I mean, I actually thought there are two states that came to my mind: either Niger State or around the north, around Mubi, all this Adamawa, Mubi, Yola, that side.
You see what that has revealed is that when you said we are one people, now you're beginning to see that we are even more one people
I
than
know
we are even
that.
realized.
Forefathers, let me give you an example. Like I said, I was working in DRC. There were 3 people I hired from Nigeria. 2 of them are.
You know, whenever he starts talking, that's when the stuff just goes quiet. This in Samuel, you wanted to say something?
Just permission before I go. My last word, and I want to appreciate my brother. What's his name? Maka.
Okay, just to make it easy, my name is actually Mohammed, so you can just refer me to me as Mohammed.
Okay. I hope you are not gaslighting us and just tell us one of the most popular names out there.
I will send you what I will do. What I will do, I will send you the link to my Facebook page. So
that would be nice.
And actually, if you can Google me online, I'm not somebody hidden. I mean, you can Google. I will send you the name. You can Google. You could see some of the responsibilities I've held and some of things I've done. So
that's the African Development Foundation, right?
Well, no, that is not it's not online what I'm doing, because some of this good work we've been brought not to be talking about it. You do good work, you don't publicize it like that, which is also part of the cultural difference. If you sit down, you will see that my mother doesn't call my name because I'm the firstborn. As a Fulani person, it is expected. In fact, the culture I was actually given to my grandparents to hold as the first. So there's a lot of cultural difference among us, you know.
Yeah.
But the bottom line, I'm totally in agreement with you. We are one people. If you go to another country, even in Africa, in Ghana here, it takes a long time for somebody to know this is Igbo, this is Yoruba, this is Hausa.
That's true.
Okay,
and we've been together for over 100 years now with the Igbo forcing, you know.
And I can tell you that at the very tail end of the day, my conviction is that yes, there is a fault line, there is a divide, but the divide is not between the tribes. The divide is between aspirations.
Okay. I wanted to, and I'm happy he called a name I could relate with. I wanted to appreciate him for his IQ. No doubt, listening to this guy, he has quite a very high IQ. He's a pleasure to listen to. Like Igbo Basic said, this is the kind of guy we need here to engage in a very meaningful interaction, you know, between the northern, southern divide of the nation. I'm going to take my concluding statement from 2 things that he said. Number 1, about the constitutional review of Jonathan. This man suggested that, you know, and I'm also further suggesting that to the coordinators of this platform, that we could actually do a show where we would X-ray that Jonathan Constitutional Conference and also X-ray, because when this government came into power, they moved it aside and they did a review of it by themselves that Kaduna State Governor took care of. So we can review those two submissions from Jonathan Conference and Kaduna State Conference, and then do in that show, really ask ourselves in that show, what they submitted, could it help our nation to bond together and move forward as a nation? You know, the question that my brother Matt always asks, why do we sweep good things under the carpet? Why do we promote criminals? He gave an analogy, somebody will kill somebody, and he didn't mean anybody killed anybody, but somebody will kill somebody today, say, forget it, it was a mistake. He's the man for the game. Why do we behave like that? Why do we promote evil and sweep good under the carpet? That broadcast will be an amazing broadcast if the coordinators of this platform will consider it. My second submission would be another brilliant thing Mohammed said, that it seems the dichotomy is actually between white and black. And this is why I want to submit that way. Living in America, I noticed that even the black Americans are yearning. These guys are yearning. You know the way all of us came to the United States of America, those of us that are here, it is causing brain drain in Nigeria, but it's amounting to brain gain over here. Imagine all of us, there are black Americans that wish they can hop into the airplane and fly down to their beloved Africa and buy land there and settle. They want to come home. But if Africa continues to be a mess, and we, the giant of Africa, the biggest nation in Africa, continues to be a mess, we are frustrating them. This frustration is not about us Nigerians. This frustration cuts across every black skin in the world, directly or indirectly. Some of them that I know, they want to go. They tell me they want to buy land. They want to go. I noticed Steve Harvey on 2 occasions. He has a family show he does. Some Nigerians came. I noticed what he did. I was pained in my heart. I began to look at Steve Harvey. And instead of me to be angry with him, I noticed that this guy, maybe he might not be saying it out, but this guy in his heart is disappointed in Nigeria. Then he was making another video recently where he mentioned a lot of African countries and systematically avoided mentioning Nigeria. I drew the conclusion that this guy is probably disappointed in Nigeria. Some of them want to come home. Some of them don't like what we are doing. We are not taking the forefront. So rightly, as Mohammed said, it seems the dichotomy is actually between white and black. And all the black people want to be able to come home and settle. If it happens, it will automatically amount to brain gain for us. Imagine everybody coming. We will take over, we'll become the #1 continent of the world. How can we not be world power, the African continent, with all that God has given us? We don't have natural disaster. We have natural resources. You know, we have naturally bright people. Even if they don't go to school, they are smart. Look at the Alamajiris. Those guys are hyper intelligent. They might not have gone to Western school, but they are hyper intelligent. And this is the people God have made us. We need to put these things together so that we can save the black race. That's my submission.
Thank you. I think one of the key, for me anyway, when I look at empowering our people, the Amajiri educational system is an educational system. However, yeah, who is that?
I said I've dropped
WhatsApp on the message. Yeah, however, maybe they need to insert things that actually help our people to develop in those systems, because there's no reason why
don't do that.
There's no technology. No. Can I ask Maska, in the Amajiri educational system, did they insert any kind of science, technology in those lessons?
It's not a system. If you use the word Almajiri system, it's an abuse of the word system.
Okay, really, what is it then?
Okay, let me explain to you what typically happens, okay?
What would you call it if it's not a system, so that I will correct that next time?
Okay, look, it's going to be semantics. It's not a system. And I'm just trying to explain to you that it's not an organized process. Everybody is doing what he wants to do. But the bottom line is that the child must learn to recite the Holy Quran offhand. That's the basic objective. And everybody is doing what he wants to do. What is really even the challenge about it is that you give your child.
No.
It's gone. Everybody is doing what they want to do, but their objective is the same. So you can discard that as a system, even if the parts might be different. It's still a system. You know, we
You're
all
looking
know
for a
how systems work.
terminology. You're looking for
No,
a
no,
terminology.
I'm not looking for a terminology. He's the one that picked on the terminology. I'm looking for the idea that a lot of our people are being educated to read a specific book that doesn't belong to our forefathers, that doesn't belong to anybody, and forgetting that they need to innovate so that we can be able to prosper in this world. The 21st century is a century whereby technology, in short, always been like that. Technology controls the world. We should know that by now.
You are profiling
And
solutions, and that's what I said to Mohammed, to Amath, and my brother, that just Namdi. You have the answer. The answer is the digital age. That is what we are going to correct Nigeria with. This digital age is so amazing that you guys have the answer, and that is what you have to apply in that Nigerian system. Because even the Jagabons and whatever they call themselves, some of them have difficulty using this thing.
Yeah.
Others have to use it for them.
But Ibo Bezi,
I don't read social
can I come in
media
and tell you
anymore.
something? Okay, he has
But when I read social
I
media,
didn't
I
get
get
your
high blood
question.
pressure.
You want to ask a question?
Yeah, I was asking about the this in the Amajori system, whether they have a way of teaching technology, but you have already answered it by saying they teach only recitation of the Quran. So, and I hope that they modify it. There's no reason why they
No,
cannot
but
modify
I've
it.
also said that the National
Forefathers is
Assembly
sneaky.
has started discussing a bill, and I think all of you, it's important that I can send you the advert, and so that we can follow. I'm also going to try and get a draft of the bill. I can send it to Dr. Rudolph, because and this is where, for me, I think we can all help each other. An Igbo man can actually look at a bill and say what he wants to say without any repercussion. Somebody
That
like
is what I'm saying, so that we can absorb each other.
Imaginary system. You get what I'm saying?
So, what was the bill suggest? This in kind of proposing?
No, I haven't gone through the whole bill, but what they are suggesting is that a commission will be sent, which I'm also opposed to. I don't think it should be a commission. I think it should be part of the normal educational system. It's just that, just like you go to a school, there should be certification, there should be a curriculum, there should be inspection, and there should be some sort of expected value when you finish through that system. So, because
So, what do you think about infusing technology into that? Because for me, it's clear that technology will rule the future, and anybody bothering to learn anything else is going to find that they will be stranded without the knowledge of technology, even from law, medicine, just name it. Really, technology is taking over everything. And for me, if I was proposing stuff for Nigeria, I would be proposing 80-90% of Nigerian youth go into technology. Whether you are a Lodo or not, I don't care. You have to learn, and you learn it at a lower scale compared to the more intelligent. It has to be a second language for us, because this is where
Let me
we
ask
really
you,
fall behind.
technology they have advanced in Nigeria as a whole. What do they use it for? Even the one that we got our beaver to do the election, they prefer to do it manual and rig election.
No, I agree with you. I agree with you on that. But that you can start manufacturing and selling it too when you have the knowledge.
Yeah, is if we are ready to use that thing that we are manufactured. Okay, let me ask, because I used to refer to ask you this question for you to, come up with an answer. Innocent. There are innocent motors in Nigeria. I want to, because all these things are the things that we need to, when we start choosing words that we have to, in my family, I don't know other family. We open up. If somebody do you something, you say this. You can quarrel and do it. Before you know, you see, but that person has aired his anger. He has said, he has said it. You yourself, even though you are angry, later you now realize what this guy said is true. I really did, something wrong, and you try to amend it. But you know this one that if you do something, we want to, make it, mold it so that that person we absorb it as something else.
I want to ask
We are still deceiving ourselves. You understand what I'm saying? Innocent Motors, we have it there. Now, Jamaicans are the ones demanding for Innocent Motors car for many years, which we have this thing in our own country. This man,
Why is
bosses.
Innocent not selling it to Jamaicans then?
No, but I think they have. I think if you just Google it, if I'm not mistaken, they have purchased some buses they want to be using in Jamaica. You can Google it. I saw it online.
You see that is good, and that is just a start. Proforce is also doing the same thing.
Us. What about Nigeria? I mean, we need to help our own.
But Nigerian government is using innocent cars too.
Oh, okay, but let's check the percentage of what they are using. Let's check
not a lot. And Buhari even gave innocent cars some money too. Sorry, go ahead. Listen, Mask. Don't worry, we'll come back to that, Matt. Yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
I want to ask, Innocent Motor, is it a PLC? Is it a company that's listed in the stock exchange?
No, I don't think so. I think it's a private company.
No, right? Okay, you see, it's like a one-man business. It doesn't even make sense. Like Tesla now, for example, everybody owns a stake in Tesla. People own stakes in Mercedes. How can something grow when everybody is not putting their money together? One person is doing it as a personal business. If person die, the business is gone.
Before you run with that, please.
I'm not sure. I'm not so sure yet. I just said it looks like I'm not so sure.
Yeah, before we run with that, let's research.
Yeah, I'm just looking into it now.
Before we put them back into the line of like a Kennedy Lichukus and Yoshagro.
Osondo.
Right.
This is someone that is producing. He is producing. This is not Osondo matter. This is not to purchase.
Everybody got their stake in Apple. In Apple computer, everybody got a stake in there.
My brother, how does it start? Is it not I mean, this man has, built up.
Sell shares for people. Sell shares. The company will break free for everywhere.
My goodness, my brother. Do you know how many times this guy has called or go and watch interview with Waramaya? What this man said. Go to the YouTube and see what this man needed. These things that you are saying, but they are not coming forward because he's a Nigerian. He's a black man.
No. See, Matt, please. Sometimes we do this a lot, and I don't want it. I don't like it. Okay, are you saying that people are not buying Dangote cement?
No, not about. No, I'm not. I'm not. This is a vehicle. This is a vehicle that we are talking about. People might, this one that maybe the brake might fail one day, or they might think. You see, we are Africans.
Hear me out so that we can have a good discussion. The point I'm making, is that let's not be quick to paint a black brush. People are buying Dangote cement now. No issues. Nobody is saying because it's a black man or it's a Hausa man or it's an Igbo man. People buy Dangote cement across the continent, not the country. Right? Now, I'm saying, and I like there's something that this Mr. UFO Brown said. So let's always, what I would like us as black people to always do, let's first interrogate, push back, and drill down. The starting point is, why are people not buying these innocent motors? Or the right place even to start is to say, are people buying these innocent motors now? That's the starting point. Because I can tell you that every time I go to the airport, the bus that will take you to the craft is an innocent boss. It's a Nigerian made in boss.
Okay.
That's interesting.
If you are
You
driving
know,
on
but sir,
no, wait,
you know what? You know why? You know why I said so? You know why I said
let me
so? I
finish.
saw an advert.
Let Master finish. Let Master finish. We have time. We'll listen to you, Matt.
So I'm just saying that I totally agree with you that we need to encourage local products, but I'm saying that let's not sweep it out and say no, they are not doing because it's black. That's why I said Dangote is there and he's doing well. Okay, and I'm raising the point that Mr. Brown made that perhaps we need to drill down and find out specifics. What is wrong? Are there issues here, or maybe it's ignorance? Maybe the man is doing well. Let's drill down. Let's find out.
This is where I want to. This is where I want to come in because I saw an advert. This advert was about we are in April, right? It's about February. You know, I saw it. You know what? He has bosses, all these big bosses that they use here in Europe for town services. But I'm telling you, the man that was doing that advert, if you see where this car parked with dust, he was doing this advert for Nigerians to come, that they even to the world that this man has built. There has something good and with a good quality. It has what do you call it now? He has, in fact, he has everything that a boss, this modern boss, needs. He has it, but it was packed. Nobody's buying it. So this man had to come from Benin to innocent company to do an advert for people to see that this man has something that they need to buy. This is where I'm just coming from. I'm not saying that he's not selling. I'm not, but he should. I mean, as Nigerians, the way I know Nigerians, the way they invest in cars, the way in transportation and all that, that's where I'm coming from. So I'm not saying that he's not selling at all.
Right.
I have made mention of when I saw a headline in the I think in the YouTube that a Jamaican government are coming to they are either they are planning or something like that to purchase innocent this boss to do transportation.
Can I show you something? This is Proforce, and that is innocent. This in cars. I think Mask asked something about what the problems are. I think the problem is the ecosystem, and we have not developed a sizable enough ecosystem for manufacturing in the country. We don't even make magnets. I do make motors. We barely even magnets in neodymium magnets that you can. I know we make copper wires. But the ecosystem is not wide enough to produce mass manufacture.
No. What I'm going to tell you is that, forefathers, please, I beg your pardon. The thing is that even Tesla in America, Boeing, Tesla, those big manufacturing companies in America here, some of these parts, even the wings of this Boeing airplane, they're made in somewhere like maybe Europe. They ship it down. So these things are all made in different places. Magnet chips. Even chips were running down in America, so the cars were very expensive because of the microchip. You understand? These things brought from China. So these things are put together. And when I was in Nigeria, Dangote was doing initial public offer. He was selling shares for his flour company. They were about to build a flour factory. These are the things you put out these shares out there, maybe 20 naira, 30 naira. Everybody, both market women will have a stake in your business. But no, they want to put all the gain, everything on their own pocket. The greediness. Even Tesla, for example, right?
Sorry, hold on. I think what you explained just now about Western companies being able to buy stuff overseas, you have to understand the currency differential in both sides and the resource differential in terms of money that they all have.
Buy this thing. Sometimes they buy it in credit. When they don't sell, they will pay back.
That's what I'm saying now. But Nigeria doesn't have that luxury. This is the thing. And when Nigeria wants to make something, if you look at when the Chinese started doing their own, they had to start from the base. They can't afford to buy from the West because the West is too expensive to buy from. So we don't have the luxury of always buying stuff from China. Like the Innocent is actually buying the engine blocks from China and some of the things that cannot be manufactured in Nigeria. But sooner or later, they have to get good at it, and the government also has to support it. Because if the government subsidizes Innocent, you are going to create a bigger company out of it,
This is
maybe
where
a
I'm
billion
saying
dollar company. And the same thing with Proforce. That's how you expand and you start building a base where you can actually, because Innocent now can just say, you know what, since nobody's manufacturing steel in Nigeria, I'll manufacture it myself. Since I need it in Nigeria, we have a cheap
exactly,
labor force. You see what I
exactly.
mean? Magnets, all those things, you start making it, you build a wider ecosystem. That said, I'm not a fool. I know why we are where we are. And this is why I know that to get us to where we need to be, we need to fix our security infrastructure first. If we don't fix security infrastructure where our nation is stable, you can't have a situation whereby people are afraid to go out at night or during the day. So that, because those things affects how investors think. Not to mention Nigeria. Nigerians can't even return to Nigeria because they don't feel safe in Nigeria. Many Nigerians build houses in Ghana because of the state that the way the Nigeria is. So you have to secure Nigeria first. Then investment will start pouring in, and the rest is details. I think Nigerians will take care of the rest if you just give them enabling environment, which
Do you
is
know?
secure and
Do you know because of insecurity in Nigeria? Here you meet a white man that knows about Nigeria, like what our brother who just left said. They will pretend and be calling Senegal and all that, but they, in their heart, in their mind, they know that they know Nigeria. They know about it, but because of the news, you understand what I'm saying now?
Nigeria belongs to a class of nation. Nigeria is very important. That's what people, even Nigerians don't even know how important we are. We are important to the entire black race.
Right.
God bless you. But they know, but you know, but how do we know this? If we know this value, we should have carried our country in another way. I mean, in a more united way that will help us, that will make us galvanize good things, that will make the world to be more interested in us. But what we are doing is we are still doing local things and fighting things that are not that we are not supposed to. You understand what I'm saying?
Let me see. I've had this problem. Sorry, let me just. I know you want to add more because this topic I find it very, very fascinating, and I think it's at the crux of our problem. I've wrestled with this idea for a long time. That why is it that we still keep focusing on ourselves, no matter what even if intellectually we know most of our problem, is our money leaving the country and we can't develop our country. I think part of it is that the Nigerian people are not that. From what I have seen in Ethiopia, is that the Nigerian people don't have a stake in their nation. They don't have it. It's almost as if the only thing we see as our nation is, we get oil from the ground. We get this from here. No, they are not paying into building anything. And nations that work together, build together, and contribute together, they work together. That's why churches are united, because churches, they put money together. And Ethiopia, what they did was they told their people, we want to build a dam. You all have to contribute to it. And people contributed to it. And that united them. Because now anybody that threatens that dam, you have a big problem. You become you become the enemy of the entire Ethiopia. Ethiopia is very diverse, just like Nigeria, but Nigeria is a little bit more in terms of the population, almost just as diverse.
Have you seen this forefathers? Have you seen this president of Rwanda playing football with Okocha and all that? Have you seen that?
No. Yeah. President Rwanda, that one banned tribes.
Wait. Let me now ask you. Let me ask you. This is a very simple. Let's just come, because this will show you how, understanding and how united and what this man is up to in that country that will make him to put on his football boots, enter into the football pitch to play ball with other countrymen, and people are there cheering and all that. Tell me, our president or any of our presidents who can do the same
without our president do that? How many American presidents have you seen do that?
No. I'm asking. No. They can walk. They can walk freely, but our own they walk freely. They can even shake the normal citizens anyhow. But you see, our own. Even if you bring your hand, the kind slap that you will receive, you will know. But next time, you will not even near there. Not to talk of raising your hand. So what I'm trying to say. Everything in Nigeria, we take it too serious because we have done a lot of damages.
Yes.
So we don't know who is looking for us.
Yeah, go ahead.
Father, what I'll tell you is that with Nigerians, we have our own kind of nature. It's just the way we grew up. Okay, now when I have a child here, I have a daughter here, and when my daughter saw me brushing my teeth, just brushing my teeth, or the way I was brushing it, say, "Dad, why are you so aggressive?" Yeah. I come down and say, why am I even so aggressive? Do I want to destroy my gum? Because the way I was, the way we used to brush it.
Now. You want to do this
The way we used to brush it. I'm like, he said, Daddy, America begin now. He said, Daddy, why are you so aggressive? Because once she's brushing at it gently, I was so, I said, we need to calm down.
She doesn't know now. When I went to Nigeria once, after how many years I've been in the UK, when I went to Nigeria and I went and bought toothbrush, I was like, wow, is it toothbrush for tooth extraction or for brushing teeth?
Exactly.
It was so hard. It's like, what is this, man?
Yes, Nigerian brush is so hard. You can use it to wash jeans.
What is wrong with them?
Yeah.
But did you know here? But do you know here? They have soft. That is,
they have soft. They have hard.
They have hard. They you
the
can
hard
choose
one is for brushing denture.
Follow me. Some of us grew up with chewing stick.
Exactly.
Chewing stick still exists today.
Yeah, it's the real deal now.
We even started putting toothpaste. We even started putting toothpaste on chewing stick. Toothpaste.
That's contamination.
Exactly. Who knows whether chewing stick is even better? We all this is nobody has decided to commercialize it now. Maybe
chewing stick is a herb. It's a herb. When you're chewing it.
It's a herb. It's a specific root of a tree.
It works. It works. We tried.
If you want to have Nigerians feel more entitled, a kind of ownership of Nigeria, you need to have something that they pay into. Because if you think about it, if you go to any shop, you buy anything, and you don't get what you paid for, you're gonna have problems with whoever you gave that money. And I think the relationship we have with the state is not very ideal. This is why many nations that don't even have natural resources do better. All they do is pay into their state, and they do better than Nigeria. What resources does Singapore have? It doesn't have anything, but yet it does better than Nigeria because the people have a shared ownership. Everything that they do is for the nation, and because they understand that anything else is going to be disaster. But Nigerians, we haven't. No leader has tried to encourage us to be part of one project. And if one Nigerian leader tries that, they will be surprised how unifying that is. Like something that you make Nigerians pay into. Jesus Christ, they will be like, anybody that trusts that thing will have problem with me. And any leader that touches it and try to jeopardize it, you will be surprised how you feel like you are staying. Let me give you an example. Like me now, I was in the West for over 10, 15 years. I didn't engage with Nigeria that much. But when I started investing in Nigeria and building stuff in Nigeria, my engagement in Nigeria increased because I have a stake in what is going on there now.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I mean? So people behave like that. When you don't have a stake in something that is going on, with anything, you don't feel anything. You just feel detached from it. And that is where I think where Nigerian government have missed the mark a little bit. There is no project that Nigerians has done as Nigerians together. None. I don't know.
When the environment is enabling, also it helps. Like what you said about security, it helps. And then bring in investors and all that. There are many things, but it's not only football that we can invest in because football comes once in a while.
This brings me to another question I wanted to ask before. What is the biggest thing Nigerians have built by themselves? That's the greatest structure Nigerians have built by Nigerians only.
Okay, but there's no many things that I can. It's only central bank.
We didn't build. Did we build the building? Did we even build the building of Central Bank? No. I seriously, what is the biggest thing Nigerians
It's
have
only
built by themselves in Nigeria.
it's only, I have told you, it's only central bank. Guys, is what they are building the whole states. Central bank.
Mascot, do you have any answer to that?
Sorry, I lost. We like to multitask. What was the question?
What is the biggest thing, the largest structure or institution or biggest thing Nigeria has ever built on their own? Like structure, construction, anything. Hi. That's bad.
You lost him.
Ay. No answer. Nobody knows. No. In short, does it even exist?
Todd Miller Bridge.
Yeah, did we build it by ourselves? We didn't build it by ourselves.
No,
we didn't build it by ourselves.
National Stadium here is a.
Are you talking about invention?
Project. No, build something that we built
by ourselves. What they build? I understand. I'm just joking here, but I know what.
Did we build National Stadium by ourselves?
No. I think is it not Julius Berger or whatever?
Hi. I don't even know what I would build as
so
rock.
Seriously, in terms of, we overrate ourselves. In terms of somebody mentioned no, seriously.
Oh God, this is bad. This is really bad.
No, it's not bad. You see, look,
it's not bad.
What? Also is that
200-something million people?
No, it doesn't
for how
matter.
many years?
But see, if you are looking for our strength, we are not builders, but I can tell you we are very educated people.
What is the use of education anymore, if not to build?
Well, if you ask about what have we built for ourselves, let me take. Even in the U.S. here, there are some Nigerians that I believe there's a northerner who is a designer of cars.
Yes,
is Chevrolet.
That is correct, and there is
that
also.
Doesn't count now. I'm talking about in Nigeria.
Wait now. I go tell you what we built for ourselves. There's also a Nigerian who is building drones for the U.S. military. Now, back to what you said, what have we built for ourselves? People like Radio Mbise, who didn't quite go to school, but he built a radio station out of herbs. And
out of what?
A radio station.
Out of what?
Out of herbs.
Herbs?
Yeah. Out of his own concussions, he built a radio station. The radio station was so powerful, but the Nigerian government went after him.
What?
I'm talking about somebody that has been in this house where I am in.
Out of herbs. He transmitted radio signal. Is that what you are saying?
Yeah, he built a radio signal, whatever it is, that it started functioning. That radio station was so powerful that the Nigerian government went after him.
Yeah,
saying that he was Radio Biafra, saying that he was the person that he was. This man, he brought a pile of newspapers. He ran away from that country to this country. He came here. I introduced him to some Oyibo people to try to see what we can do with his own nature giving. And I'm talking about he has been in this particular house where I am. Now, from here, he went into some other kind of technology, did some kind of fire prevention stuff like that. He was even invited to the White House by George Bush. There is another time that a German airplane came to Nigeria and couldn't take off. Guess what? They had to go to, I think, Nnewi or so, with the opposing people, to go and reconstruct something that could enable it to at least fly and leave Nigeria. It was grounded.
That's the one we have built, eh? That's how far we've gone.
No,
hey, God.
That's the thing.
We are in trouble.
If you are talking about what has Nigeria built for itself, that's a bit.
We are in trouble. We
built Aso Rock.
Forefathers will be making babies. That's how
Aso Rock, eh?
It's not easy to make babies.
I wanted to.
It's not easy to make babies. We'll be making babies. 200 million.
No. This is bad. This is bad. Nobody has found one thing we built by ourselves in our own country.
To make babies, is it easy? Is it easy to make babies?
It's only
easy
houses
to
we are
make?
able to
Is
construct.
it easy to make population?
That's a good
Is it
question.
easy? One person will have 32 children. It's not easy now.
So, forefathers, you are looking for solutions.
Yes.
We built a Jokute steel rolling mill, but I don't think that thing has been sold out.
No, we didn't build that. That was the Russians that were
You are
building
looking
it.
for what we built by ourselves.
Yes.
No, but even see, forefathers.
Is that not scary?
No,
it's
it's
not scary that we have not built anything. Okay,
it's actually a very
Master, explain this to me, please.
No, it's a very good thing. You know why? Because
God,
all the big things we have actually built. Igbo Basics mentioned Ajakuta steel rolling mill. Have we been able to maintain it? The answer is no. The place is derelict. The national stadium
so we should give up. Okay, go ahead.
Actually, you can't start building things when you have not yet developed the culture or ability to even maintain it. You can't go and build a massive house when you don't have enough money to maintain it. Sincerely, it's a good thing.
You can argue that we didn't have a
Onwuka Interbase built Naxmi in Aba. Nails and steel manufacturing.
Although we built the ship, Nigeria built the ship. Oh, yeah. We built the ship. The military did build a ship. You see,
we built a canoe, not ship, canoe.
No, we built a ship. Nigeria built a frigate or something. I could try to find it. We built a few ships.
On a serious note, there's a lot of progress. I was in Lagos not too long ago. The traffic in Apapa was so much that I have to go to CMS and enter a ferry.
Wow.
Throughout that my trip, I had entered like 7 ferries. All the ferries I boarded, they're actually locally fabricated ferries.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay, yes. We imported.
So I just want to show us the locally manufactured ships in Nigeria that we've managed to put. Okay, that one, and that's from the military, but I can assure you, we don't know how much foreigners contributed to it. So, but we'll see. They say it's locally manufactured. I'll take it for the awards. So we'll have an idea of how big they tend to be. I think this is one of them. If you look at this one, it's one of them. It's big. It's big, but it's a little bit.
Big screen.
Yeah, I'm trying to find a big image. Let me see if I can find a large image of it. We have a few of them. This one, what is the size? Okay, this is a bigger image. Let me see. Okay. So, and let me zoom in. As you can see, that's the kind of sizing we are dealing with in terms of size of ship, which is not bad. It's a start. But we need to magnify this 1,000-fold to get to the kind of potential that Nigeria represents. Okay, this is another one. Yeah. And these are a few years ago.
The refinery, Dangote's refinery, it's the biggest in Africa.
Yeah, I gather that
one of its kinds in the world. I think sixth in the world, right?
So, I see. Nigeria is not.
It's not.
Dangote is succeeding today because everybody got a stake in it. We got a stake. Nigerians got a stake in his company. You know?
Yeah.
Everybody wants it to survive. If anything want to happen to Dangote, I'm ready to fight. My money is there.
Oh, yes. I think we have to start making large companies.
Yeah, everybody got to put their hand in it.
Stuff that can spread all over Africa. Look at the ship that we made. Now you can see the size of a smaller vessel there, which is not too bad. And this is based from the Navy and they're just gonna get better over time.
Yes, over time. 60 years old. We are just 60 years old. America is 240 years old.
We are more than 170,000 years old. Let's not.
No, when we were in the jungle, don't count that. Or when
we're not in the jungle.
No, when we were in the bushes, in the forest, looking for rats. That one, don't count that. Count it from when the British people gave us. When the British people gave us independence, that's where you start from. You don't start from when we were still in the forest. Hunting for goat, what do you call it?
We can proudly say we made this ship.
Achievement is not a problem for Nigeria. I know one of the biggest pharmaceutical companies in Canada is owned by a woman and a man from Nigeria, from Kano, in fact.
So what does that mean to us?
No, the thing is that
what does that mean to us then? Because when people say this, I'm like, what use is that? We are manufacturing for the people that are still that our money is going to every day anyway. It's even getting worse. When that will matter is when we switch and start tapping into that expertise and bringing it back home. And the mindset is this is where our leadership comes in. And it's not so hard to turn Nigeria around. Let's face it, it's not so hard. Most of it is mindset. You just have to get the people that have that mindset to the top and turn the nation around. And you'll be surprised how quickly things will improve. You know, we have the manpower, we have these brains. The brains are spread all over the world. So we can turn the country around. It took China about 30 years to move from where Nigeria was to where they are now. Nigeria can do it in less time because technology is far more pervasive now.
Yeah.
The communication system that we have now is a lot faster than what the Chinese had. So, but it's just that we just need to turn.
Oh, even have done most of the work for us. It's for us to just tap into the anointing.
Yeah, now that's what they call leapfrogging. Now we can leapfrog and just start doing stuff that are available now, from AI to quantum computing and all the other. But if we fail to act, the consequences, oh God, when it comes, my God, the whole other parts of the world, they are all coming together. Saudi Arabia wants to join BRICS. Saudi Arabia wants to join SCO, which is the Shanghai Cooperation organization. It's a kind of Asian NATO, where NATO plus ECOWAS plus the IAU together, and Saudi Arabia all the way from Middle East wants to join that organization. So people are joining bigger organizations to form bigger groups. So we as Nigerians and as Africans, we are going to be in serious trouble if all these people form bigger groups and they settle all their problems. And we are still here arguing amongst ourselves.
Forefathers, let us combine with ourselves first, north, south, east, and west, and all people, before we can form bigger groups. We are fragmented. Let us join. Let's bond together.
I agree with that. Now we are. See, the truth is we are already together. We just need to move all these crazy people that are at the top out of the way, because what is happening is that these people, they take their instructions from foreign powers. If you look at how they behave, the moment before they even get into office, they are in foreign countries. After they get into office, they are foreign countries. Every time they are always reporting to foreign countries. The rate at which they go to foreign nations, for Nigerians, we are getting used to it. It's supposed to be alarming. This is not how other nations are run. They just keep traveling to London, US, London. Our judges are there, our governors are there, our presidents are there. All of them are going there.
Abroad is good, forget. Abroad
is good. But as leaders, that's a big security breach. It's telling you that what that tells you is that your leaders are not free. How can a people that their leader is traveling to foreign territories, their leaders should be remembering their history, should know that these people that you are running to are the enslavers of your people, are the colonizers of your people, are the people that are still doing things to make sure you don't succeed. How can you be going there and thinking that things are going to be better for your people? It will never get good for your people. That's the problem. And we need to change that culture where we keep taking instruction from the West, because look at what it has given us.
They give us democracy. That's the system of government.
You give you democracy just like they give you religion, and they leave you with poverty on top of it while they are enjoying themselves. Do you see them following the rules? They don't care about democracy. If they cared about democracy, why would they be trading with China? China that was communist.
Forefathers, can I say something about all this? You know, the problem that I think that we still have is about structure. So, because the structure, if we have good structure put in place, let me tell you, and our law intact, if you're a government official, no all these foreign medical rubbish. You have to attend to any medical whatever you have in this place. You will see everybody will sit up. All those things that Nigerians, I trust them. When they
didn't demand it, I was here saying we should be demanding these things. See, what is one thing Nigerians demanded? Look at throughout this. No, let me ask this question now. Throughout this election period, what is one thing Nigerians demanded for? Nothing.
That is what I'm trying to say. If we can demand, all these things are the things that when we demand it, you see Nigerians what they do in their own personal houses. When they build, they do imagine when they know they can do their houses to be comfortable. When we demand that, and it is being put in law, don't you think that you will see different, things happening in our medical centers?
Yeah, but we don't
And
demand.
if we now minimize how many times any person that is a government office holder should travel in a year, my brother, all these things are the things. But why do we do this thing? We do it to reset our core. Let us put all these difficult laws that we make everybody to sit back. When you will not know that it is not possible for you to put problem in Nigeria to run away to any
Let me
place.
ask Masca now. Let me ask Masca. Do you in the north, do they dislike the idea of their leaders constantly traveling abroad, either for medical treatment or meetings and all the rest? Do they react to it?
Yeah, but the people don't like it. But I think the acrimony between leaders and followers in the north is more subtle. You find not too many people will go to TV stations or radio stations, and besides, there are not too many newspapers. So people complain, but it's not as much as it would be in the south. But I know that there's this governor of Jigawa State that was voted out simply because he was hardly on sick.
He was partly sick. He was partly sick.
No,
That's
no,
why
no. He was traveling all over, thinking that he was one of these young governors. He was thinking he was going to all countries trying to see new things. Actually, he came and established a frog farm in Jigawa, so people didn't find it very funny.
Frog. Mr. Mohammed, that was funny. The frog farm, not even fish.
Oh my God! He was asking for it now. He was asking. He was asking. Jesus Christ! After all the trouble, he didn't bring turkey back. He brought frogs. Oh, God.
It's like Igbazo bringing Domino's pizza.
Oh God! He was asking for it now. They didn't sack him because of the frogs that caused it.
Yes,
Not the traveling.
the reality is that the bottom line also, my theory is that the bottom line is that because we are a fragmented set of people, so we have that fragmentation has generated a system where it is the worst of the worst among us that gets to high positions.
Divide and rule.
It's not divided. I see. It's just it's a natural. It's like a chemical reaction. The way the system is, it's not like somebody is consciously dividing anybody. But that's how we have structured ourselves. You find out that I can put it to you that today Tinubu is a good person. Personally, I have a lot of respect for his intellect and the way he has done a lot of things. But I can tell you, he's not the best Nigerian by any stretch of imagination.
But is it fair to say that though? Is it fair to say that because leadership? My concern is that leadership it requires a different quality. What we ascribe to not being best, we forget that the ones that we seem to say that they are better didn't make it. Why didn't they make it? Because if you are better, you should make it. You can't go to a football field and play against Brazil. Brazil gives you 5-0. You're like, the best team didn't win. The best team didn't win because that you can't make that kind of excuse. The best people are coming forward because those ones that claim to be better, why are they not making it? You see my point? So the better ones should be better. If they want to prove themselves to be better, they should compete in the same field that Tinubu competed. Atiku is competing. Atiku is literally, that guy is going to be 150 years and he's still going to be contesting because the so-called better ones have not decided to compete with him.
Okay, have you asked yourself why the good ones are not competing?
I ask myself, I ask myself, I think because we don't
So
understand the
what was the
definition of
answer?
leadership.
What was the answer you got?
The answer I got was that we don't understand what leadership is. We think we know. We don't. Most people don't really know. They just think they do. And they talk about this, qualities about leaders, but yet I've asked them some questions about, like, let me give you an example. I say, okay, they said if there's a decision you are going to make, it's going to solve all the problems of Nigeria, but that decision, when you make it, is going to result in the death of about 50,000 Nigerians. Do you know how many people many of them say, God forbid, I will never do that, because they don't understand what leadership is. I said, by refusing to do that, do you understand that you've actually killed more Nigerians, because more are actually dying monthly from all the ills of Nigeria? But because they want to be self-righteous, they don't want to. I think this is part of the instinct that makes those so-called good ones not want to run for leadership, because they don't understand leadership. Leadership always involves taking of lives, but it also involves saving of far more lives. It's always has been for the greater good. But most people don't understand that. They don't think about it like that.
No, you have made a very solid point. Okay, but see, it's risk and reward, because at this point now, okay, if you ask me to contest, right?
Your audio. Don't worry, it will be back.
Okay. Yeah. For that, if you are playing a match against a particular country and the referee is from that country, would you play the match? Would you come in the field?
You know what? I think that match won't stuck with you. That yellow you still wear there, Brazil and all. You see, so but
no, I'm just saying the rules of the game will not allow good people to come in.
See,
you understand the rules of the game.
When Pele was playing, you will see that the rules was against him. There was a time Pele was playing, his shirt was torn off his body, and he still ended up playing and scoring a goal. So sometimes it's against you. You fight. That is what you
have to
do.
Fight. Not everybody want fight too.
If you don't want to fight, then allow the ones that fought to win. It's just as simple. Don't complain.
There are people who are ready to play dirty. There are people who are ready to play dirty. Sorry, Maska, go ahead.
No, you have a very solid point. I totally agree with you that you can't make an omelette if you are not ready to break a couple of eggs. Yes. One of the reasons why Tinubu even got to where he got to, I was in Lagos. I remember he didn't win the primaries that he contested on. But because PDP was very strong then in Lagos, the elders in Afenifere decided no, they have to bring in somebody like Tinubu, because he's the only person who can play dirty. And you have to win if.
Yeah, this thing is gone. Yes, somebody said something about that. What Tinubu does is he is like the big Agbero guy that can make the Machiavellian decisions, while then he employs a lot of technocrats around him. He really employs people that are like him around him. So the others are the so-called good people that intellectuals that can administer.
I called him the delegator in chief.
Yes. That is his technique. The reason why that is safe for him, because none of them can challenge him. None of them have the bite to do the bitter things that he can do. That's why he doesn't have people that are like him around him. He always has technocrats, people that can administer things. It's like okay, I hate to use this term, the drug lord term. It's like a drug boss that employs chemists and very intelligent engineers around him. Yes, but he can make hard calls, but those guys can't, because they don't want to get their hands dirty.
Is the guy in the inner chamber?
That's what makes Tinubu difference. Yeah. Pardon?
The guy in the inner chamber who makes the decision.
Yeah. He's the one that makes the hard calls. And in a way, it's a smart thing, because most people that do these things, the mistake they make is the people like them around them.
And Tinubu is generous
like around you, they'll get rid of you. Yes. Tinubu is very
generous. He's generous too. He dish out money. I got dish out money.
Yes. because he knows it will come back to him. He invested it, and it's a long time. It thinks long term, and people have to be careful. Sometimes this is why I say we should not be demonizing ourselves.
Okay,
You have
Tinubu
to
is
try
a
to
man.
see
Tinubu that they asked who his age, he delegates the question to somebody else.
Okay, you see, the situation there is that some of us live in a society that has a system. And that system is such that, for instance, I have a daughter who is an assistant prosecutor in one of the bigger counties here. These children have been brought up in a way that if you attempt to do the Nigerian way, they'll call you out in 1 second. They've been brought up in a way to realize that from the get-go, whatever you do now will catch up with you in the future. Whether you're trying to run for an office or you're trying to get a promotion or something like that. In our system, it's not so. And that is why when people like Tinubu them were growing up, any fast and hard rule, anywhere which way you cheat somebody, cut through the corners, do anything, all you know is bring him to beacon at the end of the day. But I liken it to a situation where somebody is trying to go to heaven. And then you miss step 2, 3, and 4, 5, 6. You just jumped to step 10 and you kept on going. By the time you are knocking at the door of heaven, like Tinubu is knocking at the door of Aso Rock, now get in. Steps 3, 4, 5, 6 is what is facing now. All those things that you were doing to cut corners. If you killed Mama Akara is facing you as you are trying to get into heaven now. Whatever things you did. So what am I trying to advocate here? Is that unless we get back to the same basic principles from the family to the traditional ruler to the town itself, so that these children maybe in 20 years, like I see my brother Nandi come out here today speaking, you could see that they are the digital age. Some of the things that you folks will carry forward, or we pray, is that don't play the hard and fast rule. You make a swan-like end. Nobody. The reason why our people are so much in trouble is that you just want to get rich. You want to get rich overnight. But at the end of the day, if you get to the table of some of these people who, like Tinubu, I have a brother who was a 2-time governor, okay? A kinsman of mine. The day I went to see him in his office, there were so many bottles of medicine lined up on the table. Hello? And the question I asked was, what's going on here? Do you have a mega headache? So people are kind of like, you can't even imagine what Tinubu is going through right now with all kinds of medication, all kinds of things to keep him going. So you don't wish that. For me, I can get up and run and refuse to take medicine. I may not have millions of dollars in my bank, but I'll go to sleep and wake up. I'm not bothered. So I'm saying, be careful what people wish. What the Jagabons are facing now is the same you missed step 3, 4, 5, 6. And let us inculcate in our children the goodness of character. You cannot buy a good character with money and gold. You can't.
Let
a
me
good
make
name is
my.
better than gold and silver.
Let me just make my
Okay,
final submission.
let's round up. Yeah.
All right,
Let me make
gentlemen,
my final
good night
submission.
and wonderful.
We are closing. We are closing. Wow.
Yeah, we've got to close. It's 11 hours now, and it's
Let
Monday.
Mr. Mohammed say his word, please.
Yeah, of course.
No, I just want to thank all of you and wish you good night rest. Yeah, I need to go and eat for fasting. So I say good night.
Happy
Ramadan.
Salah. Happy Ramadan.
Happy Salah, bro.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
greetings.
All right, good night.
Thank you, Mohammed.
Mr. Mohammed, thank you very much for your submission and for
thank you
uniting
so
us.
much.
You left this place with a piece of. You left this place. You left this place with a peace of mind and enlightenment.
Exactly. That is what we want it. We want
enlightenment. I can pay anything for it.
Yes.
And
Thank you so
and like you said, more people coming in here is a good thing because I want to engage my northern brothers in the north.
The recommendation they gave to you, the anchors and the moderators, of the show that you guys are always dismissive of any inclination towards any tribal sentiment. Like people, like 3 people have complained, or 4 people now say is mostly they perceive Igbo kind of atmosphere in the platform.
Yeah.
Those states, some people come from different Ijaw everywhere. Paul is from Delta. It seems like, Igbo is like more passionate people, so they speak out the way it is. When it comes to, especially the way Nigeria has really, really, delegate, I don't know. So I just believe that we should just be more, we are in the Western world, we should be more, liberal in terms of our approach. We shouldn't incline it to one particular tribe or not.
Thank you, Brother Matt. Thank you, Brother Matt. Thank you,
it's
Brother
not deliberate.
UFO Brown. Thank you, Brother Matt. Get in touch, Basics at AOL.com, IgboBasics.com, IgboBasics@gmail.com. Get in touch. Whatever we have, we'll impart.
But Igbo Basic, don't move so far, because I wanted to still tell you need to still get in touch now, that because I wanted to use this opportunity to ask you, please don't move away from Abia State politics. Like as an elderly person, now that we, the people, have voted our choice, I think we need to keep speaking very closely and let Oti hear our voice and our cry from far and near. Let not allow him to sleep, on board, because we need to get this job done. We need to change a lot of things in Abia State. People like you, we need you, both writing, speaking, with this platform in any form, because it is easy to get in. Let me tell you, I know so many people that I know that they are in Abga. Now I saw their pictures with him that very day, which I know that they were Abga people. Opportunists that will come to want to deviate. That makes me to run and do a video on Facebook Live. I said, Oti, please, we have voted you in. As you are giving contract, build road, build this. Don't go and sit in Umuahia government house. Stand up, use your security and your car. Move, follow up every project that you have given money to do. From number 1 to 0, follow it up. If they tell you 10 months, 10 months. If they are not ready to do it, let them get out of the way. Bring another person in. This Abia need to change, more especially Abba. If Abba is standard, then I'm telling you, a lot of things will change. And I'm happy in the East, in Enugu. Some people from Lagos have come to Enugu to, do a massive project in Enugu. God bless you. So why I'm asking you with your platform and everything, please, hey, I want to do like P2B. They will get in there, they will start sleeping. All that wrong men will start coming around. All these gold diggers, they will start coming around. Praise singers, they will start coming around. And until we now miss his target and start doing things that, nobody asked him to do. So, but I believe that he is a man that knows that people have cried, people have lost their lives, people stood, people didn't eat, people didn't, people taxed themselves, people lost a lot of things, protected his mandate. Now it is his time to protect the people. This is his own time to protect his people. Let me tell you another thing is that he will do more good to himself and his family than to us Abians. If he does well right now and do the thing that is right, let me tell you, it will help him to elevate him. Okay, I thought it will elevate him. Maybe he will want to contest for any other thing, political, whatever he wants. It will help him the more. good name is better than, you know what
God
I
has
mean.
saved me. You see, Matt, I'm glad you brought that up. Let me put it this way. It takes a few good men. People like you, wherever you are. It takes a platform like this, like the Damages platform, to link us together. And then I've just given you 1, 2, 3. Get in touch. Here is why I'm saying so. And I learn a lot, even from forefathers then. It pricks our mind. A couple of days ago, we were on this platform. After I finished speaking, my phone rang. Listen very carefully to let you know that what you are saying is driving home a point. I picked up the phone. The person who called, the last time I saw him was in 2010 at the wake-keeping or burial ceremony of Omodamani Ikwechi that we did here in New York before we sent him home. This person was my senior in Igbo National High School, 1971.
Wow.
He was my senior, okay? He's been in chemical companies. He's done a lot around here. He's been through quite a lot, okay? But he has always been thinking home. When the phone rang, what he said to me is something that you are saying now. And he was saying, Alex, I've known you from secondary school. We can do a lot. And I'm counting on you with all your God-given talents and whatever you can do. Counting on you to put together that little network that we need to make sure that Alex Oti does the right thing. He says to me that he's ready to go home to bring in whatever that he has learned from out here. And he is saying the same thing you are saying. And I'm telling him that, listen, Akuluno, a project in Enugu State. Thank God they're doing that.
You know, I don't want to forget this before you continue. Hold on. There's another thing that I reminded him. It's very important. Forefather, at least I said in that video, I said, please, sir, you can just do us good. Keep these men that we have been hearing their name in Abia State. Even if it's someone who have just, people who have just graduated from the university, use them as commissioners that you know that they have these young boys that they, you know, forget about this name, use them. They are still energetic and they have the zeal to work. They want to even have a good profile. Use these people. Don't go and be recycling men who have kept Abia State in where we have been for years.
That is the digital solutions. That is the digital solutions we are talking about here. From how we have communicated, I'm saying to you that an undercurrent, I always refer to some of these movements as underground railroad. An undercurrent is out there. We don't broadcast what we're saying, but when we program out to send maybe you, or maybe send whoever that we are sending down to the government house, they know we are coming, and they know we are coming to not only buttress on what you have said. We started out with a korokoro. We are not coming. They think you are coming. Those people you are talking about, they think you are coming to take over from them. They are. I won't use the word scared of you. They are thinking, oh, that man where do you but that is where some of us come into play. Why do I say that? Because you have been living in a country where things work. And if you go to Nigeria today, forefathers, mark my word, anybody listening to this, mark my word. If you go to Nigeria today with your mentality, your British mentality, your American mentality, your Russian, wherever you have your Canadian mentality, you come in and you try to make changes. They will sit back, watch you. Okay, this man, his money will finish in 2 months. But after 3 months, he'll be out of here. They're watching you. And they're trying, initially they will come, bring everything for you. You know, my brother has come. And you have come to bring in the concept of credibility, accountability, transparency. Behind, they are looking at you, they are smiling and laughing.
They did it to me.
And in the end, if you are not measured up solidly, you have two options. Either you join them or you bail out. But if you have aligned properly, like what we are discussing now, they will realize that you don't need to be there present to effect a change. I'm talking from experience. I finished here 1981, went home, did the National Youth Service Corps, came in with all my might in the same ABBA. ABBA was still good. Started out, but my concept was do it yourself, do this, do it the right way, do everything right. I suffered. I could be walking on the road, the shoes that I'm wearing, the thing don't open. I'm walking down the street. My coat has gone dried. I'm still walking down the street with that mentality of let's do it right. And they are looking at me on one side. Not be that man where they say go Obodo. Are you following? This is pure knowledge. From there, I said, it looks like these people in Aba, even the guy that I was supposed to just show him where to go and do Western photo frames. The man came into my office, say, oh, I'll buy a ticket, we'll go the next day, you take. Guess what? Then we go to 92 Fox Road. The next day, the man bought himself a ticket because I've given him the capital. Went. Sidelined me. Not to talk about all other experiences that I have along the way, but then I still insisted on just keep on keeping on.
Focus.
From there, I moved to Obibo and lived in Obibo, from Obibo to Port Harcourt, and lived in Port Harcourt. The experience I had there was when you run into these churches, okay? It's a long story, but I'm going to make it short. From there to Lagos. Still with the same concept of the American mentality. It was in Lagos that I now encountered the real Jagabons. Participating at the Nigerian Export Promotion Council's Lagos International Trade Fair, I ran into the real area boys businesses. And I learned in Lagos then that it's either you join them or you leave. At that point in time, I'm saying to you that I learned one very strong thing. That was the height of 419. At the height of 419. That is the time people like John Nebolisa. That's the time people like Fred Ajudwa. That's the time that the bad boys were in command. On a simple meeting I attended, you walk into a big house, good place. The person that brought me to the meeting, he gave me a bottle. I said, hold that. I said, why? He said, watch out. Before the meeting ended, bottles have been broken. People were choking themselves with bottles. I'm talking about, yes. Off of what? They're trying to share the booties of the 419 loot. So with all that said and done, what am I trying to say to you? Got into the Export Promotion Council, did everything about that. Thanks to people like General David Jimbo, thanks to people like General Abisoye, and people like that. We moved on and on and on. The bottom line is that after 9 years on the ground, even joining Nigerian police force, and then Buhari them came back and took over from the government. I bailed out because I had some unfinished business. So that's why we are here. And that's why when I keep saying to people like forefathers, whatever you can get from us, get it. Even though I hope and pray that I'll live 30 more years, whatever number of more years ahead. But whatever you can get, we'll tell you the way it is. We'll tell you what we have seen. We'll tell you even down that place where they talk about. Not our home. We'll tell you these are the pitfalls. If you follow this angle, this is what you will encounter. And that's why some of them, they don't, when we come home, they look at us like, don't come again. Because all we're doing is that this is pure and simple. That's why when you go into Igbo Basics videos, you begin to, I don't know if you had a chance, I'm going to start sending you some unique ones. You'll be wondering, say, but that happened. Because when I get there, I go back into the bushes and I begin to tell you what is on the ground inside the bushes. And then you begin to wonder. The last one I visited, it was Akomakalo Joko that talked to me many years ago about Olochukwu, the house of God in Alai. When I went there, saw for myself, I couldn't even complete the tour. I said I'll make the tour again when I go back again. So I'll be sending you some of those little things, forefathers. Like I sent some to, I haven't sent you anything, but I sent some things to Mr. Scribe and Ralph, okay? The whole practical knowledge is there for you. People like Emmanuel Iwayang, they are still standing strong. They are still standing strong. There are people that we not only have to get close by because they've been through a lot. But you know what? They are our elders, and the gospel you've just preached now, that's the gospel we need to take to Lexoti. There are people who are not. That's why I keep praying that the young ones can take this and run, and you can see them. You can see them compete at the global level.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Exactly. Exactly. This is exactly. When we were celebrating, and I was celebrating at the time, I choked. I stopped being too much, happy. I just say, pause a little bit, After all this thing, now we have the ones that have just came. I think people celebrated. We are also happy that something happened. Now, what is going on? The one that disappointed me is the last one that just handed over. This person, I know how that he's about to hand over. I knew how he started. From ASEPA, the people that take care of what do you call it? Environmental and all that. ASEPA. He was the second person. It's from there that TOG picked him to become this. And I believe that from this place where you never expected, the least you can do is to look at those people the way you see yourself, the way you say, okay, let me just be a kind man. There are too much money for you to take away. But the ones that you can do, why don't you do it and still take away what you want to take away? Because not everybody is interested to take away like them. But just take that thing that you want, but let the people be happy. Not to you check it. Forefathers owing a father, someone that is a family man. You owe him 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. You still in that place. You don't think. You don't. There is no atom of remorse. There's no atom of feelings that. But as I go on, I'm receiving my salary, even though I'm a millionaire. What about these people who are not? How did these people survive? You owe them 1 year. You owe them 6 months. You tell me that what kind of life and wicked life are we living? What can we call ourselves human beings and we sleep and we wake up in the morning? People, pensioners, they go on the road, they protest, they cry. They use placard. You see them. They say they work in Abia State. After working there, you see all these people. You see them. You just overlook them. All these things. This is what I say. Oh,
Matt.
I'm hearing you.
Matt, they use some wicked say if they smoke it go, if they take in their hair. It's not everybody that have the type of mind that you have. Some people are wicked, though. Hey. They will see somebody slaughtering somebody here, they will not even shake. People are wicked, though. People don't have the same heart. Everybody heart is. They say if you read the Bible, I'm telling you, it's in the Bible. It say the wicked man is estranged from the womb. I got
yes, I know about that.
Is the Bible like that? They say the wicked man is estranged from the womb. It's a mysterious thing when somebody is wicked and somebody is good. It's mysterious to the person who is bad to say, how this person is so good. You understand? The person will be saying that why is that person so bad? It's a mysterious word.
I'm not sure it is mysterious. It's just I feel like the way to deal with it is to match them.
Some people are naturally good. Haven't you seen some people like that? Naturally
Of
good.
course,
They
they are
haven't been to church.
naturally good,
They haven't been to church before.
see, good have different layers.
Let's compare it with P2B. Let me tell you, how did P2B pay up the whole debt, pay the salaries? Is he not still a human? Is he not a politician? Is he not still? People decide to do evil. This is what I believe.
And
P2B is not a
P2B
politician.
was willing
P2B
to
was not a
fight
P2B
to
is
get
not a
there.
politician.
P2B fought to get there. He was in peace twice. So that's what I mean by you have to have the steel ready to do what it takes to
Balls of
win the
steel.
fight. To say that they are bad, well, you are good, so you can't compete.
No.
You are just going to leave them to run the show.
Yeah, right.
You have to fight them
Somebody
and
got to, somebody got to be a
doing
hero.
the same thing. My brother, you forefather, have you been to Aba? I don't know. Have you been to
Aba now?
Aba. Do you know? Let me tell you. Let me show you. You see, road. Look at
you
the
mean that swimming pool that they have for roads?
My
I hope it has improved a bit.
No. Wait. Can I ask you a question? How can you be no? Because sometimes people say you are doing the heart you have, you think that is every. But I want to ask a governor who rules these people. You see these things. You no, okay, don't even build ties. Don't tie the road. What can't you carry a truck of sand? Clean up that place, pour it for them, tell them, you stupid people, man, at the pass.
Hold on. I think you are giving. See, it's so easy to fix that it drives me mad when I see those things. Like when I look at the road, I was like, some of the things is one that it's not high technology. You just got people to walk and clean the area up. They can't even do anything. They're like, what is wrong with these people? You just leave your area. Nobody's taking care of it.
This is. Do you know
that is scary. It doesn't even cost money, and yet they don't do it.
Igbo basic. I want to still tell you. There's one forefather. I want to still remind you. You know about this death of a thing that is causing, blockage on the drainage and all that. I was thinking. I said, I wish these people can listen. I will just make a 5 minutes video. I will go to where they do. Easy. That is the easiest one that that can help them. I will just do a video and make some comments, send it to them. This thing is to find a place. This thing that I'm telling you, find a place, acres of land that is just normal. Build something like a warehouse. Buy something like a truck that carries dirt. All they need, even at the state, they will still use it to generate money. They will bring it there. You separate, you pay some people. Those people, you pay them, you can make about 20, 50 or 100 people. How much will you pay them? 30,000, how much is it? They will be separating what do you call it? The plastic and ions and all that. That is it. You will recycle it and sell it to the industries that is still in Aba. You
are going into waste management.
You
are going into waste management.
My brother.
And they can't even do it. They just leave the place dirty, the roads unkept. It's like, who are these people? They have shame. It's like they just deliberately make. Man, I see so many bad here.
This thing that I'm just saying is a very simple. Is a very simple.
It's not even hard. It's not even cost money. You can even use prison labor to fix some of all this. But they can't. They don't even bother. Even prison labor can do it. They can't even be bothered. I'm telling you.
You're right.
It's crazy.
Even you pay the prison workers, and with a low investment you will put in there. That Aba within 1 month, if they see it, nobody will believe that is Aba. But like before I say, what is this wickedness all about? Do you know that somebody is eating? Dustbin is inside his house. He comes out from his house, a match on top of my brother. You say you are a governor. you see this thing. What
They will have
will
house
God
girls
ask
and
you?
house boy inside their
What will
house.
God
They leave
ask you when
their
you?
environment to look. Man, it's really sad. I
It's
think
well.
this is kind of stuff that needs to change. And I don't understand. Some of them, so some of these people, they will build very big houses. They won't even bother to paint it, and they will just leave it. But no, these things people need to be. It's like they won't even paint the house. They will leave the whole place. The gutter, everything is all over the place. We live, man. The way we live our lives, man, it's not so hard to fix. These ones don't cost any extra money. It's
My
just
brother, do you know
organizing
that this thing is very easy? There's a place, assuming that this thing, next time I will go and snap a place, show you where. Do you know the kind of debt they are using now? Is the computer one here, the way I'm live. You press it, you open.
The other day, somebody was showing me VGC. Yeah.
Do you know since I have come to this place, they have changed about 5 or 6 different types of that is the bin, how to open it.
Yes.
They have been modelizing it, but till they get this one pin. You see, as you press door, as you do the pin, if you press a door open.
Yeah, that's what's going on. You see, even here, the other day I was watching video in VGC. Somebody was, Victoria Garden City, very nice, isn't it? They were driving on the road. I was like, okay, yeah, maybe a little bit nice. But when I thought about it, I said, but where I live in London right now, it's not even an upscale area. The road is better. You still see dirty on the side of the road. Some of the gutter is still open. It's like,
if somebody falls inside that gutter,
close the gutter.
if somebody falls inside that gutter,
unbelievable.
The place I thought I will have to snap it. I'll send it to Dr. David. Maybe he will just have to shake and say where I'm even saying now is a place where I know that they used to park cars, and some people they used to go there to do some hangouts, stay. But how many days? They have a time limit. That time limit hasn't even finished. If I tell you this project is almost complete. It is because you know why? The grandpa and grandma that is here, their phone is very sharp. If that work stop, they didn't see worker.
Their phone is very sharp.
Today, they didn't see worker there today.
Yeah.
They just pass. They will carry their stick. They will carry their stick. They go like this. They go like this.
They stay home. They don't have work now.
They go like this. They look. They say, there is no. They will ask question. Why did these people didn't come today? They say they will leave it. Tomorrow they come again. No work. They will use their. They first of all call the what do you call it? The local government. The local government. They will say, please, it's so place. The contract there's work that was going. We have not seen any this thing to here today. Before you know it, government they will send somebody who carry car, come see. And if you find out, snap picture, that contractor.
So
Mark, accountable now.
This thing I'm telling you is not about. They don't even know the old woman. All they need to know is, even if you see the way they will appreciate the woman, how can I give such information to Nigerian or in Abia State or in Enugu? The person I called, we go and tell the contract or my name, where I'm living, for them to come and do what they have to. They don't know how to guide
Nigeria is a
information. You know the problem with if you see see and talk will help us in that country. You see this one that we see, we cover up all these things, and there is we don't have the appropriate structure where you can make this complaint and they will take actions. Rather, they will even you will be like a fool You that want good thing, do you that want something to be like what Weibo Basic said? If they will see you, they will be looking at, look at this man. Is he crazy? Do you know I went to Nigeria? I did not drop, because of the love I have for that country, I did not drop any debt on the ground till I came back. It was inside my car.
Right.
Inside my car.
Because he came to the culture.
My brothers were telling me, do it from the window. You serve, you don't do this here. Europe, that one. I say, because of the love that I have, I did not throw it out. My wife did the same thing. My children did the same thing.
You know what I think? Maybe the reason why Nigerians, I try to
convince
myself. Hold on now. I try to convince myself that maybe there's a reason why Nigerians are doing these things. They are making the place look so dirty, so people don't get attracted to it, and so that they feel like we are like animals, so that they don't come to Nigeria at all. I don't know.
Usually at the end of the day, we try to proffer some solutions. Matt, what I will say to you is this. I dropped my number on the private chat.
Okay,
pick it up from there. That should be the last thing that is there. Pick it up from there. And the forefathers, please let me also have yours. And this is the building block that we are putting together in the background. For me, the way we function is that before we work with certain people, we'll make sure that we vet you. And we vet you through, let me also have programs like this. We vet you. And vetting means I've been talking and hearing from forefathers, Jude, Matt. Subsequently, you'll be surprised that we'll find out your village, who you are, whatever. Then we'll be able to comfortably feel at home with you to say, yes, this guy truly is wonderful. That's the way we try to function. Dr. Damages, I've known him for years. I have a folder on Dr. Damages. It was only because I met him in recent times when Peter Obi came to New York. That was how come I unloaded some of the materials I've had with him for quite some time. We started communicating. Now, here we are now. So there is basic trust that is being developed underneath it. That's when I shared with him the book project on Zebrodaya. He has never met Zebrodaya, but they are from the same town, Nobi. So when I now hooked up something, and there was Zebrodaya, and there was Dr. Damages, and Professor Kekwe in Port Harcourt, a couple of persons. And they were like, oh, even when I'm talking about people from the same village. So that goes a long way. Make a long story short, bless you, forefathers, for whatever God-given wisdom that you have to continue to try to sustain. Keep doing what you're doing. The rest is history, because out of this, good things will happen for that country called Nigeria.
Amen.
I strongly believe that. I'm not going to comment. I'm not going to comment.
It happens, so.
It will happen.
I don't know why I use the word hope. I don't like to use that word hope, because that is for people that don't have deliberate drive. I think we should leave hope out of it. We have to work to achieve these things, and we have to. It's our heritage, and we can't run from it.
Today we are still in this village. Yes, we are still in the village square.
Now,
moonlight.
And I'm not going to sleep.
Moonlight.
We are trying to go to. We are trying to go. You just came in, and as a matter of fact,
I was surprised to still see you guys. See, as Matt, I don't do. If you don't drink Ogugoro.
my brother, you see, I'm truly that even now. You know why now Igbo basic ginger me, because there's one thing. Now in ginger me last. I won't go sleep, but there's one thing I said about Abia State. When I want to say, forefathers have seen how that place is. I always say it with. I don't know if I will say with anger, with passion. I don't know what the thing. I say it.
What about the way they messed up the Abia City?
That is the each time. if anytime I'm emotional, as you see me now, I'm well touched.
I know Abia State is kind of worse off in all the eastern states, but it's almost everywhere, everything everywhere. You go to Olo and see part of Olo how Uzodinjo and that madman, waiting the status man, how he messed up everywhere, just bulldozer everywhere, construct a roundabout and that never function,
exactly.
potholes, flood everywhere, the roads. Oh no. In fact, I don't even want to go there at all, honestly.
I think these things are going to be fixed in our time. I think if we carry on the way we are doing, because one, they moved the electricity production now to the states, so they don't have a lot of excuse. So a lot of things, and this labor guy that is in Abia is a very, very good sign. And this is something that even you, Matt, or people that care about these things can get in there and make sure these things are done. Because some of them is not money. They can't make excuse that it's money. You just need to organize the people.
I have just told you about the debt issue. It's a very simple. I tell you, only 4 trucks or 5 trucks with a land.
Exactly.
This about own. This are just bring it from where it is.
Let me tell guys. See the thing that baffles me. That
I say, Matt, you need to start contacting the labor governor now. We need to start doing it now so that they can implement it the moment they start getting in.
That's what we're doing.
Guys,
that's what we're doing.
See, guys,
exactly.
One thing that baffles me about Nigeria, which is beyond West, right? I know the bottom line, the truth of the matter is due to corruption, but the way the corruption has so eaten is this. Every road, look at Nigeria has the cost of constructing 1 kilometer road in Nigeria is more expensive than almost everywhere in the world, right?
Exactly.
But it's the worst road, is the worst construction compared to wherever you are in abroad now, like we in United States here. If you see even ordinary streets in the, if you see them, right, the beauty of some streets are far more than our any express in Nigeria.
Exactly.
That's true. It's really embarrassing. People don't. For me, I don't get confused about that. That one I don't get confused. If you look at our roads, and our best areas are not as good as some of the nasty areas.
But let me just still add up this thing. Do you know here in Barcelona? Let me tell you, they can, because of pothole, they can. That is destroy that is a road that you see it. You say, let me carry it and go. Let me carry it and go to my village and drop. Please don't destroy this thing. Let me carry it and go to my village and keep. Before you people, what do you want to destroy, please? And before 2 days, it will be feast. You now begin to ask yourself, why do these people take time to fix road in Nigeria? You know that this is wickedness. It's
corruption. That is why I can't wait for Obi to come. It's corruption. Do you know this money they say Nigeria don't have? You see? Let me tell you the truth. I don't even flicker a bit about the amount we are owing. Because that amount we are owing, even if we did not get it back from these political thieves, right? The road that is going to be blocked will be enough, not only to have money to do whatever we want to do, but to start paying off the debt. Because it's corruption.
Exactly.
We've always had the money. That's our debt. Don't shock me too, because we are able to pay that back if we need to pay it back.
Have you asked yourself? I'm just using a OB as a case study. Have you asked yourself? Just imagine it, because he's not there. I'm just imagining now that this man, with the cost of governance that he caught in Anambra, and was able to save and do things that he did. Exactly. Imagine Obi as a president of Nigeria cut the cost of governance in Federal Republic of Nigeria. What do you think will happen to our debt?
Matt, look at
the debt will plummet. It will just go down.
We reduce. Matt, look at this. Soludo now. Did anybody listen to his speech during the 1-year anniversary, right?
Yeah, I listened.
I didn't listen to this. I just saw
Okay, let me tell you
stealing his
something.
thunder.
I want to just draw a little comparison, right? In his speech during the this thing, the 1 year, he was lamenting how much the state was owing, right? And how that they can't find money to do something. Hold on, how that they can't find money to do what they want to do, right? It was in that same state when what is his name?
Obi.
When Obi entered, they were even owing far more than they were owing now. But Obi was able to get more. He was able to get money, squeeze out money from here and there, and then did everything he did, even without complaining. But look at what most of the things that Obi did, right? Like the state, what do they call it?
Which one?
No, the way the state house or government lodges, all those that will be
government house,
for all those things. Do you know Soludo have awarded massive contracts to build those things?
Wow.
Can you see? Soludo in his speech, he said, in fact, he even used the word, there is a massive construction going on there now. That how can a state not have a state lodge? My dear,
what? State lodge? What is he doing with state lodge?
I beg, answer me.
Entertain Ujubo.
His mind is already going backwards.
We never needed it.
Oh, goodness.
No,
he just wants to pamper himself again.
Forefathers, you see what you are saying now. This is that thing that will tell you that you know how much he wanted to cut out there for himself. That is why he needed that project. He need that project not for the state. It's the money that he himself is going to make.
Exactly. Okay, look at again. Look at this one again. There was a time in Nigeria, in fact, about 10 years ago or 15 years ago, we were producing a minimum of 3 million barrels of oil every is it every day? Every day.
It has to be daily, yeah.
Every day, right? That time, that was Obasanjo. Now, right now, we don't even produce up to 700 barrels a day.
700,000. I think it's about. It's gone to 1.4 million now. 1.4 million now barrels.
Less than one.
Let me confirm.
Imagine, it's not as if we don't have the oil, but because of corruption, right? Okay, imagine when Obi takes in now and then stop all those nonsense and we start producing to capacity.
Do you know he has said it? He has
1.67 million actually. Nigeria is selling more oil now.
Let it be. The market is there. We are producing below quota. For below OPEC quota. The market is there. It's just because we have fraudulent leaders that have refused. Instead of producing officially, they are rather stealing it.
Exactly.
Imagine when all these loopholes are blocked and we start producing full capacity.
What do you think that the one that is like this, that is there, that is shouting, what do you think that makes him to be doing if not be this one that is going to be elected? This one that is elected, somebody we come from heaven, die, leave. This you think is because of Azorok? Is that place that everybody, the people, the supporters has to. Are you aware that Rufai? No, sorry, you see, Rufai, because of the cabinet that they want to choose, he has already started. He has said the one that he wants.
He said defense now, Minister of Defense.
You see, do you see what you see? Do you see that these people
he's going to have issues with Shetima now? Shetima says he wants that though.
Shetima, vice president, said he will.
Yeah, but he wants to be in charge of security.
You are dividing this point.
Now, my question is this: if these people cannot allow president-elect to be sworn in and to assume office and use his own red, that's clear eye, to look at persons and to say, I want you to handle this, I want you to handle this. and these people, they are volunteering themselves, moving forward. Do you think that you are going to get anything good out of those people?
Nothing, absolutely
They are
nothing.
going, they are choosing what will make them be powerful in Nigeria. When you want to put them out, the whole Nigeria will shake. This is how they want to place themselves. There is nothing more, not for the masses.
So solutions
We don't
again.
necessarily know that fully yet. Can I just add something? See, some of the issues in the southeast and in short, many parts of Nigeria is very, very serious. But I feel like there are some things that are technically a little bit improving. Like with the way the young people now have access to the internet, they can walk overseas and do different things. This is why they are not showing up in the places you expect them to show, like on the streets and all the rest. And secondly, now they are delegating so many things to the states now. They're beginning to move things to the states that people have been demanding, like power generation. I think that's a big one. Now, in 4 years' time, if any state makes any excuse, yes, so they don't have any excuse. If they make one excuse, because it just takes $11 million to get a mobile power plant to power more than 100,000 buildings.
And also that
it's not a lot of money.
Individuals can also generate and sell.
Exactly. That is really a massive difference.
In fact, before 1 year, trust me, there will be a great transformation in terms of.
Let's watch this space now. Nigerians, we tend to have a way of inventing new ways to sabotage ourselves.
There is this guy in Imo State. There's one guy, I've forgotten that guy that formed that one that Igbo Basic, but I think you might. I don't know if you know one Igbo man that built a power plant, massive power plant that could generate so much light, but federal government kind of sabotaged him, refused to allow him to supply in Igbo. I think in Imo State or something.
Yeah, no, the person you're talking about is Professor Barton-Naji.
I think no, is it Barton?
It's Professor Barton-Naji. He came from here. I published him sometime ago. I met him a few times.
This one has already built the plant.
That's Professor Barton-Naji. Okay. He was former Minister of Science and Technology and stuff like that.
Imagine with this opportunity now, that somebody like that will now have the opportunity to unleash.
Here is one analogy and stuff like that. Professor Barton-Naji is the person you're talking about.
Okay.
It comes back to the solutions that we normally prefer at this time. And I say technology, and it's passed right back onto the younger generations. And by that, I include forefather them, mark them, address down. If you look behind me, I have a question to ask, because we're talking about technology. On the screen there, which is where CNN and the rest of them normally will appear. And you see yourselves there, because I don't know how much of it you're seeing. On that particular screen that is on the wall.
Yes.
Can you see it?
Yeah, because YouTube you can do it in the in TV, right? Yeah.
No, there's what I'm saying is
Minister,
so many things going on.
Minister of Power, I've seen it.
Yeah.
That is
Minister of Power.
Professor Barton-Naji.
Bart, B-A-R-T.
Barton-Naji. I know him. Okay, I know him. We're in communication until he left.
I've forgotten the name of that is company. I've forgotten the name of that is power company.
That's what I'm trying to look for. It seems he's but a candidate we must not miss. Wait. Is it from Enugu?
Yes, it's from Enugu State.
Loco has come in. We are trying to close out.
So
it's 12 hours. I will just let you guys carry on. You guys can self-regulate. I need to get something to eat.
Yeah, me, I have to go eat too. But the state will be open.
Loco has gone to eat. He has gone to eat, sleep, and come back again.
No,
yeah.
We'll close it together. Just 30 minutes.
So you take.
Okay, let me do my cardio here then. Let me do my cardio.
Look at the young generation. Do not be disappointed, because we'll guide you in the right direction.
No problem, sir.
No wahala. We won't fail you, because all we tell you is the authentic information.
Yeah.
It's just that. Do you know some of the things, forefathers, that we even sometimes Jude always say it. Sometimes everybody get agitated. Some of the people they say they're not. It is sometimes I'll be in the background. I'll be listening. I'll be look. Anytime Nigerians we start accepting the truth. Yes, you people killed you people killed Biafrans. Yes, we did. We are sorry. Igbos, you people are maybe selling fake medicine to us, and we don't like it. And the way you people always want to intimidate us, we don't like it.
It's the only people that are selling medicine. Jesus Christ.
You don't understand. I'm speaking something random. These people, you don't allow us. You burn our things when we, try to exercise our franchise. They accept it. They say, okay, how can we? You see all this one? No, don't say
Honest
it.
conversations.
Don't say it. You will make Hausa to be annoyed. They will see Igbos as if they are dominating them. No, Igbo, don't say it to Yoruba because they will say why, and they will hate you, and they will go to the north. No, don't say it to South. They will run and they will take their oil. You see all these things. If we don't change it and accept Americans, now that they are living together doing what they are doing, is it not because they look at each other's face and tell themselves the truth and make out a constitution that will stop those things further to happen? Is it not why they are moving forward? If they had not done it, you think that grievances will be at heart, even though me and you do something.
Well, I'm not sure Americans are busy apologizing to each other. They are very, very crazy.
I don't mean apology. That's in apology. I mean in telling themselves the truth that this mistake has been done and accept it and make amendment. Let those people to have sense of belonging. This one, the same thing. Which is what I'm trying to say.
Let me ask you this now. Let me ask you this. Do you think if Jonathan hadn't been president of Nigeria, there would have been an Igbo president by now? Because I think so.
I don't think so. Let me say
I think that region, the Southeast and the South will be fuming right now if they had never become no president.
I will answer you as simple as ABs. As simple as ABs. You see that time that you are talking about. Okay, sorry.
Let me answer you this question. That your answer. I was listening to Buba Galadima. Right, it was breaking down the arrangements Obasanjo had trying to install Peter Obi as the next president of Nigeria after Yar'Adua. That was the.
Are you talking about Jonathan or
before Jonathan? After Yar'Adua,
he wanted Peter Obi already. Wow,
Peter Obi was supposed to be the next president. You understand? The game plan was when. Yar'Adua came on board, right? Peter Obi was sought out to be his vice, but the Igbo people fought against it. They don't want number two; they want number one. They don't want to be. They want to be number one. That was the whole issue that had already started. Then when before you know it, I think Obasanjo left. Peter Obi, the boys in your courts. I've picked you already for you to represent, for you to be vice this guy. I know this guy from the condition I'm saying is not going to make. Is that true? Just hold on first now. From the condition I'm saying, it's not going to make 210. When he does his first one, you will not come in and do your continuous tenure. Go back again. Bros, tell me what happened. When he now showed that to this thing, the Indians or the Southeastern people, they disagreed. They want number one. They did not want number two.
They were against people. They were even against people.
Hold on. Look. I need to confirm this. Is this true?
Listen to me. They were against Peter Obi. They said no. When
they were against Peter
Obasanjo now said, Peter Obi, the boys in your court too, I've given it to you. Peter Obi now said, okay, since he started to say no, I'm still going ahead to continue. Before we know it, EFCC says some documents came from Southeast Anambra election. Anambra governor, his tenure with Anambra during his tenorship in Anambra, they started bringing the documents that he's stealing, he stole
The
money.
people that they still use, you know them from still their masters.
You
They plan
understand? So
it.
they now use EFCC to pursue Obi. That was how Obi
This
then
one
before you know
fast.
it, they now brought Jonathan. If you
Exactly.
look, Goodluck Jonathan, his name is Goodluck Jonathan. Ebele came from nowhere.
Nowhere.
Ebele came from nowhere. That Ebele was a name that was chosen to pacify the Southeasterners, to seem as if that Ebele was like, okay, somebody that's
Jonathan, that's from Obia.
Southeast people name.
He's well from Obia,
That was
man.
the whole game plan. That was how
Ebere, good luck, Ebere, good luck, Ebere, Azikiwe.
Before Azikiwe